The action took place 5,000 years ago, in the era of the immortals. Two people were sitting on the ground in the lotus position, surrounded by green trees. Owing has a great talent, but a special mind, not suitable for cultivation, someone said. An elderly man with long gray hair and a long mustache sat opposite the same long-haired young man and said that he probably would not be able to move from the stage of cleansing the body to the next stage. The young guy, blonde, replied to the master that he knows patience and it doesn't matter how long it will last, a year or hundreds of years, or even if it takes forever, it doesn't matter. The old man replied to the stupid child that he was like his own son to him and he always took care of him. But one day the old man will still have to leave him. The master twirled his hand through the air and purple light seemed to pour out of his fingers and a blue crystal sparkled. He told the young man that if he could find the core of the mainland, then he would have a chance to break through. This path of cultivation facilitated their meeting. But alas, the core of the mainland is just a legend and perhaps he will never find it. 5,000 years later, in the huge mansion of the Yuan family, a young blonde man stood by the bedside of a sick old man who told the master that this disciple was no longer the same as he used to be, because his strength was fading and now he was dying. The old man can no longer serve the master. The young man replied to the old man, saying, "Yuan Ju, you have already lived for more than 100 years. There is no need to regret anything." He doesn't blame the old man for anything and he can go with peace. It's not so bad that he will die of old age. The young man thought to himself that he had already reached the 99,942nd layer of the body purification stage. And although he was not aging, he could not break through further. He had already lived for 5,000 years. But he could not break through further. Over the years, he has seen a lot of different people who have stayed behind him or met their demise. But in the end, there was only one left, who continues to observe changes in the world. Probably all he can do now is to find the core of the mainland that the master spoke about. But he only managed to find the key. Meanwhile, outside the Yuan family's house, Yuan Zhengtian, an elderly man with glasses, a shirt with a knitted vest and a cane on which he leaned, and Yuan Chuda, a young girl with long purple hair and a purple outfit, were standing in the courtyard. She asked her father why Grandpa wanted to talk to that strange guy right before he died. As far as she knows, that guy is an intern teacher at Shengcheng University. Zhengtian replied to his daughter that her grandfather was an entrepreneur, and it was only thanks to him that their family reached its current position. He must have his reasons for doing so, and they can only wait in peace. The door to the house opened and that blonde young man came out. He passed by the girl, and she asked him how her grandfather was feeling. He answered her without even turning around, "Her grandfather is dead." The girl put her hands to her mouth. She thought about how she knew this day would come, but she shouted to the blonde man to wait. In a rather rude way, the guy asked what she needed and turned around. Chuda said, when Grandpa was alive, he wanted her to treat the guy like a grandfather, follow him and obey him in everything. She wants to know why. The young man replied that she should not take these words seriously, because for him they are all just passers-by. Chuda shouted after him, "Can he just take off and leave? He must be stopped immediately." The last order was intended for the guards that surrounded the guy in a short time. The girl said that their family is one of the big families in Jingzhou, and he is the last person her grandfather spoke to before his death, so he will have to tell everything they talked about first. The guy laughed and said that if her grandfather had heard these words, he would not have liked it very much. Someone shouted that a guest had come. A man appeared with a cigarette in his hand and in a business suit and a jacket draped over his shoulders. 4 bodyguards walked behind him. He turned to the girl, calling her his dear, and asked if it was true that the old man had died and why she still hadn't told this news to her uncle. He lowered his round glasses to the bridge of his nose, looking straight at Chuda. The girl replied that he did nothing but interfere with their family and created nothing but problems, for which Grandpa kicked him out. How dare he come back here again? The man with the feigned annoying tone said, "They say, the young, and they are already contradicting the elders. Looks like the Yuan family didn't have any manners anymore. He just wants to know if the old man is really dead or not. If so, then from now on he will be the head of the Yuan family." Chuda replied that only in his dreams. The girl's father told his brother, Yuan Bio, that since they were still fighting, he advised him to leave this house immediately, and not make a mistake. Bio laughed and asked Dobret if he was crazy if he thought he could resist him. The man raised one hand up and a bright green ball lit up in his palm. Bio frowned and shouted that today he would show his brother what real strength means. He jumped high and faced his brother in a duel, where there was a green-orange light around them. Zhengtian coughed and flew away from his brother's blow. The girl shouted with tears in her eyes, "This is this picture." She rushed to her father to ask if he was okay. He only said, "A martial arts master of the 3rd rank." Bio asked if they were interested in finding out where and when he got the 3rd rank. The fact is that he became a disciple of the King Lanshan clan master, Liu King Land. After the old man's death, no one in the Yuan family is his opponent anymore. They just need to surrender and give up control of the Yuan family, and then he will leave them alone if they break their legs. The brother replied to Bio so that he would not be so self-confident. This is the main place of the family's business and he will not give it to Bio, even if he has to give his life for it. Bio turned to Chuda, saying that her father was so useless that he would not be able to protect her and her family. Zheng Tian asked his daughter for forgiveness, to which she said not to say anything more, because she would always remain on his side and the side of their family. Bio said that since they both wish for death, then so be it. Suddenly someone said he could fight anyone, but first he had to let go. The whole Yuan family turned back and saw the blonde man standing in the same place, still surrounded by guards, and asked to let him pass. The guard barked at the young man, because no one allowed him to speak. The master swung at this remark and hit the guard, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and therefore how dare he insult. Bio asked what kind of nonsense, because a Mao is a man under 100 kilograms and he can't fly away from just one slap in the face. The young man cleared his throat and straightened his tie while the man asked him if he thought which way he was going now, and how dare he interfere in his affairs. The guy replied that he was following the path of happiness, which everyone else stared at in amazement. The young man was finally tired of being in this place, so he said that if nothing was needed from him, then he would go home from here. Bio asked how strong he was and was told, a professional technical university on Happiness Avenue, and he is a teacher there. The man laughed at this and said that since he was just some kind of pathetic teacher, then why was he wasting their time? He ordered his guards to attack him. Zheng Tian ordered a halt immediately. He said, Yuan Bio Jr. Shuan Yuan is just a kid that his father wanted to meet before his death. He has nothing to do with their affairs. He should be allowed to leave. Bio replied to his brother that he was to blame for contacting him. If he doesn't teach the boy a lesson, then they will laugh at him. Bio snapped his fingers and the guards rushed at the blonde-haired man. Because how dare he contact them? Let him go to hell. The blonde's eyes flashed yellow, and with one kick he knocked down all the guards that they flew away. The man stood in disbelief, sweat dripped down his face, and he did not understand how this was possible and asked the guy who he was. What kind of strength and rank does he have? Maybe the 5th rank. Or maybe he is one step away from the master. The blonde man asked the man why he was attacking him if they didn't have any problems in common. To which he replied, what is he going to do? Because he is a martial artist of the 3rd rank and the guy will not be able to defeat him. The young man was surprised that the man was so strong. He took a stand and knocked Bio out with one blow of his fist, which already broke his face. He replied that he was a cultivator of the 99,942nd layer. Junior Shuan Yuan was already walking out of the gate when Zheng Tian called him and asked if they could talk, to which he apologized and said that they could not, because now he had important things to do and they would never meet again. Chuda asked her father why did Grandpa want to meet him. After all, he just took off and left. Her father replied that her grandfather always told them to treat him well, and he must have had his reasons for that. Their family is in a serious condition right now, so they will need a strong martial artist. So, they will need to lure him to the side of the family. The girl was surprised that the family was in a serious condition. Is it really that bad? Although their family is one of the biggest families in Jingzhou, but in comparison with the King Lanshan clan, they are like rats. Now that Yuan Bio has become a disciple of this clan, none of their family is no longer able to resist him, much less his clan, and they can only ask for help from Shuan Yuan. The man was already returning to the house when his daughter stopped him and said that since their family was in such a serious condition, that she would go and talk to him. She will ask you to help them overcome these difficulties. The father agreed and said that he had heard something about this university where the young man works, and would ask his friends to invest it. And then Chuda can also become a teacher there. Meanwhile, at the Vocational Technical University, in the teacher's dormitory, there was a girl with black hair gathered in a high ponytail. Teacher He King Mei talked to her father on the phone and said that she wanted to live in peace for at least a little and therefore asked him to stop calling her. The father on the phone replied that he understood that she was running away from marriage and he would give her time to think. He has already sent someone to fix the situation at this terrible university a little, and he also hired a strong martial artist to look after her and be able to protect her at any time. The girl stood all red from her overflowing anger from her father's lectures. She said that if that's all, then she hangs up. Suddenly, it was heard from behind that someone told the boss that she had finally been found. The girl turned around and saw the guys. One of them, with his head in pigtails, told the girl that he had to work hard to find her. She ignored all his invitations and forced him to come in person. Kingmei replied that she was not interested in the guy, so she asked him to leave her alone. The guys from the gang of the one with pigtails surrounded the girl from all sides. It doesn't matter at all whether she is interested or not. He shouted to his brothers that they could finally do it. The girl asked with fear what they were going to do and reminded them that they were not actually on the university grounds. They are now standing near the hostel where people often pass. The girl screamed that these guys didn't touch her. Yuan was walking with a jacket on his shoulder when he saw this performance, and turned around, referring to more important things, while those guys asked the girl what if they were near the hostel. The guy with pigtails leaned closer to the girl to intimidate her even more and said that all the teachers here are scum who would never dare to get into his affairs. She doesn't think that any group of teachers will appear now to save her, does she? How naive this beautiful lady is. Yuan stopped and twirled either a key or a folding knife in his fingers. He wondered why he was being insulted again. The guy, seeing that the girl was looking behind him, asked what she was doing. Kingmei raised her hand up, thinking that it must be her new bodyguard that her father had told her about on the phone. He definitely has to deal with these bandits. The girl called the blonde to come to her in quickly, and to get rid of these guys. Yuan was surprised that they turned to him and looked at the brunette with pigtails, who shouted to him that if he came up, then he was a corpse. And he also called me a weakling. The brunette asked the girl why she thought that this weakling would be able to save her, because he is not even able to protect himself. He said, "Stop dreaming, young lady. It is unlikely that this loser will even dare to approach us. Just stop resisting and let's go." The guy grabbed her with one hand and held her chin with the other. He heard a question from the blonde man, whether he was going to kill him. Does he really want to die? Friends of the brunette rushed at Yuan shouting that this guy imagined that he was a hero. Now they will show him his place. How dare he interfere in Brother Zhao's affairs? He must die. The blonde waved his jacket and all the guys instantly scattered in different directions. The brunette called the blonde a bastard, they say. He learned a couple of tricks and already dares to interfere in his affairs. If they start a battle, the outcome will be the death of the blonde. Yuan took Zhao's finger in his hand, which he kept poking right in his face, and cleared his throat, saying that he had never worried about his affairs. But this was the second person who started insulting him for no reason. It really got to him. The guy with pigtails was sitting on his knees covered in sweat, with a menacing face, and replied that he would give him the death that the blonde so craves. And it's not that he wasn't warned. Yuan slapped Zhao, to which he asked how he dared to hit him. At this time, the blonde was hitting him on the cheeks back and forth. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, Zhao said that he was giving up, just so that he would not be beaten anymore. He's already sitting there covered in bruises and abrasions. The brunette came up from behind, and folding one fist into the other, preparing for a fight, said that now it was her turn. She started beating the offender while the blonde just looked at it on the sidelines. Zhao was lying at the feet of the girl and begged the young miss to stop beating him because he would no longer molest her. Suddenly, the girl's heel broke, and she was about to fall back when Yuan caught her. She did not expect this in any way, and only looked at the blonde man who held her behind his back as in the most romantic stories. Kingmei shook her finger at the fleeing guys and shouted not to see them again, otherwise they wouldn't get off so easily next time. At this time, Yuan was still hugging the girl around the waist. The gang ran away flashing their heels, and the girl seemed to the blonde that he showed himself well today. Finally, my father sent a smart bodyguard, and winked. The girl sprained her ankle and asked the guy to take her to the room and then he would get a bonus. The blonde let go of the girl, as if he waved her off, and she almost fell back, not expecting that he would let her go. As a result, she still fell, and the young man shouted to her, leaving, saying that he was not interested in this offer. Kingmei shouted for him to come back immediately. What an arrogant bodyguard he was, and let him not blame her when he told his father everything. The young man was sitting on the floor in his room in the lotus position and was saying something about the last spiritual herb. It's already quite difficult to find one, especially a village. His cultivation is severely restricted without these spiritual herbs. Apparently, later he will have to visit famous families and bargain with them. The guy is sure that they still have spiritual herbs. The blonde man put his hands forward and a bright blue light with a ball burst out of a small vessel. He took this ball in his hand, looked at it and began to reason that being on the 99,942nd layer, He needed another 58 layers to reach the round figure. The path to the core of the mainland is too unpredictable and dangerous, so first he needs to prepare properly. The guy swallowed the ball and was able to reach 99,943rd layer. At a professional technical university, a young man walked with a book in his hands and reflected that several thousand years were left behind. And he continues to cultivate on this planet, while not getting old. And to avoid unnecessary problems, he has to change his identity every 20 years. He began to remember the past, where he acted from the shadows to influence the wars that arose in different eras. And now, his identity is a teacher. It is quite a non-stressful and easy job, where it is fashionable to relax and cultivate calmly. Suddenly, expensive black cars drove up, apparently worth at least 10 million yuan each. People wondered who had come in such luxury. One guy replied that he didn't know, but he had heard that the Yuan family's princess, Yuan Chuda, was coming to their university. Others thought it was a joke. Why would such a princess transfer to their university? Enough silly jokes. But the guy said he wasn't joking, and pointed to a girl with purple hair who got out of the car. Maybe she just wanted a normal life. Yuan was looking at the girl from afar, and she noticed him because he really is here. Suddenly someone shouted, "Make way. Don't stand in the way." It was a blonde guy with his gang of boys, and he turned to the girl, saying that he would never have thought that she would transfer to their university. The girl folded her arms and asked Qin Zhao that he was also at this university. He is the second son of the Qin family, and although their family is not comparable to the Yuan family, they are an influential figure. And yet this second son has a rather mediocre personality. And Chuda would never have thought that we would meet him here. The blonde greyhound Qin Zhao turned to the girl and said that he was surprised that she had come here. He invited her on a tour of the university, and in his mind was that he really did not expect that Chuda would be transferred here. Lao also pursued her, but she always ignored him. Now that there is another chance, it should not be missed. The long-haired girl turned away from the guy and said that she didn't need an excursion because she had to go to class, and in general, she had other things to do. She approached Xu and Yuan and pretended to be surprised at their meeting, calling it a coincidence. They met again and the girl offered dinner after class. The blonde man said that he knew what she had come for, and since they were not familiar, asked him not to bother him anymore. And he left. He thought to himself that even though this girl is a descendant of the late Yuan, there are tens of thousands of other descendants that he knows. If he took care of all the descendants of his acquaintances, then he wouldn't have time for anything else. The girl got angry and thought about how he dared to refuse her, and even publicly. The guy from the gang turned to his friends and ordered them to find out what kind of guy he was now. They are to steal the girls he liked, King Zhao. He must be tired of life. A bell rang from their speakers, and the blonde man was sitting with his legs thrown on the desk when his friend came up to him and said that he found out that this guy's name was Yuan Xuanming, and he was a trainee teacher who arrived at the university not so long ago. Quite by chance, he was assigned to their class to teach two subjects: physical education and history. The blonde man clenched his fists, angry at this information. Just some pathetic teacher dares to steal his girlfriend. It's like I've lost my fear. Chuda entered the classroom, and the blonde man stared at her. At this time, the girl decided to attend his lectures, since Xuan ignores her. He will see what he will do now. The girl turned around when King called her, and since they were in the same class, why shouldn't she sit next to him? The girl rejected the offer, saying that she would sit in another place, and turned away. The blonde laughed and said as she wished, "Chuda must have something to do with this Xuan Yuanming. But it doesn't matter anymore. He will make sure to embarrass him in front of Chuda." He shouted to his friend to go and at first just warn this Xuan Yuanming. The guy with the ponytail said he understood everything. He went to the blackboard and wrote something on it with chalk, giggling at the same time. The masterpiece is ready. He dusted his hands off the chalk and walked away from the blackboard, on which something was written in large letters, some kind of insults. When the guy with the ponytail was returning to his place after the prank, Chuda thought that he wanted to create trouble for the blonde and she should intervene. But she would like to see his real strength, even though her father asked her to help him. However, Xuan Yuanmin is so young, how can he handle such ruthless ones? People like the Green Mountain Wolf, if he can't, then she shouldn't waste time on him, and it's better to find other reliable practitioners. And as far as she knows, King Zhao's older brother, King Zhao, is a practitioner who is well even in the cities on the southern islands. One day, he single-handedly defeated 3 practitioners who had almost reached the level of a master. And then he broke their cultivation, arms and legs, and was extremely cruel. If Xuan Yuanmin didn't dare provoke even King Zhao, then his brother has nothing to talk about. And it is even less likely that he will be able to help them take revenge on Bio given the Mountain Wolf clan behind him. So it will be of little use to their family. A little later, a blonde man entered the office, and the gang immediately drew attention to him with anticipation about the show that was beginning. The blonde turned to the students and asked who had written on the blackboard. The guy with the ponytail replied, saying, "Who knows, someone must dislike him." The leader of this gang turned to the teacher and said that he was starting to worry about him, that one day he might just be beaten up. And everyone laughed at the brilliant joke. The master took a brush for the board and said that no matter who wrote it, he did not want this to happen again. The main bully shouted to the teacher that the loser once asked 2 pathetic questions and began to erase everything from the blackboard himself. He said that from now on he didn't want to call him Teacher Yuan. Now he would be a rag teacher. And again laughter for the whole audience. Yeah, what a shame. And a great name. The blonde silently continued to erase from the board, not succumbing to provocations. The girl who was watching what was happening thought that anyone in the teacher's place would have fallen into a rage after such bullying. But Yuan Min remains indifferent. Standing near the already clean blackboard, Yuan turned to the desks and shouted for everyone to shut up, and since they were his students, he would forgive them for the first time and close his eyes to everything. But this is only the last time, and now they will move on to the lesson. He told all the students to open their textbooks and start listening. The battle between the rulers of Xuan and Kaiyu. Shuda continued to sit in her place in the first fifth and pondered in her head that the teacher reluctantly had to close her eyes, and it seems her father overestimated him. He must be afraid of him, his older brother, which is why he does not dare to contradict him. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why he tolerates such insults in his address. The bully asked if it was exactly the first time. He appeared in their class like some kind of king. But in fact it turned out that he was just a rag teacher and a loser, unable to tolerate such provocations any longer. The blonde threw his rag for the board with all his strength directly to the gang, and it got into the blonde man's mouth, plugging him. Everyone rushed to him to see what he was doing with this rag in his mouth. He just grunted at that. The girl was trying to figure out what it was with Yuan Ming. Could he have done it? It can't be, otherwise he wouldn't have tolerated him from the very beginning. And besides, she was sitting opposite him and didn't see him do anything. The bully was sitting with a rag in his mouth and was still choking. His comrades stared and asked what he was doing when he tried to speak. The guys began to call for help, because their brother King is suffocating from an unfortunate rag in his mouth. The guys decided to help Brother King with his trouble and tried to pull out the rag altogether. But no one could do it and they just shouted at the guy to spit it out. That didn't work either. And they started yelling even harder and thinking about another way. Kim Zio is going to suffocate now. The master came up to them and told everyone to calmly move away. He will be able to pull out the stuck rag. With one stroke, he managed to do what others failed to do. The blonde man flew away as if from a blow and sprawled on the floor like a star when friends ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The blonde just watched it all with an impenetrable expression on his face. Meanwhile, in the school dormitory, the brunette was asking someone again. She stared at the strange man and couldn't believe if he was really the bodyguard her father had sent. Penhai, a man with a bald head and a gray mustache, put his hands together and said that it was. Before coming here, Patriarchy explained to him that if she walked alone, she might be attacked. But the man assured Miss He not to worry because he was here and nothing would harm her. The girl put her hand to her face and accepted what she had. She sat down on the bed and began to wonder if her father had seriously done this to her. She was looking out the window but suddenly saw the guy who saved her from the bandits. Then he turned to the old man and asked that since he was her bodyguard, then who was the person outside the window? He replied that he did not know, but he was calm and prudent. He must be practicing martial arts. The girl stood up and crossed her arms over her chest. That day, the blonde pretended to be her bodyguard and threw that woman to the ground, and this is unforgivable. The old man said that since he had offended the young lady, he would teach him a lesson for the sake of the young miss, and turned around to leave. He shouted to the man to stop and he asked what she wanted. The girl asked him to just teach that guy a lesson and not overdo it, because he still saved her. And here's another thing. Let the old man let him know that she should not be treated so lightly. The man turned to the young lady and told her not to worry, because he would complete this task as soon as possible. And he left. Xuan was walking down the street past the dorm and yawning when a man approached him and introduced himself to Pen James. He said he was Miss King May's bodyguard and a level 3 martial artist. The old man thinks that the guy has been practicing kung fu for several years and should know the strength of a 3rd level master. The blonde man just ignored the old man and walked past him. The bodyguard turned around and shouted after the departing blonde guy how brazenly he left him, because an old man was talking to him. Let him apologize to Miss He right now, otherwise the man will have to teach him manners and respect. Yuan stopped and, turning only his head to the old man, told the man enough is enough. The man shouted, "Kid, does this bastard really want to die?" and rushed at the guy. He was watching all this nearby, saw Peng Hai start attacking the blonde and said what a good performance. Yuan Min knocked the old man out with his foot and the bodyguard flew away, staring at the head. The girl did not expect this at all when the man fell right at her feet with a broken face. The blonde man thought to himself that it looks like he already needs to change his place of work and residence. He's met too much trouble on his head lately. Hime stood with her hands on her hips and looked at this scoundrel. She turned to the man who was lying on his elbows on the ground and asked him how he was going to protect her without defeating such a young guy. How can she relax? The man replied to the young lady that he was careless and did not prepare for his attack. This boy has no skills, although he has a good cultivation base. However, if he fights him face to face, then the guy will not win. The girl was not happy with what was happening and saying that she had suffered all this sent the man far away. She turned around and walked away herself. At that time, students were sitting in the school classroom, and the victim was blonde with a plaster on his cheek. He distorted the teacher's name, calling him the bastard Xuanyangming, and how dare he treat him like that. A friend with a ponytail asked Qin Zhao if he still wanted to take revenge on this bastard. If he hadn't pulled that sponge out of his mouth, the guy would have been dead by now. But he immediately fell silent when a friend shouted at him to shut up, because he wants to kill him himself and let everyone remember that he will make the teacher pay for everything. It is inconceivable to the mind how he could swallow that sponge for the board. This Ming must have done something. Not only that, he also hit him in front of the public. Unacceptable. The blonde man was furious. Yuan Min was walking down the school corridor, still holding his yellow book under his arm. It feels like he's not parting with her at all. He stopped when Chuda called him. It seems she has something to tell him. The blonde man replied that he didn't care at all. The girl asked why he ignored Qin Zhao's provocations. Is he really afraid of that? The blonde replied that he didn't care about the guy she was talking about. He has absolutely no time to waste on unnecessary people, including her. The master turned around and walked down the corridor and the girl frowned behind him and clenched her hands into fists. She shouted after him to admit already that he was afraid of Qin Zhao. That's why he didn't do anything to Qin Zhao. The guy asked if she was really so worried about him. Did she think that such an insult would be enough to anger him? The girl looked at him and thought to herself that her father had probably made a mistake this time and they didn't need a man like Yuan Ming filled with fear. They need someone who can beat the frontal in this city. The blonde man entered the classroom and stopped, asking, "They say, is it really again?" He stopped near a small pulpit that was lying on the floor and chalk was scattered around. In a calm tone, he asked whose handiwork it was. The victim turned to the teacher and said that he dropped the table by accident, and the inscriptions on the blackboard. These must be the very inscriptions that he forgot to erase yesterday. And everyone laughed. Let the teacher not forget to wipe the board this time. Suddenly tomorrow there will be even more inscriptions. The blonde exhaled heavily and asked if they hadn't learned anything yesterday. The blonde man yelled, "How dare this guy teach him?" The teacher was leaning on the edge of his desk when he was told that he had better take care of himself, because with such a level of training, he would not be able to resist the blonde. How dare he approach him and fight? The blonde looked at the finger poking him right in the face and said that he would give the guy a chance to go gray. It is necessary to put the table in place and erase the inscriptions from the board. The bully asked what this teacher was telling him. Did he really want him, Qin Zhao, to fix all this? And he laughed hard at the whole audience. This teacher looks good but does not shine with intelligence. Since he wrote those words, he will erase them. The blonde slapped the disobedient man hard in the face on them, and he flew away with a broken nose. The guy got up from the floor, holding his broken nose, and called the teacher a disgusting bastard. Friend started asking if he was okay. The blonde ordered to immediately erase everything from the board. The guy replied that he was going to be erased. He stepped over the desk and rushed at the teacher and they met with fists. Qin ordered to let go of his hand, otherwise he would cut Egon into small pieces. However, in response, he received another ode to a slap in the face, to the redness of the cheek. Then I also got a kick from the leg. The guy with the ponytail asked the teacher what he was doing, because Qin Zhao has an older brother, Qin Zhao, and if he contacts him, he will be in big trouble. And I got the same slap in the face from the blonde who replied that he did not want to lose what he had just said again. They should immediately put the table back in place and erase all inscriptions from the board. The red-headed one with the ponytail said that they would erase everything now, and began to urge his obnoxious friend. The girl with purple hair couldn't believe that the blonde had done it. He beat up Qin Zhao's group and couldn't stand the insults like he did yesterday. Did he do it after what she told him? When the guy passed by her, she called him. She frowned when he didn't stop and shouted that she would apologize for the provocation about beating up Qin Zhao. She shouldn't have said those words to annoy him, and he should find a place to hide for a while. Because elder brother Qin Zhao is not one of those who can be defeated so easily, and it will be very bad if he suddenly comes for the blonde. The guy stopped and turned to the girl and said that when Sangji was young, he was a very sensible and intelligent child. And why are his descendants so stupid? He turned around and walked away from the girl, who remained in place. This made her very angry, and Chuda shouted that he himself was stupid. She thought to herself, this guy is so rude since he called the descendants of her family stupid. He even called her grandfather a sensible child, as if he was watching him grow up. What nonsense. She has to talk to her father first. The girl was walking down the corridor and talking to her father. Xuan Bingming had just beaten up Qin Zhao, and his older brother wouldn't let the blonde just run away. What should they do next? On the other end of the line, the man replied that Xuan Yuanming was her grandfather's dream. Even if she said that his strength could not be compared to the cruel man of the Green Wolf, ruler of the mountain, they will not escape from this disaster of the Yuan family, and therefore must protect the guy at all costs. Now her father will send her Mr. Feng. And he hung up. He called Feng Lao and asked him what he thought about Qin Zhao. A man with thick stubble appeared in front of the boss and said that Qin Zhao is a famous rising star of Nandao City. He can fight him face to face. The man replied that he needed him to secretly protect the young man under the name Xuan Yuanming, and he has to make sure that Qin Zhao doesn't touch him. Feng Lao replied to the man that then he would insult Qin Zhao if he defended this guy. The man ignored this statement and told Feng to go and do as he says. He will find something to avoid Qin Zhao. In the void, he turned to his deceased father, saying that he died earlier than they all expected, and he still can't understand why he said to be friends with this Xuan. There must definitely be something behind it. At this time, several bald men, including a long-haired brunette, were training in the courtyard of Qin. One of the fighters turned to this master and said that his brother Qin Zhao had been beaten at school. The brunette asked who dared to do this, to which the speaker in camouflage uniform replied that it was a young intern school teacher. What should they do now? The informer turned out to be just a huge bully who towered over Qin Zhao behind him like a big rock. His one-eyed boss replied that he could take on such a simple task. What he did to his brother, you need to repay the teacher tenfold. And the bully replied that he understood. The blonde man was riding on the bus and reflected that he had already used the remaining spiritual grass. Without it he would not be able to improve. Since he cannot continue to improve his spiritual herb cultivation base through large families, there are no other options at the moment. His development cannot be delayed, so he will go to the Tian Shan mountains in the suburbs. You see, if he finds the old spiritual herbs, he will bring them back. A big black jeep was driving behind a yellow bus. The bully in the company of two other guys listened to what the guy was telling him, Brother Lel, that the name of the guy who was riding on the bus was Hanan Ming. This bus is heading to the suburb of Tian Shan. They need to chase them to get into the suburbs, and it will be easy for them to get him out of the way. Some time later, a yellow bus was driving along a steep road among the trees. The blonde man noticed something strange on the bus. I saw a man in a cap pull out a purse from a red-headed woman who was standing with a phone in her hand. Xuan started producing blue light in his hands. Since he met this little thief, he will teach him a lesson. But suddenly he stopped because a girl in a purple sweatshirt, Zhu Yiningyi, shouted that there was a thief on the bus and pointed at him with her finger. The thief turned around and looked at the girl and began to justify himself, saying that she was talking nonsense. He was scared. He almost had a heart attack. The girl should hurry up and pay moral compensation to the old man, that is, to him. Otherwise, he would kill her, and everyone else on the bus will look at it. He will kill anyone who dares to approach him. People, under the fear of being dead, humbly agreed to stay away. The girl replied that he was not afraid. There were a lot of people on the bus, and this man dared to steal and brazenly take a woman's wallet in the middle of the day. She said, "They say, let's take him to the police station together." The man quickly changed tactics and said that he did not immediately notice how beautiful she was. The old man has changed his mind. Now he doesn't need her money. She makes him do it herself. If she annoys him so much, then she will give her body to him as compensation. The pink-haired woman shouted at him to stop saying this nonsense. Everyone saw that he stole something. Did you see him steal something? Then let them answer him. Did the people on the bus see him stealing something? Let those who saw his theft stand up. Two guys said they didn't see and approached the man from behind. Apparently it was their gang. They did not see the man steal something, and if anyone present saw it, then let him stand up and say it. All three of them laughed, and people just hid their eyes just to avoid getting into a hot hand. The baby did not see how he took this purse, and now the girl should apologize and go with him, because they will spend an unforgettable time together, and he will forgive this slander. The girl could not utter a word from amazement. There were tears in her eyes and she shouted that all three had conspired. The man laughed and asked the people on the bus who else could prove that he was a thief. He asked Zhu if he thought anyone here would be able to protect him. She is too naive. Zhu turned to the woman with red hair and asked her to look closely at the purse in the man's hand. He's definitely hers. She stammered back that it was like her. Can she prove that it's her wallet? The thief in the cap rudely called the woman and asked if she could open her eyes and see if it was her wallet. If she dares to lie and blame him, then don't let her ask why he is so cruel. The woman, under fear of a thief, quickly changed her mind and said that the purse was not hers and she had not lost anything. The pink-haired woman asked her again if she was sure that she had definitely not lost her wallet. It's desalinated her thing and she won't admit it because she's afraid of these bandits. If this whole situation continues, these people will become even more unscrupulous. The woman asked Zhu with annoyance why she was shouting, because she said she was sure she had not lost. If she said that, then that's the way it is, and the girl is just wrong. Doesn't she see that she's provoking the bandits and endangering her and everyone else on the bus? Zhu, in amazement, asked the woman how she could change the truth and lies in such a way. The man laughed and said, "They say, sister, if you apologize well enough, you will receive forgiveness. She just needs to come over and be taken care of." The thief was already reaching for the girl when he was grabbed. The bandit and Zhu stared at Yuan Ming. The man ordered him to be released immediately. How dare he stop him in front of a good cause? Yuan replied that the man annoyed him and asked him to get off the bus, otherwise he would break his leg. The man pulled out his hand and pulled out a knife, while shouting that the guy had more than enough courage, but he would still kill him. The blow of the blonde fell on the man's leg, and it broke in half. Then he fell to the floor. Yuan looked down on him, because how can you commit a crime in the light of day and dare to be rude to him? The guy gives the guy 10 seconds to get off the bus and never come back. The man swore obscenities and moaned from the fact that his legs were broken. He shouted to his comrades to come up to him immediately and finish off this guy. The guys rushed at Yuan Ming and, calling him a snot and too persistent, began to threaten him with death. The girl was scared for the blonde and shouted to Mu to be careful, to which Yuan replied that everything was fine. When one of those guys swung at the blonde, he caught his hand on the fly, breaking his wrist at the same time. He kicked the second one in the stomach and he flew to the floor to his friends. The guy informed the bandits that they had only 5 seconds left to leave the bus, to which the man asked what nonsense he was talking about. Yuan counted from 1 to 5 on his fingers and notified everyone that the time was up. He stepped over the bandits who were lying on the floor and moaning in pain, and ordered them to leave the bus immediately. The thief and his gang no longer began to argue, and leaning on each other, began to move towards the exit of the bus. The man shouted to the driver to stop the bus at the bus stop. But while they were waiting for the stop, Yuan came up to them and said that the remaining 3 seconds were also out. The trio started arguing that if the bus didn't stop, they wouldn't be able to get off. He should spare them, it's not their fault. The blonde man smacked the man in the face with his fist and he flew off just like his comrades. He's giving them the very last chance to get out. Otherwise, the men shouted, "They say, bro, you don't have to finish, they're already leaving." And all three quickly ran out of the bus. Behind the bus, the same jeep where Yuan's pursuers were appeared. The bandits fell out on the road right in front of the jeep, blocking the car's path. The driver of the jeep noticed that they fell out of that bus and something clearly happened there, so we need to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, the blonde man picked up the fallen wallet from the floor, and the woman with red hair has already thanked him and asked him to return the wallet, because it's her thing that was stolen by those bandits. The guy chuckled, "Is this really a woman's wallet? How can she prove it if she just claimed that she didn't lose anything? And I also told the girl not to put her at risk." The woman got angry and told the kid that she didn't know what was good and what was bad. But did he really think he was beautiful, since he had beaten those bandits? Tell her to return the wallet immediately, otherwise she will call the police. The girl turned to the woman as a sister and said that when the bandits attacked her, she asked to call the police. But she refused, and now, when her brother protected them, she is going to call the police on him. The woman ignored the girl's question and again demanded the guy to return the wallet. Yuan pretended to be a fool and asked, "They say, what kind of wallet?" The woman on the limit shouted, "The one in his hand." The red-haired woman called the young men petty bandits, and how dare they even talk to her like that? They are to blame for everything, and if it were not for their persistence, there would be no problems. Zhu tearfully asked how this woman could say such a thing. The red-haired woman told the blonde that if he didn't give her the wallet right away, she would not only call the police, but also accuse him of stealing her money. The guy gave up and handed the purse to the nervous madam. She can't beat those bandits, and don't let this guy make her afraid of him too. Yuan suddenly threw the wallet out the window and it fell right on the pursuers in the car. First, people flew out of that bus, now also the wallet. How lucky they are today. Then the bully laughed. What a pity that the purse is not white. Meanwhile, on the bus, the lady burst into an angry yell and ordered the blonde to return her wallet to her. She has more than 5,000 yuan there, and since he threw away all her money, she doesn't care and she will blame him for everything. The guy warned the woman that if she dared to scream even more, he would throw her off the bus as well as her wallet. The woman asked what he could do to her. If he doesn't repay her now, then he shouldn't even think about survival. She'll put him in jail for the rest of his miserable life. Following these words, the aunt was on the ground outside the bus. She shouldn't have shouted so much. The pursuers saw a woman who was also outside the bus and were surprised. The woman lost one of her shoes during the flight, and the men did not understand what kind of day it was. Why do people constantly fall out of the bus? The woman stretched out on the ground and reviled the blonde as a little bastard. If he caught her eye at least once more, she would tear them out for him. How it hurts her. The woman almost broke all her bones. She was standing with Sadiki on her face, a broken nose and broken glasses. The woman got up from the ground and saw a jeep nearby, where 3 guys were sitting, one of whom was the same bully. She called one of them, calling him a cute nickname, Baby. I asked him to return her wallet because it belongs to her. The bully asked if this lady really called him a baby. Who is she anyway? The woman replied that it didn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is that this wallet is hers, and he must return it immediately. She was told to leave because the purse, like her, fell from the sky. What fell is gone, as they say, and the wallet is now theirs. The woman did not let up, and again called the bully a baby with a request to return her thing to her, to which she again received a slap in the face and curses in her address. Does she still dare to demand something from them? When she was standing with her hand near the cheek where she was hit, the guys surrounded the woman and began to beat her. She was screaming and calling for help. Meanwhile, the bus stopped at the bus stop and Xuan Yuanmin went outside. That's it, he thought. Zhu followed him out and asked him to wait a bit. She had a beautiful gold pendant with a green stone in the middle around her neck, and when the blonde saw it, he was surprised. The girl thanked the guy, to which he only grunted. He kept thinking about the necklace and how she could have it. The girl continued to say something about the fact that there are many medicinal herbs on this mountain, and asked if he would also collect them. Xuan replied that it was true. Can he ask where she got this gold chain from? The girl took it in her hand, looked at it, and replied that her grandmother gave it to her. The guy was surprised. 5,000 years have passed since one day he came to the mountain to collect medicinal herbs, but was attacked by a monster of the 9th rank and seriously injured. In his memories, there was a girl very similar to Zhu, and she asked the guy if he was okay while he was lying in bed. He was staying and recovering at the Su family's house, and at that time there was a girl living there who gave food every day. Even though he saw through her, love was like a flash with a pink tinge. However, he did not miss his chance, and when his body recovered, to thank the Su family, he gave her this green medallion and said that if something happened, she should come to him and use the medallion as a badge of distinction, just so that she and her descendants would look for him in the future. The blonde was somewhere deep in his thoughts and did not immediately hear that a girl was calling him. She asked him what was wrong. This necklace was left to her by her grandmother when she was dying. She said it was given to her by the most important and unforgettable person in her entire life. She gave it to her in the hope that he would be able to find a love worthy of her. The blonde asked the girl if her grandmother had died. After all, when he left, he also gave her a Yangsheng pill, which cures all diseases and gives a person a long life. Usually, without incident, the person who ate this pill lives 120 years without problems. The girl said that when the Su family fell, she and her grandmother separated, but her mom says she died because of family problems. But this is not certain. She is not sure about her grandmother's death. Xuan called the girl a baby and said that he understood everything. He asked her why she needed medicinal herbs. The girl said that her name is Su Yinging and she is not a baby because she is going to college soon. Su came here to collect herbs for her mom. She's seriously ill and they can't afford hospital treatment, so they're just trying to follow what the doctor says. He said to gather herbs at the mountain and return to continue your mother's treatment. The blonde exhaled and called the girl to follow him to help her gather herbs for her mother. He thought to himself that the Su family used to be very rich. They could summon rain and even control the universe. But a long time passed and the world became like smoke. In the blink of an eye, the Su family fell and its founder died. He met the child of this family once again. Only now he has remained the same, and he has changed. 3 hours later, the girl was standing and holding a bag of herbs. That was all she needed, and she thanked Brother Yuan. If it wasn't for the blonde, she doesn't know how much more she would have had to collect these spiritual herbs. Yuan said that based on her descriptions, her mother has a lung-related illness. To cure them, one specific type of herb is needed: fire ganoderma. The girl asked what kind of grass it was, because she had never heard of it before. The guy began to tell her that the fire ganoderma is an unusual herb, and she will not be able to find it in the periphery of the Tianshan mountain. She has to go after him, and then he will show her it. Earlier, when he was collecting these herbs, he came across a place with a fire ganoderma. This place was in the heart of the forest and was very suitable for her growth. Suddenly, a bully and his gang blocked their way. He shouted at them to stop, and said that he had been running after the blonde for a very long time. This is his chance. Will the blonde man fall down and beg for mercy or force him? Yuan asked who he was, what he needed, and who sent him at all. The bully replied, "They say, a snot, doesn't he know who he screwed up? Maybe he should be reminded." So he's going to explain everything quickly to this boy. He provoked Kim Zhao himself. Yuan asked the name of Master Kim Zhao again, and said, well, of course, attack, and called the bully a bastard to boot. The bully called the guy a brat, and stood in a stand surrounded by his comrades. How dare this guy tease them? They'll teach him a quick lesson. The brunette standing next to the bully asked the blonde what kind of girl was standing next to him. Will he let you have fun in it? A fist was already flying into the guy's face when the girl shouted to Brother Yuan to be careful. But he defeated the opponent with one wave of his hand, and he rose high. Then he fell to the ground, right under the feet of the bully, and began to choke on dust. The guy asked the trio if they would attack him all together or one at a time. This kid made the bully terribly angry, and he clenched his hands into fists, burning like rot. He is at the 3rd level of martial arts, and the sea is knee-deep for him. He has been following Kim Zhao himself for years and will soon rise to the 4th level. The camouflage t-shirt on him was torn by the force with which he puffed out his chest in anticipation of a fight. The bully pushed off from the ground and attacked the blonde with the words that now he will see who is the real master here. His friends agreed with the elder, shouting that this kid would die because he didn't have the slightest chance against the best fighter Kim Zhao. The boss will beat him up properly and have fun with the girl. When the huge fire fist flew towards Yuan, he crouched on his feet and raised his ice fist, and they met in a fierce battle like fire and ice. From the force of this guy's blow, the bully flew back in surprise and landed with his back to the trunk of a tree, the bark of which strongly scratched the skin of his bare back. 2 of his henchmen stared at the elder with an incomprehensible expression on their faces. Yuan turned to these 3 guys and told them to tell Kim Zhao the following: he doesn't want any problems, and let him stay out of it. Otherwise, he will deal with them once and for all. The guys ran away. They didn't want to run into trouble. Meanwhile, the guy and the girl were standing between 2 large rocks, and Sue turned to her brother, saying that there were some people here. There were a lot of women and men on the way, and the blonde offered to just pass by. A woman with gray hair and glasses called out to some Master Ma. Her child's illness is killing his lungs, and she asks to collect fire ganoderma herbs for him. The man walking in front of her turned out to be Deputy Kin Glangshana Ma Khan. This man with a ponytail asked Mrs. Jiang to calm down because her son's illness is not serious. She is so impatiently waiting for her son to be able to recover, so he will definitely collect a fire ganoderma for her and try to make sure that she really cures him. With a hand gesture, the follower of Maha El Jin Long ordered the 2 young men to stop. Outsiders are not allowed to enter this place, so they must leave immediately. The blonde man replied that he was going to the mountains to collect Ganoderma lucidum, and let them be allowed to pass quietly into the forests. However, the guy was immediately refused. Yuan told the one who stopped him that since he could not talk, he could easily shut his mouth. The girl standing a little further away turned to Master Ma and asked him what was wrong with this guy. It looks like they came for the fire Ganoderma. At the 3rd level of the fighter, his student will put the guy down with one hand. But, due to recent incidents, they can use it to continue their journey through the mountains. The guy can also help them get a fire Ganoderma. The woman replied that it was just a wonderful offer, and told the guy that if he could get this herb for her son, then let him. But if something happens, it will be his problems. The guy understood everything, and as soon as this cheeky guy dares to talk in such a tone with the follower of the Mahal family himself, it seems that he needs to stretch his bones properly. The man with the ponytail was about to hit Yuan, but at that moment he was stopped by Master Ma. He asked the blonde man if he knew anything about recent incidents in the local mountains. If he goes in there, he could be in great danger. Shu and Yuan told them not to worry too much, but just let him pass on calmly. The master in response stretched out the vowels and said that if so, then let him pass. Along with them all, Shu and Yuan and Su stood in confusion, not at all expecting to be let through so quickly. However, the guy turned to the pink-haired girl and told her to wait for him outside and not follow him. She took his hand and asked him to come back, because she no longer needed any Ganoderma. The young man replied that she should not worry, because he would return to her very soon. Master Ma called the guy to follow them and keep up. After some time, a group of people in suits with a blonde in addition were walking past stones of different sizes, which were located one after another like a paved path, and Master Ma asked the blonde if he saw an island somewhere. On it, he will be able to collect the fire Ganoderma he needs. However, the road leading to it can be very dangerous. How about taking turns walking 50 steps at a time? The guy agreed, because it was the most suitable plan. Shu and Yuan went first, and while he was ahead, the master and his disciple were left behind, and began to discuss him. The student said that this guy is a complete jerk, and when he lures out the monster, they will finally be able to kill him. After that, they will calmly walk across the bridge without fear of a terrible monster. The master replied that with the help of this kid, they would be able to test what this monster was capable of. The boy has only the 3rd level. The monster will easily drag him into his lair and eat him there. However, only the guy himself is to blame for this, because it was necessary to think about the consequences first, and he clearly overestimated himself. At this time, the blonde met with a fire dragon and jumped over it without much effort. Shu and Yuan stood on top of one of the rocks and shouted to the stragglers that he had already walked all 50 steps. Now it was their turn to follow him. He put his hands in the pockets of his shorts and waited for everyone else to pull up. The men stood in disbelief. Did the monster never appear? And how could this obnoxious guy be so lucky not to get caught by a monster? Is it possible? Didn't anyone see the beast attack him? Perhaps the monster is still sleeping, and this is their only chance, because they will now be able to go forward without much risk. Everyone rushed over the rocks towards the blonde man who was waiting for them ahead. While they were jumping on the rocks, they noticed that there was no danger nearby, and when they reached the blonde, they asked why he was walking so slowly. What kind of old man taught him to walk so slowly? Suddenly, a fire dragon appeared from somewhere, very big and beautiful. If it wasn't so dangerous, the guys with tails on their heads were very scared when this earthen beast got out, because they were sure that he was sleeping. The disciples shouted loudly to their master to help them and save them from the terrible monster. Master Ma ordered the monster not to touch his people and attacked the beast with all his might. One of the students was mired in yellow boiling water and only one of his hands was sticking out from above. The master, drenched in sticky sweat, said it was too late to help him. The temperature of the lake is too high and even the water in it is decomposing. There is no point in saving someone who was dragged into the lake by the monster, because he definitely won't survive. The guy with the ponytail and blonde hair pointed his finger at Shu and Yuan and said that it was all his fault. If he hadn't forced the fire beast out of its lair, their brother wouldn't have died. The blonde does not understand why he can die so easily, but his brother does not. Why is that? The guy with the ponytail rushed at Yuan with death threats for his brother. Suddenly, his impulse was stopped by Master Ma himself. Since this place is not safe for them at all, first you need to move away from the island as far as possible. The guy on this order, which he did not like at all, swore, but obeyed the master, who said that it was better to keep this guy alive, because they could use him for their own purposes. After a while, they were all walking on the ground. There were green trees around them, the sun was shining, and the island was left behind long ago. In the distance they saw a large stone rock, whose top was as if made of greenery, and whimsically twisted into an unusual spiral. One of the students shouted to the master that there was a fiery lingjai ahead. There were strange yellow-red appendages, and this lingjai turned out to be of the best quality. They were incredibly lucky. They will be able to give it not only to the Jiang family, but also to the Lord of the Mountain, who will definitely reward them for it. At this time, Master Ma gazed ahead intently, considering their next actions. Master Ma told the blonde that he clearly knows when to back off. If he wanted to collect a fire Ganoderma, then he definitely wouldn't have come out of this place alive. Shu and Yuan only laughed at these words, mimicking the master. He pointed to the same rock with a green top and said that there was clearly something wrong with that stone. The blonde student laughed at his words, because this guy made him laugh so much. He's just going to die laughing. It's because the guy is simply afraid of them all, that's all. Let him not come up with excuses, because this stone is the most common, so what could be wrong with it? He touched the rock, ran his palm over the stone, as if stroking, They say, you see, the most ordinary stone, so stop talking nonsense. But don't let him think that they will let him get away from here so easily. He and the master can calmly roll the blonde into a ball. However, something began to happen and everyone turned towards this huge stone, the top of which turned out to be not green at all, but a huge, simply gigantic, green snake. While she stretched out to her full height behind the student's back, he continued to say something about how after collecting the fire Ganoderma, he would take the blonde to Wolf Mountain. He would be his slave for centuries. Master Ma, seeing the monster of the third stage, rushed to his disciple and shouted to him to run away quickly. He asked what was going on, why the master had such a scared face. Suddenly he turned back, and in the blink of an eye he saw a huge monster. He started screaming and calling his master for help, but he didn't have time to escape because he was swallowed by this huge snake. The rest could only stand in their places and watch what was happening. The master couldn't believe that this was really happening to them. The snake rose up to the sky, eclipsing almost everything around with its light. When it moved on the rest of the people, the master ordered everyone to run urgently. Despite everything, Yuan stood his ground, not moving a finger. He considered this monster to be just a simple garbage. The master could not understand how this guy was not afraid of such a big and terrible monster that had already opened its mouth in his direction. The master ran faster than a bullet, sweating from head to toe, and thought that the monster was too close and would be able to catch up with him very soon. The master strongly stamped his foot on the ground, approaching Yuan closely, and shouted in his face that if he wanted to blame someone for everything that had happened, then let him blame himself. It's time to show what he's capable of. The master raised his left hand and his fist lit up with red fire. He stood in front of the young man, blocking his body from the monster, and ordered him to hold his breath for a short time before throwing him over. But suddenly he stopped, not understanding why the guy couldn't move. I asked myself what was wrong with this guy. He stepped back a little, calling the blonde a little brat, but he interrupted him, saying that he had to endure the master for too long. He grabbed the teacher by the wrist and dragged him away while the master struggled out of his steel grip. Then, Yuan threw the man up with a swing and he flew straight into the mouth of the green monster. In flight, he called for help, but no one could help him. The snake opened a huge mouth with sharp snow-white fangs, where a man could fit in all height, and with a loud slurp ate the master. After that, she hissed loudly, which is typical for all snakes. The blonde man stood, pretending that he didn't care at all about what was happening, and talked to himself about the annoying third-class beast. But he's not too annoying. When there wasn't much distance left between the snake and the guy, Yuan swung and hit the snake on the head with all his might, right between the eyes, and it flew back. The monster fights him with physical force. The guy jumped up high, as if he flew up, and shouted to the monster that he was too cruel to him. He is at the 99,943rd stage of cleansing the body. A huge fireball lit up and icy gusts of wind seemed to appear around the guy. The snake was split into two parts, and Yuan went on his way at a calm pace. But suddenly he stopped, turned to the snake and stepped on the body, pulling out those strange red-yellow appendages from it. No wonder this place is guarded by a third-class monster. He was holding these fire lingjai in his hands, which apparently evolved into spiritual ones and can also be used for cultivation. The place where Yuan pulled lingjai out sparkled, and he came over to take a closer look. A strange gray cube or box appeared from the hole, which the guy picked up to look at. It turned out to be a stone box, and it looks as if there is a weak seal on it. With his icy fist, the young man struck with this box, which seemed to be burning in fire, and it turned out to be a kind of battle of fire and ice. Although he didn't use all his strength, this box withstood, because nothing happened to him. So, this seal must be set by at least a Dao cultivator. It's been a long time since he last saw one, so when he returns, he will slowly remove the seal, in order not to accidentally break what is inside this stone box. The following are the remains of a snake. The guy directed his power at the monster and made a cut by sticking his hand inside. The inner stone stores all the energy that the beast cultivated. It's just a pity that the technique of absorbing such stones has long been lost, and it will not be possible to get this energy directly. He does not know what happened at the end of the Dharma period, because he was locked in a secret place. The young man pulled his hand out of the snake's body and put it in his pocket. He remembered his teacher with a long mustache. He was sitting in the same way, in the lotus position, and there was an ice cave around. Unfortunately, right now, the only way to use the beast stones is to use the energy inside them and help the cultivation process itself. The blonde man moved on. Some time later, the pink-haired one was standing near the entrance to the passage between two large rocks. She walked from side to side and wondered why Brother Yuan hadn't returned yet. Suddenly the woman with glasses, who has a sick son, turned to her. She told the girl to listen to her advice. The girl doesn't have to wait for that stupid boy, because he won't come back. The girl objected in response and said that her brother would definitely return. To which the woman asked her if she knew how dangerous it was there. Those guys from Green Mountain are top-level martial artists. And how, in her opinion, will a boy who cannot distinguish between heaven and earth be able to survive there? So, she'd better just leave this corpse. A blonde man appeared behind them, shouting that he was back. The women turned back and looked at the guy who came back alone. The girl rushed at the guy because she was very glad that her brother had returned. She knew that he would be fine. A woman with glasses, standing a little behind, asked the kid where Master Ma was and how he managed to survive in that terrible place. The guy briefly told her that Master Ma was dead, which the woman could not believe in any way. The blonde informed the woman about their departure with Sue, but she did not like it and she ordered them to stop. Shu and Yuan Min turned around and asked what she wanted. She also demanded from the young man a detailed explanation of how it happened that Master Ma and everyone else died, but he remained alive. The blonde asked why he should explain anything to her at all. The woman got very angry at this answer and ordered her guards to grab the young man. He and Sue were surrounded by guards from all sides, and they remained trapped in the very middle. A woman absolutely does not care what happened to them there, and if he wants to leave, he can safely leave only if he leaves her these lingjai. The guy asked why she needed them and in response received only a threat about a loaded barrel. One of their guards pointed his gun at the blonde and said that you can't trample on a gun. It doesn't matter what skills you have. The girl standing behind the brother asked him to give the lingjai to the woman and get out of this place as soon as possible. The blonde assured Sue that they don't steal from anyone, and therefore it means that no one should steal from them either. The woman shouted to her guards that the guy was insolent at the end and let them shoot him immediately. Someone shouted, "Stop," and everyone who was in the clearing turned to exhale from the rocks. The woman shouted to the man who came out to introduce himself, and he said that his name was Mr. Feng. The head of the Yuan family asked him to protect his younger brother. He really hopes that he will be received with dignity. After watching Xu and Yuan Ming for a long time, it was finally his turn to speak. He won't be able to explain to the head if something happens to the guy. The young man only chuckled at these words. He realized that it was this man who was following him all the way, although at first he thought it was someone from the Yuan family. The man was surprised that the blonde man knew that he was being chased all the way. Xu and Yuan thought to himself that this guy was like he was in the 3rd stage of body cleansing. After all, Yuan himself is on the 5th, and how could he even find him? Let him tell his head of the family that he does not need any protection. Many thanks to him for his kindness. And turning to the girl standing behind, he called her to follow him. When they left, Feng stayed where he was and watched them go. At this time, a woman called out to him by name. Although the Yuan family has strength in the south, the Jiang family is no less strong. He won't be able to be in such great physical shape for the rest of his life as he is now. Mr. Feng told her that he didn't have to remind her about it. He is simply fulfilling his duty as a hired worker. A yellow bus pulled up to a stop in the city and the young people went outside. The girl once again thanked her brother from the bottom of her heart for helping her get the fire Ganodama. When her mom recovers, she will definitely invite the blonde to visit. The young man replied that he would go to them right now and see how her mother was doing. And in my head there were thoughts that these herbs are good tonics, but they cannot cure lung disease. Since they had met, he would go and see for himself. Some time later, a guy and a girl approached an apartment building where, apparently, a pink-haired woman lived. The guy did not think that they live in such a dilapidated house. The girl inserted the key into the lock and began to turn it. And when she opened the door, she shouted to the whole apartment, to her mother, that she had come home. She went to her parents' bed with a package in her hands and asked her how she was feeling now. The woman coughed and replied that she was fine. Sue suddenly remembered that she had not come alone and apologized to her mother, hesitating a little. She introduced the guy to her mother as Su and Yuan Ming's brother, said that he was very good because he helped her collect spiritual herbs and drove away bad people. She took out a fire Ganoderma from the bag and said that brother Xu and Yuan Ming promised that she would be able to cure her lung disease. The woman was very surprised, continuing to cough into a handkerchief. She has been suffering from this disease for more than 10 years and she could not have imagined at all that such a person would cure her. Dr. Chen also told her that she definitely needed to do something. There was a knock on the door and the girl rushed to the door to see who had come to them. It turned out to be the same Dr. Chen, a gray-haired man with glasses with a chain. He asked Sue if they had found all the right herbs, to which the girl replied positively. She collected all the herbs that he wrote in his recipe. and she also found a precious fire Ganoderma. The man thought deeply, and then, suddenly coming to his senses, he turned sharply to the girl, not believing his ears. How did she even manage to find these rare spiritual herbs? The man rushed to the bedside table on which they were lying, and falling to his knees, began to examine Lingjai. Watching all this from the side, the blonde grinned and called the man an old fraud. The girl asked the doctor if it was really possible to cure her sick mother with it. She started begging him to cure her. The old man asked again, who told her that her mother's illness could be cured at all. Doesn't she know that these spiritual fire herbs have a strong side effect? If her mom eats them, then she will be in great danger. The girl tried to prove that this is not true, because according to the alchemists, Ganoderma lucidum will definitely cure her mother. The doctor asked if she gave in to his doubts. If she talks to him in that tone, then he won't treat her mother. She'll just sit there and watch her die. The girl wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a woman lying on the bed. She told the doctor not to be angry because Yinan is still very young and she didn't want to offend him. The doctor said that he was great and that her mother was not in danger. He would remove this Ganoderma. And as for the payment, then, the girl interrupted him and said that her scholarship should come very soon. She could pay for everything if he waited a little. The doctor openly mocked her. The people he treats pay him millions of dollars and pay most of his expenses, and she thinks that her pathetic scholarship will be enough for all this. The girl is clearly tense and does not understand how to treat such a thing. She just opens her mouth, trying to say something, as a man immediately interrupts her, saying that he will make it easier for her. He gives her an ultimatum that if the girl is unable to pay in cash, then let her give the necklace she is wearing, since it can barely cover the entire debt. The pink-haired woman immediately tenses up, blurting out that this necklace is a memory that remained from her grandmother. Su Yinian begins to beg Dr. Chen, but he takes it with hostility and interrupts again, forcing him to stop, since everything he says is the law, and in general, how dare she contradict him? She should be proud of just seeing him. The doctor says he shouldn't care about the lives of such pathetic people like her at all. The girl reluctantly agrees with tears in her eyes. If Chen really cures her mom, then the pink-haired one will give her the necklace. Just starting to remove the jewel from her neck, a hand immediately reaches out to her, and the man with a grin praises her and says that she is very reasonable, and how she does not understand how lucky she is to meet him at that age. As soon as the necklace gets into his hand, it immediately begins to glow, and then the voice is given by Suan Yuan, who just stood there and was silent before. Is that enough for the old bastard? This attracts the attention of both of them, especially the old man, who immediately asks who he is, since he dares to talk to him so confidently. Chen orders him to prostrate himself and apologize to him, otherwise the man will not spare this boy for his audacity. But the gray-haired man immediately accumulates all his strength in his hand, causing it to glow blue. Then abruptly grabbed the doctor's finger, sharply breaking the phalanx and simultaneously pulling Chen's hand down, causing the latter to simply fall face first to the floor, clearly confused, while the guy just looked at him without any emotions. A lost man grabs a torn finger, because how did such an unholy bastard manage to raise his hand against the master? The enraged doctor looks up at the hero, trembling with pain. The only suggestion that comes out of his mouth is that it looks like the kid doesn't know that he is a second-rank warrior. His still whole palm begins to glow with a bright green flame, and after a second Chen rushes at him, shouting prostrate. And as soon as the hand gets closer, Ming manages to raise his hand, slightly staggering back. The guy swings with all the dope and with one sharp movement of his hand sends Chen into a knockout, hitting him in the face to such an extent that even drops of blood appeared. The man almost falls like a star on his back to the cold floor with a broken finger and an obvious hematoma on his cheek. The gray-haired man turns to him as soon as he hears the doctor's next phrase, "I underestimated you." He didn't think at all that such a snob would own kung fu. However, if Ming dares to provoke him, then he should be prepared for the consequences. He, Chen, the master of the South Island, will not let himself be defeated. He only has to wait, the doctor will call, and the boy will die. At least, that's what the man himself says. But at the same second, the old man turns to the girl, switching to her and shouting that since she allows this bastard to treat him like this, he will not cure her mother, let him wait for his death. Immediately, the voice is given by a woman lying on a cot, who turns to Suan Yuan, saying that Master Chen has a very strong influence on the South Island, and his brother is a very high shot in the underworld. But Ming calmly informs her that everything is fine, and then adds that he will cure her first. The pink-haired one asks him not to worry. Even though she has been ill for years, she can still live for now, and the two of them should hide far away, because Master Chen's people will come soon, and she does not want the guys to get hurt at all. The guy only claims that fate, apparently, decided to bring him to her. He holds out his palm to her and asks her to give him her hand to check her pulse. The woman hesitates a little, mutters something, but then her attention is attracted by her daughter, who gives voice and asks her mother to let Yuan examine her. She continues to assure her that everything is fine, saying that brother Ming is very strong, but the patient still feels not very confident for a while, and then still agrees, coughing. The boy puts his palm to someone else's, which makes a light and barely visible yellow glow appear from his fingers. Finally, Chen gives a voice, asking again to examine, still continuing to stand aside with a broken finger. But immediately a smile appears on the man's face. This is a very unusual disease, and only he can cure it. But Yuan does not pay any attention to him, nodding his head importantly and saying that he understood the woman's condition, which attracts the doctor's attention. The guy immediately asks if they have ice at home, to which the girl immediately nods. They say that she will bring it now, and then goes towards the door. The master of the southern land stands in a complete daze. Ice? What's wrong with this kid? After a while, she finally brings the ice that the guy asked about, immediately passing a cube of frozen water to him. Ning takes it in her hand, pointing one finger at it, silently pronouncing birth until her palms light up blue. Then he grabs the nearest piece of something red, Union. The guy squeezes the fragment in his hand with all his strength, squeezing, which turns it into dust, which he then sprinkles on the surface of the ice, thickening. Chen, who is watching this, just grins. He has studied medicine for half of his life and has never seen such a method, so he really hopes that the boy will not kill anyone in the future. After that, the boy explains that there is too much fiery essence in this Ganoderma for a woman to take it directly, but with the help of an ice cube, you can dilute this element and her disease will be gradually cured. Mother reluctantly takes the ice cube, which continues to burn slightly blue, and then brings it to her mouth, squeezing it in her fingers. A loud gulp is heard throughout the room. Yuan immediately anxiously asks her if everything is okay, standing in front of her bed with a young man. But the woman immediately notices in surprise that she is no longer coughing, putting her palm to her chest, and her lungs feel as if this disease did not exist at all. The teenagers immediately smile contentedly, but Master Chen gives a surprised voice. What? Was she cured? He immediately points his finger at Ming, continuing to shout that this is simply impossible. And how did it happen in general? The guy just hums proudly, calling the man an old fraud, and then asks, why is it impossible? The doctor immediately begins to explain to the boy that the woman had been ill for many years and her lungs were almost destroyed by this moment. It was impossible to cure her with just one dose of medicine. Chen assures that Yuan definitely did something to make her feel good for a short time. The old man immediately decides to jump up to the sick woman on the bed, shouting that he will reveal the boy while he and the girl stand completely silent. Watching this cacophony, the master puts his healthy palm to the woman's wrist, feeling for a pulse. Literally after a couple of seconds, he opens his eyes dumbfounded, continuing to feel the pulse. What? How did it happen? Chen turns her head to Ming, saying that she is really recovering, which surprises, apparently, everyone in the room. Who is he? Such medical abilities are also at this age. But the guy doesn't seem to be interested in such questions at all. He just grins and says that now it's his turn to ask questions. Why does the old man want to get Yuan's jade pendant? The doctor seems to be a little puzzled by such a question, mumbled something before he took a serious look, folding his hands behind his back, starting to speak. He respects Yuan's medical abilities, but it's better for him not to get involved in this. He doesn't need to know anything about it. But immediately a predatory smile spreads on the old man's face as he turns his back to Tom. So be it. He will make an exception and allow him to become his follower. Ming might even be able to make a name for himself on the South Island. Only it seems that such a business conversation was quite short, because literally after a couple of seconds the master turns to face him again and points his finger at the floor, telling him to immediately prostrate before him and recognize him as his master. And then the door opens abruptly from someone's hard and sharp kick of a shoe. The hero is immediately distracted from the slightly crazy doctor to look in the direction of a loud sound. Chen Daikui, who appears to be Chen's brother with a long scar across his face, bursts in, asking what happened. But two more guys appear behind him, while the big guy continues to ask, wondering who dares to insult him. And the doctor just gravely scratches his goatee and replies that everything is fine, because this boy has agreed with him and is now his student. Without official consent from Ming himself, of course. That's just that Daikui himself doesn't seem to care at all. He jerks sharply in the direction of the boy with a fist, which instantly lights up with a bright purple flame. And only when a couple of pitiful centimeters remain before the contact of the knuckles with the face, Yuan finally decides to move. With a sharp movement, he grabs the man by the wrist, bending his arm and forcing him to lean forward, which is why the big man only has time to cry out in surprise "what?" before falling to his knees on the concrete floor with a thud. With his arm bent back, which the kid was still holding, Dai-Kui grunts, trembling and uncomprehendingly asking how he can be so strong. The man with the scar shouts that they should repeat it, but Ming grabs his t-shirt with his other hand, pulling him towards himself. At the same moment, the hero lifts the big guy up with a sharp movement, holding him in the air for just a couple of seconds, before also abruptly knocks him back to the floor with a loud thud, while his face expresses absolutely no emotions. Brother Chen falls on his back, clearly hurting everything he can there, grunting in pain. The scarred one barely asks the boy what his cultivation level is, continuing to lie on the floor. Yuan only calmly replies, cleansing the body, while a barely visible blue glow wraps around his entire torso, and the big guy seems to be even more tense from this answer. What kind of level is this? He only knows the martial arts master and martial arts student levels. Does this mean that the guy standing in front of him is a master? Meanwhile, the doctor seems just as surprised. The level of purification. He seems to have read about it in the old codex, and it was used for classification in ancient times. But he didn't really understand exactly what level of power it was. Where did this boy come from? He is able to defeat Dai-Kui so easily. Ming is definitely a martial artist. How could Chen provoke this god? And then, as luck would have it, Yuan gives a voice, saying that it's time for them to talk, which makes the old man noticeably tense and even begins to shake his whole body. The guy turns sideways to him and asks if he is so sure that he wants to be his teacher, while his whole body begins to burn with a brighter blue glow. The man immediately literally falls to his knees, starting to bow and shout that he would not even dare to dream about it. He says in a trembling voice that he himself recognizes the hero as his teacher. Calling him a master, the doctor asks to accept all his respect, because Chen really wants the boy to teach him everything. Yuan and her mother watch this with uncomprehending expressions, only managing to mumble "oh her." But Yuan himself was not touched by the words of the master of the southern lands at all. He says with a stoic expression on his face that the old man is not worthy to be his disciple, and the latter, standing still literally on all fours, as if he himself had prostrated himself before someone so great, listens to him and confirms that he is completely unworthy. And just a couple of seconds later, he tells Master Ming that those who insulted him today, did such a terrible thing and actively admit their stupid mistake. At the same moment, Chen is joined by his brother, Dai-Kui, who also kneels and worships the hero, saying that they will do whatever he orders. The doctor echoes him and pitifully begs Ming to finally let them go this time. The guy only looks down at them before asking only to answer one of his questions. What is their purpose? Clearly caught off guard, the brothers turn their heads to each other, awkwardly looking at each other for some time. And immediately the doctor gives the first voice, addressing the hero as Mr., starting to say that they committed these acts only in order to get that necklace on the girl's neck. The necklace, Ming immediately looks carefully towards Yuan and her jewelry, and then his attention turns back to the men who continue to kneel. He asks them a question again, but now a more serious one. Who ordered them? And again, the doctor takes up the answer, who awkwardly replies that it was the Su family of Tianan province. The old man begins to explain, saying that this family is very influential, even if it has not been in very good shape for the past few years, and they couldn't resist her. And at the same moment, a pink-haired girl intervenes in the conversation. What a shame. She and mom have already given up living on the South Island, but they didn't even let them escape. The girl grabs the pendant, repeating that it was left to her by her grandmother, but why would the Su family need it? The voice is given by a big man with a scar, who says that he does not know the exact details, but this family, clearly had some problems with some person. To get this pendant, the master had to take the Grand Master with him and climb the mountain. He had heard that someone would soon reach the required level, and now, while this very person is alive, he can help solve the problems of the Su family. The girl turns to the guy, asking if this family really tried to steal her pendant. Are they still looking for the person beloved by Grandma? And since this someone remembered about his promise and decided to fulfill it, then maybe he liked Grandma, right? The hero only awkwardly scratches the tip of his nose from such leading questions, before calmly stopping her and telling her to keep the necklace with her, since it would be even better for her. After that, the guy turns back to his brothers and says that so be it. Today he will not punish them, but just don't let him catch his eye at least once more, otherwise he will be much more serious. And now they can be free as birds. The men immediately jump up from their seats, saying that yes, of course, they remembered it all perfectly. Immediately, the brothers run to the door, and the hero is hailed by a girl. She says that this necklace was given to her grandmother by her lover. When the dialogue repeats, we are shown everything from Yuan's side and his own thoughts on this matter. Noticing the happy pink-haired one, he thinks that it looks like Yuan's mother was poisoned on purpose. Her mother had lung disease and her grandmother died as expected. These people are really vicious. He can only hope that they will learn a great lesson and will no longer create problems. After that, we find ourselves in the dormitory of Dongfeng Polytechnic Institute. The guy is sitting at a table on which there is a huge cauldron, from which a blue-purple glow emanates. He takes in the palm of his hand some mineral that he recently used to heal the girl's mother. ZHTA fire ganoderma of high quality. Ming hopes to be able to take this to the next level. As soon as the fire crystal was sent to the pot, the hero directs his hand at it, causing the palm and the object to light up with a bright flame. And literally at the same second, a long beam of fiery yellow color stretches up from inside the pot with a high column. He says admiringly, Den Chen, before jumping into the air and grabbing something glowing with his hand. This something turns out to be some kind of yellowish ball, which the gray-haired man immediately puts into his mouth. And soon his whole body lights up with a bright red flame, framing a youthful silhouette. One step closer to the 100,000 TH level of body improvement. This iron box was found by a large snake guarding the fire ganoderma. Just by looking at the patterns of the fiery iron box, he can say with confidence that it is a very ancient chest. And maybe it is this thing that has remained since ancient times, when the cultivation of the immortal flourished. Yuan takes this very box in his hand, pointing a palm with a bright red glow at it. There is a strict ban on the iron box. If the guy breaks it by brute force, he is afraid that it will damage what may be lying there inside. However, it will not be difficult for him. One day, Ming learned how to break something like that, and he will even be able to break an ordinary one in the blink of an eye. The guy directs a hard punch at the iron box, which at the same moment begins to crack. He did it. Ming catches a falling object, which turns out to be another box. Exactly he was in the past. The hero opens it with one movement before looking at the contents in surprise. What's it? An ancient scroll. He takes it in his hand, immediately opening his eyes. It turned out to be a long-lost method of perfection of alchemy. This method of alchemical perfection has been lost since the time of the age of mythology. The method itself consists in repeatedly improving the essence. The essence condensed inside returns to the cauldron, while the external essence can be absorbed. This is called forming a capsule and returning to the boiler. Also, the gray-haired man notices that even fragments were not found. It seems that someone deliberately erased the existence of this method of improvement and used it to their advantage. Over the past 5 years, he searched the entire mainland of China but found no evidence. Yuan repeats again that apparently someone still managed to use something like this for personal interests. And now that he has this cultivation method, he can quickly raise his level to 100,000 by absorbing the external essence when the spiritual herb is exhausted. So, it's worth starting to clear the core of the monster of the third. This will be quite enough for him to make a breakthrough. He throws the capsule towards the scroll, pointing his hand at it, causing everything to light up with a bright flame. The hero notices that this method of improvement is far from quite unusual. But no, it's really weird. In fact, he can directly absorb the spiritual energy from the monster core and turn it into his spiritual power. The guy notices that instead of converting and improving this method, someone erased it from history because of too much power. And from this core it turns out as many as 3 levels at a time. He is now at level 99,947. The spiritual power contained in the core of a class 3 monster is very powerful. Due to the obscurity of the origin of this kung fu method, problems may arise in the future, but the rapid cultivation of level 100,000 is much more important. But then the hero is distracted by a sharp and loud knock on the door. Yuan Ming is called by a girl who says she knows he is here, continuing to pull the door handle. She informs him that she has something very important to tell him. But apparently, the imaginary consent of the brunette did not give up at all, because she herself calmly goes inside. The hero, who clearly did not expect this, calmly asks why she entered, but only asks, did she not knock? Ming immediately notices that he did not allow her to come in at all, but she only notes with displeasure that she has never seen such stingy people like him. and in general, she is very angry, so the guy just has to go shopping with her. At least, that was the condition that was set. That's just the gray-haired man does not agree with her, immediately refusing and saying that not now. But she continues to stand her ground, shouting that she doesn't have time for this at all, so they should go faster. And then, apparently realizing that it won't work to persuade him just like that, the girl hands him a thick pack, saying that she will give him as much as 10,000 yen. But Yuan only waves his palm and turns away, while his answer remains the same no. Finally desperate, she begins to scream even louder. 20,000. She'll give him 20,000, he just has to go. Yuan, apparently, can't stand it and turns to her, saying that he will give her 100,000 if she doesn't bother him. The girl just grins, saying that he didn't make her laugh. After all, how did an intern teacher get 100,000 yen? She reports that she has made inquiries about him. The guy's an orphan, right? And for an orphan, this is absolutely not a small amount. So let him listen. 20,000 yen is much more than his salary received in 6 months. He is pathetic, but so be it, the brunette will help him. Min just grunts with a smile on his face, and then completely mocks her. Help him? How naive. What 20,000? He bluntly tells her that he will absolutely not care even if she decides to give him at least the whole he family. The guy turns away from her and tells the brunette not to bother him anymore. Her such a loud statement, apparently, really hurts. What is Yuan even saying? How dare he even say something like that? And all because the gray-haired man begins that he is the richest man in the world. She and her family are completely useless to him, and at first his friend looks very surprised by such words, before she starts laughing loudly and gaily right in his face. Continuing to laugh, she says that Min can still show off with a completely stony face. After a while, she finally manages to calm down. She even wipes a tear from her eye after laughing. His shamelessness even amused her a little. Soon, after a certain amount of time, they find themselves on the street. Yuan ran away somewhere ahead, which is why the lagging girl tries to call out to him. But from the first time she does not succeed at all. She just keeps following him, still calling out and ordering him to stop, until the latter doesn't seem to listen to her at all. As if he has just come to his senses, he turns to Hikingmei, asking if she has been following him all this time. The brunette does not hide anything, saying that yes, she followed him. And if the hero does not want to accompany her, then she will accompany him. But he's just starting to remind me that last time near the dorm. He just grunts, remembering. Min helped her get rid of a couple of thugs, although in the end he still upset her a lot. But Hikingmei, is very sensible, so she reluctantly recognized him as her friend. The hero just grunts and then turns away again, continuing to walk while his friend says that she is so evil and is Yuan really so stupid. And just a second later, an old man appears behind her, who calls out to Miss. He says if she wants to know at least some truth about him, then there is simply no need. Yuan is so young, so what can he do? Moreover, he is here to provide her with proper security. But Mei just grins proudly. Yes, because she doesn't even know who this guy threw away the first time. After all, the world is very dangerous. She didn't expect to leave this unpleasant place to hide, but there are so many problems here that it confuses her. But being next to a gray-haired man, a brunette can be calm. The old man only follows her, muttering only young miss. After that, the guy is already walking along the clean school corridor. But then another girl calls out to him, which makes him stop and look up at her in surprise. She squeezes a folder and says that she needs to tell him something urgently. Assuming a more serious expression, Min immediately orders her to speak, slightly furrowing her eyebrows. The purple-haired woman immediately reports that she has been thinking about it all night, but is still completely sure that he should not mess with Qin Zhao. It's better for them to go together so that the hero can apologize to Qin Zhao. Why make a big deal out of a molehill at all? But Yuan just passes by her, saying that it's all just a trifle. Don't worry about Qin Zhao or Qin Zhao. They are all ants in front of him. The disgruntled lady turns to him and shouts that he is too stubborn. Chuda is trying to help him, so how can he even be so ignorant? Then, down the hall, one of the guys turns to Qin Zhao. He tells Tom that this time he got from Master Yuan. The blonde just laughs, saying that the friend does not sweat. After all, his brother loves him the most, which means he will definitely avenge him. He also notices that really this idiot did not notice that Mina has not been at school for several days, which means that the brother has already knocked out of him everything that could only be knocked out. One of his friends turns his head to the side and freezes with a noticeable expression of panic on his face. The crippled Zio only laughs, saying that, probably, the gray-haired one is lying in the hospital at all now, but he is in pain. It's just a pity he doesn't realize that the one he's talking about is standing right behind him on the stairwell. The same friend awkwardly greets the teacher, trying to restrain his trembling, while the blonde one only looked at the newcomer with displeasure. But apparently, the situation got a little out of control, as Kin sharply punches his friend's face with his fist. Because why the hell did he even dare to say that? And then he is hailed by a gray-haired guy who came to him initially and says that no, he did not understand it that way at all. Teacher Yuan is standing behind him. The crippled blonde man turns his head sharply to the side. What? Bumping into the teacher's serious and even judgmental gaze, the guy awkwardly mumbles his name, asking why he is not in the hospital right now. The one with a frown on his face asks, why does he need to be there? Zio visibly stiffens, muttering softly, did the man sent by his brother not remove the mind? But then, apparently, at the same second, having gained confidence from somewhere in space, the guy points his finger at the guy, shouting that he understood everything. Apparently, the gray-haired man was hiding from him, so he didn't find him. The blonde man grins, poking his finger at him, and turns back to Yuan, saying that if he is a good boy and admits his guilt, he will tell his brother. But the hand does not let him finish, which instantly grabs him by the fabric of his t-shirt, and then with a quick and sharp movement lifts him into the air, causing Kin to freeze with a tense and even frightened expression on his face. He asks what he wants to do, while he himself is almost trembling with fear. At the same time, a slightly angry King Mei is walking down the corridor, followed by an old man, whom she orders to stop chasing her, but he still continues to walk. They turn the corner of the school corridor and immediately stop when they notice the picture that unfolded in front of them. There Ming holds a negligent and beaten guy who continues to shout that his older brother is Qin Zhao, trying either to break out of a tight grip or to intimidate the offender more. The old man calls out to the young miss. He has heard of Qin Zhao, a rising star with remarkable cultivation, and he is also a disciple of a great master. Yuan doesn't know how high the sky is since he provoked such a person. It seems to him that they should stay away from him so that there will be no more problems. But the girl, apparently, absolutely doesn't matter. She shushes him and hides better around the corner, saying that they should wait and see what happens, and then he will tell everything. Immediately, the voice is given by the hero, who drills another with a frown, informing him that he does not want to dirty his hands on him at all, since this is an absolute waste of time. But if he continues, the blonde man seems to be straining even harder, warning him not to climb up to him. After all, Min is a teacher, so he simply can't do it. And at the same second, the gray-haired man begins to swing with his other hand, clearly intending to completely demolish a couple of teeth to this little guy. And then he doesn't stop at all, giving Zio a hard slap in the face, continuing to hold in the air. The hero says that he needs to be properly punished. But then a female voice calls out to him, ordering everything to stop immediately. Turning his head, he has to face Chuda, who continues to order him to let go of Qin, who, almost with tears in his eyes and a huge bruise on his cheek, pitifully calls her. But immediately the palm again approaches the alien, beaten face with a sharp movement, and its owner looks away in surprise, without even having time to react properly. As a result, the same palm quickly and brutally slaps the young man on both cheeks a couple of times. And not only while the Yuan continues to hold him in the air. If he provokes him again and again, then they will know how strong his bones are. Zio, having received a huge number of new bruises, barely mumbles, begging Chuda to help him. The girl immediately rushes, increasing the pressure, still ordering Yuan to stop and let the unfortunate man go, otherwise he will regret it. And it seems that this time it comes to the gray-haired man, because at the same second he just completely throws the guy aside, not caring at all where he will fall. And unfortunately, the blonde just knocks against the wall with such force that a couple of moans of pain completely escape from his mouth. And then he completely slides down, leaving huge cracks on the concrete that continue to diverge in different directions. Qin completely falls to the floor, leaving behind a huge silhouette imprint on the wall. I think it was a knockout. Chuda literally shouts at the gray-haired man, saying that he is crazy. He had just beaten Qin Zhao so badly that Qin Zhao would definitely kill him. Yuan Chuda calls out to Ming with a serious and completely impassive expression. The guy turns to her and says that she is an absolutely stupid woman. He repeats that Qin Zhao is nothing in his eyes, and then walks away down the corridor as if nothing had happened a couple of minutes ago. The girl is just going to tell him off, but the teacher is already gone. The old man turns back to the young miss, starting to say that this is the case, but he is not allowed to finish by the same Mei, who mumbles wow admiringly. Immediately, she almost starts chirping in love. Such a handsome, cute little brother. Let him wait for her, which is why she immediately rushes around the corner down the corridor, while her bodyguard only gets more annoyed, but obediently follows her. After a while, a gray-haired man is walking on the street, and 2 more pairs of legs are moving behind him, literally a couple of meters behind. Naturally, it's none other than King and the old man that Yuan is distracted by, muttering that it's really annoying. Soon he stops for a while, taking out his phone and dialing someone's number, which soon makes characteristic beep sound from the handset. Immediately, a slightly senile hand reaches out to another mobile phone. The man picks up the phone, asking who it is, to which he gets Xuan's full name. This old man turns out to be Q-san, who is clearly surprised by such a call. What? Is this really the big brother? He was really very excited, continuing to repeat all the time. Big brother, really big brother. Holding the phone with trembling hands, he knew that he would decide to contact him. He finally managed to wait for him. Such loud shouts of the second, of course, are not very pleasing, but he still has to listen in silence before he finally begins to speak. He needs San to do something for him, to which the bearded man immediately agrees, then asks him to find monster cores for him, and the more the better. The latter seems to have become more agitated and tense at the same time. Cores, but they cannot be absorbed, only collected, so why does he need them? But the elder doesn't care. He says not to worry about it and they will talk later. The main thing to remember is that the more cores, the better. He can kill demon beasts in the mountains, but it's getting harder and harder to kill high-ranked demon beasts. Q-san has a good circle of connections, and he can take cores from large families. And while Xuan is standing quite calmly, continuing to stare at the phone, a dark silhouette immediately runs past him. Behind the trees, a murderous aura, and noticing her, the guy immediately turns his head in the direction of the rustle. Who is it? The gray-haired man instantly turns sharply back before bumping into the eyes of those who pursued him initially. Mei runs to him, who waves to him and asks her to wait while the hero drills her with his gaze. It seems that the target of the murderous spirit is not him at all. As soon as the girl runs closer, she immediately stops and bends in half, breathing heavily. Finally, Min stopped. While I was running to him, I managed to completely exhaust myself, but he remains adamant, saying that he will not allow him to be persecuted again. This guy. But then he adds, by the way, which immediately attracts the attention of the brunette. And then, with a calm expression on her face, she says that someone wants to kill her. She immediately begins to worry, anxiously turning her head. What? Who's going to kill her? Where? And then an old man enters into the conversation, who covers the distance between the girl and the guy with his hand, saying that Miss should not listen to this child. The bodyguard declares with full confidence that as long as an old man like him is here, no one will dare to approach and harm her. And anyway, he thinks that this boy is trying to deceive her. They are standing opposite each other, clearly trying to hit each other with a psychological attack. But the teacher gives up first, turning around and saying that they are on their own. And then King joins the conversation again, who asks him to stop once again. She shouts after him to explain everything to her, even if he does not allow her to follow him. Then at least let him not scare her. The brunette continues to shout his name, clearly becoming more serious and angry. The guy just shakes his head and says 3, starting the count and stopping. 2. The girl continues to approach him, clicking her heels. 1. Here she stops abruptly, clearly not understanding what is happening now and will happen. And at the same moment, a man with a red mask breaks out from somewhere, who rushes into the air with a sharp dagger, aiming at the unfortunate brunette, who continues to stand in a daze. The mercenary continues to approach, thrusting forward the sharp blade of his weapon, which glitters in the sunlight. And immediately the old man steps in, shouting that it is very brave, but stupid, and then he jumps into the air, blocking the path of the killer and slightly pushing his hand with the dagger aside. The opponent tries to hit the girl's bodyguard with a dagger with a sharp movement of his hand, but he manages to dodge a little to the side in time. And then he throws himself at him, pushing the palm with the weapon aside, which takes the mercenary a little by surprise before they jump away from each other in different directions, without revealing the winner among themselves. Landing on the ground, the men stand in front of each other in racks. The old man immediately asks what kind of scoundrel dared to harm the young miss, before adding that this ignoramus will definitely die today. While the same scarlet and fiery glow flares up behind him, which was also at the time of the psychological attack with Xuan. The murderous spirit in the mask, or whoever it is, only gets angrier. How does an old man dare to stop him at all? He screams at him to die while his silhouette is framed by a purple glow, and around him, in some miraculous way, huge clouds of smoke begin to appear, which begin to fill the entire space. Meanwhile, Mei stands up in fright behind Min, who is carefully watching the mess unfolding in front of him. It's not very good. The flame of the grandfather begins to flare up as much as someone else's smoke. A bodyguard with a hard expression pronounces the dragon and tiger prajna gong. He shouts out and puts his palm forward, clenching his other hand into a fist, putting his foot forward. Let this little man rejoice that he will die by his hand. But then Grandpa's tough and combative attitude is interrupted by Yuan, who shouts to him wait, which makes the gong really stop, slightly lowering his palm. He tells this son to stand aside, and anyway, he was very lucky to see his skills. But the guy just looks at him with the same impenetrable expression on his face, saying that it's not worth engaging in close combat with this opponent. Otherwise the bodyguard will lose altogether. The girl who is standing quietly before is trying to call Mina, clearly frightened by this whole very unexpected situation. But Grandpa doesn't back down, shouting that it's all bullshit. If the boy was scared, then let him say so. Prajna stands up again, holding out his palm, telling him not to worry, because he is here specifically to protect him and his young miss. Here, finally, a mercenary gives voice, who asks with a grin if he is finished talking or can't. But the phrase does not let him finish the next action of the man. The bodyguard pushes off the ground with his foot and rushes at him. And at the same time, while he is in the air, he shouts for Xu and Yuan to take a good look at what exactly he is going to do. The masked man is just starting to laugh, grinning maliciously, while the old man is telling the boy to take a good look at how he will kill him with one movement. The guy just stands silently and looks at everything that is happening. The girl also stands silently, only slightly surprised with her mouth slightly open. As soon as the old man tries to strike, his palm rests against the dense smoke, which continues to cover the entire nearest space with its volume. His eyes widen in surprise. Clearly not expecting something like this, he freezes. What? The old man immediately abruptly pulls his hand out of the fog, which seems to be bringing more and more discomfort. The man whimpers in pain. His hand. Now she was almost completely covered up to the shoulder with some kind of leeches, which bit painfully and greedily sucked his blood. The killer just giggles angrily, watching this from the thick smoke. What else can he do? And then the masked man makes a sharp leap forward, piercing a part of the fog, clutching a knife in his second hand and shouting for Grandpa to go to hell as soon as possible. The gong only has time to look up, peering into the palm that reaches out to him and glows with a bright purple flame. His face becomes more lost and scared. He notices that these bugs or leeches are very poisonous, and it would seem that there is no way back. Right now his own death will come. And then Xuan himself abruptly appears between them, who manages to grab the mercenary by the wrist, stopping him from, most likely, a fatal blow, which took the man by surprise. Min turns her head to him, frowning and asking if he's finally had enough. But the masked man completely ignores his question, wondering what kind of speed it is and how it happened. And the old man, who had been in a kind of shock before, frowns his eyebrows and mutters to his son that even though an old man like him was tricked around his finger, but he does not need his help at all. Therefore, he asks him to get out of the way as soon as possible, because Prajna is still able to fight. Continuing to hold the man by the wrist for some time, Yuan calmly releases the mercenary, saying, well, okay, because it cost him absolutely nothing. The latter looks at him in surprise and in silence, as if he does not understand at all what happened and why he was released so easily. The bodyguard is also in shock, clearly not expecting Min to really listen to him. Those who have recently been ready to tear each other's throats are completely silent and uncomprehendingly watching the gray-haired man, who calmly turns around and leaves the brawl, as if he had not even recently participated in it himself. And then, as if moving away from some kind of trance, the killer rushes forward again, stretching out his palm with a purple flame, shouting, "Die, you stinking old man," jumping into the air to strike. The man only manages to put his hands forward, making a block in order to somehow get away from the damage, which can become quite critical. But this is not enough, since the force of the blow was strong enough for the gong to fly off a couple of 100 meters at all, and then hit the ground with its back at all, completely knocking out all the oxygen that it had from the whole body. Mei notices that things are very bad, very worried and only straining harder from this situation. A murderous spirit in a mask mutters a terrible hey hey, gradually approaching the old man with a dagger glowing with purple flames, while the opponent barely manages to get up a little from the ground. Grinning, the mercenary raises his hand with the weapon up, shouting that he should go to hell. Clearly already more afraid for his life, the bodyguard begins to shake everything when the blade is almost a couple of centimeters away from him, which is why he shouts that an old man like him fully admits his mistake, and therefore literally begs for help. At the same second, Yuan pushes off with his foot from the ground, jumping up, leaving behind only a blue flame. While confused, he looks up at him from below, either not expecting such a sharp movement, or still being shocked by what is happening. The guy pushes the blade of the opponent's dagger aside with a sharp kick of his foot, shouting for him to stop immediately. And due to the fact that the pressure on the weapon was very high, and the gray-haired man continued to put pressure on him, the masked man begins to lean down, almost falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the teacher watches him with a frown, as if choosing the right time to strike, and when this moment comes, he does not hesitate at all. With another sharp movement, Min lifts his leg and with a hard kick of his foot into someone else's face, sends the enemy's carcass away, which makes the victim only have time to say what, in surprise, flying back a couple of dozen meters while the gong is watching. The man lands on his 5th point, left with a disgusting bruise on his cheek, trying to get up from the ground at the same time, while the hero stands in front of him. Damn it, but he had enough time to jump off the spot into the air, clearly frowning from everything that was happening. How does such a little boy even dare to interfere in the affairs of the sect of the 5 poisons? The crippled mercenary grins, shouting that Yuan is now a complete corpse. In the air, he immediately sprays huge clouds of smoke that do not dissolve in the air at all, absorbing more and more space, while the same impenetrable gray-haired man is watching. And then a golden snake suddenly bursts out of the fog, which opened its mouth wide, showing its dangerous fangs and hissing goodbye, literally rushing at the boy with the obvious intention of tearing him apart. The guy closes with one hand, putting a block, while the dangerous cold-blooded is getting closer to him, and the villain is giggling in the meantime, still in the fog. This golden python is very poisonous, because its venom is produced from its own life forces, as if it is some kind of symbiosis. And despite the exposed arm, the snake still digs its sharp fangs into someone else's skin, but does not pierce it at all. The snow-white fangs begin to crack before they completely crumble into dust, leaving the cold-blooded in complete confusion and misunderstanding of what is happening. Yuan, meanwhile, grins as blue flames begin to envelop his forearm in the sight of the bite attempt. The level of this demonic beast is too low. The guy frowns and points his other palm towards the python, which was still attached to his arm, before shouting, "Get off me," cutting the snake in half with a sharp movement. The opponent, who was watching this, can only utter an incomprehensible what, noticeably starting to strain from everything that is happening only more. And Yuan immediately pays attention to him, shouting into the fog that his turn has just come, and then abruptly pushes off with his foot from the ground until his whole body is framed by blue flames again, and he himself manages to rise above the surprised killer, who always continued to be in the clouds of smoke. The hero strikes the opponent's solar plexus with a sharp movement, which causes all the oxygen to come out of it, and then begins to press with such force that from such a height the opponent's body falls down. From the rapid fall, all the smoke dissolves, and a huge red, fiery column stretches out of the sky, while the mine itself literally pinned the man to the ground, forcing him to cry out painfully. The teacher presses the fiery blue leg of the body of that even more into the ground, intending to end it all right now. But the beaten masked man immediately begs not to kill him, shouting that he is a member of the sect of the 5 poisons, and the gray-haired man really removes his hand, leaving him alone. The 5 poisons sect. He had never been able to hear about something like this. Continuing to hold the criminal in place, he quietly chuckles, deciding to make concessions. So be it. If he answers all his questions, he will live. Yuan leans slightly towards him, starting to speak. So, the first question is, does their sect specialize in raising demonic beasts? Pinned to the ground and beaten, the mercenary immediately rushes to refute this. No, not in Cultivation. The sect's disciples make a blood pact with poisonous demonic creatures. That's why everyone has their own personal poison. The teacher immediately becomes noticeably more serious, asking if they have strong demonic beasts. For example, those that generate poison directly in the core. The man immediately responds positively. Yes, the poisonous scorpion demon of his master can completely absorb the inner core. This was quite enough for Yuan to start removing his foot from someone else's chest, simultaneously pondering new information. How could a human make a blood pact with a demonic beast? But that's not the problem at all, because this is another way of absorbing the cores of demonic beasts. The slightly surprised mercenary finally gets up. He says that the enemy quite calmly allowed him to leave. Therefore, he should not worry, the sect of the 5 poisons will no longer overlap with his fate. And then he adds that even he will not take revenge while the hero is standing with an absolutely impenetrable face again. And then he makes another sharp kick with his foot, expressing absolutely no emotions. What is he doing? The masked opponent does not even have time to react properly, immediately screaming in pain, as such a strong blow completely twisted his arm and forced him to fall to his knees again. The guy turns back to face him completely and tells the other to come back and tell his master. No, it's better for the strongest sect masters to take revenge on him, and he looks very serious and even dangerous in his request. It will not be difficult to understand that he is not joking at all. A member of the sect just bows his head in incomprehension, looking very confused. What does he mean by that? But Min only frowns harder and starts to turn away, shouting for him to get out, while the blue flame flares up more and more around him. Apparently, being afraid of such a thing, the criminal immediately jumps off the spot, grabbing his twisted arm, before running away in the opposite direction from where he appeared, completely disappearing from the gray-haired man's visibility, not daring to run into trouble anymore. And then he is distracted by the voice of the girl, who exclaims admiringly beautiful, forcing Yuan to look at her. Mei comes closer to him and with a joyful smile hands him a lollipop, saying that he deserves it, while he looks incredulously at the sudden gift, but calmly accepts it. He herself turns to the side where the mercenary was recently, asking if he would really let him leave so easily. But Xuan just shakes his head and says that they have absolutely no reason for enmity. But the girl seems to be completely dissatisfied with this answer. In the end, she didn't even have time to ask him why they wanted to kill her. But the hero himself doesn't seem to care a bit about this information. He turns away from her and continues walking forward, saying that he has a premonition that this is not the same killer who was last time, leaving behind the silent old man and the girl. After that, walking along the sunny street of the city, the guy stops abruptly, raising his gaze when he hears someone shouting, "This is your problem." He is immediately called out to hey by some guy in a suit, who stands directly in front of him. And unfortunately, this guest is not alone at all. This is the young master of the Ji family, Yuan, who orders him to stop. But the gray-haired man absolutely does not care, as he just keeps going forward, bypassing these idiots. Along the way asks if the guy even knows who he is. The young master seems to be offended by this, that he already frowns and blurts out that he absolutely does not care who he is before he is called out, apparently is his assistant. He whispers to Xiaoji that this stranger probably doesn't know the rules at all. But he only gets angrier, pointing his finger at the retreating back of the teacher. This guy sent Qin Zhao to the hospital. Qin Zhao and young Master Qin were as angry as ever, so Yuan would never let him leave. Because of this, the red-haired man gives his sixers an order, grab the offender. Meanwhile, Yuan had moved far enough away, getting closer to some tall red building. He raises his hand, fingers touching the door flaps before finally stepping inside. Min greets Tang's salesman and asks if there is any news about the item the gray-haired man asked for. The owner of the Dafeng pawn shop, Tang Sankai, also greets him by lifting the counter partition. The man comes closer to him. To tell the truth, the herbs that his teacher asked him for are very rare, but he searched for days and nights, and finally managed to find some information. Tang Sankai helped him find spiritual herbs for 2 years, but for some reason the seller disappeared, and he could not find him for a long time. Although the old man himself said that if Yuan could not find them, then let him turn to him. The guy just snorts, telling him to tell him where the herbs are, and the rest should not concern him at all. And then he adds that he will pay, as agreed, which makes Tan's face noticeably lighter. The merchant gives him a thumbs up and tells him that the younger brother is very generous, before leaning slightly towards him, giving the requested information. In a couple of days there will be an auction. There will just be this grass. However, the time and location of the auction are still unknown, but he will definitely let him know when the right time comes. The gray-haired man immediately thanks him and turns around, intending to leave the store before the man calls out to him again. By the way, he says, he managed to hear that there are several other people besides Xuan who are also targeting these spiritual herbs. It is this information that makes the latter freeze in place and turn his head. And they are all from great families, his interlocutor continues, gesturing with his hands. And this is the reason why it is very difficult to find this herb now. Means, Bing only thought about it, averting his gaze before he is distracted by Sanzai again, telling his brother to be careful at the auction. He just grunts and then turns around again and heads towards the exit, throwing no problem. And as soon as he steps outside the doors of Tan's store, a new acquaintance calls him by his full name. Naturally, this is Yuan, who is still standing with the same gang, shouting that Yuan should not think of running away, because today he has to pay for everything. The latter only looks at the young master with a frown on his face. Will he pay? He immediately turns to face them and suddenly looks down. He still had the lollipop that Mei had given him in his hand. chuckling again, clearly considering the subsequent actions very funny. The hero hands Xiao this very sweetness right into his hand, saying that then this lollipop is for him. And then he just turns around and walks away, leaving the latter in complete confusion with the sweetness in his hands. Watching his retreating back, Ji is silent for a couple of minutes with his six before turning his head to Tom and asking what Min meant at all. His assistant just grunts and informs the boss that he thinks he tried to bribe him. Apparently, even this one is offended by the red-haired one, because he immediately hits his employee in the face with his fist, starting to scream. Is he using lollipops to bribe? Yuan gets angrier, continuing to ask, does he, in the opinion of this idiot, look like someone who can be bribed with such sweetness? And while the hero calmly departs, a real brawl and loud swearing breaks out behind him. But that's not what attracts his attention at all, but something else much more dangerous. As soon as he looks up, three silhouettes can be seen in the air, whose bodies are framed by a bright green, almost toxic flame, and immediately they land on the ground next to him. One of the strangers shows the blade of a dagger, shouting for the boy to finally return the thing, and then orders him to surrender altogether, and then he will save his life. Yuan looks blankly at the mercenaries who have appeared before asking again, a thing? And then, as if nothing had happened, he points his finger back, saying that he gave this very thing to them. Yes, to those who are now fighting over some kind of lollipop. The green-haired man only tenses up and asks if he is sure that he gave it to them, but the hero reacts quite calmly, nodding his head and confidently assured these three that, of course, he literally just gave it away, continuing to move forward, and immediately all three switch to those who remain behind. One blocks Ji's path with his hand, ordering him to stand still. Taken by surprise, the gang stands rooted to the spot when they are threatened with a dagger. Xiao, clearly furious after the recent situation, asks who they are. Anyway, they should get out of the way, since he has an important matter to mind. But immediately one of the mercenaries with a sharp movement puts forward a dagger, shouting, "Let me ask," pointing the blade at the young master. And then, with a serious face, he adds whether Yuan gave him something. Yuan, clearly not afraid of such weapons, quite calmly and confidently agrees. Yeah, so what? And then he gets angry again, shouting so that they don't make him repeat himself. Get out of the way. But the chief of the mercenary team only waves his hand, continuing to point the blade of his dagger at the young master, ordering the other two to move forward and grab him. Those, as if on command, like faithful dogs, rush at the red-haired man, ready to smash him to smithereens. The latter, with his gang, looks insanely confused, saying goodbye to anger in a moment and completely not understanding what is happening now and will happen. He only manages to utter a confused "what are you" while two mercenaries pounce on him and his sixers. One sharp movement hits Xiao literally on the collarbone, in the area between the neck and shoulder, which causes a painful groan from the latter. The second one hits the already beaten assistant in the solar plexus with the same sharp movement, knocking out the remnants of dope and air, forcing him to spit almost blood. As soon as everyone is dead, one of the mercenaries says that the task is completed and they can return. It seems that this was quite enough. After that, we are shown the Jiang family mansion. One of the main mercenaries climbs the stairs, dragging a huge bag on his back directly to the woman who is sitting impressively on the sofa. The man throws his mistress almost at her feet, saying that this is the same person she was talking about. She says good job with a grin before getting up from her seat and walking over to the writhing bag. She turns to Xuan, reminding him that last time she had already asked him to give her the fire Ganonorma, but he had acted very stupidly by refusing her. But this time, the woman bends down to the bag, carefully untying it before her eyes widen in surprise and her face expresses nothing but shock. A hole beaten Ji immediately sticks out of it, who shouts at her, "Damn it, how did she even dare to kidnap him? Did she even think about the consequences?" The woman frowns, muttering this, continuing to look at her new prisoner, while the mercenary who brought this bag begins to noticeably tense up. Ms. Zhang immediately turns to him. Who is this guy anyway? Where is Xuan Yuanming and the item she needs? The man only raises his palm, urging her to calm down, but apparently this was completely insufficient. Her attention returns to the stranger again before she swings her palm and gives the incomprehensible Xiao a ringing slap in the face, from which the young master immediately falls to the floor, being beaten for nothing for the second time. She shouts at him that she doesn't care who he is or who he is. Let him hurry up and give her back what belongs to a woman by right. The crippled Ji only manages to get up, looking at her in confusion. What? Bring her back. Immediately, an embittered mercenary enters the conversation, who begins to shout so that he does not even think of pretending to be a fool. Let him give him the thing that Yuan himself gave him. "This one?" asks Yuan, handing them both the same lollipop with which they allegedly wanted to bribe him. The woman furrowed her eyebrows and stared at the sweetness. "What? A simple lollipop? What the hell?" And again, the mercenary bursts into the conversation, shouting that Xuan gave it to this guy, and also pokes him with his finger. Ms. Zhang grins, but holds out her hand, ordering him to show it to her. But then Ji finally gets up completely from his seat, clearly not going to lollipop, and again asking the woman if she knows who he is. But apparently, the past bitter experience did not teach him anything, because the brunette's palm moves again to the face of the stunned guy. At the same moment, he gets another ringing slap in the face, which almost knocks him out. She orders him to give it back again, clearly angrier at everything that is happening. Yuan swears at her and screams louder, and she dared to hit him. Does she have any idea who he is? Yuan plops down on his backside at all, handing Mrs. Zhang the same unfortunate lollipop, continuing to say that this is really all that Xuan gave him. "Just gave me a damn lollipop." The woman crosses her arms over her chest while the guy continues, shouting that she is going too far since she kidnaps people because of such sweetness. But this monologue seems absolutely uninteresting to her, because the next second she switches to the mercenary, asking what happened and why the hell Ji was dragged to her in a bag with a lollipop. The killer immediately raises his hand in a gesture of surrender, immediately starting to explain to Mrs. Zhang that he himself has no idea. After all, he thought that Ming had given that oaf Lingjai fire. And apparently, this is the last straw for the brunette, as she swings her palm at the same second with literally insane speed that even her own killer does not have time to react. Naturally, he gets a ringing slap in the face, which makes him almost fall to the floor from such a force of impact. Mada gets angrier, shouting at him to go away from here and bring her Lingjai's fire at last, as she gives him one last chance. Meanwhile, Yuan walks along the same sunny street with a calm soul, thinking about his own. Now Q-san will help him get the inner dan of the demon beast. If the 5 poison sect dared to attack him himself, it would be a good gathering. In addition, he will be able to personally hunt such a demonic beast. Demons are good for their compatibility with alchemy. Only the pawn shop owner, Tang Sankai, can collect spiritual plants. Maybe the auction, which will take place in a few days, will become a good channel, and it's time to finally find a loyal family for this job. This is the era of Dharma, which means he will be able to purify 100,000 layers of the body much faster. And behind his back, at this time, the girl calls out to Master Han Minjiu, shouting that he should stop following her, while the man does not think to lag behind her. But he just grins and makes eyes at her, telling Teacher Ho that they are, after all, both teachers at the same school, so why does she keep running away from him all the time? May just frowns, trying to turn away from him, while the friend continues the monologue. He asks to be given only one chance, especially since he will treat her very well. The brunette only frowns more, blurting out to Master Khan to show at least a fraction of respect, because they are not so well acquainted yet. But it seems that this only encourages him to continue, as Minju stands directly in front of her, preventing the way, stretching out his hand and saying that this is why they should communicate more with each other. He leans towards her and with the most seductive expression on his face asks Master He to open the door to her heart for him, at the same time winking mischievously. And then the man decides to confess his feelings to her, blurting out that he, Han Minju, is in love with her. He is the vice principal of the school, and his Han family is quite famous in the South Island. So, it seems that she should not reject his generous offer, but May just laughs. Vice director, the Han family, yes, how he frowned like a turkey. But immediately all the peaceful mood of He King disappears. She viciously puts her finger forward, ordering the man to listen to her very carefully now. He King May, and she doesn't like him at all. And then the brunette proudly turns her back to him, while Khan was even caught off guard, not knowing how to react, clearly not expecting such a reaction. He immediately assumes a completely different look, saying that this is absolutely impossible. She's only saying that because she's angry, right? He's from a famous family, he has status, so how dare she reject him so easily? The man comes closer to her while the atmosphere in the air is heating up. The teacher frowns harder, blurting out that she really doesn't like him. She absolutely doesn't care what Minju is talking about. He should just leave. But then a bright grin appears on his face when he begins to say that he absolutely does not believe it. Surely she thinks quite the opposite, because he knows that they, girls, are very shy. The man continues to grin at her, telling King Mei to finally just admit it. He suits her perfectly, and will treat her like his girlfriend from the first day at school. She just frowns, boring him with her unfriendly gaze. What a stalker. But at some point, her gaze is transformed when she looks to the side, at the one who is walking behind Khan. Xuan Yuan Mei. and it seems to give her an additional impetus in her subsequent actions. The brunette grins and says that it's fine. So be it, she confesses. The man, who clearly did not expect that someone like he would really agree, asks again if this is true. And if that's the case, then that's pretty cool. But then she moves away from him, heading in the direction of the walking mine, until the vice director has time to react properly. Looking after her in surprise, she abruptly stretches out her palm and grabs the hand of Min, who was calmly walking before, shouting that she admits that she actually has a boyfriend, so it's better to fuck off. Yuan is clearly not happy with this arrangement of affairs, frowning at the girl. It's her again, but Mei just plaintively raises her eyebrows, continuing to hold his hand. Husband, she says, this guy bothers me. The gray-haired man only gives her an uncomprehending and slightly strained look, while he continues to look at him with those same plaintive eyes, like a puppy. Han, clearly taken by surprise, just looks at the couple. What? Didn't he hear it? Husband, he puts his hand on them and directly asks if they are married at all. The guy abruptly turns away and confidently answers no, while the girl looks at him in surprise, probably expecting that the teacher will still want to support her lie. But it didn't work out. The girl again grabs the dumbfounded Yuan by the arm, looking at the vice director with a grin and saying that maybe he is not her husband, but definitely her boyfriend, so Han Minju should just give up. But the man only crushes a sinister grin until the atmosphere in the air becomes heavy again. He tells Qin Mei that he clearly did not expect such stupidity from her. Yuan Yuanming is just a little trainee teacher at this college, so how did he manage to become her boyfriend? This seems to only make the girl angrier, who frowns harder and says that it's none of his business at all. And what's the big deal about her liking a trainee teacher? Han frowns, but becomes more serious before he calls out to the guy and asks him to come to him, since he wants to talk while he thinks to himself that he still has no idea what might be going on in Yuan's skull. The latter only looks more and more confused, but simply reports that he does not have time for this at all. He turns around and pulls his hand out of someone else's grip, shouting that their affairs do not concern him, and in general, let them not bother him anymore. From this, Minju and he watch him in a daze, clearly not expecting such a reaction. But the vice director is not going to let him go just like that. The man yells at him to stop, baring his teeth. His eyebrows move closer to the bridge of his nose as he says that he orders him, as deputy director, to listen to him. And the gray-haired man still stops, turning sideways to him. Well, let him speak then, and not hesitate. Han comes closer to him, putting a fake soft smile on his face again. The man says he doesn't think Yuan, is worthy of Qin Mei. He has been working at this college for about 2-3 years, and is still the same trainee teacher. Minju stands almost opposite closely, drilling the guy's gaze. Can a boy afford a luxury house or a new car? A more mocking smile is now playing on his face. He's barely making ends meet on his salary, isn't he? Women need protection that Ming simply can't provide. The vice director's palm falls on someone else's shoulder, which makes the guy immediately look down at her. What can he do with his small and fragile body? Yes, Han himself can easily handle 3 such as Yuan. The red-haired man pats him on the shoulder, continuing his annoying monologue. That's why he advises the teacher to stay away from Qin Mei. It will definitely make her happy. He agrees with him, right? And immediately the gray-haired man breaks out of the grip with a sharp movement and goes on, waving his hand to the man, leaving the latter in complete misunderstanding of what is happening. And then he answers yes with full confidence, moving further away, not wanting to deal with the situation. Han watches him in silence for a while, clearly speechless, before an uncertain smile appears on his face, and he raises an eyebrow in incomprehension. Nin, agreed. He immediately laughs loudly and turns to the girl who was still standing. Qin saw it all for herself, right? Their trainee teacher is such a simpleton, the deputy says with a smile. Moreover, he wouldn't even dare to make a sound in front of him. Someone definitely does not take pride. But the brunette is just starting to laugh a little ominously, looking her interlocutor straight in the eyes. The man just looks at her, not understanding why the girl had such a reaction to these statements. And then she crosses her arms over her chest and attention, declares quite proudly, yes, all because Yuan treats him like the last piece. Nei turns away from the dazed Minju, starting to walk in the opposite direction and shouting that, by the way, she is too lazy to talk to him at all. After that, we are shown some kind of building, which, apparently, is located on some mountain. There is a deep cave in it, above which hangs a tablet or amulet. This is the location of the 5 Poisons sect. A man is sitting on a hill, who, apparently, is also sitting on a spider, and a recent acquaintance is kneeling in front of him. The man in the hood wonders if that guy really put it that way. The masked mercenary explains to his master that he himself has never been able to see such a terrifying person. He had told him himself, "Tell all the strongest masters of the sect to take revenge on me." He, apparently, is not happy with this arrangement, because he says that in this case, it is the case of those students of the Four Guardians. Naturally, this man is a master of the sect of 5 poisons, who orders us to figure it out ourselves, only getting angrier. Here an old man gives a voice, starting to laugh loudly, saying that soon his thunder python will make a breakthrough. "We just need blood and meat," the 4th guardian adds with a smile, smiling insanely while his snake almost burns with purple flint. He immediately adds that he will definitely take the opportunity to go beyond the sect so that the thunder python can advance and transform into a heavenly thunder python. Meanwhile, along the corridor of the Eastern Professional Building, Yuan walks quite calmly with a folder in his hand, but he is called by his full name by the deputy director, which makes him stop and turn to face him. Han asks to wait a minute, now smiling more peaceably. He hands him some kind of ticket or brochure, asking him to take it and help him. Let him invite Qin to this place. Yuan is quite logically interested, and why should he help him at all? And then almost a hellfire appears in the man's eyes when he starts screaming. Damn it, he had already proposed to her himself, and she had even refused him that. Han immediately becomes serious, still persistently holding out a ticket or brochure. If Min does him a favor, he will become his little brother, and he will definitely take care of him in this school from now on. A slightly malicious grin appears on his face. "Well, do you agree?" Yuan chuckles, thoughtfully continuing to drill the interlocutor with his gaze before finally making a decision. He abruptly turns around and continues walking down the corridor, shouting that Minjiu is clearly mentally retarded. The vice director, of course, remains in complete shock from such a reaction to his so generous offer, for some time just silently and uncomprehendingly looking at the retreating back, before immediately menacingly calling him by his full name. Damn, how dare he even talk to him like that? Is that his final answer? It's the same Eastern Professional College, but already the audience that the trainee teacher enters. Chuda is sitting at the first desk, sort of, who looks at the teacher who has appeared with displeasure. Behind her sit Zio's henchmen, or other students. One of them tells Tom, they say, "You see, Qin Jr. did not come," to which the second one answers him that if things get worse, Qin Zhao will most likely start acting. The teacher was very unlucky since he provoked such an influential family, and as soon as Min has already settled in the workplace, his attention is immediately attracted by the sharp slam of the door. Han, apparently, decided that he would never leave him alone today. He says that Yuan has practiced enough for a long time and that's why. The vice principal today specifically asked the education bureau to check on him. Minju grins maliciously, continuing to say that if he can pass this test, he will become a full-fledged teacher in the Eastern Vocational College. But there's always a but, right? And then he adds, under Xuan's frowning and displeased look, that if he does not pass it, he will be fired. Apparently, this is such a brilliant revenge for refusing to help invite he on a date. The man, meanwhile, continues to grin, looking straight into someone else's eyes. The trainee teacher is also worthy to compete with him. And when he is fired, Qin will fall into his arms. And again, the deputy changes his face, smiling amiably at the professors, asking them to go and sit down so that they can finish this quickly. As soon as the men are seated at their desks, Khan gives a speech, saying that today he offers them to evaluate the trainee teacher. These very important people, the red-haired man thinks to himself with a grin, were sent by the Education Bureau to evaluate the work of the school, but he will be able to use them to evaluate the Yuan. He himself has heard that they are very strict in terms of the quality of training, so meeting them is the end for him. At the same time, a girl is moving along the corridor at a brisk pace, while a slightly overweight man is trying to keep up with her. He turns to Miss Gao, saying that he is very sorry. Gao Yingsu only replies that it's okay, continuing to move. The old man keeps going on, saying that he knew absolutely nothing about her arrival. Maybe she would at least have a cup of tea in the office. This man turns out to be Luo Fei, the director of the Eastern Vocational College. What actually happened today, he thinks. First, the Bureau of Education sent several national academicians of Beidou to inspect the work. Then an academic genius, known not only in the country, but also around the world, as the youngest Nobel Prize winner, arrived. Also for testing. Is it really only a professional and technical college? The girl turns her head sharply to the man and calls out to him, which attracts the attention of her interlocutor. The man looks at Yingsu in surprise, still wiping his sweaty face with a handkerchief. She just adjusts her glasses and says that he doesn't have to follow her at all, since she is, after all, only here to find her father. And in general, why does a trainee teacher need an assessment? Liu only gets more tense from this question. Han Minju, a jerk, he himself does not know why he asked the inspection team to evaluate the trainee teacher. It's good that Miss Gao's father is on this very team. What is going on here at all? The director continues to wonder, watching the laureate retire. The same 4 men from the commission are sitting in the audience while Han smirks and informs Xuan that he can already start. And as if by order, the guy starts talking quite calmly. Then they will talk about King Yin of Zhou. King Yin was a very educated man, and also had good social skills and also military skills. When he was enthroned, the Qin dynasty could be said to be suffering from internal and external problems, and the palace was on the verge of falling. He was the one who tried to turn the flow of the river and increase the rule of the Qin dynasty for many years. And while the rest of the audience is silent, Han decides to join the conversation, turning to Yuan with a grin, saying that everyone knows that King Qinju is frankly a weak ruler, a tyrant, fierce, evil and cruel. So how can he say that the ruler was smart in public and military affairs? Does he want Minju to die laughing? But Min only replies that everything the deputy director knows is just an image of some literary works. The real king of Qinju was not only handsome and extraordinary, but also a wise, resourceful, and warlike man who united the southeast, united with the barbarians of the east, and accomplished many great things in history. But this only angers the vice director more and makes him clench his hand into a fist. He shouts out that he thinks Yuan has gone completely mad. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? It feels like he personally met the king of Qinju. The guy frowns and says that he really met him and even had a drink with him. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. The world is in a state of change, where division will inevitably lead to unification, and unification will inevitably lead to division. And the ruler appeared at this time. Han continues to stand his ground. He turns to the audience, addressing the professors and saying that this trainee teacher is too arrogant. He says that he drank with the king of Qinju. He will fire him for this joke, but the man does not have time to finish the phrase completely, as he is immediately interrupted by a loud shout. Wait. One man from the team of professors with a pipe gets up from his seat and says that teacher Xuan is right. Minju, who definitely did not expect such an answer, remains in complete shock and misunderstanding how this can even be. What in general? Immediately, the man with the pipe is picked up by another, saying that in just a few words he was able to accurately describe and imagine Qinju, which means that teacher Xuan Yuanming has made incredible efforts in studying history, and a great future awaits him. Soon a third one rises up, saying that it is their duty, and their responsibility as teachers to find the historical truth, dig it out for all the time that has passed and pass it on. The fourth one agrees with him, adding that it was very well said before they all start applauding. Damn, what kind of attack is this? The deputy director mutters, dumbfounded and taken by surprise, looking at everyone in complete shock. Does the trainee teacher really know history? How amazing. He doesn't believe. Angrier than ever, the man abruptly turns to the gray-haired man and says that they do not need a history lesson. Just let him, and let's talk about mathematics, the man suggests, pointing to the board, which is located behind the mine. The latter silently drills him with a look before declaring that he is a history teacher, not a math teacher. And then the red-haired man slaps his palm hard on his desk, saying that he is lying to him, and then leans closer to him, grinning and saying that the students sitting here are learning all subjects. As a teacher, how can he study only one subject? And then he turns away, continuing to say that only general subjects can be studied by analogy, which is more in line with their teaching and learning requirements. The gray-haired man only frowns more and says that he did not prepare for lessons and did not bring his math textbook. But Khan just grins wider. He can show his level of knowledge without preparing for the lesson. Let the professors write a test for him. If a few of them decide that his level is too low, then today will not be an easy test. And then the hero sharply slaps his folder on the table, which makes the deputy director look at him in surprise, clearly not expecting something like this. The guy says that in this case, let the man let him explain something. After that, he turns to face everyone and reports the equation, and the deformed Hermitian Yang-Mills equation. Immediately, Gao is already approaching the door to the auditorium, which stops abruptly near her, noticing something through the window. She tries to get a better look through the glass, noticing Yuan hiding behind the curtain. Luo immediately approaches her, who informs Miss that inside the trainee teacher is giving a lecture but he does not have time to finish because she immediately shushes him and asks him to be quiet, listening and watching what is happening inside. And there Min grabs the chalk, immediately pressing it to the board and starting to talk. In the field of complex numbers of geometric research, 2 equations from physics are crucial. Professors stare in surprise at what Yuan writes, muttering in surprise or freezing in complete shock. The gray-haired man continues by saying that one of the Hermitian-Young-Mills equations has become the standard model of quantum mechanics. The other is closely related to Einstein's theory of relativity. The deputy director looks at his opponent in the same shock. What the hell is this? What is this guy even talking about? After a while, Min throws out the chalk altogether, turning to face everyone and saying that these are the steps of solving these 2 equations under the condition of stability. The professors all also look completely shocked, watching everything that is happening and clearly listening attentively. The tense Ming Xiu decides to ask the men who are sitting at the desk that everything that Ming said is correct. The man with the pipe, who was initially the first to praise Yuan, immediately gives voice, saying that to be honest, he himself does not know, because what Yuan said requires deep study, they could hardly understand it. Later it will be difficult to keep up with his pace. The tense red-haired man is silent for a while before turning to the gray-haired man. He heard that, right? How many professors were able to understand what the gray-haired man was talking about? He himself thinks that the guy was talking complete nonsense. The latter only grunts while his lips curve in a smile. And then he says that they could not understand only because they are not good enough, and is qualified enough to tell him he's talking nonsense. After 5,000 years of immersion, a long secretive life and an uninteresting period of purification, the blonde mastered all the knowledge of people when he was bored. But he didn't say it out loud, but only answered himself, while the interlocutor asked if he was joking. After all, they were the most famous professors in the country who were appointed by the Bureau of Education. How could they not understand the little trainee teacher's lecture? The brunette pointed his finger at the blonde young man and said that he thought he was just a sophist. Standing behind the deputy, the headmaster the mustachioed man said that although they could not confirm the correctness of what Yuan Ming had said, but teacher Yuan was definitely not talking nonsense. It's true that they're not good enough. The deputy director didn't understand what had happened. Was Yuan Ming's level so high that even a few professors couldn't understand his lecture? Then he turned to the blonde man and informed him that his assessment would be considered until all the professors understood what was true and what was not. Suddenly, the door to the auditorium opened abruptly and a girl in red glasses burst in. She started saying something about the world's most difficult problem in the field of differential geometry, and that she didn't expect it to be solved by some teacher from this school. Then the girl walked to the lectern, behind which stood a blonde man with a brunette. She adjusted her beautiful glasses and told Yuan Ming that he was simply amazing. Everything he said is true and incredibly important, and it is very possible that he will be awarded the highest award in mathematics, the Fields Prize. Does the deputy director know how ridiculous and ignorant it was to consider the evaluation of this young man to be overwhelmed? The brunette suddenly interrupted the fiery speech of the girl and asked her who she was in general. She, in turn, said that it was very disrespectful to academics, so let her immediately apologize to Yuan Ming. A man, a worthy deputy director, should apologize to a trainee teacher. A bald, mustachioed old man, of small stature, suddenly approached the deputy. He came along with a girl, and gave him a savory slap in the face. He fiercely began to defend the words and honor of the girl, Gao Yingsu, because what she said is simply indisputable. The man began to remember who this Gao was, slowly rubbing his red cheek. The national treasure of the academy. Genius. Suddenly one of the professors, the one with the mustache, got up from his seat and told his daughter, who turned out to be the same Gao, that it was very good that she had come. That's because she's the only one who can understand what Yuan Ming is talking about. And if she thinks that everything said by Yuan Ming is true, then it means that it is. It only slowly began to dawn on the deputy director that the girl was the professor's daughter. Meanwhile, the man turned to him and said that on behalf of the Education Association, he confirms that Yuan Ming has passed the evaluation, and will also inform the association about the outstanding results of his research, because these results are an honor for this college. The bald man pushed the deputy forward and told him to quickly apologize to the guy, and if he is not sincere, he will fire him. Through his teeth, the deputy hissed to the blonde that he was sorry and he apologized. In response to this, Min only remained silent, and then, feeling an awkward hitch, the deputy also bowed to him, saying that he was really very sorry. The blonde continued to just stare and be silent, and the man did not understand why he ignored him, because he even bowed. Then he decided to go to extreme measures and fell to his knees bowing low. He started begging the guy to forgive him and forget. Shu and Yuanming only took the book from the table and left the audience, ignoring all the apologies. Behind the doors of the auditorium, a beautiful brunette called out to him and asked how everything went. For a couple of seconds, the guy did not understand what she was asking, and then the girl explained that Deputy Khan wanted to evaluate him after all. The guy with blonde hair and glasses, trainee teacher Julian, who was standing behind the brunette, agreed and said that they knew that he was just looking for an excuse to fire Ming. The girl was very angry and said that Han Mineu had gone too far because he had brought people from the education bureau to interfere with the blonde. And if he was still fired, then she also does not intend to stay in this institution. Meanwhile, Xu and Yuanming just walked past the girl and thanked her for everything, still said that he had passed the evaluation. Zhu Liang was very distracted. How did it go? Didn't Deputy Khan stop him? Then the blonde unfolded and said that he was not a hindrance and at least the evaluation was easy for him. Then the trainee teacher with glasses closed his eyes for a second and exhaled that they were all trainee teachers and their regular assessments would be in a couple of days. So they didn't need to worry much. Another trainee teacher, with blue hair, who had been standing on the sidelines before, exhaled a little from the words of the blonde that the assessment was easy. After all, then she can be calm. Xu and Yuanming easily passed the test even in the presence of people from the Education Bureau, so there should definitely be no problems for them. Suddenly, people from the bureau appeared in the corridor. A man with a pipe in his mouth asked Gao Yingsu if she didn't think that everything said by Xu and Yuanming deserved a Nobel Prize. The girl replied that the Fields Prize was the same as the Nobel Prize, but only in mathematics, and Yuan Xuanming is definitely worthy of such a reward. The young teachers standing on the sidelines were shocked, to put it mildly. What other Nobel Prize? And Fields? What did Xu and Yuanming talk to them about in the lecture? That girl must be Gao Yingsu, a super genius, and she gave such a high rating to Xu and Yuanming. Is the assessment for promotion in this college so difficult? And is the level of the Nobel Prize necessary for this? At this time, in a beautiful house similar to a sand-colored castle, a stout man in black clothes, and a mohawk on his head, was sitting in his armchair, at the table and enthusiastically eating a delicious watermelon. A man with glasses stood in front of Mr. Zhu and reported that the Yuan family was weak both inside and out. There were a lot of people who wanted this fat piece of meat for themselves, but Xu and Yuanming ruined everything. But now this family has fallen into his hands. The master of the Green Wolf Mountain Hall, Zhu Chun, asked Bio what the real strength of that guy was, and he was told that he was a martial artist of the 3rd rank. Then the man put his hands together and begged Mr. Zhu to kill that son of a bitch. Bio mumbled that he had no time. Isn't that little kid worth it for them to step in? The mountain master sent him to investigate the cause of Hall Master Ma Han's death. And right now that's the priority. Then the man said that he had a wonderful pill and handed it to the guy with glasses. If he eats this pill, his cultivation will increase by 3 levels, although it will reduce his life expectancy by 10 years. Bio began to mumble something, but Zhu Chun roared and said that if he wanted to be one of his people, then he had to pay a price for it, and only in this way would he prove his usefulness to the Green Wolf Mountain sect. The boy cannot cope even with a small craftsman, and therefore the man was a little disappointed in him. Taking the magic yellow pill in his hands, Baiho asked the master not to be very angry and promised that he would seek Xu and Yuanming and capture the Yuan family as quickly as possible. Then Baiho jumped out of the building onto the street, where it was the dead of night and only a moon with stars illuminated everything around. He ended up near another building where Xu and Yuanming was supposed to live. Today is the day of this kid's death. The man jumped again, hoping to deal with this guy once and for all. At the same time, 3 guys wearing face masks appeared in front of the building. One of them said that they would not talk to Xu and Yuanming because he was an unusual person and he had deceived them last time. They just have to throw it in a bag and hand it over to Miss Jiang. And then the trio rushed to carry out their plan. At this time, Bio climbed into the window and realized that the apartment was completely silent and dark, which means that no one was in the house. Shouldn't that guy be home? Suddenly, the voice of Xu and Yuanming, who was standing behind Bio, was heard from the darkness. He asked what the man needed, and he replied that he had been looking for him for a long time. And then he attacked the guy with wishes to go to hell. Xuan responded by kicking Bio in the stomach, and he almost flew back out the window. Recovering from a recent blow, the man told the guy that he had something with something, But what a pity that Bio was prepared this time. He took out a yellow pill and said that once he absorbed it, his cultivation would increase by 3 levels and then Xuan Yuan Ming. He didn't have time to finish, as he was hit again and then just fell face down. The blonde man asked without much enthusiasm why the extra chatter, because a battle is a battle. Suddenly, through an open window in the apartment, that trio of bandits appeared and saw someone in the dark. Probably thinking that Xuan Yuan Ming was sitting there, the guys carefully, trying as much as possible not to make noise, opened the package with the hope of covering the victim with it. They did so, tying the bag on top with a rope, and one of the guys hoisted it on his shoulder, walking to the window. When the mission was successfully completed, the guys jumped out of the window, and the blonde remained standing alone in his apartment, noting that something was too lively today. A little later, 3 guys with a bag on their back entered the huge beautiful mansion of the Jiang family. The lady was sitting in an armchair with her legs crossed, and the brunette who was carrying the bag reported to her that Xuan Yuan Ming had brought it. The mistress really hoped that this time they did not screw up. The guy assured her that they took the blonde right from his house, so there can be no mistake in this operation. After opening the package, Miss Jiang saw that it was not Xuan at all, but a completely different person inside. Trying with all her might not to break, Miss called the guy closer and hit him with all her might that he flew to the other end of the room. While the young man did not understand what was the matter, Miss Jiang crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at him surge. She promised to beat the guy to death because he, the son of a bitch, brought the wrong guy again. So why does she need him now, if he can't handle his task? The guy sitting on the floor could not understand how this happened. How could they catch the wrong one? The woman realized that apparently she would have to ask someone else. She called Aju when a man in a suit, of rather large build, appeared in front of her. She ordered him to take these 3 scum with him. Her baby's illness can no longer be postponed by any means. And now you don't need to catch anyone anymore. And these guys need to be thrown out for fish food. The man said that he understood everything, and at that moment the doors of the mansion reopened and Xuan Yuan Ming comes in with the words that no one else needs to be caught, because he is already here. Everyone present in the hall turned to him, and the woman was at a loss how this cheeky boy dared to show up at her house. He asked, why wouldn't he dare? He really doesn't like it when very annoying people climb up to him. But they did it again and again, and now the guy is incredibly angry. Ms. Jiang asked who he was, and she didn't care if he was angry or not. She then ordered her men to grab the boy, but before they could even get close, they were knocked down again. Xuan Yuan Ming didn't even try very hard. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets, fighting with his feet alone. After a while, he stood in front of the woman again, while her subjects were lying on the ground somewhere behind. The lady noted that he is quite strong, and now it is not at all surprising that he came to this place all alone. Then the lady offered the guy to settle everything peacefully. The fact is that she really needs a fiery Ganoderma to cure her son, and she is ready to give the guy $1 million for her. The guy with an impenetrable face replied that there was no fire Ganoderma because he had already used it. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and asked more maliciously if he would still agree to such an offer. Then she called her bully again and ordered him to beat the guy half to death. Aju told the guy that he should have agreed to the lady's proposal, because low-ranking fighters, especially those like him, may seem strong to ordinary people, but in the Yang family they are not even worth mentioning. The blonde interrupted the man's speech and said that he did not like when they chatted before the fight. If Ah doesn't make the first move now, then Xuan Yuan Ming will. The man stretched his arms and said that the kid was really crazy for saying such a thing. He jumped up and put all his strength into the blow. However, he only missed and got a knee right in the solar plexus, after which he fell to the floor, standing on the sidelines all this time. Ms. Jiang did not expect that the guy would be able to overcome such a big man. The blonde advised her not to cross his path anymore, otherwise he would have to hit the woman, and then the guy just left. At this time, the lady asked what was the matter and why the man allowed some boy to defeat him. He replied to Madam that kid is not as simple as it seems, and in the future he advises not to mess with him. Another man in a suit and sunglasses burst into the room and started shouting that the young master had become ill again. The girl was shocked, because literally a little earlier she had checked it, but when she entered the room, there were fragments of something very sharp flying everywhere. A guy with purple long hair and a nose ring shouted that he was very ill while the guards were rushing around him. Yang Jiaoxi behaved like a real naughty child, although he looked completely different. The guards tried to stop the hysteria of the young master, but then they received only blows and slaps from the young man. Through tears, snot and drool, he shouted why he felt bad, why not the guards? They deserve to die. The mother went up to her wayward son and asked if he was in pain again. The guy whimpered that he was in insanely pain, that his lungs seemed to be burning with fire, and asked his mother why there was still no medicine. The woman confidently replied that she had already found the medicine, but a man named Xuan Yuanming took it away. The guy didn't understand how this Xuan dared to steal from the Yang family and made him feel such pain. What kind of person is he? Then the young man pleadingly asked his mother if she would catch the same Xuan Yuanming for him, because he wants to chop that type into small pieces and feed it all to hungry dogs. Ms. Jiang asked her son not to worry so much, because she would do everything in the best possible way. Xuan Yuanming was walking down the street when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard Tang Sankai, who reminded the guy about the auction, with which everything was safely decided. This auction will be held tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the north in the Kaiming building, which is exactly what the caller said. The blonde replied that he understood everything and ended his call, going on about his business. However, there was a noise behind him and Xuan turned back to see what was the matter. He heard a familiar breathing and realized that it was a demon that flew up to the building. The guy jumped after him. After the era of Dharma, demons rarely enter the territories of people, and all because for these beings who feed on the energy of the earth and heaven, spiritual flows have become too turbulent. In the Cultivation clan, life in the human world is extremely expensive. The young man found himself on the roof of the building, but the demon kept slipping away from him. He was extremely persistent. What did he need? In the end, Xuan Yuanming found himself near the Tang mansion, and realized that there was something unusual about this demon. At this time, Tang Wanyu was sitting at a round table in the mansion, in front of which there was a birthday cake with strawberries. There were 3 other girls standing around her, who hurried her to make a wish. Then Tang Wanyu folded her hands in front of her and began to make a wish as it should be on her birthday. The brunette with glasses leaned back a little and asked the other 2 girls how they thought President Tang had made a wish. The pink-haired woman replied that it was stupid to ask, because Mrs. Tang is so beautiful, and therefore it is very difficult for her to find a suitable man in these places, so most likely she made a wish. The 3rd girl sarcastically replied that then her fiancé should fall on the lady directly from the sky. The pink-haired woman noted that President Tang is worthy of a man as handsome and talented as herself. Suddenly, Xuan Yuanming appeared in front of the ladies, which scared all the girls. He stood right in front of the very round table on which the beautiful cake was standing and made eye contact with President Tang for a while. The girls who were standing behind the mistress could not believe that the wish came true and the man really fell from the sky. Yes, and so beautiful. President Tang meanwhile got up from the table and asked the guy who he was. Thrusting her hands into the pockets of her trousers, the young man, as if by chance, replied that a monster had just broken into her yard, and that's why the guy came for him. But later, he felt that the demon's breath was gone. Where did they hide the monster? The lady did not understand what kind of demon they were talking about at all. The guy continued to insist that he was in the yard, and that he urgently needed to find him, and with these words went towards the door. The girl shouted to the guy to stop immediately and stop using such boring tricks if he wanted to get her attention. The girl put her index finger up and advised the guy to forget all ideas and immediately leave her yard. The blonde turned around and said that she didn't understand because he really doesn't use any tricks. He had just really sensed a monster coming into this house. Ms. Tang asked if the guy accidentally thinks that they are in some kind of movie, or does she really look like she can be fooled? At this time and age, doesn't it seem funny to him to say that? The pink-haired one, who was standing on the sidelines with the others, agreed, because she also thought that a little brother had fallen from the sky. But she could not think in any way that it would be a guy who was talking such outright nonsense. Being so handsome is just a waste of time, if you can rely on this guy's words at all. And after all, President Tang wholeheartedly hates those who say they're asses. The girls all started chasing away Xuan Yuanming, who said that for their own good, they should give him just 3 minutes and then he would just leave. Tang was adamant in her decision, so she informed the blonde that if he did not immediately leave her house, she would call the police. Auntie Liu ran out from somewhere, all on nerves, and reported that they had a big problem. The mistress's daughter can't wake up in any way. President Tang was at a loss and the next second rushed into the house. Xuan Yuanming looked at all this running around from the side. So, the demon is still inside the house. A little later, the lady ran into her daughter Ling's room and saw her unconscious on the floor. She was all red and with perspiration on her face. The lady sat down on the floor and picked up the body of a little girl, begging her to open her eyes. Liu appeared at the door of the room, and Tang asked her what happened in the end. After all, her daughter has always been healthy. Auntie Liu replied that she and Ling were just playing in the room. And then suddenly something swept through the room and a light wind blew and the girl fell to the floor in an instant. No matter how the woman tried to bring the child to her senses, she did not wake up in any way. holding her daughter in her arms. Tang said that a doctor should be called immediately, and then Liu replied that she had called him and he would be there soon. For some time, the Supia doctor listened to the girl's chest with a special device. After a careful and thorough examination, the doctor reported that everything was fine with the girl, and she was not ill. This answer did not suit the desperate mother. How is she not sick if she doesn't wake up at all? Can the doctor cure her? The doctor just spread his hands and said that unfortunately, this situation is just a blind spot in his knowledge. The brunette appeared in the doorway and tried to solve the problem somehow, so she said that she knew a certain Mr. Chen, who specializes in such strange diseases, and then Mrs. Tang ordered to invite the master as soon as possible. Xuan Yuanming appeared in the doorway, still with his hands in his pockets, and said that there was no need to summon any Master Chen, because the little girl's body was possessed by a demon, and he can easily solve this problem. Tang was unhappy with his appearance, so she ordered him to leave immediately. At this time, the assistant with glasses has already received an answer from Master Chen, who is just in the vicinity, and therefore he will be able to come very soon. The blonde man said that the evil spirit is very strong and therefore they should expel it as soon as possible. Xuan walked over to the girl who was lying on the bed unconscious. He saw black energy around her and said it was hurting the child. The guy wondered why this evil creature came to this world and penetrated into the body of a little girl. The brunette asked what kind of evil it was, and yet she thinks that the real evil in this room is just the same guy who confuses everyone. And when Master Chen arrives, she will quickly tell everyone the truth. After a short time, everyone in the room was notified that the master had finally arrived. A man in a white robe entered the room and immediately asked to show him what the problem was, and then he would definitely help to cope with it. Master Chen turned out to be a man of medium height with gray hair, and the same small beard. The brunette asked him to hurry up and cure her younger sister, and then the master notices Xuan Yuanming in the room. They stand there for a while, not reacting to anything. And then the brunette asks the man to ignore that strange guy because he is a liar and an imposter. The master suddenly fell to his knees and bowed to the guy, calling him a master. Everyone around was shocked by such a picture. Xuan, meanwhile, said that he had never told the man that he accepted him as his disciple. The master began to justify himself and say that although the blonde did not know him, however, his admiration for him and his family is as continuous as the majestic mountains, and as bright as the stars that determine the direction of his life. Deep down the man already considered Xuan Yuanming his master. There was an awkward pause in the room, and then President Tang approached Master Chen and asked him if he could examine her daughter first. Musina jumped up and objected that while his master was here, he could not do anything himself. And to tell the truth, comparing a man's level with his master's level, it's like comparing an ant and an elephant. It's not even worth mentioning. The lady pointed her finger at the blonde and said that he told everyone that some evil had possessed her little daughter. How could this happen in broad daylight? This is complete nonsense. The brunette agreed with the mistress and asked the master if he was such a wonderful doctor. The guests of the giant South Island should know the power of their President Tang. And if Chen can help their younger sister recover as soon as possible, then President Tang will not remain in his debt. Xuan Yuanming suddenly jumped into the conversation and said that since the girls were asking for it, it didn't matter which of the two of them was helping the poor girl. The man respectfully bowed to the blonde man and said that from now on he could call him Xiao Chen, and since his master said to examine the girl, he will do so now. The man approached the child and touched her hand, noting something strange for himself. The alarmed mother became alarmed and began to ask what was the matter, and then the man replied that her daughter was not ill. Her pulse is calm and her breathing is even. It seems that she is completely healthy. Then Mrs. Tang again could not understand why. Once again, she was told that her daughter was not ill. What's going on at all? And who will be able to save her daughter in the end? Chen stepped aside and said his options were limited. At this time, Xuan Yuanming was standing by the girl's bed and looking at the black outline of the demon. He told Tom that he was asking him to leave the child's body in a good way for now. He will count to 3, and when it is 3, the blonde will not give the demon a single chance to survive. Everyone stared at the guy, and Tang was about to object when the old man next to her told her to be silent. They must trust his mentor and in no case interfere with him, otherwise nothing will work. A brunette with glasses standing on the sidelines was dissatisfied with this arrangement. It seemed, even more than the president. Did the guy pretend to see something and just scare the air? And this is what he calls treatment. The girl thinks that he is sick himself. Meanwhile, the demon ran out of time and calling him an ungrateful animal, he waved his hand over the girl's body and ordered the spirit to immediately get out. The demon flew out and a terrible red face with horns appeared in a black-red fog that filled almost the entire room. Now the lady noticed that something really came out of her daughter's body. Meanwhile, the demon began to threaten that whoever interferes with him will die. Everyone present couldn't understand what was going on, and the same brunette who screamed and was outraged the most sat on the floor and called for help, picking up an object that looked like a weapon. Xu and Yuanming began to swing it from side to side, chasing away the evil spirit, and he, in turn, twisted into a tight spiral and wanted to pierce the guy's chest through. But nothing happened in the end, and he was even surprised. Then the demon asked the guy who he was, and Xuan replied that he was the one who would take the demon's life. As a result, the guy attacked the spirit, and now only the mask lay on the floor and begged not to kill him. The blonde replied that it was too late, and the next second mercilessly stepped on the demon's face, turning it into nothing. In the end, all that was left of the demon was a wet spot on the floor. Now that her own daughter was saved, President Tang began to call the guy Mr. and politely asked him what had just happened. Then the guy turned around and irritably replied that he had already said earlier that it was an evil demon. The girl folded her arms on her chest and asked how demons could exist in their world. This is completely absurd. And then the guy replied that 2,000 years ago, the kingdom of Zeus was engulfed in turmoil, which led to the death of a third of cultivators. And the root of all the unrest was the invading species. It was a shapeless and disembodied demon, the one he had just killed. The guy did not think that these demons would appear again, after they disappeared from the face of the earth a long time ago, 2,000 years ago. Is this a sign of an impending storm? The president still did not understand and asked Mr. Xuan Yuanming to explain everything to her in more detail again. However, the blonde just turned around and said that he had absolutely no time for this. Tang was about to object, but she was distracted by the voice of her daughter, who woke up after so long. Then the mother rushed to the child and hugged her tightly. Finally she woke up. After a short while, Tang turned to the brunette and told her that she should go down and apologize to Master Xuan Yuanming for everything that had happened earlier, and this is regardless of what he asks in return. The brunette was doubtful. Of course, the guy had special skills and it was obvious to everyone, but his attitude to the mistress, and again, if he asks, they'll just give him 100 million. The president was angry that her assistant started objecting and only shouted that she didn't care what this guy asked for. Even if it was 100 billion, they should give it to him as an apology and gratitude for saving the girl. Not daring to object now, the brunette strode out of the room, promising to do everything exactly as she was told. Tang thought that over the past few years, as the business gets bigger and bigger, she also got some information about martial artists and demons. She always thought that all this was just nonsense, but now it seems to her that everything is not so simple. The next day, in the auction building, the dark-haired man asked his people to check everything for him and not let anyone in, because Qin Zhao and young Master Qin will be present at the auction today. They protect Master Qin's every shift. One of the four guys asked Master Jai not to worry and go on business, because they wouldn't let anyone in. At this time, Xuan Yuanming was walking near the building next to a short man who had recently heard quite a lot of news. All the items at this auction are simply excellent, and the grass that the guy is so diligently looking for is no less than 2 types. Suddenly they were stopped by putting their hand forward. One of the guys who promised to protect the entrance asked the new guests for their invitations to the auction. And then the blonde turned to his partner and asked him what about the invitation. Meanwhile, he does not know at all whether he needs any invitations. Ignoring this phrase, Xuan pushed the man to continue talking about a lot of news. But how did he not know that new invitations were needed? The guy who didn't let them through said that if they didn't have invitations, they wouldn't be able to enter. Then the short man asked if the young man could not be a little nicer to them. But in response you will get only rudeness. Then a man in a suit with reddish hair and a cigarette in his mouth, the one who was a little earlier, came up and asked what was the matter. The guy replied to Mr. Jai that 2 new guests wanted to enter without their invitations. After a while, Mr. Jai recognized Xuan Yuanming. When the short man asked the blonde man if they were familiar with this man, the young man replied that he did not know the man and that he just gave him a lollipop. The man asked Min to let his friend in without an invitation, while Jai was very angry at the mere memory of the lollipop, and how dare he mention such a thing. Because of Xuan Yuanming's lollipop, Jai was caught by an old crazy woman and almost beaten to death, and therefore, while he is here, they will in no case be able to enter inside. For a second they were distracted by a bald man with a scar on his face and asked what was the matter. The auction is about to start, so why are they standing in the middle of the road? You can't make noise in this place. Then the man suddenly recognized Xuan Yuanming, and at that time Jai told Brother Chen that there was a small problem. However, in the next second, the bald man fell to his knees in front of the blonde man and began to bow to his master. Jai, who was watching from the sidelines, was indignant. Shu and Yuan replied that he was not his master, but he replied that his brother Master Chen treats the guy as a master, which means he is his master too. Although the young man did not recognize him, he is Chen Dahui, and he admires the guy's skill. Like a great mountain and like a bright star, he guides him along the path of his life. In the heart of a man, a blonde is a great hero. The blonde man who watched the whole performance had the most neutral face in the world. Ignoring the show, the guy asked if he could get inside, and then the man easily let him through without looking up. Meanwhile, Jai was unhappy with this arrangement. How did Brother Chen miss the blonde if he provoked Qin Zhao? He can't get inside. Suddenly, the red-haired man received a savory blow in the face. It was Chen, and he was just furious. Did this puppy really decide to teach him and tell him what to do? He is blind, since he decided to contact his master, and therefore he will beat him to death. Jai didn't have the words to answer, and meanwhile, Shu and Yuan and the short man walked past to finally enter the building where the auction is taking place. When they went inside, they found themselves in a huge hall, where it was as if in gold. There were tables with food everywhere, and people around were in beautiful dresses of a girl, in evening dresses. Young couples danced as if at a ball. One girl in a yellow dress, Ju Ran, asked the second one, Looney, if she had heard that a strong demon dog had appeared deep in the Tianshui Mountains. A third brunette girl joined the conversation, and said that she had heard that this demon dog was so strong that it alarmed the other demons on Tianshui Mountain. Many escaped. The organizers of this auction gathered a lot of martial artists in one place for another purpose. This is to create a hunting team to go to the Tianshui Mountains and kill that very demon dog. The girl in the pink dress suddenly noticed Shu and Yuan who passed by. What was he doing in such a place? Ju Ran asked Chudi why she was looking away for so long. Did she notice something? Chudi replied that she had seen a person she knew. The interlocutor did not attach much importance to this, and holding a glass of wine in her hand, she reminded with a grin that Qin Zhao would be here very soon. So doesn't Chudi want him to help her Yuan family survive the disaster? It's such a good opportunity. Qin Zhao still has a good impression of Chudi, and when the auction takes place, he will buy her some spirit herbs if he really likes them. Qin Zhao will definitely help her. Chudi left, shouting back that she already knew all this herself. At this time, the man told Shu and Yuan that this auction was full of martial artists and nobles from the South Island, and the two kinds of herbs that the guy wanted so badly. Most likely there would be too much competition for them. Blondin said that everything was as usual and he could give him money in advance. No matter how much it costs, the man must get the spiritual herb, and later the guy will transfer the money to him through the Ruishi Bank. In the background, a pink-haired waitress was carrying a tray of drinks, simultaneously admiring the beauty of the hall. How luxurious everything was here. It's not at all surprising that the salary for part-time work here is many times more than in any other places. This time she will be able to buy more tonic for her mom with the money that she earned today. Although her illness was cured by Xu and Yuan, but she still needs time to recover. Suddenly the girl was pushed by the shoulder by another and drinks with a tray flew to the floor. The liquid spoiled the outfit of another girl. The pink-haired one began to frantically apologize, while the second, Lu Ling, began to scream loudly. The waitress apologized endlessly, but Lu Ling didn't want to hear anything and ordered the poor girl to shove her apologies in one place. How is she going to solve this problem? Scrolling through the moment of the collision, the pink-haired woman noted that it was the girl who bumped into her. It's quite obvious. And yet, she said she was very sorry. Lu Ling disagreed with this and started claiming that the girl was lying. It was all because she was blind. She's the waiter. Even if Lu Ling runs into her, the girl doesn't even know how to avoid it. They were distracted from the argument by a guy who asked Ling what had happened. It was a guy with slightly longish hair, Zhu Jinhua. The girl started complaining to him that today she had a bad and hard day, so then this ill-mannered waitress spilled wine on her. The worst thing about this situation is that this scoundrel still does not admit her guilt. The guy turned to the pink-haired girl and said that she would have big problems now. Doesn't she know what Lu Ling's background is? Lu Ling is the daughter of the CEO of Tang Group. And the Tang Group, in case she didn't know, are local famous tycoons. The girl did not allow this guy to lower himself below the baseboard, so she replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. But she was not the first to fly. The two men who were standing to the side were very interested in what those two people were talking about with the little girl. However, they did not dare to interfere in the disputes, because the daughter of the leaders of the Tang groups was there. and it has made a market capitalization of more than $10 billion in just 3 years, and is usually overbearing and dominant. The Tang group are rich upstarts, so don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the man was saying that the little girl was really ignorant. Therefore, he will give her 2 options to choose from. The first is to compensate Liu Lingling for the loss of clothes, and the second is to kneel down and apologize. Ling Ling objected because standing in public is not good. But if she suddenly isn't ready for it, then she'll just slap the girl in the face and be done with it. The girl was standing in a stupor, and then the man in the hat asked what it was, had she not decided yet, and he ordered her to stand still so that Liu Lingling could give her a savory slap in the face. Ling Ling swung and told the girl to remember this moment for the rest of her life, so that it would become a lesson for her, and the next time they see each other, she'll be hiding in corners. When the blow almost occurred, the girl was blocked by the sudden appearance of Xuan Yuanming. He grabbed Lin by the hand, preventing the irreparable from happening while she began to scold the guy. How dare he even meddle in his own affairs? Meanwhile, the girl recognized the blonde. The guy in the hat told the boy to let go of his hand and not be so curious. The young man turned to the pink-haired woman and asked what she was doing in this place at all, and she replied that she works in this place part-time. Becoming an unwitting listener to the conversation between the two, Ling Ling wondered if this guy was the brother of this scoundrel. It's good that he came, because it's time to pay off his debts. Xuan Yuanming turned to the young lady and said that he understood very well that it was entirely her fault, and therefore she should apologize to Zhu Yingying. The man in the hat intervened because the guy had already started talking complete nonsense. Apparently, he was hit on the head by a donkey and asked to apologize to Liu Lanling in front of one of the waiters. It's just ridiculous. How dare he force the mistress to apologize to this insolent girl? Lin put out her hand and pointed her finger at the girl, saying that she needed her face to hit her, otherwise she would not get off with a simple slap soon. Zhu was hiding behind Xuan Yuanming at the time, which Liu Lingling didn't like. She came closer and almost touched her face, but the next second she received a strong blow to the cheekbone that even fell to the floor. Seeing this, the guy in the hat decided to take revenge on the guy, but he didn't succeed because he got kicked in the stomach. It was amazing that Xuan Yuanming always walks with his hands in the pockets of his pants or shorts, and even fights in such a position, which suggests that he does not have much difficulty participating in a fight. When Zhu Jinhua slammed into the wall with all his might, leaving a big dent there, the blonde just turned around. Liu Lingling sat on the floor and rubbed her injured cheek and shouted after the guy that her father never raised his hand to her. How dare he beat her? The blonde man came back to her and slapped her on the other cheek. So he's her first. The noise was answered by people who were watching the order and asked what was going on. Among them was Chen, who let them in. The girl was glad that brother Chen came just in time, because these 2 arrogant waiters dare to commit crimes in public. We need to hurry up and detain them as soon as possible. They create only one problem for them and everyone else, and it would be nice to break this kid's legs. Brother Chen ordered his 2 assistants to grab the guy, but not the blonde, as Liu Lingling expected, but Zhu Jin, and at the same time her. These 2 were indignant about what was going on in general for the mess and why they were captured, and those guilty. The bald man menacingly informed them that they were violating the auction procedure. Then they all turned around together and Chen asked the guys to kick such bad guests out of the building and not let them into the auction anymore. At this time, the girls who were standing on the sidelines were unhappy that the blonde was again creating problems for everyone. But the guy did so only because these 2 pissed him off significantly. The girl in the lilac dress said that she was not going to discuss such a thing with him in such a place and asked what he had forgotten here at all. Xuan Yuanming replied that there was a herb that he really needed. Hearing this, the girl asked if he knew that the spirit herb for this auction was reserved for Qin Zhao. The guy thought about it. The auction hasn't started yet, so how did he manage to reserve it? Doesn't the one who offers the highest price get it? The girl got angry. Does he really not understand anything? She says that Xuan injured Qin Zhao and now he wants to fight Qin Zhao for the spirit herb. His actions are very dangerous. Will he not understand this in any way? The girl standing next to me agreed. This case was not just dangerous, the blonde was digging his own grave. And then she asked Chudi why she was talking so much with an idiot like Xuan Yuanming. Later, when Master Qin arrives and causes him some pain, he'll figure it out for himself. Soon it was reported that young Master Qin Zhao had arrived at the auction. Qin entered the building wearing a suit with red elements. He had long brown hair tied with a red headband. The expression on his face screamed that he was determined to leave with souvenirs in this auction. Everyone around was alarmed by Qin Zhao's arrival because they had been waiting for a long time. Especially Chudi was waiting for him, who was standing on the sidelines and making eyes at him from afar. The young man approached the girl and began showering her with 1,000 compliments. With each of their rare meetings, she becomes more and more good. Chudi did not remain in debt and said that he was also becoming more and more elegant, and his cultivation base had increased significantly, and perhaps he would soon surpass those masters of the winds who had been known for a long time. The young man laughed and said that no more words were needed. At least in this Jingju city, he is still confident that he is the best among the younger generation. A friend standing nearby decided to remind Chudi that she was going to ask something, and at that moment, the guy asked her if they could get closer. If she wants something, she just has to tell him about it. The girl felt awkward and embarrassed. In the end, she decided to honestly say that she wasn't going to lie to him. But some time ago, the Yuan family suffered from the changes. Her second uncle Yuan Bio was a disciple of the Lord of Green Wolf Mountain and wanted to become the head of the Yuan family. And therefore she would like to ask Mr. Qin to help the Yuan family overcome their crisis. The guy thought about it and said that Wolf Mountain is really annoying, but it is not located within the city of Qingzhou. The so-called mighty dragon will not be able to crush a snake on the ground. He can go to them and convince Green Wolf Mountain not to interfere in this matter. The girl melted and asked if he was really ready to go for it, and she felt an unprecedented relief that she could finally help her family. In an instant, the red-haired guy who was at the entrance came up to them. He was all bruised and limping after the fight, and Qin asked Gi Shao what had happened to him, and then Guy began to tell that he was beaten by those two, Xuan Yuanming and brother Chen. Qin Zhao recognized the blonde man. Is this really the guy who beat up his brother 3 times? Having received confirmation of his words, the guy was determined to teach this brave dog a lesson. It didn't take long to search, because Xuan Yuanming shouted himself. They faced each other, and Qin folded Rocky on his chest, asking how he dared to raise his head at all. A weirdo got in between them and ordered the guy to come up and immediately say hello to Zhao, and she would recommend him to him. But he only passively replied that he would be fine. He doesn't need any recommendations. The girl desperately told him to stop being stubborn, because she was trying to save him. But, alas, the guy didn't need all this. The girlfriend asked, what else can you say to such a stupid guy? If he can't see the problems clearly, then let him die. At the same time, Gi Shao also made himself felt, who asked him where Chen Da Kuya had gone. They'll gut him today. Qin Zhao said there was no need to ask Xuan Ming because he had already sent people to find Chen Da Kui. Sounds were heard behind him and a huge man brought a bound Chen, whom he was trying to force to kneel in front of Qin Zhao. As a result, having tripped the man, he fell face down. The brunette looked down at the bald man and asked him what he wanted to say about everything that was happening. The man stared at the floor, and while drops of sweat rolled off his face, he could not understand what had happened. Did Qin Zhao and Xuan Yuanming become allies? However, from the side, the young man regarded this silence as something. Then the man still won't say anything, and then he decided to offer him 2 options to choose from, stayed with him or with Xuan Yuanming. He should think carefully about his choice and respond quickly. Qin turned to Chudi and asked her to look at this look, and then he asked her if it was true that she knew Xuan Yuanming very well. And if that's really the case, then she should tell him to kneel in front of him and apologize. And then not only would he let the guy go, but he would also do his best to help her Yuan family through the crisis. The girl was not sown from the fact that she would have to do so. Of course, she wanted to save the family, but also to make the blonde so humiliated. A nearby girlfriend hurried Chudi and told her to quickly do as Qin Zhao said, and then he would do everything possible to keep the Yuan family free of problems. The girl asked to give her a try and approached the blonde with the words that he listened to her advice. The fact is that the current situation is really beyond his control. Therefore, he should kneel down and apologize to Qin Zhao. The guy just laughed, but she continued. Doesn't he always look like he's ready to die? This is not a place where he can do whatever his heart desires. Xuan asked her to step aside for Yuan Ju's sake because he had nothing else to talk to her about. She is a woman with a low IQ, and let her not bother him from now on anymore. The guy started to leave, and the girl remained standing, slowly boiling with anger. She shouted to him that since he mentioned her grandfather, he should remember his face. He should let her help him. Just get down on your knees and apologize. The guy thought about it and still answered in the negative. Chudi asked why he was so unreasonable. How can he not agree to it in the end? Does the guy really consider himself one of the best in the younger generation? The girlfriend got down and threatened the blonde with her finger that when Chudi talks to him so seriously, and he doesn't even listen to her. Xuan Yuanming slapped this annoying girl in the face because she always gets into the wrong time and only agrees and tries to protect Chudi in this way. She was sitting on the floor and was indignant that he had dared to hit a woman. The guy abruptly appeared next to the girl and did something that made her unable to speak now. It was like an icy freezing of the throat, and Chuddy asked the blonde what he had done with Ran Ran. He replied that it had become too noisy, so he decided to shut up this chatty one. Qin Zhao's laughter could be heard from the side. He laughed at the fact that it looked like Chudi had failed to persuade Xu Yunming to apologize to him. Qin Zhao asked Chen Daqiu what his choice would be. The man thought to himself that he was absolutely confident in Mr. Xu Yunming. But Qin Zhao is not so simple, because he is not easy to provoke. He told Chen Daqiu not to be so stupid, and if he dares to follow someone other than Qin Zhao, then he will definitely die today. How nice it is to be Qin Zhao's dog. Mr. Qin has a lot of bones here, and when the time comes, 2 pieces will be thrown at Chen. And then the man will have enough food. Then the guy told the bald man to hurry up and finally make his difficult decision. He can continue to live like a dog and eat bones that are thrown to him. Qin suddenly told Yi Xiao that although Chen Daqiu did not dare to reject him, but he should behave with dignity, because they should not force him. Chen Daqiu doubted his choice for a couple of moments, but almost immediately shouted that he was choosing Mr. Xu Yunming. It was clear from Qin Zhao's face that he didn't expect to be chosen. Meanwhile, the blonde man noticed that this Chen Daqiu, like his brother Chen Dashi, is also a very smart person. Standing in front of the man, Qin asked him to repeat again what he had just said. More confidence woke up in the man, and then he said that Xu Yunming comes up again. Chen Daqiu would not be a dog even if he had to die. Qin told him to die and wanted to hit the man. Chen already thought to himself, is Xu really going to watch him being killed, even after he chose it? After all, the blonde man caught Qin Zhao's hand and did not let him kill Chen Daqiu. Qin was displeased. Doesn't the guy really want to die? Xu Yuan asked the opponent the same question. While they were having a showdown, 2 men in business suits were talking on the side. One asked the other, who is this young man that dared to fight Qin Zhao? His partner replied that he did not know. It can be seen that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, it can easily die. There were rumors that Qin Zhao had killed 8 people this year, and it looks like this young man will be the 10th today. Meanwhile, Qin laughed and said that challenging him was a good idea. It's just been too long since someone dared to talk to him like that. Yi Xiao in the background kept asking the gentleman to kill this madman, since he does not know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Qin was about to say something, but he heard the pleas of Looney, who asked him to be merciful. After all, this is an auction, and it's not worth making a big deal out of it. Doesn't he want to get a spiritual herb? At this time, Yi Xiao moved even further away and addressed all the guests of the auction that it would start very soon, so people should take their seats indicated on the tickets. Qin Zhao walked up to Chudi from behind and hugged her shoulder. Since she's asking so much, then he will allow that blonde asshole to live his worthless life for quite a bit more. And with the debt, they are cleared after the auction. The girl did not like the excessive tact and she removed his hand, because there were a lot of people around who could look at them. The brunette said that there were a lot of people from the very beginning, but he still has a separate private room on the 2nd floor and he doesn't mind going there and talking to Chudi alone. The girl privately blamed only Xu Yunming, and today, for the sake of his salvation, she would sacrifice herself. The man who came with him to the auction ran up to the blonde and said that he was very worried about him and was scared to death. How could a guy have such big problems with Qin Zhao? When did all this happen? The guy was called by Chen Daqiu and told him that a young position like Qin Zhao in Qingzhou is flourishing, and this is by no means an empty name. Therefore, Xu Yunming must be extremely careful. Xu Yuan replied that it didn't matter, however. He noticed that the man decided to follow him. So while Qin Zhao is here, it will be difficult for Chen Daqiu to live in this city. Will he regret it? The man replied that it was too late for him to regret it, so after everything that happened here today, he would always follow the guy. He can't just leave him here alone. Xu Yuan thought that lately he has been trying to find a family that would do the work for him, collect the spiritual herb in the hands of each family. So could it be that Chen Daqiu is just right for such a role? A little later, the auction began, and in the hall, behind the counter, the man officially announced that the auction was open. And without further ado, I decided to sell the first lot. The first lot turned out to be an ancient sword of unknown age. According to legend, it was obtained in the Imperial Mausoleum when it was first excavated. The sky was flooded with sunlight, and the stars and moon filled the sky. Things from the Imperial tombs are naturally of great value. Xu Yunming pondered over the first item, the Sword of the Stars and the Moon Zion. This sword is her legacy. The presenter said that this ancient sword has already changed its owner several times. Nothing was known about him, and most likely this is a spiritual weapon that no one knows anything about. The man with the microphone announced the initial price for this sword, 500,000. Seeing the silence in the hall, the presenter warned that if there were no applications, the lot would have to be removed. Does no one want to bet on him? Yuan stood up from his seat and made his bid. Everyone around looked at him with strange looks and could not understand where this guy came from at all. Does he really want to buy a bunch of broken copper and rusty iron? And also, this is the same guy who recently ran into Mr. Blue, and he has obvious problems with his head. This broken sword is obviously trash. The host continued talking and asked if there would be any more bids, and then Qin Zhao offered 600,000 for this old sword. The blonde man looked at him, and Qin asked what was he staring at. He'll crush the guy right in front of a bunch of people. The host announced that Qin Zhao had bid 100,000 more, and then asked if anyone else could offer more. The blonde man raised his hand and said he was betting 1 million. Even something went into the competition between the guys. Qin wondered what the blonde guy was doing with the fact that he always bet more on 100,000 than the guy. Yuan made a bet of 5 million at once, and then Chen Daqiu decided to reason with him because this rusty iron sword is not worth gambling for. How much money you need to spend on it? The blonde turned to the men who were trying to subdue him and replied that it didn't matter because he had the money for it. Shudi was sitting next to Qin Zhao on a chair and asked him to forget about it, because you shouldn't be angry at Yuan. But the man was adamant because he was serious about getting Yuan to spend all his money. The betting competition continued, and meanwhile Chuddy did not understand what kind of kindergarten they had arranged here. For the sake of fighting Qin Zhao, buying a broken sword for such a lot of money, Yuan must be not right in the head. She really had a high opinion of him up to this point. When the blonde man made a bet of 10 million, whispers began to creep around the hall. One man in a suit whispered to a girl sitting next to him that this child was really rich, but the lady called him just a loser. People thought the guy was brainless, since he spends so much money on this garbage. The host suddenly said that this sword has a chance to become a spiritual weapon. But in the end, this illusory chance is too little, almost zero. Although he is an employee of the auction, he still advises young people to calm down. Qin asked, does this kid really dare to bet? Isn't he just an ordinary teacher? Where did he get so much money from? Di Xiao, who was standing a little behind, assumed that the guy was just pretending. We need to see how the blonde pays later. As a result, they settled on a bet of 10 million. And hitting the hammer, the presenter announced that the sword had been sold to a young man. Now he needs to pay the price on the spot and pick up his ancient sword. Yuan came forward, followed by that short man, and put forward a card with the words that he would pay money for his younger brother. When the card was passed through a special terminal, the man boomed that now this ancient sword was finally theirs. Picking up the sword, the blonde made sure that she was carrying it with her then. Qin Zhao called out to the guy and started clapping, because he was very amused that the guy spent as much as 10 million yuan for a piece of iron. Other buyers also began to make fun of him, shouting that they would take his sword for scrap for 20 yuan, and someone for 10, because 20 is too expensive for such garbage. The blonde, meanwhile, tried to pull the sword out of the scabbard, but he failed, and the presenter warned him that this should not be done, because the sword had long been rusty. If he continues to do this, the sword will be damaged. To this, the guy replied that there was no problem, because this sword is made of an unusual material, and its class is much higher than ordinary spiritual weapons, so it is not so easy to break it. People were shocked. They thought that the guy had finally gone crazy and had already begun to fantasize. You need to console yourself somehow when you spent as much as 10 million yuan. Chuddy asked the guy why he was acting like that. He has to face the truth. Suddenly, a blue light appeared around the place where the blonde man was holding the sword with his hand. He noticed that this sword had not been unsheathed for at least 2,000 years. Everyone present didn't understand what was going on. It was like the light of the spirit, the light that only spiritual weapons can emit. Qin Zhao was not thrilled with what he saw. The blonde man gradually pulled the sword out of its scabbard, and everything around was filled with a bright blue light. People could barely cover their faces, making sure 100% that this was really a real spiritual weapon. They never thought that they would be able to see a spiritual weapon in this place. It's not just worth 10 million yuan, it's priceless. Now everyone began to regret that they did not place bets with the guy. But it was too late. When Yuan finally took the sword out of its case, a beautiful dragon suddenly appeared out of the blue light. Some bald man on the sidelines couldn't believe that this was really a spiritual weapon. It is quite rare, but this is what is unique. He had never seen anything like it, not with any other weapon. Everyone was too shocked by what they saw, and someone is even sure that this sword goes beyond a simple spiritual weapon. otherwise it would not be so strange. And as for the level of spiritual weapons, even for an old man, it's not too clear. This is something that is only available to great cultivator families and sects, and this time the young man found a heavenly treasure. The blonde man recalled that the owner of this sword was once a young woman, a master of the sword. She was one of the few at that time who had the greatest chance of ascension. Unfortunately, she was a participant in the riots that occurred 2,000 years ago. When there was an invasion of ghostly demons to confront them, she went to their lair to save the world and disappeared without a trace. Yuan didn't expect her sword to come into the light again. Just a few days ago, ghostly demons reappeared in the world. Is all this just a coincidence? Qin Zhao slammed on the table because he was just furious. He said that this sword is beyond a spiritual weapon, and Chudi didn't expect that this time Xuan Yuanming would cause a big stir. Is he blind? Or did he still know the true value of that sword? No way. Xuan Yuanming was just lucky. It's just an accident. Otherwise it's simply impossible to explain it all. Men were jealous that the kid had found a real treasure. And how can this be accepted? Someone started offering 20 million for this sword, and someone as much as 50. And suddenly Qin Zhao offered 100 million yuan. Despite the fact that the blonde man hit his brother, Qin will not answer. Xuan Yuan suddenly asked a strange question. Does Qin Zhao want to eat this sword? After all that happened, the host announced the second round of the auction. The last round of the auction was really unexpected, and no one expected that the value of the ancient sword would be so great that everyone present was very surprised. However, the next 3 spiritual herbs sold in the second round should not come as a surprise, since they originally had a huge value. These 3 spiritual herbs were collected in the primeval Lena by a cultivator who loved to explore nature. Spiritual herb can be used for alchemy, can help in cultivation, and can also be grown and reproduced, which is of great importance. People decided to hurry up the presenter because he talked too much. They couldn't wait to buy grass soon. So, the starting price for 3 spirit herbs is 100 million yuan. Qin Zhao immediately shouted out that he was offering 100 million. As everyone here knows, he will break through this, and he has a great need for these 3 spiritual herbs. Therefore, the young man kindly asks to give the herbs to him, and then he will remember it all his life. The men in suits told him not to worry, because they would not compete with him and would give up the grass to him. It's because Qin Zhao is very polite and therefore no one dares to argue with him. But then someone said a bid of 200 million yuan. Of course it was Xuan Yuanming. The men were unhappy that this strange guy came out again forgiving Mr. Qin Zhao. This kid dared to fight Qin Zhao for the spirit herb again. Is he looking for death? The girl also tried to reach the blonde, saying that he already has a precious sword. She really doesn't understand why he still wants to participate in the auction. What's going on with his head? She refuses to accept it. The stone-faced guy asked why he couldn't bid if he had money. Qin Zhao found it quite interesting and offered 300 million. Well, now Pan still has the money to answer him. After all, he knows how much a guy can invest. If he has money, then they should fight. However, Qin can tell him that the owner of this auction is extremely strong. And if he makes a false bid, then a terrible punishment will overtake the guy. The blonde man offered 500 million yuan, then Qin 700, Xuan Yuanmin, billion, etc. As far as Qin Zhao knows, the guy doesn't have any support from any family behind his back. So how can he offer such a big price? Can he really have a billion? The blonde was about to offer a new bid, but the short man with whom he came grabbed his hand and asked him to stop. He did not expect that the auction would take such a serious turn because he only brought 1 billion yuan with him. And if the guy raises the price, they won't have enough money. The guy replied that he had been waiting for more than 6 months for these 3 spiritual herbs and therefore he should buy them at any price. The man thought that this is really possible when your opponent is Qin Zhao. Even if they go to borrow money, they simply will not dare to lend it to them. At this time, Qin Zhao started laughing and said that if the guy still has money, then let him bet already. Why did only this pathetic bastard dare to compete with him? Let him not piss on himself. Suddenly, someone offered as much as 2 billion for herbs. Who is betting at all at this time? 2 billion is too much. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the hall, accompanied by 2 assistants. She was luxuriously dressed, in a beautiful dress and jacket, and all the men seemed rooted to the floor. They were fascinated by her beauty. One of them asked, didn't they recognize the upstart in Qinjui, Mrs. Tang? In just a few years, she became the richest person in the city. Ms. Tang is a powerful woman who is well known for her generosity. She put her hand out in the air and said she was offering 2 billion less to Mr. Xuan Yuanming. Everyone was just in shock. Men whispered that maybe she was still single, and therefore it is not surprising that Xuan is a white boy raised by Mrs. Tang. This is the only explanation that makes any sense. Chuddy was wrong about the guy. She was quite curious how an ordinary teacher could have so much money. And now it turns out that they are not earned by the most honest work. Qin Zhao at this time was annoyed that he had lost. Yi Xiao asked him to think twice before making a decision. Even if Xu Yuanming received spiritual herbs, he would not be able to assimilate them. Only then would it be considered true mastery. Qin sat down on a chair and said that he understood everything. He will allow those two to feel a little happy, but it won't be for long. The gavel banged again and the host announced that 3 top-quality spiritual herbs had been purchased by Mr. Xu Yuanming. Mrs. Tang handed him the box and said that the herbs now belonged to him. The guy replied that he would accept them, but he would pay the money himself. But the woman said he saved her daughter's life. Therefore, it is a great service for her. These 3 spirit herbs will be her gratitude for helping her family. After a while, Xu Yuanming announced to his assistants, who were holding purchases in their hands, that they had finished, and it was time to get out of this place. But suddenly Zhu called out to him and asked when he would have time so that her mother could thank him. She invited him to dinner at her house. The guy scratched his head and said that he would come today because he would also like to look at her mother's condition. Mrs. Tang came up to them and offered to give the guy a ride, because she also has something to say to him, and the guy agreed. The woman added that she herself would personally drive. He should only wait a little. A little later, when the blonde and Zhu went outside, she asked if he was really that rich. The guy replied that he has no shortage of money, but there are so many things that he can't buy with money. The girl replied that she really understands him, even though she has no money. She had heard that rich people were often unhappy, but she had never seen Brother Xu Yuan ever smile. Is he happy or not? The guy suddenly plunged into memories where his master was sitting with his back to him. He ran up to him and said that he had finally reached the 9th level of body cultivation and was about to break through. The master approached him and said that this was great news, and when he breaks through to the next level, the master will teach him more powerful techniques. With his cultivation qualities, the desalinated guy will become the best in the future, and when they ascend together, they will make a good story about them. Returning to the present, the guy realized that he was the only one left. Around the corner, Liu Lingling and her boyfriend were waiting for them, who had been waiting for a couple of relatives for too long. Chen Daqiu won't support them this time, so they can easily kill this pair of fools and no one will interfere with them now. Ling Ling is too furious because a couple of poor bastards think they can argue with her, and therefore she will beat them so hard that they will become crippled. Liu Ling turned to the strong guys and told them to listen carefully. The 2 of them are members of the Tang group. They have money, and the guys will get it as soon as the job is done. The guys replied to Sister Liu and Brother Zhu so that they would not worry. They guarantee that they will make a real show. The pink-haired girl called the guy and asked what he was thinking about, because he hadn't answered her and hadn't moved for some time. The guy scratched his head and admitted that her question reminded him of something from the distant past. The girl said that it is very important for people to enjoy life. Happiness is the most important thing. Although it sounds quite simple, but it is very difficult to achieve this. The girl hopes that in the future she will be able to see how the guy smiles. Xu Yuanming looked at her, but then suddenly he was called by a gang of guys, behind which stood that guy in the hat. He asked why they stayed so long at the auction, as if they had promised to come out. The girl recognized the offender and asked what else he needed. And then Liu Ling got in, who rudely ordered the girl to close her mouth. Today she is going to undress the girl and take her outside. And that idiot standing next to him. Without Chen Daqiu's support, we need to see how the guy can get out of their hands. We need to teach the guy a good lesson. The man ordered the guys to attack, and they attacked the guy at once. Xu Yuanming slightly led Zhu behind his back, because one of the guys was already drooling on her and was already imagining vile thoughts in his head with the participation of a girl. Liu gave the go-ahead for him to do whatever he wanted with her. The blonde suddenly asked her to wait, and Liu Ling laughed. Was he going to beg her for mercy? It's useless, because provoking them, the guy provoked the king of hell, and in order not to die, the guy will have to give her his scalpel. The blonde man raised his hand and pointed up, saying that cameras were installed throughout the building. They are going to arrange a showdown in this place. Aren't they afraid that this will all bring them a lot more problems in the future? The girl thought that the guy was too naive, because they turned off the cameras in advance, so now they can do whatever they want with him. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and pretended to say that everything was fine now and he was glad that they took care of the cameras. Because in the next second, Xu Yuanming rushed at one of the opponents and was able to knock him down with ease. Those present did not expect this from the guy, and the guy in the hat ordered the others to immediately defeat the upstart. Some time later, the whole gang was lying on the floor defeated. Liu Ling told the blonde not to fool around, because they are members of the Tang group. Then the guy mimicked her, saying that she was the king of hell, didn't he? Then what is she so afraid of? Liu shouted that there was a difference between messing with them and messing with the king of hell. We need to explain everything well to him. The Tang group is standing behind them, and therefore the guy immediately kneels down and apologizes to her, and then maybe she won't tell anyone what happened today. Yuan gave her a hard slap in the face, which really angered Lin. How many more times would he hit her that day? The blonde asked what was wrong with him hitting her. After all, she has a mouth that needs to be closed, and then gave another slap in the face. The guy in the hat decided to insert his 5 kopecks. Allegedly, the guy asked for it. He shouldn't be so arrogant. A man doesn't believe that he, a helpless child, would dare to do anything. But the next moment I got it from the guy. Suddenly, a car stopped near them and the luxurious Mrs. Tang got out of it. The two were surprised at what their mistress was doing here, and Liu Lingling asked her to save them from this scoundrel. Tang asked what was the matter and what the two of them were doing here, and then Liu decided to complain about the blonde and his sister, who decided to be rude to them, and therefore Liu wanted to give them a lesson for life, and she also did not expect that the guy would dare to answer them. Knowing that they were members of the Tang group, the blonde dared to hit them, as if the Tang group was an empty place for him. This is an insult to all of them, but especially to Mrs. Tang. The lady put her hands on her hips and asked if they wanted to say that they provoked Mr. Yuan. The man decided that his mistress was clearly mistaken, because that bastard contacted them himself, and then he received a blow from Mrs. Tang. No one expected this, especially Liu Lingling, for which she also received a slap in the face. It would seem that there should have been no room left on their cheeks for new blows, but they continued to run into trouble. Liu should open her dog eyes, because they dared to provoke Mr. Yuan. The mistress turned to the blonde and said that she was very sorry that everything had happened and it was completely her fault. She allowed the son and daughter of the group leaders to do whatever they wanted, including provoking the guy. She stood up and ordered these two to kneel in front of the guy. But quickly, they should properly apologize to Yuan. The man convulsively began to say that he did not know that the guy was familiar with President Tang. They have eyes, but they didn't see, so they apologized to the blonde. The woman asked the guy if he still had any complaints, and then the guy said that he would fuck it all off. Let her deal with her subjects, since they are not taught manners. If they are the children of the group's directors, it does not mean that they have every right to treat other people like this and treat them like dirt under their feet, as they did with poor Zhu. That's what power does to people. Ms. Tang told Liu and Zhu to return to their parents and tell them that from now on they are dismissed from Tang groups. Zhu Jinhua started asking Mrs. Tang to forgive him. After all, when his father finds out about it, he will break his son's legs. Liu Lingling also started begging Mrs. Tang for forgiveness. She said her mom wouldn't forgive her, she would just kill her. They admit their mistake and agree that they were wrong. But Mrs. Tang did not listen to them and went to the car. Liu Lingling kept trying to reach her and begged for forgiveness. There were 4 people in the car. These were Yuan, Zhu Yinyin, Mrs. Tang herself, who drove the car, and her assistant. Mrs. Tang turned to Zhu Yuan and told him that she actually wanted to ask him something. Yuan told her to talk already. Ms. Tang told him that after the recent incident, her daughter, whose name is Tang Lin, became depressed, and her body lost even more weight than before. The doctor told her it was all because of the shock. But still, her daughter has been recovering for too long. When Ms. Tang saw Mr. Yuan's miraculous abilities, she was very amazed. Therefore, she really wants Mr. Yuan to teach Tang Ling as her teacher. Yuan asked her what she meant to be taught by him. Ms. Tang said that, of course, she already knows that Yuan is a great person. And she also knows that Yuan won't accept new students so easily. But for this, she will give him 30% of the shares of the Tang group family as a gift to Master Yuan. Mrs. Tang's assistant was just horrified and told her mistress to think about it again. After all, 30% of the shares of Tang group is incredibly much. A person who owns so many shares will be able to become the richest person in Kinju in an instant. Mrs. Tang wouldn't listen to her and told her to shut her mouth. Then Yuan intervened, who told Mrs. Tang that he was not taking students. Ms. Tang's assistant was just angry and turned to Yuan, who was told that how could he be so ungrateful? Didn't he know and understand what Mrs. Tang had just offered him? Ms. Tang said that she repeats once again her assistant should close her mouth. Otherwise, she has to get the hell out of here. After that, Ms. Tang apologized to Mr. Yuan and asked him if she can find out why he doesn't want to accept students. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan had fallen into a reverie. It happened a long time ago. An old man was brought to him on a stretcher, who told Yuan that his disciple, that is, himself, was stupid. This old man never understood the Great Way. Now his life is coming to an end. And this old man is afraid that he will no longer be able to serve his master Xuan Yuanming. Republic of China. Xuan Yuanming was sitting outside his temple and meditating. Then he felt something and, opening his eyes, saw that a blade was rushing at him. Xuan Yuanming caught it with 2 fingers and broke it in half. Xuan Yuanming realized that it was Xiaoxi, and he asked why, to which Xiaoxi replied to his teacher that he still looked so young. Time had not left any marks on his body at all. This can even be envied, because he himself is barely holding on. His body is completely decrepit. But Xuan Yuanming was unwavering and repeated his question, asking that why did he do this. Xiaoxi said he was told that Xuan Yuanming could become food for him after he eats it. Then Xiaoxi can rejuvenate and gain immortality. He is very old and will die soon. And, not waiting for Xuan Yuanming's answer, Xiaoxi attacked his teacher and told him to let him take a bite out of him. Xuan Yuanming quickly diffused Xiaoxi with a light movement of his hand. Xiaoxi, bleeding profusely, reached out to his master, but he didn't even look at him and left. While driving in the car, Xuan Yuanming told his driver that it was his own business. And in short, Xuan Yuanming decided that he no longer accepts students. The woman driving the car said that in that case she would like to ask Mr. Xuan Yuanming for something in the future. Mr. Xuan Yuanming can come to the tank group to find her at any time. When he arrived, Yin met him and told him it was time to go. Her mom cooked a lot of dishes for brother Xuan Yuanming. When they had already reached the door of Yin's apartment, they heard screams from the apartment. The man said that if she did not satisfy him today, he would not leave. Yin broke into the apartment to help her mom. When the man saw her, he got even angrier and said that how could he take the 2 of them, both mother and daughter. Out of anger, he broke a plate that was lying on the table. He said it was bad luck. Yin came up to her mom and asked if she was alright. Seeing this, the man said that Yin had grown so much. Why wouldn't she even call him her dad? To which Yin sharply and rudely replied that it was better for her not to have any father than someone like him. And she asked him to leave their house. The man didn't like it, and he asked what was out of their house. And reaching out to hit Yin said that it infuriates at the mere mention. After hitting his daughter, he told her to get out of the way and not interfere with him. And pointing to Yin's mom, he said that he married her because her family was rich and influential. Who knows, maybe in a few years she will be kicked out not only by the Zul family. The man had already started shouting and said that Zul's family had kicked her out, so he was also suffering from poverty and hunger with her. She's her daughter, it's a couple of losers. Zhu Min told them that he had already told them that he was going to sell this house, so if they had any sense left, they should give him the real estate license, and they should do it right now. Yin's mother, addressing Zhu Min, said that this house is the only native place for their daughter, and he didn't even give them a cent for all these years that he lived with them. Yin's training is fully paid for by her own part-time job. And now Zhu Min just came and wants to take the house and sell it. Does he even have a conscience? Then Yin intervened and added that he had nothing to do with them. She's going to call the police now if Zhu Min doesn't leave. Zhu Min, calling his daughter a smelly wench, told her to shut up. And he asked, what's wrong with selling this house? And he decided to ask her one more question. Will Yin's mother give him to do it or not? Yin's mother said he was delusional. Then Zhu Min could not stand it and, calling her names, asked if she really wanted to be punished. He was about to hit the woman, but someone stopped his hand. It was Xuan Yuanming. Seeing him, Zhu Ming asked, where did this brat come from? And told him to get away from him. But Xuan Yuanming didn't even move and, remaining the same cold-blooded, said that just because he was Yin's father, he wouldn't beat him, and told him to get out of here. Zhu Ming said that Xuan Yuanming is quite a funny guy. In calling him a fool, he asked that he had such a small body, was he really going to threaten him? Doesn't he know that Zhu Min is a gang member? And grabbing Xuan Yuanming by the scruff of the neck, Zhu Ming added that, believe it or not, he would be able to call several 1,000 brothers to beat him to death, without a single word and still with the same cold-blooded expression on his face. Xuan Yuanming easily grabbed Zhu Ming's hand and twisted it so that Zhu Ming fell to his knees. Zhu Ming was confused and said that it damn much hurt. It hurt. Xuan Yuanming told him that if Zhu Ming understood what pain was, he should get out of here immediately and leave Yin and her mother alone. Yin's mom told Zhu Ming to leave, and in the future, never come to their house again. They have nothing in common with him anymore. Still on his knees, Zhu Min told his wife that she and her daughter had really matured. She even dared to find a white-haired shorty who would help her. And calling her names again, he spat at her feet. Yin's mom was furious and told him to stop. He should keep his mouth shut. And Zhu Min said that he must have hit the nail on the head if she was so angry. This little guy looks pretty good. I wonder which one of them lay down under him, or both of them. Yin Yan's mother and Yin Yan herself fell into a stupor and were very surprised by his words. And Xu Yuanming could not stand it and began to beat Zhu Ming with his hands in the face. Zhu Ming wanted to say something, but Xu Yuanming wouldn't let him say a word. He kept hitting him in the face. But Zhu Ming kept trying to object, but everything was in vain. Xu Yuanming told the man that if he said another word, he would get a slap in the face. Rising from his knees, Zhu Min understood him and did not drop a word on the way to the door. But after leaving the apartment door, Zhu Min said that they would still dance at his place, because this is not the end, he will come back. Zhu Yinyan house. After cooking, Yin Yan's mom, also sitting down at the table to eat with Yin Yan and Xu Yuanming, apologized to Xu Yuanming and said that she was going to invite him to dinner, but she herself did not expect. But Xu Yuanming interrupted her and said nothing. After all, they are bound by fate, and if they run into problems in the future, they will always be able to find it. And Xu Yuanming himself thought that as soon as he gave this necklace, it became real. Since the girl has passed away, she will return this service to her descendants. Yin Yan started putting food on his plate and told him to eat more. 3 hours later, Xu Yuanming went outside and called Chen Dakui. Chen Dakui asked Xu Yuanming, "What are the orders?" Xu Yuanming told him that the mother and daughter live at 301. Building 1, East Garden District. There's someone who's been giving them trouble lately. Chen Dakui should send someone to help him look after them. Chen Dakui told Mr. Xu Yuanming not to worry about anything. Everything will be done. Walking down the street, Xu Yuanming noticed someone and told them to get out. A group of guys came out, and they accused him of Xu Yuanming stealing Qin Zhao's things. And did he really think he could leave so easily? Xu Yuan asked that why didn't Qin Zhao come by himself, to which one of the men told him that Qin Zhao adheres to his own concepts. Why do you need to do this yourself when there is someone who can help him with this? Xu Yuanming told this man that he had been beaten by him, and he was no longer his rival. Why is he here? Xu Yuanming is already very busy and does not like trouble. The best one is to finish it all at once, and he will solve them all together. Don't let them waste his time. This big guy was very angry at his words and said that he was quite brave. They didn't just come, they have the power to take him down. And he took out a pill and said that this was the pill that Master Qin Zhao had given them. And if they swallow it, it can make them several times stronger. Another guy, addressing Xu Yuanming, said that he advises him to hurry up and give away the things he bought at auction. And also he has to get on his knees. Xu Yuanming will have to return with them and will receive his punishment. But Xu Yuanming, without turning a word, remained unshaken. Then the guy told him that he could still ask Master Qin Zhao to forgive him. Otherwise, if they take this pill, then he won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Then Xu Yuanming, without warning and without saying a word, very quickly, so that even this guy could not understand anything, approached that talkative guy and took his miracle pill. Then he hit him. The guy didn't even have time to figure out what had happened to him, but he was already out. Xu Yuanming told him that he could have eaten it a long time ago, because there was so much time. Why so many unnecessary words? Here the man with commanded all the rest that you need to eat a pill altogether. All the guys took his order and ate the pill. They immediately felt that the packs were much stronger. The man was very pleased with his newfound strength and asked, "Is this really the power of the master? It's incredibly cool." And addressing Xu Yuanming, he said that he would never realize what he was going to face now. What a great power it is. To which Xu Yuanming told them that they also had no idea what kind of force they were facing. The man couldn't stand it and attacked him, told him to go to hell. Xu Yuanming quickly walked around this man and neutralized him. This man didn't even have time to understand what had happened, but Xu Yuanming finished him off. Then 2 more guys attacked him. They decided that they needed to attack Xu Yuanming together because they thought that they had a much better chance that way. But Xu Yuanming also neutralized them. A man was watching their fight. It was the head of the Kong family. His name is Kong Tianfeng. He asked the girl, calling her a mandarin, who was standing next to him, what she thought about this man. This girl's name is Kong Sitting and she is the granddaughter of Kong Tianfeng. She replied that the movement is tough and powerful, but the cultivation base is a little low. Compared to those people, Xu Yuanming is still too weak. Kong Tianfeng told her not to underestimate him, because he was able to find out the true power of that very sword at the auction, and he can also use it, which means that Xu Yuanming has extraordinary knowledge that is inaccessible to ordinary people. Their Kong family had already sent people to identify the sword several times, but they hadn't found anything. Kong Sitting told her grandfather, Kong Tianfeng, that he wasn't worth it. He's too attentive to him. He knows that all the people who have the right to participate in the expedition are very strong. She didn't notice that her grandfather paid so much attention to others. Kong Tianfeng said that this is a completely different matter. Now climbing the mountain is associated with thousands of years of Taoist secrets, and they need someone with a unique understanding. And Fritzak range is a great skill that is difficult to improve. And the place where he went this time was difficult and dangerous. A person like Xuan Yuanming might have a better idea of him. Kong Sitting said that in any case, she thinks he is an ordinary person. Kong Tianfeng didn't like it and told his granddaughter that it was necessary to go and talk to him now. At this time, Xuan Yuanming had already dealt with everyone and said it was a waste of time. He was about to leave when Kong Tianfeng called out to him, and he told Xuan Yuanming that he would like to introduce himself first. His name is Kong Tianfeng. He is the head of the Kong family. The auction that Xuan Yuanming attended earlier was organized by his Kong family. Xuan Yuanming was a little puzzled and told him to say what he wanted already. Kong Tianfeng said that then he would be frank. Recently, a demon dog appeared deep in the Tianshui Mountains and he is very strong and dangerous. This shocked everyone on Tianshui Mountain. He was seen there quite often. Hearing this, Xuan Yuanming thought that since ancient times, it has been extremely difficult for dogs to become demons. After all, now they live closer to people and therefore are stained with red earth and worldly affairs, and naturally, which inhibit them on the way to cultivation. And Kong Tianfeng continued to say that this demon dog is extremely difficult to deal with, and there is a level 5 martial artist who has fought with him before, and even he turned out to be no match for him. But the most important thing is that this demon dog guards the ancient Taoist hidden kingdom. Kong Tianfeng is sure that this hidden realm must be extraordinary, and he hopes that there are important treasures inside. After listening to him, Xuan Yuanming said that Kong Tianfeng wanted him to help him enter this secret realm and get the treasures. Then, unable to stand it, Kong Sitting intervened and said that Xuan Yuanming had too high an opinion of himself. All this is to help him, not them. Xuan Yuanming might not help them with his pathetic abilities. Then Kong Tianfeng couldn't stand it anymore and told his granddaughter to shut up. And already addressing Xuan Yuanming, he said that if he could help them this time, then no matter how much it would cost. Xuan Yuanming could name any price, but Xuan Yuanming did not even think about it and said that he was not interested in money. And he's not interested in Kong Tianfeng's affairs either, and he had already turned around and was about to leave. But Kong Tianfeng stopped him and asked him to wait for another minute. He knows that Xuan Yuanming won 3 top quality spiritual herbs at the auction. He must have needs for spiritual herbs, and as far as he knows, there is a field of spiritual herbs in the hidden realm where all kinds of them grow. Kong Tianfeng hopes that he was able to interest Xuan Yuanming. Xuan Yuanming stopped and thought that the field of spiritual grass, it's true, is what he needs right now. Xuan Yuanming said that he really needed a spiritual herb, and asked Kong Tianfeng, when is he going to leave? Kong Tianfeng said that in 3 days. Xuan Yuan said that he could promise to help, but all the spiritual herbs in the grass fields would go to him. Kong Tiang didn't like it very much, and she said it was only if he had dreams. Does he know how many people are eager to take part in this campaign? To overpower him, to take him with them, but still they respect themselves. But he dares to ask for even more. Xuan Yuanming said that if they don't agree, they can find someone else. Kong Tianfeng said that this campaign may be led by the Kong family, but a lot of people participate in it. He's not sure if some people will eventually listen to the Kong family's orders. He can only promise Xuan Yuanming this from the Kong family, but in the end, whether he can get a bullet with herbs or not depends on himself. Xuan Yuanming agreed and said that it was fine. He agreed to it. It will be ready in 3 days. School staff room. In his room, Yuan Yuanming was still creating miracle pills. He put 3 spiritual herbs of the highest quality, which he received at the auction, into the cauldron in which he would cook these miracle pills. And this should be enough to purify 3 Peiyuan pills of the highest grade. He created 3 such pills, and I ate one. Xuan Yuanming thought that he didn't know how many levels he would be able to take this time. But then he realized that the cultivation base hadn't even changed. Then he decided to eat another pill, and he said that still nothing was happening. Xuan Yuanming took another one and said it was the last one, and this time it worked out. He said 99,948 levels. Xuan Yuanming thought that supposedly 1 Peiyuan pill could boost 1 cultivation level, and now 3 pieces are barely enough. It looks like the peak of cultivation has been reached again. The so-called peak is at the stage of cleansing the body. When its cultivation reaches a certain level, its body becomes like a whale that absorbs water. You need a lot of spiritual power. Because complete absorption is not enough, it becomes extremely difficult to increase the level of cultivation. For Xuan Yuanming, it was like an ocean that required several times tens, even hundreds of times more pills and spirit herbs, just barely by raising 1 level. During these 1,000 years of cultivation, Xu and Yuanming had encountered this kind of obstacle several times. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have broken through to 100,000 body cultivation levels long ago. And the only way to overcome this peak, and it consists in filling this ocean with a huge amount of spiritual power. Perhaps the hidden realm of Taoism that Kong Tianfeng mentioned is a possibility. Master Zhu asked Yuan Bao what, since he was beaten up so easily, given that he gave him a pill, had he not accepted her? Yuan Bao asked Master Zhu for forgiveness and said that he simply did not have time to accept it yet, because Xu and Yuanming knocked him down before he could do it. Master Zhu got angry and threw a piece of watermelon at him, asked what Yuan Bao, is that really a pig? Didn't he know that he had to take a pill first and then go to him? Seeing how angry Master Zhu was now, Yuan Bao fell to his knees and begged him to calm down. He said that after being beaten unconscious, he was taken to Zhang's house. He accidentally discovered the killer of Hall Master Ma Han. Master Zhu asked what, and who is he? To which Yuan Bao responded, which naturally, they were given by Xu and Yuanmin. Master Zhu asked, is that really true? Could Yuan Bao really have such a specialty that he would not be avenged for humiliation? Yuan Bao said that this is what Mrs. Jiang told him. That day, Mrs. Jiang asked Master Ma Hag to take the fire Lingjai, but she did not expect that Xu and Yuanmin would appear there. And finally, Hall Master Ma Han, 2 disciples and Xu and Yuanming entered the canyon together, and only the boy came out of there. Even if he didn't kill Master Ma Han, then he must have something to do with it. Master Zhu stood up and said that in that case, it was time for the hall owner to make a move. Yuan Bao also got up and said that he had recently heard some news here that in 2 days the mysterious Kong family would assemble their team in order to go deep into Tianshui Mountain. They may want to destroy the demon dog, which has recently become more active, and also explore the Taoist hidden realm. And they say that this time the Kong family invited Xu and Yuanming. And Yuan Bao asked that if they killed him, would there be a conflict with the Kong family? Master Zhu said that the Kong family has always been secretive and inaccessible. Even he himself doesn't know everything about them. But in that case, Yuan Bao will go and talk to the head of the Kong family. Master Zhu is ready to join this sortie and help the Kong family kill the demon and explore the secret world. Yuan Bao must go to the depths of Tianshui Mountain, and Master Zhu will find a chance to deal with this child. In the next few days, Yuan Bao has to take action, and this will help him take the position of head of the Yuan family. They have to do it. Eastern Vocational Technical School. Xu and Yuanming finished the lesson and said that everyone was free for today. Yuan Chuda came up to him and said that she had heard that he and the Kongyi family were going on an expedition together, and she has news for him. They also invited Qin Zhao, but Xu and Yuan just grunted and moved towards the exit. Yuan Chuda didn't like it very much. She said that how dare he ignore her. But he continued to ignore her. They had already gone out into the courtyard of the school. Yuan Chuda kept chasing Xu and Yuanming and kept asking him to stop now. Han Ming Jiao noticed this and thought, is it really Xu and Yuanming and Yuan Chuda? Then Han Ming Jiao decided to intervene and block the way of Xu and Yuanmin, and ordered him to stop now. He asked him that didn't he hear that Miss Yuan was calling him. And I turned to Miss Yuan Chuda, saying that if Xu and Yuanming upset her, then she should tell him about it, and he will teach him a lesson. And he thought that only recently he found out that the real patron of this college is the Yuan family. If he pleases Miss Yuan, then it is possible that he will be promoted. Yuan Chuda was very angry and kept trying to catch up with Xu and Yuanmin. She shouted to him that she couldn't understand him, why he was so proud. Xu and Yuanming told Yuan Chuda that she was thinking too much. He just simply doesn't want to talk to her, that's all, and asks her not to bother him anymore. Xu and Yuanming hopes that Yuan Chuda knows what he is doing, and so he asks her not to bother him at school anymore. Yuan Chuda was already furious, and she said that how dare Xu and Yuanming say that she was bothering him. Didn't he know that this whole school belonged to her Yuan family? At Xu and Yuan's school, Ming has to listen to her, and if he doesn't stop it right now, she'll fire him. Xu and Yuanming stopped and turned to face Yuan Chuda and told her in a calm voice that it was fine. He would wait until she fired him. Yuan Chuda couldn't stand it anymore. She called Xu and Yuanming, but he didn't even turn around and soon left. Han Ming Jiao approached Yuan Chuda and, addressing her in Miss, told her not to worry about Xu and Yuanming, because he was just a stupid person. Han Ming Jiao can help Yuan Chuda with drafting the documents to officially dismiss Xu and Yuanming. There were murders somewhere nearby, in this city. The old man used a snake to kill people. The old man said it wasn't enough. The energies in the blood of these mortals are insufficient for the thunder python to evolve into a heavy thunder python. He'd better find the kid who provoked the 5 poisons sect. If you swallow a martial artist, then the effect should be better. He King Mei should also be killed as soon as possible, although her death will not give much. but this task has been postponed for too long. The old man is afraid that this will affect the reputation of the Five Poisons sect. A man with red hair, named Hanmin Jiao, pasted a sheet on the stand inside the school and told everyone to listen to him. According to the decree of the headmaster of the school, Xuan Yuanming was dismissed from today. The students said that, apparently, they decided to reconsider his appointment, although even the genius Gao Yingsu himself praised him. Then why is Xuan Yuanming being fired? On that sheet, it was written that, taking into account all aspects, they hereby dismiss Xuan Yuanming from the post of teacher. Passing by the crowd, King Mei stopped and saw what was going on here. She came closer and furiously told the man with red hair, whose name is Hanming Jiao, that why did they fire Xuan Yuanming? And she asked me to answer this question honestly, to which Hanmin Jiao apologized and said that it was the chairman's decision. He couldn't do anything about it, and if she has any doubts about this, then she should contact him personally. The Yuan family. Master Zhu Yuanbao came to the house of Yuanbao's father. Yuanbao told Master Zhu that they should do this. He is confident that they will be able to help him lead the Yuan family. Master Zhu said that he was in a good mood today, and they finally found the killer of Hall Master Ma Han. Although because the Kong family is here, he can't kill him right away. But this time, when they are alone and the task is completed, Master Zhu will be able to do everything. What happened will be much easier to explain when they get back. Yuan Bao asked, what, maybe they will enter now. Master Zhu asked that how could they go there without a plan. He snapped his fingers, and a chair and a piece of watermelon were brought to him. Sitting on a chair, Master Zhu said that Yuan Bao could come inside and tell the Yuan family that they should come out to him and hand over the management of the family within an hour. And if they don't agree, then otherwise they will see what he is capable of. Yuan Bao said he would go and inform Yuan Zhentian about it. There was a knock on Xuan Yuanming's room. He opened the door and it turned out to be King Mei accompanied by another person. She brought a huge bag with her. Seeing her, Xuan Yuanming asked what she was doing here, and what are they going to do here. King Mei said that since the school was going to fire him, she would leave with him. And, angry at the whole situation, she dumped all her things on the floor in Xuan Yuanming's room. The man who came with King Mei told Xuan Yuanming that he had entered this school with him as a trainee teacher, and over the past 3 years, his level of teaching has been incredible. Although usually Xuan Yuanming is not very sociable, but it's so easy to fire him, and without warning and clarifying the circumstances, this is a certain personal revenge. The man also does not want to stay at this school without him. Xuan Yuanming told them to stop. They just need to stay here. It has nothing to do with them. There are too many advantages in this place. A man will have to change his place of residence and identity in order to stay with him. King Mei asked what his future plans were. Yuan Yuanming said he hadn't thought about it yet, but it's better to get out of here first. Yuan Bao came to Yuan Zhentian and said that he had relayed his messages. The deadline is 1 hour. He has to go out and kneel for an hour to greet Master Zhu and hand over the Yuan family. Yuan Zhentian said that Yuan Bao is also a member of the Yuan family, and taking his son by the collar, he told him that, and now he joined them to destroy their family. Does he even have a conscience? Pushing his father away, Yuan Bao said that from the moment he took responsibility for the Yuan family, his conscience disappeared without a trace. In terms of cultivation and in terms of managerial abilities, Yuan Bao is no match for him. Yuan Zhentian is the head of the family, but things are changing. This time, Yuan Bao will see how he can save the Yuan family. If Yuan Zhentian doesn't follow Master Zhu's words, then the Yuan family will disappear. It will be his fault. After saying all this, Yuan Bao left. Butler asked Yuan Zhentian, what should they do now? Yuan Zhenqian told him to go to the back entrance and prepare the car. We need to go to the Eastern Professional College as soon as possible. They will invite Zuyuan Yuanming here, and this is the best solution at the moment. After all, only Mr. Xuan Yuanmin can save their family. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Vocational College, while following Yuan Chuda, Hanming Jiao told her that according to her instructions, he had fired Xuan Yuanming. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chuda turned to face Hanmin Jiao and asked who told him to fire him. Hanming Jiao asked that didn't Miss Yuan Chuda say she wanted to fire him. Yuan Chuda told Hanmin Jiao to forget about it and just fire him. After all, she wants to teach him a lesson. Yuan Zhentian's car drove up to the college. Yuan Zhentian got out of the car in a hurry. Seeing her father here, Yuan Chuda asked, what is he doing here? Why did he come here? But Yuan Zhentian ignored his daughter's question and asked her that where is Yuan Yuanmin now? Hearing this, Yuan Chuda hesitated. Hanming Jiao told Yuan Zhentian that he had fired Xuan Yuanming for insulting Miss Yuan Chuda. He personally handed him the notification, just as Miss Yuan wanted. Hearing this, Yuan Zhentian was shocked and asked what they had done. Han Mingjiao was very pleased with the work done and, smiling maliciously, said that Xu and Yuanming should have been kicked out of school long ago. Then Yuan Zhentian hit Han Mingjiao hard in the face. The old man was very angry and furious. He said that where did he get so much courage to fire Xu and Yuanming? Then Yuan Chuda stepped in and told her father that Zhu and Yuanming really deserved it. After all, she treated him so well, and he was absolutely not grateful to her for that. So she decided to punish him for it. Yuan Zhentian grabbed his head and said he was just in shock. And he told his daughter Yuan Chuda that now Yuan Bao has brought Master Chiju and is going to take their family for himself. And if Yuan Zhentian doesn't hand over the Yuan family within 1 hour, then their family will simply be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chuda was confused and very surprised and asked, what did he do? And her father asked, what now? Where should they look for Xu and Yuanming? Yuan Chuda said that she thinks that Xu and Yuanming is packing her things right now. Yuan Zhentian, turning around to face the car and shouting, told his daughter to follow him immediately. A little bit later, I King Mei responded to Xu and Yuanming and asked him if he was just going to leave. Isn't he going to pack all his stuff? To which Xu and Yuanming replied to her that he had nothing here. And addressing the man with glasses, Xu and Yuanming told him that after he finished his training, he should not forget to contact him. For what? The man replied that he appreciated his kindness very much, but there was no need to worry about him. And I told him I'd see you soon. Then Zhu and Yuanming, addressing He King Mei, asked what she was. To which He King Mei, letting out a tear and starting to put pressure on Pity, called Xu and Yuanming a brother and told him that she had no home to return to, so she begged him that would he be able to take her in, at least for a few days. He King Mei can cook, wash clothes, and warm his bed. Zhu and Yuanming was confused, so he didn't answer her. Then Yuan Zhentian came up to him and called out to Mr. Xu and Yuan. Yuan Zhenchang was all out of breath and sweating, but after seeing all of Yuanming, he said it was great that Mr. Xu and Yuanming still hadn't left. Seeing him, Xu and Yuanming thought, is it really Yuan Zhentian? Xu and Yuanming asked Yuan Zhentian what happened to him. Yuan Zhentian, starting to bow to him, said that his Yuan family was in trouble, and asked Xu and Yuanming to help him. Xu and Yuanming thought, is the Yuan family in trouble? Then Chuda intervened in Yuan and told Xu and Yuanming that her second uncle, named Yuan Bao, had dragged one of the masters of Wolf Mountain to capture her Yuan family. And if Zhu and Yuanming can solve this problem, then she will change her mind about firing him. After hearing this, Yuan Zhentian told her to shut up. She shouldn't talk to Mr. Zhu and Yuanming like that. And already addressing Mr. Xing'an himself, Yuanming said that Yuan Chuda had been spoiled by him since childhood. He asks him not to be angry and asks him for forgiveness for this stupid girl. And if Mr. Zhu and Yuanming helps them, then no matter what, Yuan Zhentian will give this college to Mr. Zhu and Yuanming. Yuan Chuda, addressing Mr. Zhu and Yuanming, said that her family is considered a very important family in Kinju. Her father is the head of the family, and such a person worships him, he should be pleased. But don't let him think that they won't be able to cope with the owner of Green Wolf Mountain without him. Zion Yuanming listened and said that it was fine. Then they can go find someone else. Yuan Zhentian blocked Xu and Yuanming's path and told him to wait, and ordered Yuan Chuda to kneel down and apologize to Mr. Xu and Yuanming. Hearing her father's words, Ban Chuda was at a loss and asked what. She also told him that her father thought too highly of Xu and Yuanming. He has some skills, but he cannot be an equal opponent to the owner of the Green Wolf Mountain. Yuan Bao told Mr. Zhu that time was up, but the Yuan family still hadn't given up. To which Master Zhu replied threateningly that did he really not know what to do in such a situation. Now he has to go and kill them all. Yuan Bao said that it was fine. He would go and open this door right away. But he was outpaced by Yuan Zhentian, Xu and Yuanming and Yuan Chudi, who came out to them. Seeing them, Yuan Bao said that they finally deigned to come out to them. And speaking directly to Mr. Yuan Zhangtian, Yuan Bao said that he can hide for a while, but he won't be able to do it for the rest of his life. And Master Zhu himself is here today, so they have to solve this by all means. Yuan Kantian replied to him that the Yuan family had indeed raised a wolf with white eyes, and even if the Yuan family is destroyed today, they will never forgive him and will not let him go. Then Yuan Bao noticed an Yuanming among them and asked if he was really here too. Did he want to die with them, too? Hearing his name, he got up and walked over to Mr. Zhu. He asked, is it really Xu and Yuanming? Did he really kill Hall Master Ma Han? To which Xu and Yuanming replied firmly and clearly that he had killed himself. These words made Master Zhu laugh a lot, and he said that it was great, it was all crazy enough. But it seems like he really doesn't know who he offended so much. After all, Master Zhu originally wanted to deal with Xu and Yuanming a little later, but since he is here, He decided to deal with him and the Yuan family at once. He decided not to delay it. Yuan Chudi intervened here and, addressing Master Chu, said that his was his personal grudge against Xu and Yuan Ming. But he should not drag the Yuan family into it. And Yuan Chudi herself thought that she did not expect that Zhu and Yuan Ming had done something to Master Chu. This only adds fuel to the fire. Now it is very unprofitable for them. Yuan Chang shouted at his daughter. But Yuan Chudi ignored him and said that the Yuan family still hoped to negotiate with Hall Master Chu. In fact, she herself was confused and very afraid of the whole situation. How can it end? She thought that Master Zhu was a person that even Qin Zhao was afraid of. And based on all this, then Xu and Yuan Ming absolutely will not be able to save the Yuan family. Master Zhu got very angry and told Yuan Chudai not to talk nonsense. And when he kills this kid, then they can talk. Master Rai was about to start the slaughter, but they were interrupted, asking to wait a minute. It was the vice president of the Yang Martial Arts Association. Qin Zhao came along with him. Yuan Chudi ran up to him and said that they had come. She believed and knew that they would not abandon her Yuan family. To which Mr. Qin Zhao repeated to Yuan Chudai that he had told her on the phone that her problems were his too. So how can he ignore it? Mr. Qin Zhao introduced Yuan Chudai to the person who came along with him. He said it was President Yang, and he was from the Qingjui Martial Arts Association, and he specifically asked him to mediate on this very important issue. Yuan Chudi was very happy, and she beamed all over, clapping her hands. She said that it was very good. Yuan Chudi called her father and said that this Qin Zhao and the president of the Martial Arts Association, and they would step in and save their Yuan family. Yuan Zhaotian said that he had already met with President Yang, and he did not expect to see him here. The president of martial arts in Yang told Yuan Zhangtian that he was very kind. He heard about this serious problem from Qin Zhao and immediately rushed here to rescue them. Yuan Zhangjian bowed to him and said that he was counting on President Yang for them. After that, the Yuan family will be very grateful to him. Passing by the man, President Yang said that it was very good. President Yang approached Master Zhu and said that he had heard a lot about him. But Master Yang was not very friendly and rudely asked that who else was he. President Yang told him that he was the president of the Qinju Martial Arts Association, and in the past, he had the honor of meeting the master of the Green Wolf Mountain. His cultivation methods, unimaginable true pattern for their generation. After listening to him, Master Chu asked him what does President Yang really want to stop him, to which President Yang asked him that who can prevent the Mountain of the Green Wolf from doing something. These words pleased Master Zhu very much, and he said that it was good that he knew this. President Yang said that, as they say, it's better to settle a grudge than to keep it to yourself, and he would very much like to mediate on this issue and be a peacemaker today. He really hopes that Master Rai will not hit him in the face. Master Zhu pointed his thumb at Xing'an Ming, said that this kid had something to do with the death of Master Ma from Green Wolf Mountain, and how, in the opinion of Mr. President Yang, can this issue be resolved? Xu and Yuan Ming didn't really like being spoken about like that. Hearing this, President Yang became enraged and turned to Master Yuan. Tian asked what he had said about the dispute about the family, but how did it happen that the death of Hall Master Ma was involved? Yuan Zhangtian was also confused and could not help but give a specific answer to Mr. President Yang. Trying to save the whole situation, Yuan Chudi intervened, who told President Yang that this case had nothing to do with her Yuan family. Then casting a displeased glance at Xu and Yuan Ming, she said that they did not participate in this. This is entirely Xu and Yuan Ming's personal matter. After listening to Yuan Chudi, President Yang told Master Zhu that since this problem has nothing to do with the Yuan family, he believes they can postpone this matter, and asked if he agreed with that. Master Zhu said that it was fine and pointed to Zhu and Yuan. Mina added that this kid will not leave here alive today either. President Yang asked Master Yuan Zhangtian what he thought about it. Yuan Zhangchang didn't like it very much, and he couldn't say anything specific. He could only squeeze out that he was afraid that something was wrong. But then Yuan Chudai intervened and told her father that he had asked Zhu and Yuan Ming to help their family, and now he has a feud with Green Wolf Mountain, and he can't help them, and they can't help him. And already turning to Quan Yuan, Minus said that this was the end. She hopes that he will be able to understand this and forgive her. Yuan Zhangtian asked your daughter that if they do this, what is the difference between them and Yuan Bao? Yuan Zhangtian would never become such an ungrateful villain. But Yuan Chudi kept trying to persist and told her father that it was to protect their family. And Xin Kao and President Yang are also here, and they are going to help them. Her father should think about it. After all, the age-old foundation of their Yuan family cannot be destroyed today. Qin Zhao came to Yuan Chuda's aid and told his uncle that Xu and Yuan Ming was already a dead man, and it was not worth standing up for a dead man and sacrificing the whole family. President Yang also intervened, who told him that they could still mediate on the matter of the Yuan family, but they could not resolve the issue regarding the death of the Green Wolf Mountain Hall Master, and President Yang really hopes that Zhang Tian understands this very well. But Yuan Zhang Tian said no, he totally disagrees with that. If he did that, then he wouldn't be able to face her grandfather when he died. Yuan Chudi was disappointed in her father and, shaking her head, said that her father had really aged. Let her make a decision that will save their Yuan family. But Zhang Tian was categorically against it and said that she was not yet the head of the Yuan family. What was she going to do? But Yuan Chen did not give up and told her father that she could not just watch her Yuan family being destroyed. After all, the Yuan family is her grandfather's painstaking effort. She is also sure that her grandfather would not want the Yuan family to be destroyed either. And after she does all this, then her father can punish her in any way he wants. Yuan Zhangtian tried to stop his daughter, but the way was blocked by King Zhao. Yuan Chudi asked him to take care of her father. Yuan Changchang was furious and, calling Qin Zhao, said that what he had done would really destroy his Yuan family. Qin Zhao asked him not to worry, because it was better to pull himself together. Zhang Jian kept trying to break through Qin Zhao and telling his daughter to listen to him and not talk to them. Qin Zhao was also slowly losing his temper and told Master Yuan that if he didn't take a break, he would have to ask him to rest. Yuan Zhangtian was confused and, addressing Mr. Xuan Yuanming, said that what happened today, he and his family sincerely regret it. It's all because of them, because of their family, because of him. He really reproaches himself for this. Meanwhile, Yuan Chudai approached Master Zhu and told him that now Xuan Yuanming no longer has anything to do with their Yuan family, and she would only speak to Master Zhu on behalf of the Yuan family. Master Zhu, sitting down in his chair, said that it was fine. And since Yuan Chudai is sincere about his intentions, he agrees to talk to her. Yuan Balu, addressing his niece, said that he really did not expect her to become like this. He has to say that she is much more determined and ruthless than her father. Yuan Chudi apparently didn't like it very much, and she told her uncle to stop talking nonsense. After all, if that were the case, they wouldn't be here. So it's better to start negotiations now. Yuan Bao agreed with her and said that yes, we need to start negotiations. And since Mr. Yang and Mr. Zink are here, they shouldn't lose their face. Let's say Master Zhu deprives not to destroy the Yuan family, but then they will take 90% of their own family and leave them 10% to find a place for a new home. Yuan Chudi was taken aback by these words and asked what he meant. After all, it's impossible. It's just absolutely impossible. She called President Yang and Qin Zhao. President Yang said that this distribution is really not very honest. After all, Yuan Bao is too greedy. Yuan Chudi said that this is not just a huge greed, it is an insult to the entire Yuan family. The Yuan family will give me more than 20 or 30%, and they have to promise that they will never bother them again. Hearing this, Master Chiro laughed and said that the watermelon is very sweet, just like the silly cute Miss Yuan. Yuan Bao was disappointed in Yuan Chudi and laughed and told her that he had just praised her for being ruthless and she had become so naive. Yuan Chudai asked what was he talking about. Yuan Bao adjusted his glasses, told her that President Yang would get 20%, Qin Zhao would get another 10%. And the Yuan family would get 10% of the total amount. Well, the remaining 60% will go to Yuan Bao and Master Zhu. And I turned to President Yang. He asked what he thinks about such a distribution. Yuan Chudi was confused. She didn't really understand what was going on right now and asked what Yuan Bao was doing. Then President Yang answered behind Yuan Chudi's back, who said that yes, the distribution was reasonable and he had no questions for Yuan Bao. Yuan Chudi was horrified by President Yang's response, and she said that how could he say such a thing. Hoping that something might change, Yuan Chudi approached Mr. Qin Zhao and asked him to say something in her defense. But Mr. Qin Zhao, putting his hands on Yuan Chudi's shoulders, began to explain to her and said that in fact 10% of the settlement fee is quite a lot. If President Yang hadn't shown up, then both she and her father would have lost everything altogether. They would have nothing left then. President Yang's reputation in Qinju is very high, so naturally the fee for his presence is very high. This distribution is really very reasonable. Yuan Chudi was still terrified. She didn't know what to do. Seeing the horror in her eyes, Mr. Qinju told her that he understood what was wrong. He doesn't need this 10%, he will give it to Yuan Chudi. But in return, she must promise him that she will become his girlfriend. Yuan Chudai had tears pouring out of her eyes. She called him shameless. She told Mr. Qin Zhao that it meant they were still in the same gang. They are all here to rob her Yuan family. Then her father, Yuan Qintian, intervened, who told her that he had told her that she was looking for the skin of a tiger, and she simply did not listen to him. Well, now their Yuan family is finally finished. But Yuan Chudai couldn't calm down so easily, but said they couldn't do that. She absolutely does not agree with such a distribution. Mr. Qin Zhao told her it was time to grow up. After all, it got to the point that her family broke up. Only she must not let them kill her. Yuan Chudi could no longer hold back her tears. She was completely discouraged, and falling to her knees, she said that how could this happen? She can't believe it. Master Zhu, having finished his watermelon and threw the core behind his back, said that now that they had finished talking, it was time to get down to business. He stood up from his chair and, addressing Xu and Yuan, Ming told him to tell him what had happened to Master Ma. And if he tells, he will give this kid a decent death. Then Mr. Qin Zhao came up to Master Zhu and told him that this kid stole some items from him at the auction. And that's why he's here. Mr. Qin Zhao went to Zhu and Yuan Ming and asked why they wouldn't let him act on their behalf and not teach him a lesson first. Master Zhu agreed with him and told him to go and just leave his mouth whole for questioning. Yuan Zhangtian came to the defense of Xu and Yuan Ming, who told him to run away from here as soon as possible, and he will try to detain Mr. Qin Zhao for a while. But Mr. Qin Zhao was not intimidated by this, and he told Yuan Zhangtian to fuck off, and hit the old man. Seeing this, Yuan Chudi became very worried about her father. She ran over to help her father. Mr. Qin Zhao asked Xu and Yuan Ming where he hid his things. If he gives them away, they will all suffer less. But Yuan Zhangtian stood his ground and told Xu and Yuan Ming to run away from here as soon as possible. But Xu and Yuan Ming said that everything is fine. And I turned to Mr. Qin Zhao. He told him that they have repeatedly bothered him. They have taken up a lot of his time. And today they really have to finish completely. To which Mr. Qin Zhao replied to him that he really thinks that he will end everything. But he will end it with him. Mr. Qin Zhao aimed his fist to punch Xu and Yuan Ming in the face. But Xu and Yuan Ming intercepted his fist, and he hit Mr. Qin Zhao in the face himself. Mr. Qin Zhao flew off and fell to the ground. But soon he got up and said that now he was definitely going to kill Zhu and Yuan Ming. Let him just look at his steel legs. President Yang said that Qin Zhao's other legs are simply not winnable, and this is the main reason why he is considered the best among the younger generation. Mr. Qin Zhu told Xu and Ban Ming that he would definitely lose this time, and was about to hit him with his steel leg, and Xu and Yuan Ming didn't even think to worry. Zion Yuan Ming imitated Mr. Qin Zhao's movement exactly and broke his leg. When Qin Zhao was about to get up, he felt a wild pain and grabbed his leg, which was already broken. President Yang was very surprised, just like the Yuan family. After seeing all this, Yuan Chudi asked if Mr. Qin Zhao had been defeated. Master Zhu told Mr. Qin Zhao that he thought he was strong, but he was just a loser. Mr. Qin Zhao was furious and asked Xu and Yuan Ming what he was going to do, to which Zhu and Yuan Ming replied that, as he had already said, he would end it completely today. And therefore with him too. Mr. Qin Zhao was just furious at these words and said that how dare he. And after all, his teacher is a martial arts master, and Xu and Yuan Ming dared to break his leg. It's just not forgivable. And pointing his finger at Xu and Yuan Ming, Mr. Qin Zhao furiously told him that if he dares to confront him again, his master will not spare him. And now Zhu and Yuan Ming should kneel before him and make amends. And he should also let Mr. Qin Zhao break his legs. But Xu and Yuan Ming didn't let him finish and kicked him in the stomach. Mr. Qin Zhao was definitely finished now. Yuan Chudi, seeing all this, was even a little scared and thought that Zhu and Yuan Ming would kill Qin Zhao. President Yang was no less surprised than Yuan Chudai and told all Yuan minus that how he dared to kill his disciple, Mr. Qin Zhao. Didn't he hear that Mr. Qin Zhao is a martial artist? But today, Yuan Ming didn't even change his face and coldly told him what and what. President Yang was furious and asked that a martial artist was like a god. But did Zhu and Yuan Ming really not know that? President Yang thinks Zion Yuan Ming is too arrogant. But Xu and Yuan Ming didn't betray his words of great importance and told him that he had said he didn't care. Let even a martial artist come here, but he's going to kill him anyway. Kong Tiding was driving in his grandfather's car and asked him what is mandatory. Her grandfather would go to the Yuan family in such a hurry, but with the Kong family's power, they could have saved Zhu and Yuan Ming. But then they will have a conflict with the Green Wolf Mountain. Although the Kong family is not afraid of their masters, but in the end it is better to settle the problem than to create a new one. Kong Tianfeng said he had a hunch that Xu and Yuan Ming would be the key to this expedition to Mount Tianshui. So, as this expedition is very important to their Kong family, that's why Kong Tianfeng should help Xu and Yuan Ming. And moreover, Kong Tianfeng is absolutely sure that Xing'an Yuan Ming is not as simple as it really seems. But Kong Tiding insisted on his own and said that in any case, she thinks that Xu and Yuan Ming is really an ordinary person. There is nothing surprising about him. At the same time, Master Zhu said that he just likes to kill young cabbage rolls, and especially children who have some skills. Zhu Yuanming has aroused a strong interest in him, and that's why he wants to kill him. Master Zhu released his power. Seeing this, President Yang was very surprised and said that he was a level 8 martial artist, and he was about to enter the realm of a quasi-master. Yuan Bao told President Yang that he had finally figured it out. For Hall Master Zhu, killing this child is like slicing vegetables. Meanwhile, Master Zalaju was ready to kill Zhu Yuanming. He told this boy that he would break every bone in his tiny body, and then he's slowly going to torture him to death. The master of the Chizhu Hall hit all Yuanming, but realized that the blow did not reach him. Hall Master Zhu was confused, and he asked Xuan Yuanfeng, why didn't he even move? To which Zhu Yuanming replied to him that didn't Hall Master Zhu say that he could break all his bones? And flashing his eyes, he told Hall Master Zhu to continue. Master Zalaju said that he has not yet shown everything he can, and when he was about to attack him, he said that Zhu Yuanming himself had found his death, and Hall Master Zhu would help him in this. Master Hall from Zhu hit Xuan Yuanming in the face, but also missed him, as Xuan Ban Ming stopped him with his strength. And Hall Master Zhu broke all the fingers on his hand, which he wanted to hit Xuan Yuanming with. Hall Master Zhu did not understand at first what had happened to him and what Xuan Ban Min had done, but later he felt a strong pain in his arm and asked how this was even possible. Hall Master Zhu was very shocked and, apparently, even became afraid of Xuan Yuanming. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming thought that he had been perfecting his body for 5,000 years, but even though his cultivation level has remained at the stage of body improvement, he does not even know himself how great his strength are. Hall Master Zhu was very afraid that Xuan Yuanming would be able to defeat him now and told him that he was not in the best shape today, and so he decided to let him go for a while. The master of the Chizhu Hall was about to leave, but then Xuan Yuanming told him that if he had finished, then now it was his turn. Master Zalachu was very scared, but did not show it to Xuan Yuanming and, turning to face him fiercely, told him that he was the master of the Green Wolf Mountain Hall. How dare he go against the Green Wolf Mountain? Yuanming's nose did not listen to him and with a deft and quick movement of his foot turned the Hall Master Zhu. Hall Master Zhang wanted to say something to him at that moment, but he didn't have time, because Xuan Yuanming had already killed him. President Yang was very shocked by this and said that did Hall Master Zhu die so easily? But then Yuan Chudi came to the defense of Xian Yuanming and said that even the Hall Master Zhu was not his opponent. She wasn't wrong about him. Then Xuan Yuanming noticed Yuan Bao. Seeing him, Yuan Bao was very scared and, falling to his knees, began to beg him for mercy. Yuan Bao started beating himself in the face and begging Mr. Xuan Yuanming not to kill him. At that moment, the Kong family's car arrived. Kong Tianfeng quickly got out of the car and asked Zhu Yuanming if he was okay. Xuan Yuanming said he was doing great. Then Kong Tiding intervened, who asked Xian Yuanming that everything was really fine. Is Hall Master Zhu really not a problem for him at all? Really at all? And where is Hall Master Zhu now? Zhu Yuanming said he was there. Seeing the current state of Hall Master Zhu, Kong Tiding was very surprised. She said that how could Master Zhu? Kong Tianfeng asked that is Hall Master Zhu dead? And who did it? Looking at President Yang, he asked, is it really him? To which President Yang bowed to Kong Tianfeng and said that with his strength, he was not at all equal to Hall Master Zhu. How could he have killed him? Then Kong Tianfeng asked Xuan Yuanming, who saved him? To which Xuan Yuanming said that no one had saved him. Hall Master Zhu wanted to kill him. The Kong family was shocked by this information. President Yang told Master Kong Tianfeng that Xuan Yuanming would really kill Wu Hall Master Zhu. However, he is very afraid that he has brought a huge disaster on them. Kong Tianfeng laughed, and, turning to Xuan Yuanming, I said that it's just great. Kong Tianfeng was really wrong about him. He was very worried about Mr. Xuan Yuanming, so that's why he came here to help him. But, apparently, it turned out to be superfluous. And walking to his car, Kong Tianfeng said that tomorrow they would meet for their joint adventure on Tianshui Mountain. When they walked away a little, Kong Tianfeng beamed all over and told his granddaughter that didn't Grandpa see the right person, didn't he? Kong Tiding said that yes, her grandfather was very perceptive. And looking at Xuan Banming, she said that he looked very mediocre, but he really exceeded all her expectations. Xuan Yuanming was also about to leave, but Yuan Zhangtian stopped him, who knelt down in front of him and asked him to wait. Yuan Zhangtian also stopped her daughter by grabbing her hand and told her to come here. Yuan Zhangtian told Mr. Xuan Yuanming that his daughter Yuan Chudi was completely at his disposal. Yuan Chudi was very depressed and angry, but still, it was clear from her that she did not repent much of her offense. Yuan Yuanming said he didn't need her, and from now on, Xuan Yuanming no longer has anything to do with the Yuan family. Yuan Zhangtian hit his daughter. Zion Yuanming did not react to this in any way, and Yuan Chuting was confused and at a loss. Yuan Zhangchang ordered his daughter to kneel down and admit her mistake. Yuan Chuti knelt down and told her father that she was wrong. Yuan Zhangtian, addressing Mr. Zion Yuan, saying that his daughter Yuan Chuti betrayed him. But he can beat her, take her, or even kill her, it's up to him. But Xuan Yuanming said it wasn't necessary. Yuan Changchang started bowing to him and asking Mr. Xuan Yuanming not to abandon his Yuan family. But Zhu Yuan Yuanming didn't answer him, just left. Xuan Yuanming thought that he had been given many times over the past few 1,000 years. Rise and fall, reunion and parting. Fate has always been ruthless. But for him they are just a fleeting moment. Yuan Chu Dai was still kneeling and crying. She called out to her father. Yuan Zhangtian told his daughter that she had no idea how much trouble she had caused today. Yuan Chudi, wiping the tears from her face, told her father that she had only done this for her Yuan family. Yuan Zhangtian couldn't stand it and shouted at his daughter, saying that she had harmed the Yuan family. After all, if it wasn't for Mr. Xuan Yuanming, they would have come face to face with Hall Master Zhu. Their family could have died today. He also told Yuan Chudi to be polite to Mr. Xuan Yuanming. Her grandfather told her to respect him as much as him, but Yuan Chudi just doesn't want to listen to anyone. Hadn't she just seen it? Even the Kong family respects Xuan Yuanming. Yuan Chu Dai flared up and said that the Kong family, but she did not agree. She told her father that did he really want to say that the person who had just come was one of the 12 powerful families, and the Kong family is among them. Yuan Zhangtian said yes. The 12 great families are the source of China's mighty economy. Yuan Chudi can't help but know their meaning. This is a huge family that can make half of China tremble from one of their sneezes, and their little Yuan family definitely can't compete with them. And if they want to destroy their Yuan family, it's only a matter of time. But his daughter Yuan Chudai repeatedly said all sorts of rude things to Xuan Yuanming. Yuan Chudi asked what does it mean that she was blind, but now it's too late to say anything. Yuan Zhangjian said that, however, although he does not know what the relationship was between Mr. Xuan Yuanming and her grandfather, but he sees that Mr. Xuan Yuanming feels nostalgic when looking at them. Then, apparently, Yuan Chudi came up with something and told her father not to worry. Even if she has to become a slave, she will return Xuan Yuanming. The next day, inside the college, Xuan Yuanming came to college, but then Ha Ming Jiao noticed him and stopped him, saying that Xuan Yuanming should stop immediately. But Xuan Yuanming didn't even turn to him. Han Min Jiao asked him to be fired. So why is he still wandering around the school? And he orders him to leave this place immediately, otherwise he will ask the guards to throw him out. But then Yuan Chudi came and ordered Han Ming Jiao to shut up. Both guys turned around, and Yuan Chudi said that Han Ming Jiao shouldn't be so rude. Yuan Chudi came accompanied by 2 guards. Ha Min Jiao said he was just teaching this disrespectful kid to respect her. This kid doesn't want to leave this school, although he was fired yesterday. Yuan Chudi did not listen to him and swung at Han Min Jiao in the face. Han Min Jiao wanted to say something to her, but the girl interrupted him and said that he was fired. He must get out of this school immediately. Ha Min Jiao asked Ms. Yuan Chudi that why is she doing this to him, but he had helped her teach Xuan Yuanming a lesson. Yuan Chudi asked if he was really asking her why she was doing this, and announced that from now on, the entire school would now belong to Mr. Zhu Yuan Yuanming. Han Min Jiao really think he can work here now. After hearing Yuan Chudi's announcement, Han Minggu asked what is it? It's just not possible, right? But Yuan Chudi didn't listen to him and ordered her 2 guards to get him out of here. The guards grabbed Han Min Jiao. Han Min Jiao started shouting all about New Ammon that he didn't do anything and asks him to forgive him this time. When security escorted Han Ming Jiao outside the school, Yuan Chudi told Mr. Xuan Yuanming that after all this, Yuan Yuanming's nose didn't listen to her because the Kong family's car had arrived. Kong Tiding got out of the car and told Mr. Xuan Yuanming to get in the car because they were leaving immediately. Xuan Yuanming nodded in agreement. Then their car left. Looking at the trail of the departing car, Yuan Chudi said, addressing Mr. Zion Yuanming, that she Yuan Chudi would never give up just like that. An hour later, Kong Tiding's car finally arrived. Kong Tiding was the first to get out of the car and apologized to everyone for being late. She told Mr. Xuan Yuanming that the people present were the ones who would go on an expedition to Tianshui Mountain this time, and there are a lot of masters among them. One of the people present, an old man, asked Miss Kong Tiding that the person she was following was this brat. The crowd also went berserk. One of those present asked why they had been waiting for such a brat for so long. Why did he have such a beautiful face? Another asked Xuan Yuanming that he doesn't look very strong, right? The other, whose name was New Ben, told Miss Kong Tiding that he was very curious about the person who wasn't supposed to be picked up. And what is his strength? Kong Tiding told Nick Ben that Mr. Xuan Yuanming is very knowledgeable about the past and present, and the main purpose of his trip is to give them some advice if suddenly their expedition will face unknown difficulties, and it is natural that he is not inferior to anyone in strength either. Liu Ben started pestering Xuan Yuanming and said that, so it turns out that little brother is a walking library, and he has a very beautiful little body. He has to stand behind him, and then he can protect him. Then they heard the sounds of a helicopter. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter in the sky. A man jumped down from there. Everyone was very surprised. One of the men said that this was definitely a high level of cultivation. Another asked that who is this person, and what a strong body he has. And another man was very surprised that did they really not know who it was. After all, this is a future martial artist. This is a young Mr. Sha Po Tang, and he is very famous. Sha Po Tang said that here he is. Kong Tiding came up to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and called him brother. Hearing this appeal, Xuan Yuanming thought, is this really her brother? Sha Po Tang asked Kong Tiding when they were leaving. Kong Tiding said they were leaving right now. So, as the road was recently destroyed because of the demon dog, then they will go to Tang Shui Mountain on foot. Sha Po Tang, addressing everyone and calling them gentlemen, said that before it was too late, they should all go. All the men started up. One of them said that this time they will definitely succeed as a martial artist. Liu Ben said it's good to go ahead. Some time later, Kong Tiding told everyone to be careful, because from now on they enter the depths of Tianshui Mountain. Then one of the men noticed something and pointed there with his finger, told them to look and asked what it was. Kong Tiding looked in that direction and saw there a huge cocoon that was hanging on a tree. She asked if there were such big dolls. She looked at Mr. Xuan Yuanming and asked him what he thought about it. Xuan Yuanming said that this is a blood silkworm chrysalis. No one should touch it. You just need to go around this place. Sam, he thought, is it really a bloody silkworm doll? But shouldn't it have disappeared 3,000 years ago? How did she happen to be here now? Sha Po Tang told Xuan Yuanming, calling him little brother, that their adventures had just begun. To retreat when faced with problems and think how to avoid them, isn't that the spirit of adventure? The adventure is just to go ahead and explore the unknown. How can he just avoid it? Liu Ben said it was great. He decided to go and see what it was all about. Kong Tiding told him that the purpose of their journey was to find the hidden Dao realm. He shouldn't cause them any additional problems. He should listen to all of Xuan Yuanming and better get around this place. Liu Ben asked Miss Kong Tiding that did she really believe what this kid said. Because of the demon dog, the entire Tianshui mountain changed dramatically, and this doll may have something to do with the mystery of the kingdom of Taoism. Sha Po Tang put his hand on Miss Kong Tiding's shoulder and told her not to worry. After all, Nick Ben is not a weakling, and everything should be fine. And Liu Ben himself was already ready to figure out what was hidden in this huge doll. Xuan Yuanming told Liu Ben not to touch this doll. After all, he can wake her up so easily. But Not Convenient did not listen to him and hitting the ball on the doll, said that really the kid is really an expert. If this doll is a moth, then what size should it really be? And if Xuan Yuanming is scared, then he should just say it, and not be a fool. Liu Ben cut the doll. Some liquid poured out of there. Plugging his nose with his hand, Liu Ben asked what was going on here. It stinks a lot. I also had a man fall out for this doll. Seeing his family, they were horrified. Liu Ben said that someone was inside this doll. Sha Po Tang told everyone that this man was already dead. Kong Tiding asked to have a look at his clothes. It seems that he is from the Wang family. It seems that the Wang family came much earlier than them, and now they are one step ahead. The old man said, Miss Kong Tiding, that this man has been here for quite some time, and they are way ahead of them. Therefore, they need to continue their journey as soon as possible. Artifacts from the ruins should not go to anyone else besides them. Kong Tiding ordered everyone to move forward at full speed, but everyone stopped at Xuan Yuanming and said that it was impossible to go. Liu Ben got mad and asked what was he telling them about. Then they noticed a huge butterfly in the sky, which, apparently, was very angry. Seeing this huge butterfly, Liu Ben was shocked and asked that how could such a large moth exist. It's just a monster. This moth approached Liu Ben and attacked him, and then I captured it with my thread. Liu Ben was really scared and told them all to save him. Kong Tiding ordered everyone to save Liu Ben together. Everyone rushed to his aid. One of the men saw that the moth rushed towards them and said that it was not good. After that, the moth also grabbed them all with its thread. They said they probably got caught too. And after one of the squad Kong Tiding moth dragged to his mouth, the man was terrified and started screaming for help. But it was too late because this man died. Another man, who was also grabbed by this moth, said that the monster is so strong that they are not even able to escape from its silk threads. And, addressing Miss Kong Tiding, He said that they just need to retreat. Kong Tiding asked Xu and Yuan Ming, "Is there a way to escape from this monster?" To which Zhu and Yuan Ming said no. "But there is still one way to kill this monster, you just need to kill it." After hearing what Xu and Yuan Ming said, Kong Tiding's team was shocked and horrified. One of the men asked if they really needed to kill this monster, but how can they do it? Another suggested that it would be better to leave and find more people, then return here. Kong Tiding did not know what to do and fell into a stupor. Then Sha Po Tang came to her aid, who said that she had to go and he had to protect her. Kong Tiding quietly, almost to herself, said that she would leave, and then I'll shout to everyone to listen to her. But she interrupted her announcement as she saw Xu and Yuan Ming moving towards this monster. Kong Tiding told Xu and Yuan Ming that he was, but could not finish and broke off on the floor of the word. One of the men shouted that they needed to leave, they did not need to follow death by going to the moth. And another asked, "What is this boy doing?" Xu and Yuan Ming came close to this monster and thought that he still had one pill. Apparently, it's worth taking it. But although it is not as good as the inner alchemy of the big snake in the Tianshui Valley, Kong Titan shouted at Xu and Yuan Ming, asking what he was doing. They all need to get back as soon as possible. Sha Po Tan said that it's stupid to be afraid because it's a stressful reaction of people in a state of intense fear. Only when a person is very scared, he can do unthinkable things. And he told Kong Tiding to move away, because this person should be helpless. But Kong Tiding objected to him and said no, because Xu and Yuan Ming could not be afraid. Then they heard strong sounds. Kong Tiding asked, "What is it?" "The dust has risen." Xu and Yuan Ming said that this is another big guy. A huge bird flew in, which rushed to the moth and grabbed it with its huge, like frequent varnishes. Then after this huge bird grabbed this moth, she just took off and flew away. Xu and Yuan Ming thought that Qi and Tianlin, even such a monster appeared. One of the men was in great shock and asked if he had just gone blind, what had just happened. Another man said that he was such a strong monster that he even caught a moth like a chicken. They had never heard of such a strong monster in the Tianshui Mountains before. But can it have something to do with the Taoist secret realm? Xu and Yuan Ming was thinking at this time and thought that, apparently, invisible and intangible monsters began to appear here. But am I the rebirth of a demon? Then Kong Titan spoke up, who said that now that the demon dog had appeared to her, they were facing so many powerful demon beasts. But this time the search for this secret kingdom. Yes, Sigma can be dangerous, so everyone should be more careful and vigilant. Then Niu Ben came to his senses and got to his feet. He called out to Zhu and Yuan Ming. Zai and Yuan Ming turned to him. Niu Ben pointed his finger at him and said that he was so scared that he threw himself into the net of his death. This is very stupid. Although Niu Ben himself is reckless, but he definitely won't do that. People like Zhu and Yuan Ming are always hiding at a critical moment. Zhu and Yuan Ming was approached by Kong Tiding, who asked him if he was alright. Xu and Yuan Ming said he was fine, but they needed to move on. Kong Tiding was about to follow Xu and Yuan Ming, but she was stopped by Sha Po Tang, who told her that she needed to stay with him. After all, the baby she brought is not reliable. Now he will protect her himself. But Kong Tiding told her brother, Sha Po Tang, that Xu and Yuan Ming is not such a person, and he must have reasons for this. Sha Po Tang told her that it was immediately obvious who Xu and Yuan Ming was. And besides, it's not just the monster that threatens them. There are other people waiting for them ahead. They should be more careful. And if something happens to Kong Tiding, then the Taoist secret kingdom cannot be opened at all, and in that case their mission will be a failure. Kong Tiding agreed with him and said that it was fine. After everything that happened, everyone walked in silence. No one even looked at each other. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. But then they had to break the silence, because they were faced with a fork. Niu Ben, addressing Mrs. Kong Tiding, said that there are two ways here, and where should they go now? Kong Tiding looked at Xu and Ban Ming and asked him where they should go now. But then Sha Po Tang intervened, who said menacingly that they should go to the right. Kong Tiding and Xu and Ban Ming started up and looked at him with bewilderment, to which Sha Po Tang, taking out and showing his phone, said that he had seen it on the map, that this was a short way, and they would be able to get there as soon as possible. But Xu and Ban Ming wasn't even going to listen to him and pointed out to everyone that they needed to go to the left. But Sha Po there objected to him and said that Zhu and Yuan Ming obviously that the road on the right is simpler and easier to walk along. And besides, it is also closer. Sha Po Tang doesn't understand why he is so against it. Xu and Yuan Ming began to explain to him, saying that it did not seem to him that here, in the deep mountains inaccessible to people, it was abnormal that the road was so smooth. To which Sha Po Tang replied that he thought everything was fine. Yuan Yuanming said that such a road is called the insect road, and it is often used by animals in the mountains. And now that the monsters have also woken up, it's not safe. Sha Po Tang switched to shouting and told Yuan Yuanming that this was complete nonsense, and if he's so afraid of it, he just has to say it. And why has Sha Po Tang himself never heard of her? Kong Sitting then intervened and said that she thought Yuan Yuanming's words made sense, and she decided that for the sake of the safety of all people, they would go as Yuan Yuanming said. Kong Tiding objected to her brother, Sha Po Tang, who told her not to worry and not to listen to what Yuan Yuanming said. She shouldn't believe him, and even if it is really dangerous, he will definitely protect her. Kong Tiding was thinking and wanted to say something, but Sha Po Tang, putting his hand on her shoulder, said that the other clans were already ahead of them, in case they have a way to open the Dao realm, and then they will have to take the lead, and they will have to retreat. But this shortcut will save them at least an hour, and perhaps they will overtake them. Kong Tiding was already confused, didn't know which side to take. Yuan Yuanming said that he was just afraid that something would happen to her, since she decided to go to the right. Then there was nothing to do. Then Niu Ben's laughter was heard. He told Yuan Yuanming that he was bragging again, and slapping him on the shoulder, Niu Ben told Yuan Yuanming not to worry, because brother Niu Ben would protect him. Having sorted it out and discussed everything, Kong Tiding made a decision and said that it was fine. Now they need to move out as soon as possible. After a while, Sha Po Tan asked Talon Sitten if she could see it. After a long walk, nothing happened to them, and even the animal cry is not heard. Yuan Yuanming is just panicking in vain. Kong Tiding came to the defense of Yuan Yuanming and said that he was just acting carefully, because in their situations you always need to be careful. Sha Po Tan, looking at Yuan Banming, told Kong Tiding that in his opinion, he was just a coward. She shouldn't have taken him with her at all, and given his behavior recently, in case of danger, not only will he not be able to help, but they will have to save him. Then terrible sounds were heard. Everyone stopped and got very scared. The old man asked, "What was that sound?" Then a huge monster attacked one of the team members. He grabbed him and killed him instantly that the guy didn't even have time to ask for help. Seeing this, Niu Ben said it was a monster, and he was going to kill him. Niu Ben rushed at this beast, but the beast easily threw it away. These monsters are really monsters. It wasn't even difficult for them to kill one of them. Niu Ben said it was crazy because the skin of this monster is very hard. Now this monster has moved on other members of this team. The monster quickly scattered them all. Sha Po Tang, calling this monster, said that he should not dare to offend these people. He took out his blade, and he told this monster that he was about to behead him. The old man was very surprised by Sha Po Tang's agility and firmness and said that, as expected, one move from the sect to kill the monster. The man said that the master is well done, but something went wrong. The monster was not defeated. Sha Po Tang did not understand what was the matter. He thought that it was bad, because the protection of this monster is very strong. So strong that his blade doesn't go through his skin. Everyone else was as surprised as Sha Po Tang. One of the men said that this monster wasn't even hurt a little. The monster is also fine. The old man said that but this monster has very thick skin and dense flesh, and hair like a diamond. It will be very difficult to kill him. The strength is enough, but... Then Yuan Yuanming intervened, who said that the neck. He showed exactly where to hit and said that the monster should be hit on the neck. After all, this is the weak point of this red-toothed pig. But the old man answered him very rudely and said that his life was at stake. Don't let Yuan Yuanming talk nonsense. Sha Po Tang kept fighting this monster, but he couldn't beat him in any way. Then very strange and terrible lightning flashed. Seeing them, the man was very scared and asked what to do next. Still unwavering, Yuan Yuanming said it was a herd of red-toothed pigs. Kong Sitting asked him what he meant, and then she shouted to everyone to listen to what the whole Yuan Yuanming would say. The whole team must get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Then Sha Po Tang intervened, who told Kong Sitting that he did not think that Yuan Yuanming had the right to teach him how to kill the enemy. His sister shouldn't worry, because he will get rid of this monster and protect her. But Kong Sitting couldn't stay away either. She took her sword and said she would do it all by herself. She rushed at the monsters and struck where Yuan Yuanming had said. After her blow, the monster was defeated. Kong Sitting exhaled. The men began to whisper. One of them said that the weakness of the monster is really the position of the neck. Apparently Yuan Yuanming was really right, but only Sha Po Tang was unhappy with this and thought he was a liar. Then a very terrible growl was heard nearby. More of these monsters came running. There was a whole herd of them. They surrounded all the people. One of the team members was very scared and said that it was a herd of monsters. Another picked him up and said that it was so difficult to kill one animal, and that, not to mention hundreds of the same. Niu Ben said that these monsters surrounded them. They'll kill them all. He made a request to Miss Kong Sitting and told her to come up with a way to kill them. Otherwise, they will be finished. And Kong Sitting herself turned to Xuan Yuanming for help and asked if there was anything he could do about it. To which Zuyuan Yuanming said that they should have taken a different road. A man from the team said that if he had known about it earlier, he would not have listened to him. He had to listen to Xuan Yuanming and go the other way. Then everything would be fine. Another man said they were all in danger now, and they don't even know if they can be saved. Sha Po Tan did not like these words very much, and he asked them what they had just said. Kong Sitting stood in front of this monster and took her swords. She told her team to prepare for a retreat. Sha Po Tang stood with his back to her, who told her to follow him and he would protect her. Both sarcastically and rudely told Xuan Yuanming to be smart, otherwise no one would be able to take care of him. If he is in danger, then no one will save him. What's the matter with him? Is he no longer afraid? The monsters turned out to be very ferocious. They spared no one. They scattered all the people in different directions, killing them. One of the monsters wanted to attack and kill Kong Sitting, but Sha Po Tan stood up for her. Who killed the monster? Sha Po Tan told Kong Sitting that she would never be hurt. He'll take care of it. New Ben told them to kill him. We need to kill at least one. Kong Sitting called Xuan Yuanming, and, rushing with a sword at the monster, she said that everyone should retreat together. A little bit later, there were a lot of wounded, and the team itself has greatly decreased in number. All of them were already very tired, but they continued on their way. The old man said, although they got rid of the encirclement of monsters, but almost half of their people died. The antimonite is still chasing them and may attack again at any moment, but they are not able to repel their attacks now. Kong Sitting said it was time to get to the secret realm of Taoism. Everyone should stick to this plan. She herself is also very tired. She got very badly from monsters. Did she take something out of her pocket? Kong Sitting said that the jade pendant started to heat up. It indicates that the destination is already nearby. But then they heard something. Everyone tensed up very much and turned around. It was something they expected, but really didn't want to happen. It was a very healthy monster. Niu Ben asked if it was really the Pig King. It's so huge. The others followed this huge monster. Now they were surrounded by a whole army of these monsters. The old man said it was over now. They are surrounded again, and this time there is definitely no escape. But Kong Sitting is not going to give up. She said that at the moment, the only plan is to fight to the death. They must all come together. They started attacking monsters together, killing them. But this huge giant turned out to be much stronger that even two of the team could not cope with him. One of the teams, and was so scared that he started shaking and said that they were not his rivals. This monster approached him, and the guy said that he started screaming for help, but it was too late, because the monster had already killed him. The old man said that he definitely wants to devour them all without exception. One of the men said, what should they do now? They can't escape from here. The old man turned around and looked at Sha Po Tang and told him that they could only rely on him. He has to stop these monsters. Sha Po Tang was very determined, and he told his people not to worry, because while he was here, he would stop this Pig King and not let him harm Kong Sitting and everyone else. He came to the girl's defense. Now this huge monster was moving towards him. Seeing this, Sha Po Tan thought it was just madness. Why did he go for it? And the old man told him to show the strength of their sect and kill him. The man also encouraged him and said that he could. Sha Po Tang jumped, thus he opened Kong Sitting to the monster. Kong Sitting didn't understand what she wanted to do, and Sha Po Tan himself thought about it and asked Kong Sitting not to blame him for this, because this king is too strong. He can't stop him in any way. Kong Sitting was very scared of her and thought that her end had already come. She closed her eyes and heard a knock. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was still alive. It's Xuan Yuanming came to her rescue. Kong Sitting was very happy to see him, and Sha Po Tan said that this kid managed to do it. Sha Po Tan approached Kong Sitting and asked if she was okay. He did it on purpose. He ran away, trying to lure out the Demon King and keep her out of danger. But Kong Sitting saw through him and told him not to take her for a fool. But now was not the time for a showdown. After all, the monsters were not defeated yet. One of these monsters rushed at the two of them. Sha Po Tan, covering Kong Sitting, told her to follow him, and he leads her to escape. But then this huge bird, which they had already seen, flew in again. This bird clung to this monster with its frequent paws, and threw it away. Someone said that, and here is another flying monster. These two monsters turned against each other. The Pig King one decided to go on the attack, but this huge bird turned out to be faster, and while the Pig King was moving towards her, she had already cut off his head. Everyone was surprised. Sha Po Tang said that the Demon King was killed by this big bird in just one fell swoop. What kind of monstrously large bird is this? But then this bird noticed what Kong Sitting was holding in his hand. Seeing this, the bird rushed towards her. Tang was already preparing to attack her and said that she was flying towards them. Confronting commanded everyone to stay away. After all, this is a big bird that reacted to the jade pendant, and this is a sign of the discovery of the secret kingdom of Taoism. Tang was furious and asked her what was she talking about. He had told her he would protect her. He can't leave her. Tang rushed further away from the bird and told Confronting to follow him. But Confronting wasn't going to listen to him, and at that moment, the bird grabbed her shoulder with its paw and took her away. One of the men of the squad said that no, the lady was grabbed by a bird. The old man asked, what should they do now? Who will save her? And looking at Tang, he said that he had to save her. Yuan agreed with the old man and said yes until the big bird flew away. After all, it's not too late to save her. But Tang commanded everyone to be silent. After all, the strength of this huge bird definitely surpasses all of them taken together. And are they asking him to die? Yuan said that they were gathered by the Kong family, and he was going to stand and watch Mrs. Confronting get killed. The old man asked, what should they do now? Tang was also furious and confused, because he understood that he would not be able to save her, as he was very much afraid. He said that he had already asked Confronting to run away with him, but she didn't listen, so there was no other way out. Who will go there and die? But while they were dealing with all this, Yuan rushed to help Confronting. He grabbed the bird's other paw, and the two of them flew away. Tang, seeing all this, was furious. One of the men of the squad asked if Yuan really wanted to save her. But how? Yuan said they were both taken away by a bird. Yuan told Confronting to take the monstrous inner pill from his hand. Confronting called Yuan and told him that he shouldn't have done this. After all, now none of them will be able to escape. But Yuan told her not to worry with him. Confronting said they are now at least 1 meter above the ground, and even if the bird does not kill them, it can be crushed into a cake when it falls from such a height. Yuan said that then it would be better to fall into the abyss. Confronting didn't understand what he meant, and Yuan said that 1 meter, and already turning to this huge bird, asked her what a doll can fly. He swung on her leg and jumped on her back. Landing on her back, Yuan repeated his question, asking her what he had said, can we fly? And he hit the bird on the back with all his might, telling her to let go. He swung and hit again, telling her to throw them off, and the team stayed and looked at the sky. One of the men asked what they should do now. Tang turned to him and told them to keep going. After all, they are not far from their destination. But the man was very insistent and said that Miss Confronting was not here, and even if they reached the secret realm of Taoism, they would not be able to enter there. Why don't they go back the same way then? Tang told him not to forget that besides their team, the Wang family is one of the 12 great families, and they are also here, and they are ahead of them. And since the Wang family is here, then perhaps they have a way to open the secret realm. Even if they returned now, it was unknown how many demonic beasts they might encounter along the way. The old man said that he agreed with the opinion of Mr. Shaw's son. They should move on. Tang ordered everyone to move on. They should leave and continue on their way. Meanwhile, Yuan keeps killing the bird on the back and saying, hey, what kind of stubbornness is this? Confronting told him to stop it. There's no need to do that. This bird is already flying to the mountain. Yuan asked her that yes, the birds are already flying to the mountain, but does she really want to die? He asked her to let him help himself. He continued to beat the bird on the back, and at some point, the bird released Confronting from its paws. Yuan immediately grabbed her. Confronting told him to be careful. Yuan looked back and saw that the bird was chasing them, and already wanted to grab them with its paw. Yuan immediately reacted and took out his sword. Seeing his sword, Confronting asked if it was really the same sword from the auction. Yuan eliminated the bird with a single movement of his hand. Then they landed on the ground. Confronting asked, is that really all? He's such a strong, powerful monster, and he died so easily. Then Confronting noticed that Yuan's sword had disappeared, and she asked him why did it disappear? Yuan Price said he just put it away. Confronting was very surprised by this answer and asked him what he had removed. But where did he put it? Yuan said that instead of for storage. Confronting thought that she videotaped the storage space in the Kong family's ancient books as a kind of magical ability that was in the ancient era of immortal cultivation. Yuan can open a space in the void and store things there. It was extremely valuable in the Xiaxian cultivation era, but at the moment it has already died out like 1,000 years ago. Does Yuan have this magical storage ability? Then Yuan went up to the bird and, hitting it, began to look for something in it. After a while, he said that he had found it. He said that Kai Yan Tianlin had not let him down. It's a rank 4 seed, but it's better than the past Yamato no Orochi higher rank internal alchemy. Yamato no Orochi is a dragon in Shinto mythology. Kong Sitting asked him if he really needed the inner alchemy of a demonic beast. Zuyuan Yuanming replied to her that yes, that's right. Kong Sitting told him that there are several in her family collection. She can ask her grandfather and tell him when it is possible. Zuyuan Yuanming said he would be very grateful to her, to which Kong Sitting said that he was the one who saved her life, so she should thank him. And she herself thought that her grandfather was right. She was very lucky that this time they went together with Shuan Yuanming. Suyuan Yuanming, moving on, told her that she needed to go. They need to go to these ruins. All the time Zion Yuanming and Kong Sitting walked in silence. So the girl decided to break the awkward silence and asked him what exactly his level of training was. Shuan Yuanming said that the period of body formation. Kong Sitting asked him again, asking what is the period of body formation. Zuyuan Yuanming said that this is what they are now calling the battle stage. Kong Sitting said that she thinks his cultivation level is somewhere at the 4th or 5th level of a martial artist. That beast was definitely not of the rank that Shuan Yuanming could kill. Then how could he do it? Zuyuan Yuanming replied to her that it was all because he was very strong. Kong Sitting agreed with him and said that he was really strengthened. Then they noticed that the jade pendant began to change. Zuyuan Yuanming asked her what this jade clown is, where did she get it? Kong Sitting said it was bought by her grandfather, a fallen Taoist heir. This pendant can open the secret realm to racism. The era of 10,000 Dharma has subsided, and the girl really hopes that she will be able to get some ancient practices from it. Kong Sitting said that it was fine. I handed him a jade amulet. When Zuyuan Yuanming took it in his hand, the amulet enveloped his hand completely. He thought, is this thing an evil spirit? When he realized this, he immediately destroyed this amulet. Kong Sitting became enraged and asked Shuan Yuanming what he was doing. Zion Yuanming, throwing the remains of the amulet on the ground, said that this thing was a demon. The secret realm of Taoism that she mentioned is probably also an evil place. Kong Sitting shook his head and said it didn't matter anymore. Shuan Yuanming broke the jade pendant, now he thinks they will enter there. Even if it is a place of evil spirits, then they could learn something by entering there. Zuyuan Yuanming said that there should be more than one such jade pendant. Grandfather Kong Sitting was deliberately deceived by someone and he was asked to put this decoration on Kong Sitting in order to enter there. Kong Sitting said she didn't understand what the hell was going on here. Then Shuan Yuanming began to explain everything to her. He told her that the bearer of this jade pendant was afraid that if he personally entered the secret realms, he would be controlled by the evil energy of the pendant and misfortune would befall him. Kong Sitting asked Shuan Banming, what? How is this even possible? He just said that it's not the only jade pendant, so it looks like the Wang family is one of the 12 powerful families that will be the first to arrive there. It must all be a setup. And besides, do they really have this decoration too? Xing'an Yuanming said that it turns out that it is. However, that's not the point at all. Whether it's an evil land or a blessed one, it doesn't matter to him. What really bothers him is whether it's true or not. What is in that place like Kong Sitting says there is a healing field. Kong Sitting said she was sure of that. That's because they also got this old topographic map. It clearly indicates the therapeutic field and this there can be no falsification. After listening to her, Shuan Yuanming said that it was good, then they could continue on their way. 2 hours later, their team has already got close to some kind of gorge. Sha Po Tang said there were ruins ahead. They should all be very careful, because it's pretty quiet here, but there's no guarantee that there won't be strong monsters here. The old man said that's right, it's pretty quiet here. Yu Ben said that the Wang family was ahead of them, so why didn't they see them? One of the men agreed with him. Niu Ben said that, is it possible that demonic beasts destroyed the Wang family halfway through? Another man said that if that was the case, then something bad could have happened to Miss Kong Sitting too. Then they will not be able to enter the secrets from the realms of Taoism, and they have come all this way for nothing. But Sha Po Tang said it wasn't important at all, they should go in and check everything first. They went inside this rift. Sha Po Tang thought that probably no one had thought of it. But there is more than one piece of jade that opens the secret realm of Taoism. A few minutes later, they came to a huge door. After opening it, they went inside and saw a lot of corpses there. One of the team said that, apparently, there was a fight. The old man touched one of the bodies and said that there were other bodies besides the corpses of the Wang family. Niu Ben said it looks like the stone gate was opened and several people entered it. One of the men brightened up, and what should they do now? They won't be able to come in now, do they really need to go back? But Sha Po Tang ordered everyone to go forward. Hearing him, Niu Ben asked what in what sense. Sha Po Tang said that since they were already here, how could they not enter? To which the man told him that Miss Kong Sitting was dead and they had no way to get inside. Then Sha Po Tang took out one of his amulets, which looked exactly like Kong Sidding's, and told them to look at it and ask them what it was. When the man saw it, he said that it was the same jade pendant as Miss Kong Sidding's. It's just wonderful. Sha Po Tang has another one of the same. Sha Po Tang just said that he himself would be able to open the stone gate, but he has one condition. When they enter, everyone must unconditionally listen to his orders. 90% of what they can find there goes to him, and they can take the rest for themselves. The man asked if the Sha on the Tan really goes as much as 90%. But doesn't it seem to him that this is too much? Sha Po Tan asked, what is really a lot? If this is not enough for them, then they can do as they wish. He doesn't keep anyone here by force. Can they all come back? The man asked if he was blackmailing them. If Miss Kong Sitting were here, she would never have made such a stupid request to them. Sha Po Tang couldn't stand it and grabbed this man by the throat and said that was enough. Kong Sitting is already dead, and he decided to ask again. He asked if there are still those who disagree with him. If there are any, they can get out of here immediately. The man, panting, said that he agreed. Sha Po Tang let him go and said it was wonderful. But then the old man said he didn't agree. He took off his jacket and showed the same jade amulet, and he added that he has the same jade pendant. Sha Po Tang was very much surprised by this and asked what did he really have, and who is he really? The old man said he was Huang Heichuan from Qingzhou. When they heard who he was, everyone was alarmed. One of the team members said that he had heard of such a person, whose name is Huang Heichuan, and asked that isn't it a famous martial arts clan in Qingzhou. Niu Ben said that Huang Heichuan is someone who is no less powerful than the Tang dynasty itself. Sha Po Tang turned to Mr. Huang Heichuan and asked him if he was sure he wanted to fight him, to which Huang Heichuan replied that the old man did not want to fight with Mr. Sha's son. But in that case, why don't they join forces with him, and then they will divide everything in half. Sha Po Tang was very amused by his words, and he asked that half to each. And when he was going to attack this old man, he said that he didn't have the same power as him. But Huang Heichuan told Sha Po Tang that in that case he would teach him a lesson. A duel began between them. Sha Po Tang did not expect this old man to be so strong, and he told him that surprisingly he hid his strength. Huang Heichuan told him that he too. The rest of the team also felt their power. One of the men said it was a nightmare, but he could not finish, and Niu Ben finished for him, who said that this was the strength of a fighting clan. If they both have the strength of the martial arts clan, then why couldn't they save Miss Kong Sidang? After all, this expedition was organized with the Kong family, one of the greatest families. If they tried their best, even if they could kill the demon, they still wouldn't have a problem saving Miss Kong Sidang, right? To which Sha Po Tan only snapped at him and told Niu Ben to close his mouth, because no one is having a dialogue with him. Huang Heichuan said that the situation was extremely dangerous, and he finds it only at the beginning of the martial realm. So he was too busy to even compete with the huge bird. She could have easily killed him, right? In his defense, Sha Po Tan said that he desperately tried to save Miss Kong Sidang, but before he could do it, she was taken away. But then someone asked him, what's okay? It was Miss Kong Sitting herself. Xu and Yuan Min also came with her. Kong Sitting told Sha Po Tang that, however, in the end he wasn't even going to take any action in order to save her. One of the men and Niu Ben were very happy to see her. The man beamed all over and asked if it was really Miss Kong Sitting herself. And Niu Ben said that Miss Kong Sitting did not die. Shapakotten could not gather his thoughts and asked Kong Sitting what she was like. But Kong Sitting herself finished for him, who asked that how could she survive? Or maybe Sha Po Tang was hoping that the birds would finish her off. Sha Po Tang was at a loss and didn't know what to say to her. He said no. Of course, he meant that he was very worried about her. After all, he is really very glad that she is alive and well. But Kong Sitting wouldn't listen to him and said that was enough. Don't let him tell her anything else. And she asked everyone else what was going on here. Niu Ben told Miss Kong Sitting that she could open this gate now. And another man told her that she came just in time, because she just has a jade pendant. They should not be blackmailed by martial artists. Another man supported him and said that yes, Master Sha Po Tang told them that they would have to give 90% of the trophies to him. Exactly, but it's not fair. Kong Sitting said her pendant. She squinted at Xu and Yuan Ming and agreed that her pendant was now broken. Niu Ben was confused and said that, what the hell happened here? Did the pendants really break? But how? Xu and Yuan Ming said that he was the one who destroyed it. This made the USA laugh a lot, according to Tang, and he said that they were not good enough, that's right. And he turned to Kongxi Tank and asked her that how could she survive when such poor devils as Xu and Yuan Ming were next to her. Kongxi Tong was very angry at him and told him to shut up. After all, he doesn't have the position to communicate with Yuan Ming like that. Whispering On was put into a stupor by her words, and he did not know what to answer her. Sha Po Tang told Kong Si Tang that he just thinks this kid is some kind of trash. He had broken her jade pendant, but why was he still with her? To which Kong Si Tang replied that it was none of his business. Sha Po Tang was very touched and surprised by her words. He told Kong Si Tang that she must understand that he was very worried about her. Sha Po Tang stood in front of her, thereby blocking her path, and said that he had achieved significant success in the martial arts clan. Isn't it 100 times better to be with him than with Su Yuan Yuan Ming? Kong Si Tang was very amused by his words, and she asked him if he was really saying this and not blushing. After all, it was he who saved her at the critical moment, not Sha Po Tang. Su Yuan Ming is much better than Sha Po Tang. Sha Po Tang didn't know what to say to her anymore and told Kong Si Tang that since she didn't want to be with him, then let him leave with this ignoramus. And at this time, while everyone was in their showdown, Su Yuan Ming had already opened the iron door. Everyone was very surprised. One of the men asked what's what. Zhu Yuan Ming unexpectedly just took and opened the gate. Is he even human? He has a lot of power. And Xu Yuan Ming said that everything is open. Now you can go. Kong Si Tang said it was just wonderful. I ordered everyone to follow her faster. The man said that well they would follow Miss Kong Si Tang. Master Huang Heichuan was also very surprised and told Mr. Sha Po Tang that he did not expect that these stone gates would open so easily. And Mr. Sha Po Tang was very angry and asked that the gate was opened. So what else is the use of this useless pendant? Master Huang Heichuan said that the jade pendant is a sign of trust, which will definitely come in handy inside. And the fact that there are so many demonic creatures on the outskirts of these ruins, and this proves that when they go inside, there will be no peace. And to hold jade in their hands is equivalent to the fact that they are chosen by heaven. With him, the two of them have much more advantages than the others. Then Sha Po Tang said that in that case they come in. As long as they are here, then no one else will be able to get to the treasures that are stored in this secret realm. Everyone followed Zhu Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming asked Kong Zai Tang that where is the healing field. Kong Zai Tang replied to him that they were in the heart of these ruins. He just had to follow the map. Then everyone heard some noise. Niu Ben said something was coming. And he was right. They were rats. Niu Ben swore and said that such a big mouse is a rat demon. The man asked, and what should they do now? There are too many of them, right? Kong Zai Tang called out to Zhu Yuan Ming. Xu Yuan Ming said he would sort it out. And in an instant, he dealt with all the rats. But still there were quite a lot of rats. They started attacking the team, so everyone started fighting them off. But what was very strange was that the rat didn't touch Sha Po Tang and Huang Heichuan. Sha Po Tang said that these cruises don't bother them. Master Huang Heichuan said that after all, apparently he was right. Huang Heichuan held a jade pendant in his hands and said that this jade pendant is very useful. If you hold it in your hands, then they become the chosen ones. Sha Po Tang said that's it. And he turned to Kong Si Tang and told her to come to him, and then he would be able to protect her from these monsters. But in this case, she must promise him that she will become his wife. Kong Zai Tang called him shameless, and continued to kill these rats. Huang Heichuan told everyone that if they didn't want to die, they should go to him. He can save one of their lives, since everyone was very scared and didn't want to die. Everyone agreed to his proposals. One of the men told Master Huang to save his life. He is even willing to obey him. Another said it was better to save him. And Sha Po Tang kept trying to persuade Kong Si Tang. Did he ask her not to be stubborn? After all, rat demons multiply just endlessly. Is it really all because of Xiang'an Ming, that stupid kid? If it wasn't for him, she would be here safe and sound with a pendant in her hand. She should move away from him and stand next to him, and then he will be able to protect her. But Kong Zai Tang ignored him altogether and, addressing Xu Yuan Ming, said that the cruise was too much. They all don't end, and it can't go on like this. Zhu Yuan Ming assured her that everything was fine, and he continued to kill rats, clearing his way. Watching Xu Yuan Ming fight with rats, Huang Heichuan said that this kid is strong. Zhu Yuan Ming said it was a little annoying. After all, these rats are an endless stream. Then he called Kong Si Tang and told her to come up to him and take his hand. Kong Si Tang was very embarrassed, but Zhu Yuan Ming insisted on his own and repeated to her to take his hand. Congo Reed was very confused and said it was a little inappropriate. Doesn't he think the same? Then Xu Yuan Ming himself took her by the hand and told her to give up on all this and just take his hand. Then he began to clear the road further. This made Sha Po Tang very angry. But then Master Huang Heichuan intervened and told Mr. Sha Po Tang that Miss Kong Si Tang's heart seemed to have been stolen by this guy. The wealth of the 12 great families has not been exhausted. Ami's Kong 11 Tang belongs to one of these, so it is really unfair that an unknown boy took such a treasure. But Sha Po Tang laughed and scolded Huang Heichuan not to worry about it. After all, since he entered the martial arts clan, there's nothing he can't get in this world. No one would dare to steal Sha Po Tang's things. Meanwhile, Shu and Yuan Ming delivered Kong Zai Tang to a safe place. Kong Si Tang exhaled and said that they were finally safe, but she still continued to hold on to Shu and Yuan Ming. Shu and Yuan Ming told her that she could already let him go. Kong Zai Tang was embarrassed and immediately let him go. Later, everyone else came up. Niu Ben asked S-Ban Yuan Ming that from where he is so fast. So also at the same time he was carrying a man. They were almost behind them. But Sha Po Tang was very harsh and said everything to Yuan Ming. What's the use of him running away? After all, the main task is to get the treasure, and they need to go already, because they must immediately get closer to the heart of the ruins, where all the treasures are located. Hongo Zai Tang asked Shu and Yuan Ming what to move on. Doesn't he want to find more healing? But Xing'an Ming stopped her and told her to go slower. Isn't someone coming? Figures could be seen in the fog. Sha Po Tang asked who is this. The big guy who came out of the fog told him not to be nervous. His name is Wang Yuban, and he said that these are his own. Sha Po Tang asked, what's the fat man? Is he from the Wang family? Tong 11 Tang explained to Sha Po Tang that the members of the Wang family are mostly nothing. So when he sees a chubby person together for the nobles, it's almost always someone from the Wang family. Wang Yuban decided to introduce himself and said that his name was Wang Yuban and he was from the Wang family. He asked Sha Po Tang that why was he the only one who entered. Sha Po Tang told Mr. Wang Yuban that how was he. But Mr. Wang Yuban interrupted him and said that everything was fine. He just came to see if he could help them. And then he noticed Miss Kong Si Tang and asked if she was really to Miss Kong. Kong Si Tang said yes, it's her. Wang Yuban said that the Wang family and the Kong family are members of the 12 great clans. They are bound by the same spirit, which can lead to danger. And now he has decided that he will accompany Miss Kong Si Tang. Hongo Zai Tang looked at Shu and Yuan Ming. Zhu and Yuan Ming told her she could go. And they all followed Mr. Wang Yuban. Niu Ben asked Mr. Wang Yuban, what's next? Mr. Wang Yuban said he would be honest with them. Although they entered here before the others, but they did not advance deeper than them, since the demonic dog in front stopped them. Hearing this, they were shocked. One of the men asked, what is a demonic dog? Hong Zaitan said that this is the one who has been causing problems and grief to Tianshui lately. Did Wang Yuban say what exactly? This dog is extremely strong and much stronger than they thought. The demonic dog stopped them in their tracks. They can't attack him in any way. He looked at Kong 11 Tang and said that now that they were here, they could deal with the demon together. Kong Zaitang asked Mr. Wang Yuban that how many people does he have. Wang Yuban answered her. Kong Sitang was very surprised and asked if there were really only 5 of them left. And besides, what happened to the corpses that were fighting near the stone gate? Mr. Wang Yuban decided to tell them all the truth. He said that these people were from other clans and they were killed by them. Old man Huang Heichuan asked that why did the Wang family kill so many people. Mr. Wang Yuban replied to him that it was because these people thought too much about their abilities. He showed them the jade pendants, said how dare they try to steal the jade pendant from them. Hong 11 Tang, seeing this jade pendant, was surprised and thought that did he have it too. Hong Sitting asked that why are there so many pieces of the pendant? Do they think it's curious to me? This jade is very strange, and she advises getting rid of it as soon as possible. Wang Yuban, addressing Kong Zaitang, asked why she was saying that. She also had a clone. Did she really throw it away? Sha Po Tang looked at Xu and Yuan Ming and said that this kid cheated Kong 11 Tang, and the jade pendant does not carry danger. Zion Yuan Ming did not react to his accusations in any way. Mr. Wang Yuban approached Kong Zaitang and said that this thing was very useful. At least the jade pendant helps to avoid monster attacks. It would be difficult to get through without him. But Kong Zaitang defended Xu and Yuan Ming. And she said that Xu and Yuan Ming's words are true. They may or may not believe. She can only try to warn them out of the kindness of her heart, and they can decide whether to listen to her or not. Sha Po Tang turned to Kong Si Tang and asked her how this kid brainwashed her. After all, it is very difficult for an ordinary martial artist to get out of this secret realm alive. Is he, Sha Po Tang, weaker in martial arts skills? Kong 11 Tang pointed her finger at him and said that he was very far from Xu and Yuan Ming. Sha Po Tang was very angry. Their argument was interrupted by Mr. Wang Yuban, who told Miss Kong Si Tang to hurry up and move on. Kong Zaitang asked Mr. Wang Yuban that how strong is this demonic dog? Do they have enough people to fight him? Mr. Wang Yubai told Kong Zaitang not to worry. After all, they have more people than they need. And now they also have 2 martial arts clans, plus a few people of his Wang family. If they work together, they will definitely deal with this monster. One of Mr. Wang Yuban's subordinates told them to be careful, because there is a fork ahead. Everyone stopped and started looking at the roads. On the first road, if they go, they will meet a terrible cannibal plant. Shu and Yuanming looked towards the other road and saw a yellow glow. Mr. Wang Yuban told Miss Kong Sitang to go here. This path, of course, is dangerous. It is full of cannibal flowers, but it leads to where the demon dog is, the very heart of the ruins. And although the other way is not dangerous, there is nothing there. Zuyu and Yuanming looked at the other road, from which the yellow glow was coming, and thought that the energy of the healing field was coming from there. Mr. Wang Yuban commanded one of his subordinates to give his jade pendant to Miss Kong Zaitan. This man asked what was his, but then how can he? But Mr. Wang Yuban did not let him finish and took away his pendant and told him that he needed to think faster and not say any nonsense. He was fat and had rough skin, he would not die. Mr. Wang Yuban walked up to Miss Kong Sitang and handed her a jade pendant, and told her to take this pendant, and then she would be able to pass safely and not get hurt. Kong Zitang was thinking and looked at Shu and Yuanming and called out to him. Shu and Yuanming told her that he would go the other way separately from them, and he gave Miss Kong Sitang advice not to touch this pendant. Sha Po Tang asked if he was right, and this guy is really a coward. I dared to go only on the road where there are no dangers. Mr. Wang Yuban handed Miss Kong Sitang a jade pendant, but Miss Kong Sitang did not hesitate to refuse him, saying that she would not take him. Then Mr. Wang Yuban ordered all his people to come here faster. They should all surround Miss Kong Sitang and protect her. His team accepted his team. They surrounded Miss Congress Tang and walked past these cannibal plants. Mr. Wang Yuban told Miss Kong Sitang that if they passed without any problems, she would be able to see this demonic dog. Miss Kong Sitang asked Mr. Wang Yuban to be honest. They came here for the same thing, right? Mr. Wang Yuban said that they had finally come, and since they are from the 12 greatest families, their goals coincide. Kong Sitang asked him why he was helping her then. Mr. Wang Yuban told Miss Kong Sitang that he had already said there was no other way out. His people are not enough to pass the demonic dog, so they just need her help. Kong Zitang thought about it and said that she hoped that was the case. As she followed Mr. Wang Yu to the baths, she thought that it didn't make any sense, because the Wang family treated her too well. But at the moment they can only move on. And if there is a truly special thing here, then the Kong family should get it by all means. Meanwhile, Zuyu and Yuanming, who went down another road, I came across a dead end. He asked, is it really a dead end? And he said that means he will make a passage for himself. Zuyu and Yuanming gathered all his strength in his fist and hit the dead end. When the dust cleared a little, Shuang Yuanming saw what he was looking for and said that, of course, this is it. This is really a field, healing, and there are dozens of plants for his elixir. Zuyu and Yuanming started picking flowers and said that a few herbs would be enough for him to overcome the place of this cultivation. And he decided to fill this cultivation pit right now. A few moments later, as a result, Xu and Yuanming collected as many as 35 spiritual plants. Brushing off his hands, Xu and Yuanming said that the harvest was very rich, and judging by the age of the herbs, this is an ominous place. It has been around for at least 2,000 years. The Xu and Yuan world doesn't know if this place has anything to do with the great disorder in the cultivation world 2,000 years ago. He went a little further and said that this must be the heart of the dungeon. We should go and watch everything. Meanwhile, Kong Sitang, the whole Topla was coming down the stairs. Mr. Wang Yuban said they were almost there. Kong Sitang told her people that they should be careful and very vigilant. It's pretty dark in here, so they should be on the lookout. They entered a hall. A man from Miss Kong Sitang's team told Mr. Wang Yuban that he felt powerful breathing ahead of him. He thinks the demon is hiding in the darkness above. But Mr. Wang Yuban, laughing, knelt down and, addressing his master, said that they had brought him a beauty as he wanted. The entire Kong 11 Tang team was stunned by this statement, and Kong 11 Tang asked Mr. Wang Yuban what he meant. What does it all mean? Mr. Wang Yuban turned to Miss Kong Sitang and asked her what. Does she really not understand what exactly this means? After all, Miss Kong Sitang herself said that they are competitors. What else did they expect? And the reason he allowed her to get here safely is to sacrifice her. Their master loves beautiful girls, especially such as Miss Kong Sitang. Kong Zitang was furious and called Mr. Wang Yuban shameless. Sha Po Tang told Mr. Wang Yuban that did it really mean that he was the one who killed all those people at the Stone Gate. Mr. Wang Yuban said that it was true, they should have given up their partners voluntarily. Then wouldn't they be dead now? All their women are with the demon dog. Kong Zitang told Mr. Wang Yuban that as one of the 12 great families, aren't they afraid that the Kong family will start a war against their Wang family after this? Mr. Wang Yuban replied to Miss Kong Sitang that the fact is that they do not know what is stored in this dungeon. and they should not be told that no one is above the 12 great families. But if you find an immortal treasure in these ruins, you can increase the strength and status of your clan. And when the time comes, will his family still be afraid of her family? Mr. Wang Yuban told Miss Kong Si-tang not to blame him, because he is doing this for his family too. He believes that Miss Kong Si-tang would have done the same. To which Miss Kong Si-tang replied that she was not that mean. Then someone told them to stop making noise and end this argument. A very strong wind blew. Miss Kong Si-tang said it's quite powerful. One of the men asked that the sound was too loud. Sha Po-tang said that it should be even above the level of the battle clan. Torches lit up in the room, and everyone saw the demonic dog, who had 2 girls who served him. Mr. Wang Yuban knelt before him and told his master that as he asked. The demonic dog wanted 3 beauties, and this is more beautiful than the other 2. The demon dog said that Mr. Wang Yuban did a great job. He did a wonderful job. And after looking at Miss Kong Si-tang, the demon dog said that she was really pretty. Mr. Wang Yuan thanked his master for such a compliment, and told him that now that he had fulfilled his commission, then, can his Wang family continue to search for immortal treasures? The demonic dog told him that they could go and continue their search. My wasp thought that this bunch of imbeciles. Where does an immortal treasure come from here? If they were here, wouldn't he want them himself? Mr. Wang Yuban ordered his team to go, because the gifts of the cave are already waiting for them. And once they find them, there will be no limits to their power. Then Mr. Wang Yuban was stopped by someone. It was Huang Heichuan. Huang Heichuan asked Mr. Wang Yuban if he could take them with him. The others from Miss Kong Si-tang's team also started up. The man said that, yes, let Mr. Wang Yuban take them with him. The other one also picked him up and said that they would definitely not get out of the demon dog otherwise. Mr. Wang Yuban said that, of course, but then the immortal treasure. But the men interrupted him and told Mr. Wang Yuban that, naturally, they did not dare to claim this immortal treasure. They'll just take the other treasures. Huang Heichong also picked them up and said that it was true, they had paid too much zinc to be here. They could not leave here empty-handed. Mr. Wang Yuban agreed with him and said that, well, now they belong to his Wang family from now on. Then I told them my rules. He said that one, it is necessary to always obey his orders. Then Mr. Wang Yuban will give them some good things as needed. The men obeyed him and said they agreed, they were already listening to him. Mr. Wang Yuban turned to his master demon dog and said that as he sees these people, now his allies, can they? But the demonic dog interrupted him and told them to hurry up and not distract him from beautiful women. Then they all left. The demon dog laughed and told Miss Kong Si-tang to smile at him, to which Miss Kong Si-tang, turning away from him, said no. The demonic dog told her that if she did not obey her master, then the master would not be polite to her. Miss Kong Si-tang told the demonic dog that it would be easier for him to kill her than to subdue her. The demonic dog said it was nice, the girl has a character. It's much better than this group of dogs. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming cut himself a passage to the sarcophagus. Zion Yuanming went to the sarcophagus, decided to see what was inside it, and then opened the lid. He looked into the sarcophagus and said that, of course, all these jade pendants from here. Zuyuan Yuanming took the spiritual weapon and said that its quality was not bad. But it used to be a spiritual weapon, of course. It's a pity that now its level is too low. After so many years, it has become a simple artifact, no better than the sword that Xuan Yuanming received at auction. You can restore a good weapon. Then Zuyuan Yuanming went to the wall and saw a mural on it. Zuyuan Yuanming said that the cave might be related to this disembodied demon. Then he heard purely conversations. This is God, Mr. Wang Yunban and his team. Mr. Wang Yuban told them to speed up, because they were almost there. One of his team said that ahead is the last unexplored place of these ruins. There are definitely treasures in it. Mr. Wang Yuluban said that with such a powerful demonic catfish, the jewels here must be extraordinary. Finally they got there. Then, Mr. Wang Yuban saw Zuyuan Yuanming, pointing his finger at Xuan Yuanming. Mr. Yuban asked that how did he end up here. Zuyuan Yuanming went to the exit and said, Mr. Wang Yuban, that he was just strolling here. So, as they are busy now, then he will go. And I told them to look into the sarcophagus. Mr. Wang Yubing and his team immediately looked into the sarcophagus. Everyone in the squad started to get up jade pendants. The man from Miss Kong Si-tang's team said that there was a lot of jade and decided to take a few. The other man said that he would also take a couple for himself. And Mr. Wang Yubing was puzzled by this and asked why there are so many jade pendants here. Where, then, is the immortal treasure? Mr. Wang Yubing looked at what was in Xuan Yuanming's hands and said that probably what was in his. And Mr. Wang Yuban ordered Xuan Yuanming to stop on the spot and ask him what is in his hands. Zuyuan Yuanming asked, is it really that important to them? Mr. Wang Yuban called Xuan Yuanming a child and said that when he entered the dungeon, He had nothing with him in his hands, and now he is holding this weapon. It's from a sarcophagus, isn't it? How dare he steal the immortal treasure from the Wang family? Zhu Yuanming said that it was indeed lying in a sarcophagus, but it was not an immortal treasure. And besides, it has nothing to do with his Wang family. Mr. Wang Yuban got very angry and told Yuan Yuanming to give it back. Otherwise, he will kill him. Yuan Yuanming remained as calm and said that it was fine. And then how will he destroy it? Then Mr. Wang Yuban could not stand it. I called my team, asking what they were doing there. They should not forget that they are all people now, his Wang family, and they are under the command of Mr. Wang Yuban. If it wasn't for him, the demon, the dog, would have killed them with one paw. Without him, they would not have been able to get out of this secret realm. One of the men told Yuan Yuanming that for the sake of Miss Kong Zhaitang, they did not want to take any action against him. Therefore, he just has to return this weapon to them in a good way. The old man Huang Heichuan appeared behind Yuan Yuanming and told him, calling him a kid, to immediately give this immortal treasure to Mr. Wang Yuban. Or is it the treasure he craves so much? Then Sha Po Tang came up and said, what the hell is Xuan Ban Min doing? This kid has been pissing him off for a very long time. If Kong Zhaitang hadn't been there then, he would have already beaten Yuan Yuanming to death. And he told him to give the treasure back, and then he would figure out how to torment him. But Yuan Yuanming didn't say a word to him and slapped his face with his hand. Everyone was terrified of Yuan Yuanming's strength. The man said that even a martial artist in Sha Po Tang flew away after receiving just a slap in the face. They really underestimated Yuan Yuanming. Mr. Wang Yuban also recognized the strength of Yuan Yuanming and said that the guy is really strong. But why is his entire team still standing still? Until the Wang family gets the immortal treasure, then no one will leave here alive. After Mr. Wang Yuban's command, everyone surrounded Yuan Yuanming. One of the men told Yuan Yuanming that there were many more of them and it would be very difficult for him to defeat them all. And don't let him blame them, because they have to do it. Then Mr. Wang Yuban noticed that Niu Ben was standing and not participating, and asked him why doesn't he attack Yuan Yuanming? To which Niu Ben, Mr. Wang Yuban replied that he did not want to take any action, because it was not reasonable for so many people to deal with one person. Then Mr. Wang Yuwang told him that he was looking for death. Meanwhile, everyone had already rushed to attack Yuan Yuanming, but Yuan Yuanming dealt with all of them, despite the fact that there were many more of them. Then old man Huang Heichuan noticed that Yuan Yuanming had opened up, and decided to attack him from behind, and said it was a good chance to kill him. But old man Huang Heichuan underestimated Yuan Yuanming's strength and agility. Yuan Yuanming grabbed the old man by the arms and threw him so that Huang Heichuan fell right into the sarcophagus. It depends on how Yuan Yuanming deftly and quickly dealt with most of his team. Mr. Wang Yuwang said they were just a bunch of useless people, and I told myself that if you want to do something well, it's better to do it yourself. And, addressing Yuan Yuanming, Mr. Wang Yuban said that he was giving him another chance. He should give him this thing. After all, his Wang family is one of the 12 greatest families, and she will be able to satisfy any desires of Yuan Yuanming. But Yuan Yuanming was very determined and told Mr. Wang Yuban that he advised him not to take up his time. If he still wants to fight him, then let him not delay and attack him. Mr. Wang Yuban said that it was very interesting. He was really interesting. Makes him laugh so much, he can really get younger. Mr. Wang Yuban has never met people who pretend so well. But he didn't have time to finish, as Yuan Yuanming had already struck him. Yuan Yuanming said that most of all he hates people who talk in vain. Mr. Wang Yuban had a nosebleed, and now he was really very angry. He told Yuan Yuanming that if he didn't kill him today, then let the king turn over 3 times in his coffin. And he ordered his guys to attack Yuan Yuanming together. But their Yuan Yuanming won very quickly. After defeating these guys, Yuan Yuanming looked at Niu Ben. Niu Ben told Yuan Yuanming to hurry up and save Miss Kong Zhaitang, because those idiots from the Wang family gave her to a demonic dog as a slave. Yuan Yuanming told him that Niu Ben should hurry up and throw out what he was holding in his hands. Niu Ben thought that although it was a pity, he should forget and listen to Yuan Yuanming and better throw it away. That's what he did. Lying under his comrades, Mr. Wang Yubing said that he turned their mothers here and there. Were they supposed to destroy him? A few minutes later, everyone more or less came to their senses. Sha Po Tang told Mr. Wang Yuban to ask the demon dog to deal with this little kid. They can't leave it like that, can they? Mr. Wang Yugabing said that the immortal treasures of his Wang family should not be lost. Don't let them worry, because Master Demon Dog will do everything for Wang Yuban. Yuan Yuanming won't be able to get out of these ruins alive. Meanwhile, the demon dog was talking to Kong Zhaitang. The demon dog told her that even though he admired her, but she couldn't continue to behave. Otherwise, he will be very angry. He decided to give her another try. She should come to his lap to her master. To which Kong Si Tang told him to go and sleep it off. The demon dog stood up and told her not to blame him for being very rude to her then. But he appeared Yuan Min. Seeing him, the consultant was very happy. She came up to him and said that he was her salvation. And finally she waited for him. But then Mr. Wang Yuban also arrived. He told the demon dog that he had to solve something. Mr. Wang Yuban pointed his finger at Yuan Ming and said that this is the brat who humiliated him recently. The demon dog said it was impossible, but how? Mr. Wang Yuban fell to his knees and told the demon dog that this boy had stolen the treasures of his Wang family. He asked the demon dog to take action and kill Yuan Ming. The demonic dog thought, is he really serious now? Mr. Wang Yuban was very pleased with himself and told Yuan that he was definitely finished now. After all, the demonic dog does everything and will crush him with just one little finger. Leave only one in the bones. Yuan Ming should have been more respectful towards his Wang family. Yuan Ming was approached by Kong Si Tang, who told him that this demonic dog made her feel full, indestructible aura, and if Yuan Ming can escape, then he shouldn't worry about her. But Yuan Ming told Kong Si Tang that it was just nonsense. The demonic dog said that Yuan Ming was a name that seemed very unfamiliar to him, and he thought that outwardly he was nothing unusual. The aura is in the process of purification. There can be no mistakes. He's definitely right, it's him. Mr. Wang Yuban told the demon dog to kill Yuan Ming, but the demonic dog slammed Mr. Wang Yuban into the floor. Everyone was very shocked by this. Mr. Wang Yuan told his master that he was wrong, because he should have hit that kid. But the demonic dog, I don't listen to him, and falling on my knees in front of Yuan Ming, called him a teacher. The demonic dog fell to his knees in front of Yuan Ming and called him a teacher. He told Yuan Ming that so many years had passed and he had finally found him. Everyone was in shock. Mr. Wang Yuban asked, what the hell is going on here? It can't be that a demonic dog has knelt before Yuan Ming. What happened? But Yuan Ming didn't recognize this demonic dog and asked who he was. The demonic dog told his teacher that he was the messenger of the dog. Yuan Ming asked, what is the dog messenger? But he wouldn't recognize him anyway. The demonic dog told his teacher that hadn't he raised a Tengu named Da Wang before. Yuan Ming said that yes, that's right, but Da Wang left this world as much as 2,000 years ago. And Yuan Ming himself thought that even though Da Wang was raised by him, he was like a brother to him. 2,000 years ago, Yuan Ming practiced asceticism, and it lasted 200 years, just at the time when there were great catastrophes in the immortal world. When Yuan Ming came out of the retreat, then 3 cultivators died. Da Wang was in the body of a heavenly dog, and he had great makings in the practice of cultivation, and by the time Yuan Ming appeared, he had already ascended. The demonic dog told Yuan Ming, all calling him teacher, that he was a descendant of Da Wang, and he's been sleeping all these years. When Da Wang left this world, he asked him to give Yuan Ming a message from him. Who would have thought that a demonic dog would wake up and the world would change so much? The demon dog hugged Yuan Ming and said that he thought he would never see his teacher again. He didn't even expect this. Kong 11 Tang was very surprised and thought that 2,000 years ago. What are they talking about? And what is the origin of this Yuan Ming? Meanwhile, with Yuan Ming entered the demonic dog's consciousness. Yuan Ming said that although Tengu doesn't have much of a pedigree, but the demonic dog is really a strand of Da Wang. The demon dog told his teacher that Da Wang had asked him to convey a few words to Yuan Ming, and it's about the turmoil in the cultivation world 2,000 years ago and some of your things that are related to ascension. Yuan Ming, looking around, told the demonic dog to be quiet, because there are a lot of ears here. They'd better talk in private somewhere else. And Yuan Ming himself thought that at the critical moment of the ascension, Da Wang had instructed someone to deliver a message to him. There must be many secrets he needs to tell Yuan Ming. The demonic dog told Yuan Ming that since all these people were bothering them, he could just kill them all. Mr. Wang Yuan was very scared, just like everyone else was scared. Everyone got on their knees and begged the master of the demonic dog for mercy. Mr. Wang Yuban, addressing Yuan Ming, he called him master and told him to spare him, for God's sake. Sha Po Tang turned to Kong 11 Tang for help and told her that his Sha family and her Kong family were good friends. So please let Yuan Ming spare his life. And Sha Po Tang himself thought that the demon knew this boy, but it was useless to beg him now. After all, only Kong Si Tang can help persuade Yuan Ming. The demonic dog told them all to look at themselves, because most of all he hates people like them. They only provoke him to kill them. But Zhu and Yuanming stopped him, telling him not to get his hands dirty. These people won't live long anyway. All those who carried a jade amulet, they began to burn. They became very hot. Sha Po Tang said it was hot. Old man Huang Heichuan said what kind of business it was. The jade pendant burns like fire. The man said he was also burning. What is going on here? Mr. Wang Yuban asked, what is this black fog? The demonic dog asked Shu and Yuanming, is this really the same disembodied monster that caused a disturbance in cultivation 2,000 years ago? Everyone who had these jade amulets, they broke in their hands. Everyone was very scared and rushed to the leak. Someone asked what is it? And someone was calling for help. Disembodied beings awakened from jade pendants. One man wanted to escape and he almost succeeded. But the disembodied creature saw him and grabbed him, like everyone else. Hong Zitang asked Shu and Yuanming, what's going on here? Shu and Yuanming was very calm and told Kong Zitang that this disembodied monster had awakened from the jade pendant. Hong Zitang was dumbfounded and surprised. She asked Shu and Yuanming what he meant. Shu and Yuanming remembered something and thought that earlier a disembodied monster had possessed the body of a little girl Tang Lin from the Wenyu family. And, apparently, everything originates from there. The demons begin to awaken. Disembodied monsters began to absorb the life forces of those who had jade pendants. They began to call for help. Sha Po Tang was also attacked by this disembodied monster and asked Kong Si Tang for help. And after that, Shu and Yuanming also began to beg for help, but it was too late, and Sha Po Tang died like everyone else. Nui Ben asked what had just happened. Some strange object, similar to an egg, said that meat with blood is always tastier and fresher, and he commanded all mortals to worship him. The demonic dog told Shu and Yuanming that it was a devilish fetus. Kong Zitang asked, what is the devil's embryo? What kind of embryo is this? The demonic dog started explaining everything to Kong Si Tang. He said that legends say that demons who are conceived in a magical womb are extremely evil and very powerful. They were born to destroy everyone. The whole world will plunge into eternal darkness and will be under the influence of demons. And the devil's embryo keeps ordering everyone to start worshipping him faster. Shu and Yuanming said he was just pretending to be a god. He's going to destroy it now. The devil's embryo told him that he should not communicate with the deity in this way. Shu and Yuanming asked him what he finished or not, after which he attacked the devil fetus. The devil embryo said that Shu and Yuanming is very audacious, and now the devil's germ must punish him. A simple death he will not get rid of. And after the devil's embryo, a monster hatched. The demonic dog told Shu and Yuanming that the devil's embryo was born and the aura is very strong. This monster said that finally, fresh air, a new world. It's all so beautiful, just waiting for him to destroy it all. And rushing at Shu and Yuanming, this monster told him to repent of his actions, and called him a stupid two-legged creature. Zhu and Yuanming said he was trash. After that, he threw this monster away. The devil embryo said that it was impossible for an ordinary mortal to have such power. Zion Yuanming told him that he had already said that he would kill him, and attacked the July embryo. The demonic dog looked at all this and thought that he really died. Is it that simple? 2,000 years later, the teacher is still terrifying. A soul emerged from the body of a dead fetus. Zhu and Yuanming asked, is that really escaping? This monster said he was invisible. Will Zhu and Yuanming be able to catch him? The devil fetus will escape and no one will be able to stop it. But Shu and Yuanming grabbed his tail. The devil's embryo was very surprised by this, and Shu and Yuanming started hitting him on the floor, and he said that he had already said that he would kill him. After Yuanming said he was done. After a while, all four of them came out of this secret realm and walked through the forest. Kong Zitang called Shu and Yuanming. Kong Zitang squinted at the demonic dog and asked Zhu and Yuanming that this Mr. Dog would just come back with them. Kong Si Tang is afraid that his appearance will cause some questions from people. Shu and Banming agreed with Kong 11 Tang and told the demonic dog that he really could be caught and dismembered into pieces for research. And he asked that these magical dogs change a little. The demon dog said it was fine. He changed and asked what was wrong. But Shu and Yuanming said it wouldn't do, he was still too big, he needed to get smaller. The new demon dog changed and asked what would do, but Zhu and Yuanming said it's still huge. He will frighten children, you need to become even smaller. Then the demonic dog changed 3 times. When Niu Ben saw the demonic dog, he said it was too cute. Now the demonic dog has become like a little dog. The demon dog said that should be enough. Hong Si Tang said he was so cute. Institute of Oriental Studies. On the territory of this institute, Shu and Yuanming was waiting for He King Mei. When He King Mei saw Shu and Yuanming, she asked him if he had already returned. and then I noticed a demonic dog next to him. When He Qingmei saw him, she was very surprised and said what kind of cute puppy he was. He Qingmei picked him up and asked Xuan Yuanming, when did he manage to get a dog? The animalistic dog didn't really like being squeezed like that. He, mentally turning to Zuyuan Yuanming, thought that he wanted to be raped, and this strange woman. He Qingmei raised the demonic dog higher and asked if it was a boy or a girl. At this time, the demonic dog thought how humiliating it was. Xuan Yuanming told He Qingmei that she should stay away from him, because he is very fierce. But He Qingmei pressed the demonic dog to her chest and asked Xuan Yuanming why he was lying. He's so cute, how can he be rabid? The demonic dog was very happy now. He asked the girl mentally to continue torturing him as much as she wanted. But what kind of man was watching them? He looked at Zhu Yuanming and thought, what are they? Is this ignorant boy who provoked his 5 Cores clan? Right. And how good it is that He Qingmei is also here. Just right. Today he will take care of He Qingmei, the territory of the hostel. He Qingmei asked Xuan Yuanming if he was sure he wouldn't leave this school. Xuan Yuanming told her that now this whole school is his and he is not going anywhere yet. And he himself thought that after all, last time he had rendered quite a great service to the Yuan family and it was quite appropriate to accept this school as a reward. Xuan Yuanming told He Qingmei to tell Zhu Liang to come back too. And I thought that when he left, we also left this university from Zhu Lian and He Qingmei. Zhu Lian has also become Xuan Banming's only friend over the past few years. He Qingmei told him that she had already talked to him. It looks like he doesn't want to come back. It's like he met some very influential people outside of school. Then Zuyuan Yuanming felt something, and told the demonic dog that it was an evil spirit, and asked him to go and bring him demon pollen. The demon dog said it was fine. He jumped out of He Qingmei's hands and ran. He Qingmei asked that where did the dog run to. Xuan Yuanming told her to leave him and they had better come in first. This old man told his python that he would let him have a full meal today. But then he noticed this demonic dog. The old man asked, didn't Qingmei just keep this dog? But how did he end up here then? And the demonic dog thought that how could this man raise his head and provoke his teacher? Doesn't he know that his master teacher has been welcoming him as an unearthly being for thousands of years? The old man said it was nice, because there would be an appetizer first, and then the main course. The python was already preparing to attack, but the demonic dog quickly hit him. Starikov was very surprised and asked what had just happened. His demonic python fell to the ground. The old man asked that it was a fully evolved heavenly thunder python. How did he do it so easily? Python gathered all his strength, was ready to attack the demonic dog again. But the demonic dog changed his appearance and grabbed the python. Seeing this, the old man said that he illegally turned out to be a huge demon. The demonic dog, he was told he was trash. After all, they have such feeble combat power. He dared to attack his teacher. After that, the demonic dog tore his python in half. The old man was very scared and thought that he urgently needed to escape from here. The demonic dog asked him if he really wanted to escape. He easily caught up with this old man, and then he destroyed it too. Xuan Banming and He Qingmei came to his room. Xuan Yuanming poured the tea. He Qingmei told him that it had been quite dangerous in Qingzhou lately, and she asked Xuan Yuanming not to go outside unnecessarily. Xuan Yuanming looked interested and asked He Qingmei what the danger was. He Qingmei said that a killer had recently appeared who, along with his snake spirit, only went out at night to suck human blood. And in just a few days, hundreds of people were drained of blood. They died very painfully and unfairly. The Martial Arts Association issued an arrest warrant for you, which urged the Qingzhou masters to go after him for a large reward. She found a photo of this person in her phone and, showing her phone with a photo of this person to Xuan Yuanming. He Qingmei told him to take a look. This is the man. Someone managed to take a picture of him. At that moment, a demonic dog barged into their room. And along with this man, the demon dog told Zuyuan Yuanming that he was back. Seeing the demonic dog, He Qingmei was scared and said that it was a demon. He Qingmei hid behind Xuan Yuanming and said that this was the killer, so he also had to save her together with the demonic dog. Xuan Yuanming told her not to pretend. If she was really that scared, she wouldn't have kept this picture on her phone. He Qingmei pouted and said she wasn't such a fool to pretend. The demonic dog said he was surprised that's what the woman is not strong at. The demon dog threw this old man into Zuyuan Yuanming's room, and then he handed him the inner alchemy of this old man. Zion Yuanming took this inner alchemy, and the demonic dog took his former form and jumped on the sofa. He Qingmei was very surprised and asked if it was really that cute little dog. Xuan Yuanming approached this old man and asked if he was going to kill him or He Qingmei. The old man laughed and said that both of them. He is the 4th guardian of the 5 poisons. If Xuan Yuanming dares to touch him, then they won't just let him go. Yuan Yuanming said that his clan has pretty good pollen. The quality is really excellent. For this, Yuan Yuanming really wants to let him go. Let him then bring even more of those ions to take revenge on him. The old man laughed again and asked him if he was really afraid to hear the name of 5 poisons. He'd better hurry up and get rid of it. Then the old man got a call. He took out his phone and thought it was the head's call. He was about to answer the call, but Yuan Yuanming yanked the phone out of his hands and pressed reject the call. King Mei asked Yuan Yuanming that did he really need the inner alchemy of demons. Yuan Yuanming said yes. King Mei told him that then he could hand over this man's corpse. After all, the Martial Arts Association offered a reward of 10 million yuan for the capture of this killer. The internal alchemy of one monster or the reward for the capture. Yuan Yuanming should choose one of two. Yuan Yuanming said that for this 4 keepers of 5 poisons just give money, even they don't need a corpse. King Mei told Yuan Yuanming that she would go 1 because she still has classes. But Yuan Yuanming stopped her. King Mei's eyes already shone. She asked, "What is it?" Did Yuan Yuanming not want her to leave? He has only to say, and there will be people here to accompany him and do whatever he orders them to do. Yuan Yuanming said that King Mei thinks too much. Yuan Banming is not interested in who she is, but he wants to remind King Mei that she can't behave every time like today. The people who came to kill her today met him by chance. Therefore, Yuan Yuanming suggests that King Mei leave here, otherwise her enemy will not calm down, and she may be in danger. King Mei said she had a better solution than just hiding. Yuan Yuanming asked her what was what. King Mei said that they just need to live together. She will always be there, and he will be able to protect her. She's really so smart, but we need to talk about it later, and now she's going to run to collect all her things. The demonic dog noticed and told Yuan Yuanming that, just like 2,000 years ago, he was still very popular among girls. Yuan Yuanming told the demon dog not to talk nonsense, and it's time to discuss what Da Wang asked him to tell Yuan and Yuanming about that case. 2,000 years ago, Yuan Yuanming was in retreat for 200 years, and before that, Da Wang was approaching the limit of his ascent. Da Wang told Yuan Yuanming that Yuan Yuanming would ascend to the heavenly realm when he walked out of the gate. But what happened then? What happened? Why did Da Wang ascend before Yuan Yuanming managed to get out of the gate? The demon dog told him that Da Wang had once looked for him the night before his ascension, and he told the demon dog that the Dangshan road was about to be closed. This news threw Yuan Yuanming into shock. He asked the demon dog if he had heard Da Wang correctly. Is the Dangshan road closing? The demon dog said that there was very little time, so Da Wang decided to get up immediately, without waiting for Yuan Yuanming to come out of the gate. When he managed to ascend before the heavenly path closed, then Da Wang became the last cultivator on earth who ascended to the heavenly kingdom. Yuan Yuanming listened to the demonic dog and asked what else Du Huang had passed on to him. And I thought that the disappearance of the heavenly way is not such a trifle, and in the 2,000 years that have passed since then, the spiritual energy of the earth has decreased during this time. No one has been heard of who would ascend to the heavenly world again. The demonic dog said that Da Wang also said that the ascension process might not be as good as what cultivators say about her. No one has ever returned from there, and no one knows what happens after ascension. And Da Wang also said that ascension is probably a shocking scam. Yuan Yuanming asked me again what is a scam. The demon dog kept saying that Da Wang seemed to have discovered something, so he decided to take a chance to see everything with his own eyes. Also, Da Wang said that one day, Yuan Yuanming told the demon dog not to hesitate and asked, what did Da Wang say next? The demonic dog looked very lost and said that one day, if the veil of a certain heavenly kingdom opens and the immortals come, it will prove that his guesses were correct. Yuan Yuanming thought that the curtain of the realm would open and the countless would descend from heaven. These 2 sentences contain an amazing amount of information. The demonic dog will continue to say that. However, although Da Wang is one of the demon emperors, he does not think that the arrival of immortals on earth is something possible. Yuan Yuanming said that the emperor would not guess in vain. He must have known what secret things. The demon dog said that after Da Wang ascended into the cultivation realm, there was a commotion. Unprecedented monsters invaded there and countless monks died, and the demonic dog slept through the catastrophe to escape from it. Yuan Yuanming said that the road to heaven is closed, and invisible disembodied monsters are wreaking havoc. Is there a connection between these situations? And now that the demon has reappeared, everything has changed. Yuan Yuanming thought that he had no idea what to do now, so he had better finish the 100,000 level of body cultivation as quickly as possible. Yuan Yuanming ordered the demon dog to take the corpse of the 4th guardian and carry it to the Martial Arts Association to exchange for the internal alchemy of demons, and he himself will also leave to solve something. the demon dog said that everything would be fulfilled. The demonic dog once again assumed his true form. Shu and Yuan Ming told him to put on a cloak and not scare people. The demon dog told him not to worry. He would do everything right. And Shu and Yuan Ming said he was gone. He thought that he had collected a lot of herbs this time. It's easy to make noise at school, so you need to find them a quiet place to create elixirs. Now it's time to fill the gap of this cultivation. Meanwhile, the demonic dog has already come to the Martial Arts Association. He entered the association and threw the corpse of this man at their feet. The demonic dog asked them to see if this was the person they were looking for. President Yang came out to him and asked, "Is this really the killer?" The demon dog stretched out his hand and said that yes, that's right, let them hurry up and give him the demon's inner alchemy. President Yang said that it was good that this monster had been doing evil in Kinju for a long time. It was impossible to count how many innocent people he had killed, and now he's finally dead. President Yang asked the demonic dog if he could find out his name. The demonic dog replied that his name was Gu Shen, and again he repeated his request that they hurry up and reward him, because he still has things to do. President Yang thought about it and said that Gu Shen, he's dressed like a pensioner. President Yang said that he understood that low social status is the way to success. At this time, internal alchemy had already been brought. President Yang said that the input and internal alchemy of demons. Let Gu Shen take it now. The demonic dog was about to leave, but Mr. Yang stopped him and said that there was one more thing. He asked the demonic dog that he was not interested in joining the Martial Arts Association. The demonic dog said he wasn't interested. President Yang told him not to jump to conclusions. After all, if he joins, then President Yang might be the one to give him the last inner alchemy of the demonic beast. The demonic dog was attracted by this, and he asked what would be given. And the demon dog himself thought that his teacher Xu and Yuan Ming urgently needed these elixirs, so it would be nice to bring him more. The demon dog thought for a while and said he agreed. If they give him the elixirs, then he will join their martial arts association. Some time later, the demonic dog filled in everything he was told. President Yang said that the registration has been completed and Gu Sheng is now a full member of the Martial Arts Association. In the future, they will receive tasks that will need to be completed. Mr. Yang also hopes that Mr. Gu Sheng will be able to come to their aid. The demon dog said that he understood everything and said that it was time for him to go. When the demonic dog went to the president, a man approached Yang and said that this man was of unknown origin and asked if it was reasonable to take him to their martial arts association so easily. President Yang said he just doesn't understand anything. After all, his origin does not matter. He can help them very much. What are they really missing now? In the martial arts association, so are the strong thugs who can take care of some things for them. President Yang doesn't know if there is any benefit at all from these elixirs. Doesn't this man think it was worth it to get such a powerful fighter in return? The man was surprised and very pleased and said that's how it is. President Yang is really great. Meanwhile, Xu and Yuan Ming was engaged in his cultivation. He said that this amount of spiritual herbs would be enough for him to make dozens of elixirs. Xu and Yuan Ming said that he had not prepared so many elixirs for a very long time, so he decided to start making them and started doing it. After a while, Xu and Yuan Ming prepared himself a lot of elixirs to promote his cultivation. Xu and Yuan Ming looked very happy right now as he had succeeded. Xu and Yuan Ming said that the quality is much better this time, and this is due to the fact that he used more ancient spiritual plants. Xu and Yuan Ming took one pill and ate it, but there were absolutely no sensations. Xu and Yuan Ming said that apparently one elixir does not have any effect, so he should continue further. Xu and Yuan Ming ate the 6th, but it had no effect, so he continued on. It was already the 9th, but again nothing happened, and then it got to 12. After a while, Xu and Yuan Ming put the 17th elixir in his mouth and said that there were still no signs of at least some breakthrough and improvement. Therefore, Xu and Yuan Ming decided to just absorb all the remaining ones, which he did, and this time he succeeded. Xu and Yuan Ming said that he feels that all the boundaries of heaven are beginning to weaken, and Xu and Yuan Ming ordered to break through these boundaries. At the same time, but outside the cave, a little girl was fleeing from men who were running after her. Her name is the Witch Sai. The men who were running after the Witch Sai shouted at her to stop and not run away if possible. The Witch Sai stuck out her tongue at them and told them not to chase if possible, and then she wouldn't run away. Here the Witch Sai stopped, as she felt some strange aura. It was the aura of Xu and Yuan Ming, who had already come out of the cave by this time. Xu and Yuan Ming came out of the cave and talked to himself. He said that the 99,940th layer. Xu and Yuan Ming looked very thoughtful at this time. He thought that even though it took him a lot of plants, but he barely rose to a low level. but after filling the gap this time of cultivation, it won't be as difficult for him to rise up later as it is now. Witch Sai looked at Xu and Yuanming and said that, apparently, this guy is a cultivator, and that's why she felt such a milky aura. Then the Witch Sai was already caught up by those men. One of these men told her where she was running to. The Witch Sai should return with them without any resistance, and then they will fulfill their mission and there will be no problems. But apparently, the Witch Sai was not going to give up so easily, because she had an idea. The Witch Sai shouted to Yuan Ming, calling him brother at the same time, and told him to help her. The men were very surprised and asked what kind of brother. Xu and Yuan Ming stopped and looked questioningly at the Witch Seiya. But then he turned away and went his own way, as if nothing had happened. Then the Witch Seiya ran after Xu and Yuan Ming and told him, calling him cousin, that these people were chasing her. He should help her. The man did not lose his head and commanded his group to stop them and not let this man take the Witch Sai. At this time, the Witch Sai jumped on Xu and Yuan Ming's back and repeated her request to him to save her. Xu and Yuan Ming took the Witch Sai by the hand that she had wrapped around his neck and threw her off. Xu and Yuan Ming told her to disappear. The man said he was back. And what kind of performance is this? Xu and Yuan Ming said it was none of his business. Hearing this to the man, he laughed at the Witch Sai and told her that did she really think that they were some kind of stupid to take a passerby for her brother. Witch Sai started pretending to cry. Pressing down on Xu and Yuan Ming's pity, she asked him why her brother was doing this to her. She understands that he is sacrificing to her in order to return, to find help, but this is too cruel. The men were shocked and asked if this was really her real brother. One of his subordinates asked if they could then go for reinforcements. Their leader said it was true or false, but just in case. This guy is suddenly here, you need to keep him. The man shouted at Xu and Yuan Ming to stop and not move. Xu and Yuan Ming rolled his eyes and said how annoying it all was. Meanwhile, the men had already surrounded him from all sides. Sai and Yuan Ming said he didn't know this girl. The head of the Arietta team said that now, even if they are not familiar with each other, he will not be able to leave it as his fate. And rushing at him with the ball, he said that a happy life next time. But Xu and Yuan Ming stopped him. The subordinates of their leader were very surprised and asked that they could not believe what they saw. The leader told them to attack this guy. They used a fire attack. This is what his subordinates did. The man told Xu and Yuan Ming that it was a great honor for him to die from their witchcraft. But their witchcraft did not work on Xu and Yuan Ming, and he asked if it was really true. It was a witch's fire, and has even ancient witchcraft begun to emerge? The man asked him who the hell he was. He's the one who survived their witch fire. Xu and Yuan Ming asked them what it is, who they are, how do they know even such weak magic. The man was very angry with his words, and he said that he was insulting their work with his behavior. Now only death awaits him for sure. Xu and Yuan Ming ask him that how did he have such confidence in this, and will they answer his questions or not. The men attacked him again, and the head of their team said that if only so. They don't believe that they can't hurt him in any way, it's just impossible. Xu and Yuan Ming also prepared to attack. Xu and Yuan Ming easily dealt with 3 men. He said they were arrogant. Xu and Yuan Ming dusted off his hands and looked at Witch Sai. The Witch Sai only gave him a crooked smile. Xu and Yuan Ming told her that she had caused him problems, and he had helped her kill people to get out of them. Witch Sai said that when she saw him, she felt some kind of kinship, so she couldn't resist calling him brother. Witch Sai just didn't expect him to be so cool. Xu and Yuan Ming asked her, what should he do with her now? How could she repay him? Witch Sai said she didn't want it, but he really looks like her cousin. A little later, the girl said that it was fine and what kind of compensation he wanted from her. Sai and Yuan Ming didn't think for a long time and said that spiritual herbs or the inner alchemy of demons. Then the Witch Sai pouted and said that she understood him. But now she doesn't have a penny. You don't need money and you don't want to kill. But Xu and Yuan Ming did not listen to the forest and silently just walked on. The Witch Sai started up and followed him, telling him not to leave without her. Together they walked with her to the city. She kept following Xu and Yuan Ming. In the end, Xing'an Ming couldn't stand it and asked the Witch Sai that why was she still chasing him. To which the Witch Sai proudly replied that she always fulfills her promises, and she will repay him, but Xu and Yuan Ming asked what, but the Witch Sai timidly told him that she was a little hungry and could he feed her first. Xu and Yuan Ming decided to take her to a cafe. They ordered a lot of food when the food was brought to them. Witch Sai said that wow, what a yummy. She immediately started eating. Witch Sai said it wasn't bad at all. Zuyu and Yuan Ming really knows about food. And at this time, some people were watching him. Mr. Jiang was sitting in the car. One of his guards told young Mr. Jiang that there was a man he was looking for. Mr. Jiang rolled down the car window and said that's right, it's without a doubt Xu and Yuan Ming. Mr. Jiang took off his glasses and said that Zuyu and Yuan Ming stole the fire Ganoderma from him, bringing him pain every day. Mr. Jiang ordered his guard to go, because he wants Xu and Yuanming to be hurt 100 times more than him. The guard told him not to worry young Mr. Jiang, because they are professionals in this business. After a while, Xu and Yuanming and the witch Sai left the cafe, and the girl told him that they had become friends now. She told him that she would find him again and said goodbye to him. Xu and Yuanming thought that this girl's aura was very similar to that of his old friend. Xu and Yuanming looked behind the building and told them to get out. There are no people here and no cameras either. It's good for them and for him. Young Mr. Jiang's guards came out. One of the guards asked Xu and Yuanming, what, did he really believe himself like that? Zai and Yuanming, seeing them, asked what other mountain they came down from. The guard told him that if he stayed alive, he could ask about it again. And now it's time for him to meet his death. But Xu and Yuanming dealt with them in the blink of an eye. One of the guards got up and asked, what does he have? Is he a martial artist? And Yuanming asked him what they can talk about now. The guard smiled at him and took out a walkie-talkie and told him not to get conceited, because they are professionals in their field. He won't leave here alive today, no matter what. The man reported on the radio that the sniper was shooting, and the sniper shot at Xu and Yuanming. But Xu and Yuanming caught this bullet with only 2 of his fingers. The man was very surprised, and Xu and Yuanming sent that bullet back to the sniper, and that bullet pierced his neck. The man was still in shock and asked how such a thing was even possible. Even if Xu and Yuanming is a martial artist, how can you catch a sniper bullet? After all, such a bullet can penetrate even an armored tank. But Xu and Yuanming insisted and asked that they could talk now. For what? The man replied that only in his dreams. They are professional killers and it is absolutely impossible to extract any information from them. Then Zhu and Yuanming approached this guard and said that then he would fulfill his most important task. The guard was very scared and fell to his knees in front of him. He begged his forgiveness and told Xu and Yuanming that he would tell him everything. The man said that the young master of the Jiang family, he will pay them a lot of money for his head, because Xu and Yuanming stole the fire Ganoderma from him. After hearing his story about Zhu Yuanming exhaled and said that it was the giant family again. It looks like they were dismissive of his words back then. When Xu and Yuanming heard everything he needed, he just took off and left. A man called on the phone and told young Mr. Jiang that the mission was a failure. The person he wanted to kill is not only a martial artist, but he is also some kind of super being. Even they such professionals have failed. They had to call to say goodbye. He needs to run, so let them deal with him themselves. Young Master Jiang was just furious and said it was a failure, they had failed again. He threw his phone at the head of one of his guards. Young Master Jiang was so furious that, turning to his guard, he told him to tell him how he could kill this Xu and Yuanming. The guard didn't understand what young Master Jiang wanted from him, and Mr. Jiang started beating him up and shouting for him to say something to him already. Then Mr. Jiang Chi 11's mom burst into the room and asked her son what was wrong with him. Was he having another attack? To which her son Jiang Chi 11 said that he sent people to kill Xu and Yuanming, but they could not do it. Xu and Yuanming is the strongest martial artist, but then how could he take revenge on him? Jiang Chi 11 decided that otherwise he would ask for his father's help. Chi 11's mom came up to him and said that his father would not be able to come back and help him now. Could it be that Xu and Yuanming was able to take the fire Gamaderm from them? He's definitely an unusual person. She didn't expect Xu and Yuanming to be so good. Jiang Chi 11 asked his mother what should he do then. Jiang Chi Zai wants Xu and Yuanming to be dead right now. To which his mom replied that since an ordinary person can't handle him, they should find a martial artist who will take action. Jiang Chi 11 asked your mother what and where they will find such. His mom said that at the Martial Arts Association. His father became friends with President Yang at the camp. They will simply ask President Yang to introduce the most powerful martial artist to them. After all, the Jiang family can afford any expenses. Zhu and Yuanming's house. Xu and Yuanming asked the demon dog to bring him 2 internal alchemy monsters from the association. Xu and Yuanming had already received one of the 5 poisons from the clan earlier, and besides that, he has another from Kai Yan Tianlin, and now it's time for him to raise his level. After a while, Xu and Yuanming exhaled and said that the 99,955th layer this time had a good effect, especially internal alchemy. Level 4 monsters from Kai Yan Tianlin, who moved Xu and Yuanming above 3 small kingdoms at once. Then the phone rang. Xu and Yuanming picked up the phone and asked who is this. It was Chen Dakui. He told Xu and Yuanming that Zhu Yinyin was in trouble, someone was watching her. Xu and Yuanming asked Chen Dakui to send him the address and he will come right away. Meanwhile, Zhu Yinyin finished her work. The manager told Zhu Yinyin that this was her salary today, and handed the girl the money. The manager also told Zhu Yinyin to have a good rest. Zhu Yinyin thanked her manager. and she said that the manager had also done a good job today. When Zhu Yinyan left, the manager thought that what a nice girl, she is so beautiful and extremely hardworking. Zhu Yinyan was walking home, but then a man blocked the way and told her to stop. Zhu Yinyan got nervous and asked what they needed, and the man asked Zhu Min that it was his daughter. Then Zhu Yinyan saw her father. Zhu Min said that's right, it's her. The man said that she was really very beautiful. But is Zhu Min sure that he wants to sell such a beautiful daughter? Zhu Min told Brother Wang that if it wasn't so, he wouldn't even talk about it with him. Zhu Yinyan is now his from now on. And now what about the money? Brother Wang said that all the money Zhu Ming owed has now been repaid. Zhu Min said he was very grateful to Brother Wang. And addressing his daughter Zhu Yinyan, Zhu Ming told her that this was a gentleman from the Wang family and now he would take care of her. No more suffering. Poverty. Zhu Min did it for her own good. Zhu Yinyan was very angry at her father and said he was unscrupulous. Zhu Yinyan tried to run away, but she was stopped by a man who asked where she was going. After all, it's her blessing that Wang Xiao will like. Mr. Wang Xiao said that no woman he had ever seen had escaped his attention, and Zhu Yinyan is no exception. But then Chen Dakui came to Zhu Yinyan's aid. Chen Dakui told Mr. Wang Xiao to take his hands off Zhu Yinyan. And addressing Zhu Yinyan, Chen Dakui told her not to worry, because they are from Xuan Yuan Ming. He said that he was Chen Dakui and he was considered the main one in Qingzhou. Chen Dakui ordered Mr. Wang Xiao to release Zhu Yinyan. Wang Xiao asked if he was really in charge. Wang Xiao shouted to Chen Dakui that if he didn't get out of here, he would be left without arms and legs. Chen Dakui shielded Zhu Yinyan and said that he was here today and Wang Xiao wouldn't even touch Zhu Yinyan's fingers. He shouldn't provoke anyone. Wang Xiao was very amused by Chen Dakui's words, and he said that it affected his ego. Are there things in this world that his Wang family can't afford? Since they said so, then Wang Xiao will think a little. How can he not provoke? And today Wang Xiao will teach them all a lesson. Chen Dakui prepared for battle. He thought that these people are so powerful that it seems that he will have to stall for time and wait for the arrival of Mr. Xuan Yuan Ming. Chen Dakui shouted to his team to start attacking. The fight began. Some time later, Chen Dakui's team was defeated. He himself was already exhausted and was all beaten up. Kneeling down, Chen Dakui said that these people turned out to be masters of martial arts, and this Wang family is not like an ordinary one. But Chen Dakui wasn't going to give up so easily, and he told Mr. Wang Xiao that he would fight him. But before Chen Dakui could get to Mr. Wang Xiao, he was beaten again by Wang Xiao's men. Mr. Wang Xiao asked him that he was Chen Dakui, right? Although he is also a martial artist, he is too weak for them. The dogs that are raised in Van's house will be even stronger than him. Is it really still to think that the lord of the Wang family can't afford some kind of thing? But Chen Daku was very assertive and said that he had already said that Mr. Wang Xiao could not do it so easily, and he advises him to let them go and later admit his mistake to Mr. Zhu Yuan Ming. To which Mr. Wang Xiao kicked him and told him to go to his mother. Mr. Wang Xiao ordered that he be given his bat, and when he received it, Mr. Wang Xiao turned to Chen Dakui again and asked what could he not do. After that, Mr. Wang Xiao hit Chen Dakui with his bat, and then he asked what was wrong. Now he can. Chen Dakui did not give up and told him that he could not, in front of Mr. Zhu Yuan Ming. He is just a pathetic bug, he should just wait and he will regret it. But Mr. Wang Xiao swung again and hit him, after which he asked what was going on. Will he continue to be so harsh in his statements? To which Chen Dakui replied that if Mr. Wang Xiao beat him, Chen Dakui would smile. But in any case, Mr. Xuan Yuan Ming will kill him, because he provoked someone they can afford to provoke. Mr. Wang Xiao swung the bat and said that it was good. This is the first time he sees such a man with steel balls. Does he really want to die? Well then, he'll do it. But then Zhu Yinyan couldn't stand it and intervened, who told Mr. Wang Xiao to remove his hands. Zhu Yinyan asked Mr. Wang Xiao not to kill Chen Dakui. After all, in this case he will have to pay with his life. He is too brave. Mr. Van Xiao threw down his bat and agreed with the girl. He said that it was really boring to have fun with such a person. But didn't the person who stood behind Zhu Yinyan ask to protect this girl? Didn't Chen Dakui tell him that he couldn't afford such a provocation? Then he decided to kill this girl in front of him so that he would see and understand all his permissiveness. And Mr. Wang Xiao ordered his men to tear Zhu Yinyan's clothes. And Mr. Wang Xiao turned to her father, Zhu Ming. He told him that he wanted to examine his daughter in front of everyone. It's not going to cause him any problems, is it? But Zhu Min hesitated and was confused. He told Mr. Wang Xiao that is it really necessary. But Mr. Wang Xiao did not listen to him and hit him in the face. Now Mr. Wang Xiao was very angry and asked Zhu Min what he had just said. Does he really want to forbid him something? But since Zhu Ming was very scared of him and holding onto the cheek where he was hit, he told Mr. Wang Xiao that he had complete freedom. He just had to be happy. Mr. Wang Xiao grabbed Zhu Yinyin by the face and pulled her closer to him. He told her that she was so innocent, he really likes it. Zhu Yinyin broke out of his arms and told Madame Wang Xiao that he was an animal and he should get his paws off her. Then Mr. Wang Xiao began to intimidate Zhu Yinyin with his blade. He said that Zhu Yinyin can scream as loud as he can, because it excites him very much. Well, now Zhu Yinyin must show a little initiative to satisfy her master Wang Xiao. She should take off her clothes. Zhu Yinyin told him to kill her better because she would never do that. Then Mr. Wang Xiao hit her in the face with his blade, making a cut there. He licked his blade and told Zhu Yinyin to do as he said, otherwise he would rip all her skin off her face. Sweet Yinyin called him a pervert and a pedophile, because he can just kill her. To which Mr. Wang Xiao laughed and asked her what to kill. After all, he never does such low things. He already has a lot of things that give him more pleasure than killing people. Che Dakui called Mr. Wang Xiao a beast and said that Mr. Chuan Yuanming would not let him get away with it. Mr. Chen Dakui put his dagger to the LM of Zhu Yinyin and asked, so what? Did Zhu Yinyin think well of this? Then someone asked Mr. Wang Xiao if he really wanted to die. It was Xuan Yuanmin. Mr. Wang Xiao was puzzled and asked what he meant. Chen Dakui and Zhu Yinyin were very happy to see Xuan Yuanming. Mr. Wang Xiao approached Xuan Yuanming and asked him if he was really the same defender. Is Xuan Yuanming the one who can forbid Mr. Wang Xiao something? But Xuan Yuanming ignored Mr. Wang Xiao. He only asked Chen Dakui if he could bear it a little longer. Chen Dakui very confidently told Mr. Xuan Yuanming that, of course, he could. He'll hold out. After that, Xuan Yuanming turned to Zhu Yinyin and told her not to worry, because he was safe now. Zhu Yinyin was so touched by this that she even burst into tears. Xuan Yuanming looked menacingly at Mr. Wang Xiao and told him that he was very rarely short-tempered. But today Wang Xiao really angered him. Mr. Wang Xiao was already getting angry and asked Xuan Yuanming what he was talking about. Mr. Wang Xiao doesn't understand him. Then Xuan Yuanming silently walked up to Nim and hit him on the leg, so hard that Mr. Wang Xiao fell. One of Mr. Wang Xiao's subordinates told Xuan Yuanming that how did he dare to raise his hand against his Mr. Wang Xiao. Now he has to die. After which this man rushed at Xuan Yuanming with a dagger. But Xuan Yuanming caught the blade with one of his hands, after which he broke it. The man was very shocked and asked that how is this even possible. Xuan Yuanming broke the white blade with his bare hands, shaking off his hands from the remnants of the blade. Xuan Yuanming knocked out several of the man's teeth. Xuan Yuanming grabbed the dagger and said that they had pissed him off so quickly. It's just some kind of lawlessness. Meanwhile, while Xuan Yuanming was saying all this, Mr. Wang Xiao told his people to hurry up quickly and save him. Xuan Yuanming threw the dagger he was holding into Mr. Wang Xiao's hand. He screamed in pain. One of Mr. Wang Xiao's people said that they were all level 4 masters, and if they all go together, they will be able to save young Master Wang Xiao and, after that, quickly retreat. The others agreed with him. One of them said it was true. Otherwise, the Wang family would blame them for not even trying. Therefore, they all decided to attack Xuan Yuanming together, but Xuan Yuanming quickly dealt with them without even straining. Mr. Wang Xiao watched all this and was very shocked. He said that did Xuan Yuanming beat up 3 masters of his Wang family in one moment? Who the hell is he? Chen Dakui laughed and told Mr. Wang Xiao that he had warned him that Mr. Xuan Yuanming was someone he should not anger and provoke. Well, what a pity it's too late now. Mr. Wang Xiao said he didn't care who Xuan Yuanming was, because he was a member of the Wang family, one of the 12 great families. Perhaps Zhu Yuanming has not heard of the 12 great families. This is a family that is tens of millions of times more powerful with the largest clan in their small town. And if Xuan Yuanming only dares to touch Mr. Wang Xiao, then he will already be a dead man. But Xuan Yuanming didn't say anything to him and picked up his bat. Mr. Wang Xiao was very scared and asked him what he was doing. But Zhu Yuanming didn't say a word to him and hit him with his own broken hand, thereby breaking his arm. Mr. Wang Xiao screamed in pain. Shengan Yuanming will repeat to him that he has already said that he is very angry, and the consequence of his anger is destruction. Mr. Wang Xiao told Zhu Yuanming that he would admit it, let him give him a break this time. He can give Xuan Yuanming as much money as he wants, and Mr. Wang Xiao won't even use his Wang family's power to take revenge on Xuan Yuanming. Mr. Wang Xiao only begs him that Xuan Yuanming didn't kill him now, to which Xuan Yuanming replied that there are few people in this world to whom he owes something and even fewer of those who are dear to him, and if they touch the wrong person, they will die. Mr. Wang Xiao was very scared and told him not to. After all, Xuan Banming is kind. He should forgive Wang Sha, since he admits that he cannot stand in his way. And again I asked him not to do it. But Xu and Yuan Ming didn't even listen to him, and I will kill Mr. Wang Shao with his own bat. Zhu Min fell to the ground in fright and said that is Mr. Wang Shao dead. Xu and Yuan Ming approached Zhu Yinyan and asked her what to do with this old jerk. Zhu Yinyan must decide for herself whether to kill him or pardon him. Zhu Min started begging his daughter. He told her that he was her father. He was just mistaken. After all people make mistakes. But Zhu Yinyan was very angry with him and asked him that wasn't he ashamed to tell her that. After all, if Zhu and Yuan Ming hadn't come today, she can't even imagine how terrible her outcome would have been. Zhu Min told his daughter to understand him. This time, for the sake of her own family, she should give him forgiveness. Zhu Yinyan was just angry and asked her father if he was really begging to visit him now. Zhu Min didn't seem to understand what she was talking about and told her that he was her father anyway. She is his blood and flesh, she must forgive him. Zhu Yinyan took the dagger in her hands and menacingly told Zhu Ming that she would never forgive him. Zhu Min was really scared and asked Zhu Min what she wanted to do, because she was his beloved daughter. And a good daughter makes a knife on her father. But Zhu Yinyan didn't say another word and just stabbed her father with this knife. She was scared of what she had done and dropped the knife. Xu and Ban Ming came up to her to support her. Zhu Yinyan started crying and said she was just too kind and let them bad people bully her over and over again. Zhu Yinyan told her father that she wouldn't kill him this time. But if this situation happens again, Zhu Yinyan swears that she will strangle him with her own hands. Sweet Min got up and said there wouldn't be a next time. He promised. He was about to leave, but Xu and Yuan Ming hit him on the head. After that, he told Zhu Ming that such a scumbag would never repent. If Zhu Yinyan decided not to kill him yet, then Xu and Yuan Ming would make him an invalid, and he will never do evil again. Zhu Yinyan thanked brother Xu and Yuan Ming. Zhu and Yuan Ming asked her that she must have been very scared when she saw the murder of a person one time. Zhu Yinyan lowered her eyes and said yes. Xu and Yuan Ming went up to Chen Dakui to help him up, and told Zhu Yinyan that it was okay. Well, now they have to come back in order to be treated. In the Martial Arts Association, President Yang told Gu Shen, the demonic dog, to drink tea. But the demonic dog decided to get right to the point and asked President Yang if they still have the internal alchemy of monsters. President Yang replied to him that since he found out that he needed it, he had been looking for them and found them. The demonic dog immediately started up and asked what was where, and he thought that his master badly needed this alchemy, so he simply had to bring him as much as possible. President Yang told the demon dog not to worry and to listen to him carefully. The internal monster alchemy that President Yang mentioned is in the Jiang family. The Jiang family is a large local clan. President Yang asked them for a favor many times, but they refused him all the time. But in the end they offered him one condition. The condition is that they will give away the inner alchemy if the demon dog does one thing for their Jiang family. Only in this case they will give 2 internal chemistry demons. The demonic dog asked what the case was about. President Yang said to help the Jiang family kill one person. Hearing this, the demonic dog laughed and asked again what it was really like to kill a person. Does the Martial Arts Association do such things? How much does the demonic dog know that? The Martial Arts Association is a justice restoration group, but definitely not an organization of hired killers. President Yang told him that, naturally, they are fighting criminals, but this case is a personal matter, and he would very much like to offer this case to the demonic dog, because he knows his needs. President Yang handed the demonic dog a paper and said that he was the one who needed to be killed. The demon dog asked permission to take a look. When he saw who the demon dog was in the photo, he thought that, damn it, it was his master Zhu and Yuan Ming. And these people have just dug their own holes. Should I beat this idiot to death? President Yang said that this man's name is Xu and Yuan Ming, and he stole a medicine that saves the customer's life. And is this really a monstrous crime? After all, killing a person also means helping to restore justice. And if it seems to the demonic dog that internal alchemy is not enough, then the Jiang family can increase their number. The demonic dog, without thinking for a long time, said that he agreed, but in this case he wants 5 alchemy. And he himself thought that first he would take away the inner chemistry of the demons, and then he would fill up these jerks. President Yang was surprised and asked the demonic dog, what is 5? But they are very rare. President Yang doesn't know if the Jiang family has that much, but he will ask them. The demonic dog went to the door and said that okay, in that case he would wait for news. After the demonic dog left for President Yang, the Jiang family came out. The woman asked that this man who hides his face, will he definitely be able to kill Xu and Yuan Ming? President Yang assured this woman that she would be sure because this man is incredible, and his aura is very powerful. He is a true master of his craft. and as long as he is ready to act, then Xuan Yuanming will surely die. For 5 alchemy. But Ms. Jiang interrupted President Yang and said that only 5 internal alchemy, a monster, had been collected in her family's collection for several generations. But since they are not particularly useful, she will give them all. Mrs. Jiang's son was very surprised and asked his mother if she was sure about it. Jiang Qizai really hopes to seek Xuan Yuanming's corpse, from kicking it and crushing the bones. Ms. Jiang told Qi 11 that his mom promises it to him. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming, along with Chen Daqui and Zhu Yinyin, entered the room. Xuan Yuanming told Chen Daqui to sit down and he would treat him. Chen Daqui asked Mr. Xuan Yuanming that shouldn't they go to the hospital for treatment. He is very worried that even if his leg heals, he may become disabled. And Zhu Yinyin said that she was very afraid that her mother would worry if she saw a scar on her face. To their concern, Xian Yuanming said that today he would heal the wounds of both of them, and they would not only recover, but become better than before. Xuan Yuanming told Zhu Yinyin to sit down. Zhu Yinyin sat on the floor, as did Xuan Yuanming. Xian Yuanming told her to hold out her hands to him. Zhu Yinyin held out her hands to him and said that it was fine. Zhu Yuanming told her to try to concentrate and take a deep breath in and out. He will help through a particle of Kai to cleanse her body and heal wounds. They both concentrated, after which, the wound on Zhu Yinyin's face began to heal. Zhu Yinyin was startled and said that her wound had healed. And this is very surprising, because there is not even a scar left on the face. Zhu Yinyin got up and decided to go to the exit, but on the way accidentally touched the bedside table, hitting her foot, and that nightstand broke. Zhu Yinyin was very surprised and asked what had just happened. Xian Yuanming told her that while he was treating her wound, her body was soaked with frenzied energy. Now she has officially entered the period of body cleansing, which means that she has become a martial artist. Therefore, Zhu Yinyin has not yet gotten used to such power, but in the future, she will gradually learn to control it and become more powerful. Chen Daqui said it was just amazing. Not only did her wound on her face heal, but her strength also increased. Kai allowed an ordinary person to become a master of martial arts, but what only immortal people are capable of. It took Chen Daqui 9 years to become a martial artist. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming thought that he had already been in the purification period for too long, and his true Kai in his body had already mutated, but he already found out about it a long time ago. His Kai particle is the ultimate tonic for other cultivators. But then Xuan Yuanming was distracted by Chen Daqui, who told the gentleman that it was his turn now. He held out his hands to him and told him to give it to him too. Xuan Yuanming asked him what he was doing. Chen Daqui told him to help him heal, just like Sister Zhu Yinyin. Xuan Yuanming said there was no need for that. After all, Zhu Yinyin was an ordinary person, so Xuan Yuanming dubbed her True Kai. And Chen Daqui is already a martial artist. He doesn't need to go through all this. After which, he began to heal all his wounds. Chen Daqui said how nice it was. And it's just awesome, because his level has also increased to the 5th. Meanwhile, King Mei was dragging her heavy things to Xuan Yuanming. She heard some strange sounds. Whose was it that told Mr. Xian Yuanming that he felt so good? But King Mei misunderstood everything. She asked if it was really a man's voice, and I thought, does Xuan Yuanming always ignore beautiful women like that? King Mei was furious and asked Xuan Yuanming if he had really found a boyfriend. Now he's definitely not going to be well. King Mei opened the door with her foot and said that Xuan Yuanming is shameless. But when she entered, she saw that Xuan Banming was only treating Chen Daqui's broken leg. Xuan Yuanming wasn't very surprised when he saw King Mei, and just asked her that does she always open the door with her foot. King Mei realized that she was thinking the wrong thing and stopped being angry. She asked what they were doing here. Chen Daqui told Mr. Xuan Yuanming that he was very well and asked for more. But Ban Yuanming, along with King Mei, told Chen Daqui to shut his mouth, which Chen Daqui did. In the Martial Arts Association, President Yang told the demonic dog that he wanted 5 internal monster alchemy, and the Jiang family had prepared it especially for him. The demonic dog took 1 alchemy in his hand, looked at it and said that it was very good. Ms. Jiang couldn't stand it and asked the demonic dog that when he could kill Xuan Yuanming. But then Jiang Qi 11 intervened and told the demonic dog that he could let him live. After all, he himself wants to kill Xuan Yuanming with his own hands so that he can relieve his soul. The demon dog said that it would be as they wished. But in return, then they need to add 2 more monster elixirs. Lady Jiang told him that the inner alchemy of demons is very rare. The ones they have already given him are the exclusive legacy of the Jiang family. Other families don't even have 1 alchemy, so it's simply impossible to get 2 more. The demon dog said that if so, but his thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Jiang Qi 11, who told him that they could also give him money. He only had to catch Xu and Yuanming alive, and they would pay any price. The demon dog said it wasn't bad, and he accepted their offer. But in return, then for 10 billion yuan, he will catch him from Mr. Jiang Qizai alive. After hearing him, everyone thought a little. The silence was broken by Ms. Jiang, who told the demonic dog that he was probably just joking, because their family is not so rich. They're not even from the 12 great families. Then where did they get 10 billion? Young Master Jiang Qizai said that yes, their total family income is only 2 billion. Then the demonic dog said that they would give him 2 billion. The Jiang family were at a loss. Ms. Jiang told her son that she would handle everything herself. Ms. Jiang approached the demon dog and said that her family could not go bankrupt just to kill one person. They can only afford to spend 500 million. He should understand them. The demonic dog said that even though it's not enough for him, but okay, 500 million, he agrees. And the demonic dog himself thought that he needed to offer more and teach the amount that he originally wanted. Jiang Qizai asked him that when he would be able to bring Xu and Yuanming to him. The demon dog was already standing at the door and said it wouldn't take long. They just had to wait and he would tell them everything. Meanwhile, Xu and Yuanming had already cured everyone. Chen Dakui told Mr. Xu and Yuanming not to worry. After all, now thanks to his Kai, Chen Dakui's strength has increased, and he will definitely send Miss Zhu Yinyan back safely. Zhu Yinyan told her brother Zion Yuanming that she was also a martial artist now, and would be able to protect herself. After Chindo, Kui approached Mr. Xing'an and asked him why not accept him as a disciple now? After all, with his abilities, he can easily create the strongest clan in the world. Zion Yuanming thought that they were teaching again, and told him that he would not take any disciples. And I told them to keep today's secret and not tell anyone about what happened. Chen Dakui accepted his order and said that there was. Zhu Yinyan told Xu and Yuanming that they would go and see each other next time. After they left, Yuan Chudi burst into Xu and Yuanming's room. Yuan Chudi told him that she had something very important to tell him. Zion Yuanming ignored her and was about to leave, but Yuan Chudi blocked his way and told him not to leave. Xu and Yuanming scratched the back of her head and asked what a woman was with her. If she bothers him again, then don't blame him if he hits her. Yuan Chudi said that she knows that her act made him hate her, but she was really looking for him to say something important. After all, teacher Qin Zhao is here, and Xu and Yuanming should run. Xu and Yuanming remained as calm as ever and asked her what to run. But why would he do that? Yuan Chudi was very assertive and said that everyone knows that he killed Qin Zhao, whose father is a martial arts monk. Does Zhu and Yuanming know who monks are? They are 1,000 times stronger than their masters. Zion Yuanming asked her what, so what? Yuan Chudi didn't understand him at all and asked, so what? Teacher Qin Zhao is here and can kill him. Xu and Yuanming said that okay, she shouldn't worry about him. After all, he will kill any monk who gets in his way. Yuan Chudi had already started shouting and asked if Xu and Yuanming was so angry with her that he was going to kill a monk. Does he really not understand the limits of his powers? But Xu and Yuanming ignored her and just left. When he left the room, the bell rang. He picked up the phone. Kong Si-tang called him. Xu and Yuanming said what he could do to help her. Kong Si-tang said that they had survived the fire together and she could not call just like that. Didn't she say at that time that she could get him some monster alchemy? Now she has already returned and asked her grandfather to find them. Palm 11 Tang actually found a couple of pieces and came to Kinju to give them to Xu and Yuanming. Xu and Yuanming thought that internal alchemy, but Kong Si-tang added that, however, she needed to attend a business event, and she asked him if he could come to her himself. Zion Yuanming was very pleased with this news, and he said that it was fine, just let her send him the address, and he would come soon. After some time, Xu and Yuanming was already standing at the entrance to the building and said that it seemed to be here. He walked over to the equipment that should recognize his face, but this thing said there was an error and failed to recognize the face, and they also said he couldn't get in. Xu and Yuanming thought about it and said he couldn't enter. Someone was passing by and saw him and laughed. It was Brother Bao. He told Zhu Liang that he was with him, and if he did his job well, then Brother Bao would treat him well. Today, Brother Bao will introduce them all to the cream of society. Zhu Liang was a little embarrassed and said that he was very grateful to him. But then Zhu Liang noticed Xu and Yuanming and asked him how he got here. Xu and Yuanming answered him briefly that he had business here. Then Brother Bao got involved, who asked Zhu Liang that this was his friend. Zhu Liang said that yes, they went to the same school, and he already turned to Xu and Yuanming and said that he would introduce them to Brother Bao. And he's a very big shot. Zion Yuanming looked at this Brother Bao and thought that he had an evil aura. Apparently, he is doing dark deeds in his business. Zhu Liang asked Shen Yuanming, why is he standing at the entrance? Can't he come in? Xuan Yuanming said exactly what? This thing doesn't recognize his face. Brother Bao laughed very hard and told Zhu Liang that his friend was a little vain, because he showed up here uninvited. Zhu Liang stood up for Zhu Yuanming and told Brother Bao that he was not that kind of person. Then Brother Bao asked him, why can't he come in? He had met such youngsters before. They have no power, so they are just trying to get to social events so that they can show off with their friends. Xuan Yuanmin. He was told that someone had invited him. Brother Bao walked past him and told him not to pretend. After all, he doesn't see anyone here. But after a while he thought about it, and turning to Xuan Yuanming, he said that for Zhu Liang's sake he would take him in. Zhu Liang beamed all over and told Xuan Yuan- that if he really wasn't invited, then let him let Brother Bao. Xuan Yuanming interrupted him and said that it was not worth doing this. There guys, let him come in, and he'll wait for someone and leave. Brother Bao told Zhu Liang that his friend was a little ignorant. He didn't even look him in the face, and refused his kindness. Such a rude man. Zhu Liang just shouldn't have such friends. Then a young man came out of this building and told everyone that all the guests of this event had been entered into the computer database. But first they have to use facial recognition. If the scan fails, they won't be able to log in. If they are temporarily present, they must tell him the name of the guest who invited him. Hearing this, Brother Bao asked Xuan Yuanming that didn't he say that he was invited here? He should come up, tell the name of who invited him, and then they will see how well he can pretend. The young man asked Xuan Yuanming who is the guest who invited him? Zhu Yuanming said it was Kong 11 Tang. The man told him to wait a minute. The man told Zion Yuanming that he was sorry, but the guest, and with that name, is not on the list. Xuan Yuanming told him that she also attends events temporarily, which is probably why she is not on the lists. And Brother Bao kept laughing and said how funny it was for him that Xuan Yuanming kept trying to get out. He turned to Zhu Liang and said that he advised him to stop communicating with such a friend as soon as possible. He has no power, so the doctor also loves. And the most important thing is that he does not admit his mistakes. And now Brother Bao doubts him. Zhu Liang told Brother Bao that he was really wrong about Xuan Yuanming. But Brother Bao, apparently, did not want to listen to him and, interrupting him, said that alright, they should come in. After all, the banquet is about to begin. And he turned to Zhu Liang and told him that he was going with him, let him not get lost. After all, his networking still needs improvement. The man told Brother Bao that they could pass and welcome. Zhu Liang wanted to say something to Xuan Yuanming, but he interrupted him and said that they would talk about his acquaintance later, but he should stay away from Brother Bao. Some time later, Hong Zitang contacted Xuan Yuanming and asked why she couldn't see him. Where was he? Zhu Yuanming told her that he was standing right in front of the entrance. Hong Zitang said that why hasn't he come in yet? She's already inside. All Yuanming asked her to wait for him. The man asked him that he still had some questions. Xuan Yuanming decided to distract him and said that he had a caterpillar on his shoulder. The man began to turn around and examine himself and asked what was where. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming quickly rushed to the entrance. Someone told the man that it seemed to him, and the man himself asked that where is he? Did he really disappear? Took and disappeared. In the conference room, Brother Bao asked Zhu Liang that he was seeing this. Over there stands the golden table of democracy, and only outstanding people can sit at this table. And when they end up with a deal, then perhaps they will take the right to sit at the golden table. Zhu Liang is a professional, and this time everything depends on his competence. Zhu Liang told him that he would do his best. Brother Bao said that he is relieved when Zhu Liang says so, let him follow him, and then he will lead him to the top of the Golden Society. At that moment, Director Tang came in. Everyone immediately paid attention to her and started greeting her. Brother Bao also came up to her, who also greeted her and introduced himself that his name was Junior Bao. Mrs. Tang asked him again that Junior Bao. Meanwhile, Brother Bao had already handed her his business card, and he said it was very nice to meet her, and also wished her a pleasant evening. There were rumors around that look, it's Director Tong, and she's a beauty with a lot of money. Brother Bao told Zhu Liang that if you make friends, it's influential, not like Zion Yuanmin. He's obviously not good enough. Meanwhile, Miss Tang, twirling her hair on her finger, said that well, really, why hasn't Xuan Yuanming appeared yet? Someone called Kong Si Tang. It was Mrs. Tang. Hong Zai Tang said, is this Sister Wang Yu? Mrs. Tang Wang Yu said that her dear Kong found it difficult to see her, and if she hadn't invited her to this party, then maybe they would never have met. Let her say, I'm honest, has she still not found a boyfriend? Hong Zitang told Sister Wang Yu not to make fun of her, because she didn't have time for this. Kong Si Tang told her that it was time for her to find someone too. Ms. Tang said that she is also constantly busy and has no one. Hong Si Tang told Sister Wang Yu that she actually came to Qingzhou this time for another person. He should be here soon. Let her introduce them later. Mrs. Tong said it must be a man. Let Kong Si Tank look at her expression, and she still says there is no boyfriend. Kong Zai Tang blushed and told her sister and Wang Yu not to be like that, and around everyone was whispering about their beauty. One man said that Director Tong is quite an amazing person, but he did not expect that there is someone else who is comparable to her beauty, who is so pretty, and does she have a boyfriend? Another man said that she has a good relationship with the director. Kong must also be an unusual person she is. It looks like she is the only daughter of the Kong family of the 12 great families. Her background is extremely pretentious. Ms. Tong said that she was really wondering who the person for whom Ms. Kong Si Tang herself had come was. She has to go solve some business and then come back to accompany her. Brother Bao told Zhu Liang that he had heard that that girl was from 12 great families. She looks just like a heavenly fairy. Zhu Liang told Brother Bao that he had just read the information about the 12 great families, and they are all from the highest nobility. They are far from them. Brother Bao told him that this was their purpose of participating in this event. They came here for good acquaintances. After all, only through friendship with influential people can you start a new life. Otherwise, they will be with a low status in society. Zhu Liang told Brother Bao that despite all this, Xuan Yuanming is his friend. Maybe they'll stop talking about him like that already. Brother Bao got angry and said that this kid shouldn't lie in front of him. Had Zhu Liang forgotten who he was with? And now they have to go, and Brother Bao will show him how to meet Miss Kong Zai Tang from the 12 great families. Such a person can be met only once in a lifetime. You need to use this opportunity. Brother Bao walked up to Miss Kong Si Tang and greeted her. He handed her his business card and said that he was a friend of Director Tong and his name was Ai Bao. And this was his business card. Kong Si Tang didn't even look at him and snatched his business card out of his hands and said that it was clear. And Ai Bao asked Miss Kong Si Tang if her business card was allowed, to which Kong Si Tang said that she didn't take it. He just can remember her name. Her name is Kong Si Tang. And she herself thought that so much time had passed, whereas Zhu Yuanming, hearing her name, Brother Bao was surprised. He asked Zhu Liang what was the name of the guest who invited his friend. What was the name of the guest who invited his friend? Zhu Liang said that it seemed to be Kong 11 Tang. Brother Bao called out to Miss Kong Si Tang again and told her that it might seem funny, but at the entrance they came across a man who said that she invited him here. It's really funny. Kong 11 Tang immediately started up and asked what they were talking about, and she herself thought that it could not be that it was Zion Yuanmin. Had she forgotten to put him on the guest list? But then Zion Yuanming came and said that he was here. Brother Bao said, Miss Kong Si Tang, that this is the guy who said he knows her. She had only to tell him, and he would throw him out of here. And, already addressing Xuan Yuanming, Brother Bao said that he didn't want to come here anyway, so let's just turn around and leave here. Let him not humiliate himself. But Kong 11 Tang ran up to Zhu Yuanming and asked that where was he. She had been waiting for him forever. Seeing this, Brother Bao was very surprised. And then Mrs. Tong came over, and she told Kong Si Tang to let her see who she wanted to introduce to her. But when Mrs. Tong saw this man, she was surprised and asked, what is this to Mr. Xuan Yuanming? Kong Si Tang asked if they really knew each other. Mrs. Tong told Kong 11 Tang that it was Mr. Xuan Yuanming, the one she had already told about, who cured her Ling Eru. She turned to Mr. Xuan Yuanming and told him to settle down. And Brother Bao was furious and said that how could this kid know both Director Tong and Miss Kong Si Tang? But it seems they treat him in a special way. He turned to Zhu Liang and asked that why didn't he say earlier that Xuan Yuanming knows so many influential people. Zhu Liang told him that he didn't tell because he would have made a mountain out of a molehill. He turned around and was about to leave. Brother Bao ran after him and asked where he was going. He should go back and introduce him to Xuan Yuanming. Kong Zai Tang told Zion Yuanming that there are 5 internal alchemy monsters here. Originally, their Kong family had been collecting them for centuries. However, since this thing is not particularly useful, most of them are lost, and she gives him the rest. Xuan Ming said he was grateful. Ms. Tong called out to Mr. Xuan Yuanming, but she was interrupted by Kong Si Tang, who told Wang Yu's sister that why did she keep calling him Mr. Why shouldn't she just call him by his first name? Ms. Tong said that okay, apparently the two of them are on good terms. Then she will be on you. And she said that since her daughter Tong Ling Er got the herb, she has recovered from the treatment. But recently, Ms. Tong noticed that she was not feeling as well as before, and she often has trouble sleeping. Could Xuan Yuanming take the time to check on Ling Er? Xuan Yuanming told her that, to be honest, she just needed to go to the hospital. After all, there is no need to call him. After all, he's not even a doctor. Ms. Tong said that she had hired many famous doctors, but it had no effect, so she thought of him. Then a man called out to Tong Wang Yu. It was Tong Ling Er's father. His name is Cao Bing. Tong Wan Yu asked what kind of wind does he hear. Cao Bing asked Tong Wenyu what she meant. People started whispering. Someone asked, "Who is this? He also dares to talk to Director Tong in such a tone." The other one told him that he didn't know, but he must not be a very famous person in Kinju. Another man said that the man must have gone mad to talk to Ms. Tong like that. Cao Bing was very angry and shouted to everyone that the banquet was over, but they could not disperse. One man approached him and said that who was he to finish this event? It's not a circus for him here. Cao Bin took him by the scruff of the neck. Did this man say what he was doing? He should let him go down now. But Cao Bing threw it. He told him to get out. He doesn't want to repeat everything 2 times. People started to leave. Someone said that they were leaving today. He would not participate in it. And the man said that it looks like Director Tong provoked a very influential person. Cao Bing told Tong Wangyu that he didn't want to stir up a scandal. He just wanted to establish a relationship with his biological daughter. Tong Wenyu said that enough, he doesn't deserve to call himself Ling R's father. She won't let him meet her daughter. He's not welcome here. He has to leave. Sabina said he knew she would say that, so he came prepared. Cao Bing walked up to Xuan Yuanming, grabbed him by the shoulder and told him to step aside. But Xuan Yuanming didn't show any reaction. Then Cao Aubin got even more angry and asked if he was deaf. After all, the elder told him to get out. Tong Wenyu then intervened and said that this matter does not concern other people. Cao Bing asked her if she was really nervous. Is this guy her new man? Then Tong Wenyu grabbed her phone and said that if he continued to fool around, then she would call the police. To which Cao Ban told her that she began to sound like the richest big shot in this city. Does she really think that everything is the same as when she started? Will calling the police solve this problem? This has been outdated for a long time. Now is the era of martial artists, and the one with the stronger fist is the main one. Over the past few years, Cao Bing has successfully reached the level of a martial artist. That's where he got such confidence to come to her again. And now he's going to teach this kid a lesson right in front of her. Tong Wenyu told him to take his hands off. Kong Zhaitang came up to her and told her not to worry. She had to believe her, because he wouldn't have any problems. Cao Bing asked, "What really will not arise?" Good joke. He can smash boulders with these hands, and now he will smear this child. Cao Bing was going to hit Xuan Yuanming, but he couldn't reach him and flew to the side. Xuan Yuanming stood up and said he wasn't looking for trouble, but they always found him. Cao Bing was approached by his people and asked if he was okay, but Cao Bing paid no attention to them and asked Xuan Yuanming, "What? Who is he? Is he also a martial artist?" To which Xuan Yuanming told him to get out. Cao Bing thought that this guy knocked him down without even hitting him. The Tong Ling R case is of great importance. Ling R is of great importance. He is not sure that it is worth taking any more actions. Cao Bing headed for the exit and finally told Tong Wenyu that he wasn't done yet. Tang Ling R is his daughter. Sooner or later he will take her away. Tong Zhaitang approached Tong Wangyu and asked what was going on here. Xuan Yuanming also headed for the exit and said that he would leave them to talk. Tong 11 Tang said he made a scandal and left. Then why did you come at all? Tong Wan Yuk told Kong Si Tang that although they met through business and haven't seen each other for a long time, she doesn't think they're like sisters. Tong 11 Tang told her that she admired very few people among women, only her. Wang Yu founded a huge campaign in just a few years without resources and experience. Even she herself is not capable of such a Wang Yu shark in business. They would be sisters forever, she could trust her. Wang Yu said that she knows well that her Kong family has a rich background and is one of the influential families, and the concepts of 12 great families. To be honest, she only found out 2 years ago. Just like about martial artists, Wang Yu had heard so much about this community, but she had very little contact with them. She only wants to protect Ling R. She can't allow any harm to be done to her. Kong Si Tang told her that it was fine, just don't let her worry. She should tell her everything in detail. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanming was walking down the street and thought that Cao Bin's aura was strange. It looks like it wasn't an accident when Tong Ling R was attacked by an unseen monster. There is some kind of connection here. Evil spirits appear one after another. Is the world about to change? Xuan Yuanming Mansion. He sat down on his sofa and said that he had harvested a good harvest. 5 the alchemist who brought him the demonic dog by deception and another 5 from Kong Zhaitang. And he started to advance his cultivation again. After a while, Xuan Yuanming said that 99,960 layer. This time he was able to climb 6 layers higher, 1 step closer to the goal. Meanwhile, in the mansion with the Jiang family, Jiang Qi 11 asked his mother that why is she so calm? Why hasn't that person brought Xuan Yuanming to them yet? To which his mother replied so that he would not worry, because she had saved the contact information of the demonic dog, and now she's sending him a message to find out everything. But then the news from Gu Shen just came. Jiang Qizai also woke up and asked what he was saying. Ms. Jiang replied that he wrote that he should first go to the Tianshui Mountains for the treasure, but for this he needed a startup capital of 100 million. They should hire some people to help him. With these treasures, he is 100% confident that he can handle Xu and Yuan Ming. Jiang Qi11 told his mother to send this money to Mr. Gu Shen as soon as possible, because for them it is a trifle. To which his mother told him to give her time to think about everything. Did he not remember the inner alchemy of the monsters they had already given him? Initially, Ms. Jiang thought they were useless, so she gave them away. But lately, Luan Duku's family has been looking everywhere for these elixirs. Their price is extremely high. These 5 internal alchemy are of great value. Jiang Chel 11 couldn't stand it anymore and started yelling at his mother, saying he didn't care about it. Since he was a child, no one had provoked him or dared to fight him. And now that Zhu and Yuan Ming has appeared, he can't sleep a day in peace. He lives in pain every day. Ms. Jiang tried to calm her son down, telling him not to worry. After all, it can get even more sick. She will immediately send money to this Gu Shen. Xu and Yuan Ming's phone rang. Zion Yuan Ming thought it was Q-san who asked him to find more elixirs for him. Finally, he calls with the news. He picked up the phone and said how things were. Q-san said he was honored to be able to do something for him. Naturally, he made every effort to fulfill his request. Xu and Yuan Ming asked to get to the point. Q-san said that he used all the power of the Q family, searched all the families, both big and small, and in the end, they were able to collect 33 elixirs. Zion Yuan Ming said that 33 is really not bad. Q-san asked that it would be enough. He fulfilled his request. Is he relieved? Zhu and Yuan Ming said they needed to send them to him as soon as possible. Then he hung up. Q-san said that so many years have passed, and he is still also cold. 3 days later, Jiang Qi11 told his mother that 3 days had already passed. They have already sent the money. Is there really no news from Mr. Gu Shen? Ms. Jiang said she would write to him now and ask. After a while, Ms. Jiang picked up her phone and saw something there. Jiang Qizai immediately roused himself and asked, what did Mr. Gu Sheng say? Ms. Jiang said that he said 100 million was not enough, and he found another treasure deep in the Tianshui Mountains. We need to send even more workers and an additional 50 million funds. When the treasure is dug up, it will be returned to them with interest. Jiang Qi11 told his mother to hurry up and send it to Mr. Gu Shen. To which Ms. Jiang said that he should give her some time to think, because something is wrong here. Jiang Qizai asked, what does she mean that Mr. Gu Shen is he lying to them? Does he think it's impossible? After all, a professional like Gu Shen should not have a shortage of finances. Why would he lie? Ms. Jiang said he sent a photo. Jiang Qi11 asked what was there and asked to be given a look. The photo showed a stone gate. Jiang Qizai said that at first glance it looks like an ancient relic. There must be incredible treasures there. Mr. Gu Sheng really didn't lie. They need to hurry up and send him more money. Ms. Jiang wanted to object, but her son said that he felt sick. Ms. Jiang immediately sat him down and told him not to worry, because his health is the most important thing, and his mother will do everything herself. Meanwhile, the demonic dog, who had accepted his cute endowment, was watching the phone. He said that 500 million yuan had been received. One old dog tricked them with just pictures of the gate where he was staying. High King Mei came down from above and said that this dog is so cute and playing with the phone. Someone knocked on the door. High King Mei opened the door. There was Yuan Chudai, who asked why she was at Zhu and Yuan Ming's house, to which High King Mei replied that she lives here. Yuan Chudi was shocked and asked, what are the two of them? High King Mei said that yes, she could believe it. Yuan Chudi thought that Xu and Yuan Ming shameless. It turns out, lives with a girl. Yuan Chudi brazenly entered the house and went into the garden to talk to Xu and Yuan Ming. When she met him, she called out to him. She ordered him to resist, saying that she needed him for business. Zion Yuan Ming told her to talk. Yuan Chudi said that she also wants to become a martial artist and guard the Yuan family. Since Xu and Yuan Ming was able to defeat even Qin Zhao, it shows that his skills are not bad. He should teach her. But Xu and Yuan Ming walked past her and said he didn't have time. Yuan Chudi asked that why is he so rude? Does he know that teacher Qin Zhao is coming soon? Xu and Yuan Ming might die. Why is he so careless anyway? Master Fan Song is 100 times stronger than him. Xu and Yuan Ming stopped and turned to her and asked that in that case, why wouldn't she go to him? Why bother him? And went on to the house. Yuan Chudi said he was a jerk. There are just no words. She's going to kill him herself. She would go to Master Fan to learn from him. She would make him regret it. The man asked President Yang why Master Fan Song hadn't arrived yet. They've been waiting for him for 2 hours. President Yang said that the master is a very busy person, so he may be delayed. Their martial arts association should show sincerity and keep waiting. Then someone shouted that he had arrived. Master Fan Song has arrived. One of the men said that he walks on water, which means that he is a worthy master. Another man said that the master's style really has no equal. Yuan Chudi asked that is it really all true? She'd only seen it in movies. It turns out that this is possible in reality. Master Fan Kong is much more powerful than Xuan Yuan Ming. And I thought that if she were under the leadership of Master Fan Kong as a teacher, the Yuan family would stop being bullied. Master Fan Song came down to the ground. Everyone bowed to him and said that they welcomed the great master. Master Fan Song told President Yang that they should know very well what business he had come for. President Yang said that Zuyuan Yuanming killed his disciple Qin Zhao, and he's here to get back at him. The Qinju Martial Arts Association will do its best to help Master Fan Kong. And President Yang himself thought that this Zuyuan Yuanming had caused too much trouble and it didn't matter by whose hands he would die. Fan Song said that then they should go find this kid named Xuan Yuanmin. He will give him a chance to become his disciple, thereby saving his life. President Yang was very surprised and asked what Master Fan was. He is sure that he will not kill him, to which Master Fan Song replied that he would kill him or not, depending on whether he knew what he was doing. And he himself thought that he had already spent too much time with great difficulty. He prepared himself, waiting for someone to appear with a good body for him, which has no rivals in the Celestial Empire. But he didn't expect someone to kill him. Fan Song doesn't know how long it will take to find another such body, but he had heard that Zuyuan Yuanming was also young. And since he was able to kill Qin Zhao, it means that his rank is higher, and he may be suitable to become a new vessel for him. Yuan Chudi came forward and told Master Fan Song that she knew Xuan Yuanming. Why shouldn't she introduce him then and make him bow down to him? Yuan Chudai said she was from the Yuan family, and she is ready to serve the great master like a faithful dog. Fan Song said that it was good, then he entrusted this matter to her. He also admires this guy a lot and doesn't want to kill him, so he gives him a chance. Yuan Chudi told Master Fan Kong that he is a master whose strength is irresistible and incomparable with ordinary people, and she asked permission to ask him something. Fan Song told her to talk. Yuan Chudi fell on her knees and begged him to take her as his disciple. Fan Song asked if she really wanted to become his disciple. Yuan Chudi said that she knows that this request is very presumptuous, but she sincerely asks him for it regardless of what price she is willing to pay. Fan Song asked, is she ready no matter what the price is? Yuan Chudai continued to evade them and ask him to take her as his disciple. Fan Song said that her sincerity touched the old man. Yuan Chudi said that she is aware that it is a little late to practice martial arts, but she will try 10 times harder than others. Fan Kong said that Qin Zhao's death affected him greatly. He didn't want to accept anyone as a disciple anymore, but despite all the sincerity of Yuan Chudi, he will make an exception, take her under his care. Yuan Chudi was very happy and thanked her new master. Everyone started congratulating Miss Yuan Chudi, and also congratulate Master Fan Song on his love for his students. President Yang stopped Yuan Chudai and asked if there was something else to say to her teacher. Yuan Chudi told her new teacher that Yuan Chudi's disciple was paying homage to the master. Fan Song said that now she should join Xuan Yuanming, and when the job is done, the teacher will reward her. Yuan Chudi bowed to him and said that yes, his disciple would do it for her. 12 great families, the Wang family. The head of the Wang family said that Wang Yubei has been missing for so long. Even Kong Zitang from the Kong family has already returned safely. It looks like he has already perished in these ruins. One of the guards of the head of the Wang family said that although Miss Kong Zitang had already returned, she came without an immortal treasure, because her family would not be modest now. According to Kong Zitang, Wang Yu was captured by demons in the ruins and died. But the guard himself does not believe these words. The head of the Wang family said that she definitely wouldn't tell them the truth and they needed to deal with it themselves. They need to find out what really happened in those ruins. The man said that, according to his investigation, not many people got out of there alive. 2 of them are Xuan Yuanming and Wu Ben, originally from Qinju. The man personally went there to find out the whole situation. The head of the Wang family said that it was fine. They should leave as soon as possible, because the martial arts competition among the 12 great families in the South China Sea is about to begin. Whether they will be able to get ahead depends only on this case. The next day, Xuan Yuanming's house. At this time, just Xuan Yuanming came out of his house, and then Yuan Chudi called him, who said that she had news for him. But Xuan Yuanming said he didn't want to listen to her. Yuan Chudi blocked his way and said that she would not lie to him, because this is really great news. He will be excited after hearing this. Master Fan Song arrived in Selju. He originally came to kill Xuan Yuanming, but he changed his mind. He said that as long as they worshipped him as a teacher, he would not pursue Xuan Yuanming for killing Qin Zhao. Yuan Yuanming didn't like it and called Yuan Chudi a dumbass. Yuan Chudi asked, what did he just say? Zion Yuanming decided to distract Yuan Chudi. He pointed a finger behind her back and asked, what is it there? Yuan Chudi turned around and said there was nothing there, but Yuan Yuanming had already left. Yuan Chudi shouted that she had come with good news. She didn't think he was that stupid. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Association, Yuan Chudi came and told her teacher that she couldn't solve this case. She didn't expect that Yuan Yuanming would be so stubborn. Fan Sogo was very surprised and said that he didn't even know what to say to that. He approached President Yang and said that he was going to challenge him through the Martial Arts Association. He will personally break his arms and legs. President Yang said he understood. The master doesn't have to worry about it, he'll take care of everything. Fan Kongo thought that no matter what, he would get his way. Yuan Yuanming came to eat with Zhu Yinyin and her mom. Zhu Yinyin said that thanks to Yuan Yuanming, her mother recovered. And moreover, now she is a martial artist and can protect her mother herself. It's cool, isn't it? Yuan Yuanming said it wasn't bad. Zhu Yinyin asked him why isn't he laughing? He always has the same expression on his face. She will definitely make him laugh in the future. Then someone knocked on their door. Zhu Yinyin went to open it. President Yang was standing outside the door with two other men. Zhu Yinyin asked President Yang, who are they looking for? President Yang called her a baby and told her not to worry, because they had come for Yuan Yuanming. One of the men told Yuan Yuanming that on behalf of Master Fan Kongo, they were handing him a challenge to a duel. He needs to be there in 2 days at the Martial Arts Association. Master Fan Kongo is going to destroy it with his own hands. Yuan Yuanming asked that how did they find this place. Another man told him that they were a martial arts association. Is it difficult for them to do this? The master will punch him in the face if he does not kneel. He must take the letter and prepare for death. Yuan Yuanming said it was time for them to go. He doesn't have time to take any calls. President Yang told him that Master Fan Kongo personally signed the letter. In other words, he cannot ignore the call. But Yuan Yuanming stood his ground and told them to leave and not interfere with his eating. President Yang asked him if he really won't answer the letter. Yuan Yuanming snatched this letter from the man's hands and tore it up. When the three of them left the apartment, President Yang said that he was acting like a girl. The chairman will not persuade him, and he leaves this matter to the two of them. The men said they understood. One of the men said that with what fright Yuan Yuanming was behaving like this, now he would teach him a lesson. But President Yang stopped him and said they would come back. When they had definitely left the apartment, one of the men asked President Yang that Yuan Yuanming tore up the death letter from Master Fan Kongo. Why wouldn't they punish him? President Yang asked if he could beat him. He had killed Qin Zhu and Master Zhu Tang. With just one click of a finger, their president will die and they won't even be able to fix anything. The man asked, what would they say to Master Fan Kongo then? Eventually, he will get very angry. President Yang then asked them if they had seen the girl who was eating with Yuan Yuanming. One of the men asked him that he was going to attack her to force Yuan Yuanming to accept the challenge. Another man told President Yang that such an act could provoke him, and they would be targets of revenge. President Yang said that when Yuan Yuanming agrees to fight with Master Fan Kongo, he will automatically sign up for his death, and there will be no revenge in their direction. The man said it sounded reasonable. Zhu Yinyin was returning home. Those two men were already waiting for her at the house. One of them said that she came, now it's time to work. One of them decided to attack first, but Zhu Yinyin was faster and hit him. The man was very surprised and said that it turns out they are also masters of martial arts. Then Chain Dakui came to the rescue, who asked that the man from the Martial Arts Association had sent them. The man asks the forces, what is it really Chain Dakui? But how do they really still deal with the affairs of the association? Chen Dakui decided not to listen to him and hit him, calling him a bunch of shit. One of the men asked, did Chen Dakui's strength increase so much? The man decided to warn him not to mind his own business, because President Yang would not let him go. But Chen Dakui decided not to listen to him either, and attacking him said that he was also a piece of shit. Ever since Mr. Yuan Yuanming cured him, his punch has become very powerful. Previously, he was constantly bullied by the members of the Martial Arts Association. But now Chen Dakui throws them like goats. After that, he turned to Miss Zhu Yinyin and said that it seems that the Martial Arts Association is against Yuan Yuanming. They should inform him as soon as possible. Zhu Yinyin agreed with him. After some time, they came to Mr. Yuan Yuanming's house. Chen Dakui asked him if he was busy. Then they told him everything. He said that just because they ignore him doesn't mean they can take it for granted. They should go to the Martial Arts Association and destroy this Fen Kong. Jiang Qi11 asked his mother that had they lost touch with Gu Shen. Ms. Jiang said he wasn't picking up the phone and wasn't responding to messages. Doesn't that mean he's missing? Jiang Qi 11 asked that maybe he just has a bad signal and the messages are not getting through. It goes without saying that people like Mr. Gu Sheng won't lie to them. Ms. Jiang told her son to go to the Martial Arts Association. After all, this person was advised by President Yang. We need to ask him what happened there. The Wang family flew to Qingzhou. The man said that Qingzhou was actually a small place compared to the capital. At that moment, the head of the Wang family called. He said there was an emergency situation and he wanted to warn him. The man said what a father is. The head of the Wang family said that how many times had he told him to call him boss. The man said yes, boss. The head of the Wang family said that the Pang family has made its move and he does not know what is going on. But they are already in Qingzhou, and according to the news, they are still important figures in the film industry. Does he understand what strong ties they have? The man told the boss not to worry. They have some contacts with the Pang family. This time he will work hard to have a good relationship with them. When the son of the head of the Wang family talked to his father, the man asked that where would they go. His son said that to the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. Although the Martial Arts Association is a public organization of the city, but most of them secretly serve their clan. Therefore, it will be easier to use them. Mr. Yang was very angry and said that they couldn't even handle the little girl. They only disgraced the Martial Arts Association. Feng Cong asked if the association could allow itself to do this. They really let him down. President Yang told Master Fan Kong to calm down his anger. They failed. But then someone started to address President Yang. He asked what happened. He only causes panic in front of their guests. He's going to kill him now. The man said that Xuan Yuanming was going to visit the Martial Arts Association. President Yang was very surprised and asked that this was a serious matter. He wasn't lying. The man said that he had checked everything and Xuan Yuanmin would arrive in a couple of minutes. Master Feng Cong said that, apparently, this child realized all his stupidity and came to ask for forgiveness. Well, he's waiting for him. But even if Zhu Yuanming kneels down to make amends to him, he won't back down so easily. Yuan Chu Dai thought that Zhu Yuanming had finally realized that it was not too late. Then she will ask him for a favor in front of the master. At least the consequences of his grave crime can still be avoided. At that moment, Ms. Jiang broke out, who told President Yang that they were having problems with Mr. Gu Shen. President Yang asked her not to make any noise and not to disturb Master Fan Kong. Ms. Jian asked, "What is Master Fan Kong?" President Yang told them to let them introduce them. This is Mrs. Jiang from the Jian family, and next to her is her son, whose name is Jiang Qi 11. Master Fan Kong told Ms. Jiang that he knew her husband. He is a very special person and he admires him. Jiang Qizai asked if he had met his father. Does Master Fan Kong know where he is now and when he will be back? Ms. Jiang told her son not to bother him with such questions. His father will come back when he can do it himself. Master Fan Kong asked Lady Jian what brought her here. Ms. Jian said she came to see President Yang. He introduced them to Gu Shen. She gave the task to kill Xiang Ming. And how much time has already passed? Not only was he not caught, but Gu Shen disappeared. President Yang told her not to worry. Does she know that Master Fan Kong is waiting for the same thing to kill Xuan Yuanming? Ms. Jiang said that did he really cause trouble to the Master and Fan Kong? President Yang said that moreover, this kid will come here soon. And since Master Fan Kong is here, Zion Yuanming will be dead. Jiang Qi 11 said it was great. Then they will be here and watch it with their own eyes, so exciting. Ms. Jiang said that thanks to Master Fan Kong, Xuan Yuanming, now doomed to perish, is such a relief. Today they will observe it. Then it was heard that someone shouted that Mutt Fan should come out and greet his master Xuan Yuanming. President Yang said that it was so outrageous how he dared to insult the master. He would definitely rip off his skin and tendons. Master Fan Kong stood up and said that children are so ignorant and fearless. But today this child will understand that it is not worth behaving like this with a great master. They went outside and saw Xuan Yuanming there, accompanied by Chen Dakui and Zhu Yinyan. President Yang said that the damn generation. They must kneel down and make amends to Master Fan Kong, otherwise everyone will die. Jiang Kisti told Zion Yuanming that after he destroyed him, he would prepare his bones and feed them to the dogs. Xuan Yuanming asked President Yang that he had ordered the abduction of Zhu Yinyan. President Yang asked him, and what if it was him? People like him following the master's orders only harm their existence to family and friends. Xuan Yuanming was really angry right now. He couldn't stand it and hit President Yang. Then I took him by the scruff of the neck and threw him again. And then I told him to remember he can't contact him, especially with his loved ones. President Yang asked Master Fan Kong to rescue him and kill Xuan Yuanming. Master Fan Kong told him to stop. Does this kid dare to hurt people in front of Sensei? Is he an arrogant fool? President Yang told Xuan Yuanming that he admits that he is strong. but in front of Master Fan, he is nothing. Yuan Yuanying asked President Yang if he really thought he would protect him. President Yang picked up everything and told Yuan Yuanming that he didn't have the slightest chance of surviving against Master Fang Kongou. Yuan Yuanming told him that fine, then he would let him die a little later. Master Fang Kongou told him that it looked like he had to make his move now, and he thought that this one sat much better than Qin Zhao's. If he gets this body, then his powers will become 100 times more powerful. Then Master Fan Kongou called Yuan Chudi. She told her master to let her ask him to spare Yuan Yuanming's life. Master Fang Songou asked if she was really standing up for him. Yuan Chudi said that the master, of course, does not know this, but Yuan Yuanming helped her Yuan family very much. She doesn't really want to be beholden to him, so she had the courage to intervene. Master Fan Kongou told Yuan Yuanming that he was so young and already possessed such abilities. He will give him a chance. He should bow to him, give up and retreat for 3 years, and he will forgive him. Well, Yuan Yuanming asked what to surrender to him. What kind of nonsense is this? Yuan Chudi was furious and told Yuan Yuanming that she had finally given him a chance, which she even asked the master himself for. He shouldn't be a fool. He should quickly admit his mistake and get on his knees. Yuan Yuanming said, "What kind of circus is this?" Yuan Chudi was very angry and called Yuan Yuanming a jerk and said that he really let her down, because there is a great master in front of him. His power shakes the whole planet. How could he be so arrogant? Yuan Yuanming asked that this master is also great. Yuan Chudi better take back his words, or he will destroy her. Yuan Chudi asked, "What did he just say?" Ms. Jiang said that the more Yuan Yuanming stretches out this situation, the more annoyed Master Fan Kongou becomes. Will they see him die soon? Yuan Chudi asked Yuan Yuanming if he was really sick. Then Yuan Yuanming couldn't stand it and hit her in the face. Yuan Chudi fell down and said that did he hit her. Master Fan Kongou got into a fighting position and told Yuan Yuanming that he had raised his hand against his disciple. Now he would definitely not forgive him. President Yang also shouted to him that Master Fan Kongou would put him on his knees, and he would step on his head, and later they would humiliate him. Master Fan Kongou said that okay, stop talking nonsense. He's definitely finished now. But Yuan Yuanming stopped his powerful strike with just 2 fingers, and he asked, "Is this really all his strength?" Master Fan Songou was very surprised and said that how is this even possible? Xing'an Ming asked him what he is about it. Give him another chance. Now Master Fan Songou got really angry and said that he would definitely bury him now, assuming he's already dead. President Yang said that some kind of terrifying blow. Is this really the last move of the master? Jiang Qi's eye said that there was a flame on his fist. He does not believe that after such a reception, Yuan Yuanming will survive. Yuan Chudi said that how could he become an enemy of Master Fan Kongou? Yuan Yuanming also prepared to attack and said that it was fine. S-Ban Yuanming threw Master Fan Songou. Everyone was very surprised. Yuan Chudi asked what happened. President Yang said that is possible. Jiang Qi's eye asked her mother if he was hallucinating. Did Master Fan Kongou fly away from one of his blows? Master Fan Kongou was no less surprised than the others, said that he was a great master after all. Yuan Yuanming repeated the words and said that he had said that he was just a dummy. Chen Dakui laughed at Master Fan Kongou and said that Mr. Yuan Yuanming was more powerful than him. He was just an old dog. Yuan Chudi said she didn't believe it. Her teacher, how her teacher could lose. Jiang Qi 11 asked his mother what should they do next. Then a demonic dog came and said that he was for the noise. Was he too late? Jiang Qi 11 immediately cheered up and said that it was Mr. Gu Shen. He approached the demonic dog and said that it was good that he was here, and showed that Yuan Yuanming here he should hurry up and destroy him. Yuan Yuanming asked him if he was stupid or something. President Yang shouted to Mr. Gu Shen that the Martial Arts Association was in trouble and he had to help them. He must kill Yuan Yuanming. At that time, they will be very grateful to him. They will erect a monument to him. And Mr. Yang himself thought that the elder is mysterious and unpredictable. He definitely has the strength of a martial artist. After all, if you look at him, he is quite relaxed. His strength should be greater than Master Fanny. Definitely the victory is now for them. Jiang Qi 11 told the demon dog that he had to do it, and his family would pay him 500 million yuan. The demon dog hit him, called him an idiot. Mrs. Jiang ran up to her son. Jiang Qi 11 asked the demon dog why he had hit him, and the demonic dog turned to his master and said that he came late, but he would kill all these scum. Everyone was very surprised by this. President Yang asked that how could this happen. The demonic dog asked them, what, did they each grow an ass instead of a head? After all, they provoked not only his teacher, but also himself. Then I arrived, there is the Wang family. One of the sons ordered everyone to stop. President Yang asked him if they were from the Wang family. The man said it was true. Master Fan Kango asked, "Is this really one of the 12 great families?" President Yang started worshipping them and told Mr. Wang that their Qingju Martial Arts Association had been loyal to the Wang family for many years. Today, Xu and Yuan Ming is here and causing them a lot of trouble. They have to help them deal with it. Fan Kango introduced his master to them, said that in his youth he worked for their family. Therefore, they must kill Xu and Yuan Ming. To which Mr. Wang replied that he was just looking for him. Ms. Jiang told her son that 12 great families had gathered here, and their power was unstoppable. Even if Xian Yuan Ming was really able to turn everything upside down, the Wang family would not let him go. A representative from the Wang family called Xian Yuan Ming to him and said that there was something to do with him. But Xu and Yuan Ming didn't react in any way, and then one of the men asked if he was deaf. He should hurry up and go to the representative from the Wang family. Then the demon dog hit him and asked him who is he to talk like that? Now the demonic dog is going to beat him to death and see what he is capable of. Mr. Wang said that he really wasn't afraid to hit a public person from the Wang family. He hasn't seen such a brave person for a long time. To which the demonic dog replied that he had turned their family before. Now he must kneel before his teacher of his own free will, or he will break his legs. But Mr. Wang was not going to give up. President Yang said that Mr. Wang's Wuzong's strength is superior to Xing'an Ming's. Now he is finished. Jiang Qi 11 told him to kill him and he would pay him a lot of money. Master Fan Kango said that since he would not be able to take over Xu and Yuan Ming's village, he should die. Mr. Wang attacked the demonic dog and said that he had no shame, no conscience. But he's a demonic dog hit him. Mr. Wang told him that he had underestimated him. And already turning to his people, he asked if they would really stand and watch. But his people were very scared themselves. And then Mr. Wang asked them, have they forgotten about their abilities after so many years of living with the Wang family? They should attack immediately, because he has limited patience. They won't die if they do that. The Wang family will take care of them for the rest of their lives. But if they do nothing, then he will not leave it so easily. One of the men said that in this case it should be done. Mr. Wang then took their life force. After that, his people died. He said that he feels his family's secret technique can really bring powerful strength quickly. The demonic dog asked his teacher what kind of sorcery was this. Xian Yuan Ming said it was the Wang family's reception. Since the people of the great families have the same bloodline, they can receive other people's spiritual cultivation power for a short time using a secret technique. However, this is just a trick. Mr. Wang has increased in size, said that the strength is even greater. Master Fan Kango said that he is now far superior in power. President Yang was also inspired and said it was so intimidating. Now Zhu and Yuan Ming will definitely die. Mr. Wang turned to Xu and Yuan Ming and told him to prepare for his death. Well, what did the demonic dog say to him so that he would look at his fat? Because even the face is not visible. He will destroy it. Mr. Wang attacked the demonic dog. The demon dog said it was already interesting, and said, Xu and Yuan, that he wanted to show his true form. But Xian Yuan Ming said it was not necessary. He'd better keep his head down. Ms. Jiang said that this time everything should work out and Xu and Yuan Ming would definitely die. Mr. Wang said that this is the first time he uses his family's secret technique. Xu and Yuan Ming has never known such great strength. However, Mr. Wang will allow him to feel the full horror of this power. President Yang told Mr. Wang to kill Xu and Yuan Ming. But Xu and Yuan Nai dodged Mr. Wang's punch. Then he struck him a blow. Mr. Wang landed right on President Yang. Mr. Wang got up and said it didn't work. And again attacking Xu and Yuan Ming. He said that he couldn't be that good. But Xu and Yuan Ming hit him again. 5 minutes later, Yuan Chu Dai asked what's where. Master Fan Kango asked, why hasn't Mr. Wang fallen yet? President Yang was also confused and said that Xu and Yuan Ming is not so easy to defeat, is simply impossible. But then President Yang fell again, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang turned to Xu and Yuan Ming and said that he was from the Wang family, and he would regret it. The demonic dog told his teacher that he wanted to help him destroy all these people. After that, the demonic dog grabbed President Yang's leg upside down and told him not to pretend to be dead, because he would be the first. President Yang begged for mercy, but it was too late. President Yang bathed and told the demonic dog that he had literally taken away all of his martial arts power. The demonic dog, he was told that he would not only get rid of his cultivation base, but also torment his body. President Yang will be lucky if he survives. President Yang was very scared and said no. He didn't want to be a worthless human. He is a martial artist. How can he fall so low? After that, the demonic dog stepped on his foot with all his might. He turned to the Jiang family and said it was their turn now. Mr. Jiang Qizai hid with his mother and said he didn't want to die. Ms. Jiang said that if the demon dog dares to harm her son, she will eat his liver. Well, the demonic dog pushed her away and told her to give him the way, and he went to Mr. Jiang Chi 11. And he also broke his leg. Mr. D Zion fell. After that, the demon dog went to Master Fan Kongo and said that he was now. Master Fan Kongo told the demon dog that he would regret it if he touched him. But the demon dog also hit him. Then someone came and asked what was going on here. It was Q-san accompanied by 2 men. Mr. Wang immediately ran up to him and asked how many of them. Besides the Q family, Q-san said that old man Q's family, Q-san. Sir, did I tell you how nice it is? He turned to Q-san and said that he was from the Wang family. This is a very good meeting. His father, the head of the Wang clan, and he mentioned Q-san many times in conversations. Also, their families have been communicating for many years. But Q-san didn't want to listen to him and passed by, saying that it was enough because the old man didn't have much time to chat with him. Mr. Wang told Q-san that he should give him his due. He pointed his finger at Zuyuan Yuanming and said that this person's name was Zion Yuanming. He is extremely arrogant and guilty. Not only did he kill the Wang family, but he also took President Yang O's strength from the Martial Arts Association. He also injured a group of people. Q-san has to solve this problem. Q-san looked at Zuyuan Yuanming and thought, is this really the big brother? And Mr. Wang thought that he did not even expect that he would be so lucky to meet important people from the Q family. The Q family is one of the 5 greatest clans that stand higher than the 12 great families. President Yang said that the Q family is a legendary clan. Their prestige and power are greater than the rest. But he must destroy this Xuan Yuanming and his henchmen. Jian Qi 11 told his mother that his leg was broken. But is Xuan Yuanming going to die this time for sure? Ms. Jiang told her son not to worry, because the Q family knows what to do and will deal with him. This time, Xuan Yuanming will definitely not be able to escape from the hands of the head of the Q family. He's going to die today. The demonic dog told his teacher that he would sort everything out. But then old man Q-san fell to his knees and said that he welcomed Mr. Xuan Yuanming. Everyone was at a loss. Mr. Wang asked if he really saw it. Did Mr. Q-san bow to someone? President Yang started to panic, and he said that now it's over, now it's definitely over. Jiang Qi 11 told his mother that how is this even possible? Why is it so difficult to kill Xuan Yuanming? Zuyuan Yuanming extended his hand to old Q-san and told him to get up. Old man Q-san got up and burst into tears. He told his brother that decades had passed since he disappeared. And finally he found him and brought all his things. Zion Yuanming told him that they would come back and talk then. He was about to leave, but Q-san stopped him and asked him to wait. He said that these people dared to provoke him. They can't just forget about it. Sir, you immediately started up, wanted to say something, but Q-san hit him in the face. Old man Q-san said that they dared to offend his brother Xuan Yuanaman with these people and the Wang family. He will deal with himself. His escort said that there is. Mr. Wang was very scared and said no, don't. Old man Q-san told Xuan Yuanming that he would take care of everything for him. President Yang started bowing and begging for forgiveness. He said he was wrong and he doesn't want to be Xuan Yuanming's enemy. And he himself thought that if one such great family gets angry, the whole city will shudder. And even 12 great families will become cannon fodder. He asked to be spared from it. Then Mrs. Jiang intervened, who prayed that her son Qi 11 would be released, because she was ready to die for him. Jiang Kisti told his mother not to be afraid with him, because they still have a father. But he didn't have time to finish, because his mother hit him. She told her son to shut his mouth. Mrs. Jiang approached old man Q-san and said that as long as he did not harm her son, then he could do whatever he wanted with her. Xuan Yuanming said that they were pathetic people and, addressing Q-san, told them to go already. Zion Yuanming walked past Yuan Chudi, who wanted to tell him something, but he ignored her and just left. Yuan Chudi started crying and thought that it turned out that she was wrong all the time. Did Xuan Yuanming miss him forever? And Mrs. Jiang was very angry and said that she hated. What a shame and humiliation it is. Jiang Qi 11 asked his mother that is she still unable to contact her father now. Ms. Jiang jumped up and walked over to her son. She asked if it hurt him, but this time she promises him that she will call his father. Xuan Yuanming brought old man Q-san to his home. Old man Q-san said that he hadn't seen Xuan Yuanming for so many years, and he still hadn't changed a bit. Xuan Yuanming asked him that how has he lived all these years. Old man Q-san said he was afraid, but apparently he is the only one who is still alive. But in the end, who would be able to resist the destructive effects of time? They all died of old age. Old man Q-san really misses the days when they were still young men. Those foreign farmers who had a common enemy and went through fire and water together. As a result, they were saved under his leadership. Now that old man Q-san thinks about it, it can still cause a storm of delight in him. To which Xuan Yuanming replied that the era of lawlessness has been going on for more than 2,000 years. Next time it may be different. For the monks, whose life is about to come to an end, this may be an opportunity. Old man Q-san said that he was already too old, that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. All his life, he was satisfied that he could still do something for brother Xuan Yuanming. Xuan Yuanming told him to come over. Old man Q-san asked him what it was. Xuan Yuanming didn't tell him anything, but gave him strength. Old man Q-san asked him what was going on now. Xuan Yuanming told him to try his strength. Old man Q-san said that he feels that his body is filled with energy again, as if he has become younger by decades. He asked Xuan Yuanming if the spiritual power he had just given him had prolonged his life. Xuan Yuanming told him that this was just a temporary solution. Apart from its own cultivation level increase, this medicine does not give anything else. He just let old man Q-san's body regain its strength, and then he would have to rely on himself. Old man Q-san was very grateful to him and said that he owed him now, and he asked if he could help him in any other way. He's looking forward to it. Xuan Yuanming told him that there was something he needed to do. Old man Q-san asked what exactly. Xuan Yuanming said he needed to find the core of the mainland, and he himself thought that the news that the demon dog brought him was very important. They concern invisible and disembodied demons, and the world is likely to undergo great changes, and Xuan Yuanming should be prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Association, Yuan Chudi was still crying and said that her master died. Xuan Yuanming is also no longer with her. What should she do now? Initially, she wanted to become stronger, but it turned out to be a waste of time. But how can she protect her family now? Then she heard the sounds of Master Fan Kongo. Yuan Chudi immediately ran up to him. Master Fan Kongo told her to scold him, because he underestimated the power of Xuan Yuanming. To which Yuan Chudai replied to her master that she had better heal his wounds. Master Fan Kongo told her that it was not necessary, because he was too badly injured. All his bones were broken. He can't move. And now he wants to say something important to Yuan Chudi. The master asks her if she wants to continue practicing and become stronger. Yuan Chudi said, hesitantly, that she wanted to, but her teacher now. But Master Fan Kongo interrupted her and said that even though they had lost to Xuan Yuanming, her teacher comes from an ancient sect called the Ziyu sect. They have been powerful for many years. He is the master, that is, the master of all masters, as well as the guardian of the evil lunar enemies that have existed for 1,000 years. And the demon is about to awaken. Yuan Chudi asked her teacher that why does he call himself the master. Fan Kongo explained to her that this rule of lunar joys is only the master and slaves, and whoever is stronger is the main one. When Yuan Chudai becomes stronger, then she can have countless servants. Now she has to help her master get to the sect, after which he will make her extremely powerful. As long as Yuan Chu is on his master's side, then he promises to help her. Then she would become stronger than their opponent Zuyuan Yuanmin. Now she can surpass him, and everything she wants will come true. Yuan Chudai asked him what is really so strong. Would she really have a lot of power? Master Fan Kongo told her that she was his disciple. How could he lie to her? Yuan Chudi thought for a bit, but then firmly said that she agreed. The Jiang family. Jiang Qi 11 told his mother not to be shy and called her father at the end. Ms. Jiang dialed the phone number and called. She said she was looking for Zhen Sha. The man asked her if he could find out who was asking him. And what business is she calling about? Mrs. Jiang got angry and said it was his wife at home. Something happened. Let him go home as soon as possible. The man told her that the Zen master is still taking a vow. He ignores reality. Ms. Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and started shouting that she had told him that if he didn't come back, his son would die. Then she dropped the phone. The man went to the Zen master and knocked on his door. The Zen masters told him to come in. The man came in and told Mr. Zen Sha that his wife had just called him. Zen Monk Sha said he was nobody. How can he have a wife? They don't have to worry. The man then told him that she had asked him to tell her that if he did not return, his son would die. Zen Sha Monk opened his eyes and asked what, and he said that in the end there are still things to do in the outside world. He'll be out for a while, and then he'll be back. Xuan Yuanming was collecting the inner alchemy of demons into a box. He said he didn't know how much this inner demon alchemy would increase his cultivation layer, but he decided to try it and absorbed all the inner chemistry of the demons that lay in this box. Some time later, Xuan Yuanming exhaled and said that 99,975th layer. And this is a very good result. The small goal of 100,000 layers is getting closer and closer. He's looking forward to finally doing it. Then King Mei called out to him. She told Xuan Yuanming that something had happened. Her father is here. Xuan Yuanming asked her that he has some business with him. He King Mei said no. Her father came to visit her and wants to take her away from here. Xuan Yuanming told her that this was a good thing. And when will she leave? He King Mei told him that he couldn't talk like that. Let him not talk like that. He King Mei won't leave. After all, she lied to her father about finding a boyfriend, to create a business and a family, and now he wants to meet him. But Zhu Yuanming ignored her. He King Mei couldn't stand it and told him that she was actually talking to him. Xuan Yuanming said that so a person who can't say something good shouldn't say it. He King Mei told Xuan Yuanming that she needed to find a boyfriend now. Xuan Yuanming told her that she could find him on the internet, to which He King Mei said that they are all scary on the internet. Zhu Yuanming told her that at least they could talk, and he can't. He King Mei said that she has been living with Xuan Yuanming for a long time, which means that he is the most suitable candidate for this role. At this time, He Waigu entered the house. It was He King Mei's father. Jin Tianlin also came with He Waigu. Jin Tianlin greeted him and told He King Mei that they had not seen each other for a very long time. When He King Mei saw him, she asked what kind of wind was he doing here. He has to leave, because he is not welcome here. He Waigu told He King Mei not to be so rude, and then he approached Xuan Yuanming, who asked him that he was his daughter's boyfriend. But Zhu Yuanming didn't say anything. Then He King Mei intervened, who said that yes, this is her boyfriend. He Waigu asked Xuan Yuanming what his name was, but he was answered by He King Mei, who said that his name was Xuan Yuanmin. Jin Chanli asked if they really live together. On He King Mei replied that yes, and Xuan Banming said no. He King Mei gave him a bad look. Jin Tianlin asked if they really live together, to which He King Mei rudely replied that it really had something to do with him. Jin Tianlin told He King Mei not to forget, because she is Jin Tianlin's fiancé, and she lives with a savage. And does He King Mei still ask that how does this concern him? He King Mei asked Jin Tianlin that who was his fiancé, did she agree to be with him? Then He Waigu intervened, who told his daughter that he should not have allowed her to get engaged to Jin Tianlin, without asking her opinion. But since it has come to this, then there should be a solution and He Waigu will find it. He King Mei said there was only one way out, and that's breaking off the engagement. Jin Tianlin immediately said that he was against it. He King Mei grabbed Xuan Yuanming's hand and said that she had a boyfriend and there was nothing she could do about it, even if he was against it. And Xuan Yuanming remained silent. Jin Tianlin told He King Mei that enough insults already. She has to dump her supposedly new boyfriend. Jin Tianling will even be able to forgive the fact that they live together and will not blame her. Then He King Mei said that she was pregnant with Xuan Yuanming's child and would not leave him. He Waigu asked what she just said. Xuan Yuanming already choked. Jin Tianlin told He King Mei to keep the baby because he would be able to raise him. After her return and marriage to him, Xuan Yuanming choked again and thought, what's wrong with Jin Tianling? How can he tolerate this? He King Mei asked Jin Tianlin, what will he really bring up? He is not worthy of raising Xuan Yuanming's child. He King Mei knows that Jin Tianlin is doing this for his family. He was going to ruin her family by marriage, and He King Mei will tell him that it is impossible. Jin Tianlin was already getting angry and told her not to force her. Did she really think that he, Jin Tianlin, would talk to them? Whether she believed it or not, he would kill Xuan Yuanming. He King Mei said she didn't believe it, and Xuan Yuanming thought that, apparently, trouble was coming. And he told everyone to talk, and he would come back later. And I thought it was better to get out of here as soon as possible. But as soon as he was about to get out, everyone stopped him. He Waigu told Xuan Yuanming that everyone would stay here and they would talk about it. A moment later, everyone sat down on the sofa. He Waigu told Jin Tianlin that since his daughter He King Mei doesn't want to, but he stopped and said that as they see it, it's unpleasant to discuss things of this kind. Jin Tianlin told He Waigu that He King Mei did not agree because of the baby. As long as Xuan Yuanming doesn't leave He King Mei, then she won't want to marry him. He King Mei told him to dream about it. Jin Tianliang thought that the He family was in decline, as were several of the 12 families in the city. If his Jin family annexed the He family, then they would become the head of the 12 families, which is why they should take He King Mei. Jin Tianlin said that okay, then here's Xuan Yuanming 10 million if he leaves He King Mei. Xuan Yuanming thought it was better to choose the lesser of evils, take the money and leave. He was already reaching for a piece of paper, but he was hit on the arm by He King Mei. She said that their love could not be destroyed with money. Jin Tianlin said that he understood. Apparently, this is not enough. He added more and said 100 million. He turned to He King Mei and said that he had heard that her boyfriend was a simple teacher. Therefore, 100 million will become a paradise for him. She must believe Jin Tianlin that Xuan Yuanming loved her until he ran into such money. He Waigu told Xuan Yuanming that his He family, although not the same as before, was above all a rich family. That's why they distinguished themselves with He King Mei. King Mei told her father that Xuan Yuanming is not what he thinks. Actually, but her father interrupted her and said enough of the chatter. Gu turned to Xuan Yuanming and told him that he would not force him because it was his choice. Whether he takes the money or stays with his daughter, they will understand it all. However, the latter will be more difficult, and they should be prepared for the difficulties that will arise in the future. Well, or take 100 million. With this choice, he cannot have unnecessary problems. Xuan Yuanming thought that there was nothing complicated here. He laughed and took the money. He said yes, 100 million. King Mei started crying, and Jin Tianlin laughed and asked King Mei, what is it like for her? Did she doubt the power of money? Now Xuan Yuan can leave and let him do what he wants. King Mei told Xuan Yuanming not to leave. Here he was stopped by Jin Tianlin, who told King Mei that he would now show her what money is capable of. After all, Xuan Yuanming will do anything for money, any whim. Jin Tianling told Xuan Yuanming to bow down and call him daddy, and then he would give him another 100 million. Xuan Yuanming sighed, and Jin Tianling repeated his order, telling him to bend over and lick him. But Xuan Yuanming walked up to him and slapped him in the face. Jin Tianlin told him that he took his money and hit him in the face. How dare he? King Mei immediately cheered up and told Jin Tianlin that he deserved it. This only works with him. And she turned to Xuan Yuanming and told him to show him more. Jin Tianlin got angry and said he was going to kill Xuan Yuanming. But Xuan Yuanming hit him again. Then he threw me out. King Mei said that silence had finally come. Gu exhaled and told King Mei that the Jin family is very influential, and she broke off her engagement with Jin Tianlin. Did she ever think that the Jin family wouldn't let Xuan Yuanming leave? And if she likes Xian Yuanming, then she should think hard that it will end well for him. And now he's leaving. King Mei told Xuan Yuanming that she knew there was trouble because of her. She knows that he is strong, but the Jin family is the most influential of the 12 families. He doesn't blame her now, does he? He's not mad at her, is he? Xuan Yuanming didn't answer her and thought that if she lives in the human world and she has problems that she didn't dodge, it's worth getting out of here and looking for a new place to cultivate as soon as possible. King Mei told him not to get angry. If he's not angry, then she can promise something. Xuan Yuanming asked her to promise anything. King Mei said that, however, everyone considers them a couple, so he can do whatever he wants with her. Xuan Yuanming told her to get out of here. King Mei got angry at him and asked, is that really all? Xuan Yuanming said that yes, he would have even more problems if she didn't leave. King Mei said how stupid he was, how it annoyed her, and he said she was upstairs. Xuan Yuanming said it was fine. Xuan Yuanming came to the shopkeeper Tian's shop. There he called him, and shopkeeper Tian responded, saying that his brother Xuan Yuanming here again. Xuan Yuanming asked the shopkeeper Tian that how are things going? Is the product in stock? Shopkeeper Tian told him that everything is there. This time, it's a very good product, and he saved it especially for Xuan Yuanming. There hasn't been such a good product in all these years. Shopkeeper Chan gave him this box. Xuan Yuanming opened it and said that it was a spiritual herb that was 5,000 years old. Where did Shopkeeper Chan get it? Xuan Yuanming took this spiritual herb in his hands and thought that he had not seen it for so long. The last time he found a spiritual herb in ruins, but it was only 2,000 years old. Stickman Chan told him that it was a mysterious man who brought it. He doesn't know who he is, but he should get more next time. And this time will come soon. It should already come. Shopkeeper Chan was not deceived, and at that moment that man came. Shopkeeper Tian said Xuan Yuan minus that it was him. This mysterious man immediately started up. But Shopkeeper Chan told him to pass. This man said that he thinks Shopkeeper Chan does not doubt the quality. The shopkeeper took this spiritual herb in his hands and said that last time it was the best quality of all that he had met. This man said that then provide the money. Money in one hand, goods in the other. Shopkeeper Chan said that in the future he would take as many goods as he could. It was so good. And gave the man money. This man was about to leave, but Xuan Yuanming stopped him. The man immediately became nervous, and Xuan Yuanming asked, "Is it really Zhu Lion?" This man said he thought he was mistaken, and quickly ran away. Xuan Yuanming thought that the last time the one called Pao had a slight sinister aura, but this time, the sinister spirit in Zhu Lion's body became too strong. What is he doing here? This 5,000-year-old grass does not grow in normal places. In other words, Zhu Lion's group found a special place, and, most likely, it is very rare. Zhu Liang was being watched by two people. The man asked, "What is he?" The woman, who is the main manager of the Martial Arts Association, whose name is Bao Lai, said that the compass points to him. There can be no mistake. He has the goods. The man, who is also the chief executive of the Martial Arts Association, and whose name is Pei Tengri, said that it's great. Then they come. a car drove up to Zhu Liang, in which Po's brother was sitting. He asked him how did the deal go with the money from him. Zhu Liang said that, and handed over the money. Then the police came for them. Brother Pao said that the devil is a cop. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The man who was sitting in the car with Pao's brother said that they would be blocked from driving sooner or later, to which Brother Pao replied that then they should stop and take some hostages. Brother Pao stopped and got out of the car with a gun. He told people not to move and get in the car. Zhu Lian was standing next to him, who noticed Zhu Yuanming. Brother Pao also noticed him and came up to him and asked if it was really Xu Yuanming. But then Zhu Lian intervened, who told Brother Pao to let Zhu Yuanming go. Brother Pao asked, "What should I let go?" Well, no, he would be another hostage and refused everyone else to hurry up. Some time later, Pao's brother was already riding in the car with the hostages. He laughed and said that it was so good to take hostages. Now the cops will be afraid to intercept them. One of the hostages snuggled up to his mother and said he was scared. Xu Yuanming asked Zhu Liang what he was doing. Zhu Lian mumbled something. Xu Yuanming told him to take off his mask and glasses. Zhu Lian took off his glasses and mask, and Xu Yuanming told him that a sinister spirit had entered his body. And where are they going now? Zhu Lian asked him not to ask about it, because at the right moment he would ask Brother Pao to let him go. One of the hostages approached the man and asked to be released, but the man hit him in the face and with a gun and told him to shut up. This hostage was shaking all over and said he could be their hostage. He only asks that his wife and son be released. Xu Yuanming told Zhu Liang to stop them. Now, after all, playing with fire, he can get burned. Brother Pao heard this. He turned to Zhu Yuanming and put a gun. He said he was a jerk. His acquaintance with Zhu Liang means nothing. Brother Pao will kill Xu Yuanming anyway. Then they heard the sounds of a helicopter. The man who drove this car told Pao's brother that they had problems. They have a helicopter on their tail. Zhu Lian also started up and told Brother Pao that the helicopter had tracked them down from the sky, and now it will be very difficult for them to get out. The driver asked Brother Pao, what should they do now? Brother Pao said they would go to the tomb. The man was a little scared, and he said that really ancient tomb. Will they go to it again? It's a terrible place. They lost a lot of brothers there. He doesn't want to go there again. Another man agreed with him and said that it was very dangerous here, but he still did not want to go to the tomb. Then Brother Pao told them that if they didn't go to the tomb, then they would go to prison. They will not be able to escape from persecution. After all, the ancient tomb is huge. They will find another way out in it and leave with impunity. And moreover, no one but them knows that inside the tomb the advantage is on their side. Zhu Yuanming heard their entire conversation and thought that's where they found this spiritual herb. The people who were in the helicopter ordered the driver of the car to stop now, or they will open fire on them. Hearing this announcement, Brother Pao told them to hurry up and go to the tomb. Bao Lai and Pei Tingri were in the helicopter. Bao Lai asked why they didn't stop. What will they do then? Pei Tingri opened the door of the plane and said that there is nothing easier than to kill them. It's been so long since he's done this. Bao Lai stopped him and said they had hostages. Pei Tingri asked her, so what? After all, this story can have only one outcome. Pei Tingri shot at the car, but he missed. This rocket hit next to the car, so the car shook. Brother Pao asked, what kind of people went in this helicopter? Don't they understand that they have hostages? And I told my subordinate to move, because the tombs are very close. The hostage boy kept telling his mom that he was very scared. Pei Tingri said that he missed 2 times, but he did not despair and decided to try again. He fired and laughed, saying that this time he was right on target. Zion Yuanming felt it. The hostage boy started crying and told his mom that he didn't want to die here. Zhu Yuan breathed and teleported to the roof of the car, where he pushed this rocket away. Pei Tingri was very surprised and asked what happened. Bao Lili said it was a human. Pei Tingri was already furious and said that it was simply impossible. How did he beat off his rocket? After all, even a martial artist wouldn't be able to do that. He had to die. Meanwhile, the car had already arrived at the entrance to the tomb. Brother Pao came out and told everyone to come out more quickly with the hostages. Then he saw Zion Yuanming and said that did he really survive after this? He pointed a gun at Xu Yuanming and said he should speed up. After all, he will not repeat it 2 times. Zhu Yuanming saw the entrance to the tomb and thought that this was the tomb. But what is the unusual flavor here? Everyone has already entered the tomb, and the hostage was told to move faster. The boy kept telling his mother that he was very scared. Then they came across a door. Looking at it, Zion Yuanming thought, is this really a bronze door? and Brother Pao said that's it. Xu and Yuan Ming thought that there are few tombs with doors, but did this tomb belong to a prehistorical civilization? But then why didn't he know anything about it? Maybe this. One of Brother Pao's subordinates told him that the door did not want to open. Brother Pao was very annoyed. He told him to take the key and throw it to him. The man caught this key and inserted it in the right place, but the door still wouldn't open and he said he still couldn't. Another man told Pao's brother that the doors opened after their people died. Maybe then. Brother Bao took that boy by the hand and said that then they would try to kill one of the hostages. This boy's father called them names, and the boy's mother ordered that his son be released. But one of the men hit this woman and asked if she really wanted to be next. The boy bit into Brother Bao's hand, and he let the boy go, saying that his hand, what a little asshole. Now he's going to shoot him. This boy hid behind Xu and Yuan Ming's back. Brother Bao grabbed Xu and Yuan Ming by the shoulder and told him to move away, and he would finish this boy. And he himself thought that really he could not move Xu and Yuan Ming from his place. Then Brother Bao put a gun right to Xing'an Yuan Ming's head and told him that he had already told him to get lost. But Xu and Yuan Ming was not very worried. He only asked him that it would be better if he told him how he found this place. Brother Bao asked him what, who is he to ask this? Zhu Lion intervened and told Brother Bao not to get angry. But Brother Bao was just furious. He hit Zhu Lion and told him not to get in the way and get out of here. Brother Bao put a gun to Xu and Yuan Ming again and told him that he didn't like him right away. Xu and Yuan Ming didn't say a word, but only hit Brother Bao so that he flew away. Brother Bao sent him, but Xu and Yuan Ming hit him again. Xu and Yuan Ming told Brother Bao to answer his question, to which Brother Bao replied that he was now definitely a corpse. Then Bao Lai decided together with Pei Tingri. Pei Tingri told Brother Bao that they would see if he could leave. Bao Lai told him to raise his hands. One of the men pointed a gun at the boy's mother and told them not to approach, otherwise he would kill all the hostages. Pei Tingri asked what could undermine them all. He took out his gun and said that did they really think he was worried about their lives? Come on, if they don't, then he will. Brother Bao said they were from the Martial Arts Association. But isn't the Martial Arts Association supposed to protect the people and the order of the country? Then what is the difference between him and them? Bao Lai told him that he said it so sweetly. They are different from him, not better, and they will have the last word. Pei Tengri fired. Zhu and Yuan Ming saw that the key that Brother Bao was giving to one of his men had fallen. He picked it up and thought that the aura of the Lixian relics. They say that these are the remains of a prehistoric civilization. In addition, immortals use magic formations to make their direction unstable, so it is incredibly difficult for ordinary people to find them. And the essence of the so-called key is to look for the Lixian relics. After more than 5,000 years, Xu and Yuan Ming found several places, but they were destroyed. They were dilapidated and exhausted. There was nothing left of their spiritual energy. And if these are the real relics of the immortals, then Zhu Lion and the others can collect the spiritual herb inside. This is the relic, but they won't be able to link it to the tomb and will just go inside. Pei Tengri said that he had missed again. Well, then we need to repeat it. He was about to shoot again, but Brother Bao asked him to stop. He said he would give him everything he had. Just don't let them kill him. Brother Bao turned to his people and ordered them to give the key to the tomb of the Martial Arts Association. The man asked what the key was, but where is it? He started to search himself and then he saw that the guy had the key and pointed at him. It was Xu and Yuan Ming. Pei Tingri asked, "Is this really the key?" The Martial Arts Association searched for him for so many years, and finally found the first relic of the immortals. This key proves that the list of immortals is not a fiction, which means that ancient people could live forever. Bao Lai said that returning to the management of the Martial Arts Association was a good decision. Brother Bao told them that he would give the key for saving their lives. Pei Tingri said he was like a child, and Bao Lai called him naive. Brother Bao was confused and asked, what do they need then? Were they going to kill them? Pei Tingri asked what if he killed them? After all, their lives are worthless anyway. Brother Bao fell to his knees and bowed to them, begging them for mercy. He asks them not to kill them, he will do whatever they wish. Pei Tengri said that it was boring. First he has to give them the key and kill them, and maybe then he will save his worthless life. Brother Bao immediately cheered up and said that everything would be done. He told his men to shoot everyone as soon as possible. The man asked what and who will save them now, and the woman began to ask them to spare at least her son. Zhu Lion approached Brother Bao and asked if he could let Xu and Yuan Ming go. Brother Bao was very angry with his words, and he told Zhu Lion to shut up. After all, he was lucky not to die, so he must follow his orders. He shoved him and told Zhu Lion to take the key from Xu and Yuan Ming, or then he'll be next. Zhu Lion asked Xu and Yuan Ming to give him the key. Xu and Yuan Ming told him to stop for the sake of a former colleague. Zhu Lion wanted to tell him something, but Brother Bao ordered him to take the key right away. Xu Yuanming told him that he didn't want to die after all. Brother Bao told Zhu Lian not to listen to Xu Yuanming, let him be afraid of the Martial Arts Association, because they have them in their sights. He should just pick up the key. Zhu Lian apologized to Xu Yuanming and said he didn't want to die. After all, Brother Bao and the Martial Arts Association left him no choice. Xu Yuanming should give him the key, but Zion Yuanming said no. Brother Bao withstood and took the gun, which he pointed at Xu Yuanming, after which he called him. Zhu Lian told Zion Yuanming to give this key in a good way. Brat Bao told him that he would not repeat it 2 times. Zhu Lian told Brother Bao not to act rashly. After that, he turned to Xu Yuan, to whom he told Ming to return the key in a good way if he wanted to survive. After all, the Martial Arts Association will let him go. But Xu Yuanming didn't let him finish and said he didn't want to repeat it again. He had to back off. Brother Bao told him that then goodbye. But Xu Yuanming snatched the gun from his hands. Everyone was very surprised. Brother Bao ordered Xu Yuanming to be killed. His men started shooting at him, but Xu Yuanming deftly dodged the bullets. Brother Bao was surprised and asked that how he does it. Is he definitely human? Brother Bao barked at Zhu Liang that he also said that Zion Yuanming was a simple teacher. Zhu Lian said that he was a simple teacher, he didn't know how he was. But then they were interrupted by Pei Tingri, who told them to get out of the way. He turned to Zhu Yuanming and told him to hand over the key, and he was counting to 3. But Xu Yuanming did not listen to him. He very quickly approached him and knocked his gun out of his hands. Bao Lai asked if he was really a martial artist. Together they prepared to attack him, and Pei Tingri said that he needed to be killed. Bao Lai said that his hour had come, but Xu Yuanming deftly dodged their attacks and beat them all up. Pei Tingri asked him if he was really a martial artist, but how? Xu Yuanming replied that yes he is. After that, Pei Tingri struck the last blow. Bao Lai was very scared and said that this power was of the level of a Grand Master. Pei Tingri was dead. Bao Lai was so scared that she started telling Xu Yuanming that she was from the management of the Martial Arts Association. Even if he was a Grand Master, he couldn't. But Xu Yuanming interrupted her and said that she was too bloodthirsty, she should not live. Then he killed her. Brother Bao's people were very scared and surprised. Brother Bao said that Zhu Yuanming killed people from the Martial Arts Association. Yes, and with such ease. Brother Bao approached Zion Yuanming and told him that there had been a misunderstanding. He was just joking. Brother Bao knows that he and Zhu Liang are very close, just like them. Mr. Xu Yuanming shouldn't be so angry. Zion Yuanming took him by the scruff of the neck and threw him and told him to get lost. Brother Bao told Zhu Lian to tell Mr. Xu Yuanming not to kill them. But Zhu Lian hesitated and didn't know what to say. Then Brother Bao took the initiative and told Mr. Xu Yuanming that he was wrong. He should forgive him. He would never stand in his way again. Now they all began to bow to him. One of the men told him they could work for him. Brother Bao was very angry at Zhu Lian and asked him if he really decided to watch how he would finish off his brothers. He has to say something in their defense. Zhu Lian wanted to say something to Xu Yuanming, but then something happened. Everything began to shake. The gate burst into flames, and the people and Brother Bao himself have changed. Zion Yuanming thought that they had evil spiritual parasites. It looks like they picked them up after visiting this tomb. The gate to the tomb was open. Brother Bao began to be dragged there, and his other people. Xu Yuanming thought it would be interesting to look inside. They decided to take the little boy away from this gate. His mother tried to save him, but she failed. She asked to save her son. Zhu Yuanming rushed to his aid. He grabbed the boy and gave him back to his mother. The woman thanked Zhu Yuanming. Zhu Yuanming told her to get out of here as soon as possible. The man said it was fine. After which Zhu Yuanming cons to the gate, but was too late, since the tomb was closed. He thought it looked like he was too late, but now it's time to use the force. He hit the door, but it still wouldn't open. She lit up with a red flame again. Seeing this, Xu Yuanming said that so it is. He changed his plan and decided to take a look from the air. When he got to the surface of Yuanming said that a pillar of light was seeping towards the heavens. The tomb is too complicated to be a relic of the immortals. In the Jin family, Jin Tianlin told his uncle Yang that he had come to him on business. He wants to teach a lesson to a teacher, and his name is Zhu Yuanming, and he stole his fiancée. Her name is King Mei. His Jin family cannot annex the Hai family, which is the weakest of the 12 families. He can't forgive that. The man told Jin Tianlin not to worry, because Master Yan would be able to defeat anyone, especially a simple martial arts teacher. Master Yan told Jin Tianling that he was detaining Xu Yuanming and would leave him to Jin Tianling. That they saw that light. Jin Tianlin asked, "What is it?" Master Yan said it was an extraordinary aura, and this ray is caused by some kind of relic. It's very similar to the aura of the immortals. Jin Tianlin said that he thought such a thing was not found in their area, and he told the master, Yuan, to forget about Zion Yuanming, because they now need this relic. If they can get the treasures of the immortals, then there will be no need for the He family. Master Yuan told him that he didn't think they were the only ones who could notice this ray. They will have to use all the connections so that information about him cannot spread. Jin Xiangling told his uncle Yang that they were getting down to business. Meanwhile, in the He family, He Waigu was about to leave. He told his daughter that he didn't approve of what had happened. She should think about it, but until he comes back. He King Mei interrupted her father and said that she knows everything. Then they also saw the ray that rushed into the sky. He Waigu even dropped his suitcase in surprise and said that before that, he stopped in mid-sentence and then told his daughter that he had changed his mind about coming back. Meanwhile, this ray has already started to disappear. Xu and Yuanming said that this tomb has a very strong aura. It works on something, or it is controlled. When the beam completely disappeared, Xu and Yuanming jumped into the cave. He landed and said that the tomb was half empty. This is a feature of the relic of the immortals. Zion Yuanming thinks it's worth waiting a couple of days until the condition of the tomb comes back to normal. 3 days later, the demon dog told his master that it looked like a relic of the immortals. Xu and Yuanming told him that he wasn't completely sure, but the aura was very strange. You need to log in to make sure of this for sure. And what is called a key is not as simple as it seems. It is impossible for them to open the doors of the tomb. It has other functions. The demon dog said that's right. Before the great emperor ascended, he said that one should pay attention to the ruins of the immortals. Zuyu and Yuanming asked him what could be the relics of the immortals. The demon dog told him that the great emperor said that the reason the immortals left their world was because of their plan. When the curtain of immortality goes down and the immortals come down, they will have grounds on which to rely in this world. Xu and Yuanming said he knows that. If the immortals come, why would they return to Earth? He thought that if they returned, would the master come with them? Then He King Mei burst into the room. She asked Zuyu and Yuanming that he had been notified about the incident in Qingzhou, right? Xu and Yuanming just rolled his eyes. He King Mei told him that he could tell her all this in secret. But Xu and Yuanming ignored her and just walked past her and sat down in a chair. He King Mei told him that, according to rumors, an ancient burial site was discovered to the northwest of Mount Taishan. According to leaked information, this is the place. This ancient burial is the treasure of the Taoist hermit immortal. And at the moment, in order to prevent the spread of information, their He family and Jin Jianglin have teamed up. Now she will be able to go there and get inside. If it really is an immortal's treasure, then their He family would cease to be so weak in influence, and they would not be able to force her to marry Jin Chanlin. Such a sensation entirely concerns her. But He King Mei saw that Xu and Yuanming was not listening to her well, and asked him why he did not want to answer her. Xu and Yuanming only sighed. He King Mei sat down next to him and told him to help her now, even if her dad sends a lot of strong people there. However, she has a feeling that Xu and Yuanming is trustworthy. Xu and Yuanming didn't just say that it was very dangerous inside and she shouldn't go there. He King Mei pouted and asked him if he was really worried about her life. She can't go there. Xu and Yuanming replied that it was his job. He couldn't help but go there. He King Mei asked him, what then, how about helping her? Xu and Yuanming told her that if she went with him, she would be in even greater danger. He King Mei was wary and asked if it was really that dangerous. Her father gathered a lot of strong fighters and also connected the military. Xu and Yuanming told her that it wouldn't help if there really was a saint's treasure inside, and they were right. That there are legendary fragments of the immortal's treasure. He King Mei said that well she believes him. Well, now she needs to talk to her father, let him not risk it. Then she left. The demon dog told his master to let him accompany him, to which Xu and Yuanming replied that there was no need. If it really is an ancient tomb of an immortal and there are relics there, then there will be difficulties, both outside and inside. It will be more convenient for him to go alone. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, the man told Deputy President Chen that Association President Yang had been killed. He asked what would be the orders from the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association now. Cheng Lianfu hit this man and said that the Q family forbade them to mention it to everyone. It should be said publicly that the president of the organization Yang is seriously ill. How dare he mention it? Is life not sweet to him? Because the Q family will help him die. He will pull everyone else along with him if he steps on their feet. The man said he was to blame. He was mistaken. He promises that it won't happen again. Feng Lianfu asked this man what did he call him? The man realized that he was to blame and said that President Chen. But he asked the gentleman not to be angry. After all, when he becomes president, he will rise to a new level. Their Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. Fi Lianfu told him that he wasn't shaking the air with empty talk. After all, their Dao organization is more neutral, and the martial arts organization is actually the smut of the influential Hao family, and this not to mention the organization of Tai. This man should remember once and for all what the Qiu family ordered them to say. Then Jin Tianlin came to them. The man who met them told the young master, Jin Tianlin, that this is the Kinju Martial Arts Association. Master Chen Liangfu got in their way, asked them who else they were. The man said it was young master Jin Tianlin and the Jin family, the 12 great family, and his master looked after this residence for himself. Master Chen Liangfu immediately changed. He said that this is Mr. Jin Tianlin. He is Chen Liangfu, president of the Kinju Martial Arts Organization, and I asked him what he would order. Jin Tianlin told President Chen that there was no time, so they would get right to the point. Master Chen said he knows about it, but the association doesn't know about what's going on. Jin Tianlin said that there are caves there, and he needs several people to explore it. Now the Jin family is going to hire all the martial artists, their associations, and then increase their financial support for the Kinju Association. Master Chen said that Jin Tianlin is very kind. Their association should serve the noble family. 32 martial artists in Kinju are at their disposal. Jin Xiangling said that good is very good. After a while, everyone gathered at the entrance to the cave. The man told Jin Xianglin that they were already doing everything possible to keep the news from spreading. But there were many local martial artists left in Kinju who found out about the situation and hurried here. This time, they are well prepared with Master Yang and more than 30 martial artists from the Association of Strength Advantages on their side. Jin Tianlin pointed to his uncle and said that with Uncle Yang, you don't have to be afraid of these people, so you don't have to worry about the news spreading. Other powerful families will always compete with her, you just have to be one step ahead. The man asked him what about the He family. He heard they also gathered about 10 masters. Jin Tianlin asked what's where. The man showed where the He family is now, and Jin Yangling told him not to worry about them. After all, the weakest noble family does not pose a threat to the Jin family. Then an old man came up to him and said that the ruins were completely stabilized. You need to enter. Jin Tianlin called out to President Chen and said it was time for them to go. President Chen told his people to go. Everyone should follow Master Jin on. Seeing that everyone had started to enter the cave, He Waigu said that it seemed like it was time for them to go too. But He Qingmei stopped her father and said she wouldn't let him go. He Waigu told his daughter that this kind of opportunity is rare. The He family has been in decline for a long time. He needs to take advantage of this opportunity, and she needs to wait for him here with good news. He Qingmei persisted and said that, however, Zuyuan Yuanming told her that it was very dangerous inside. If her father goes, there's a chance he won't come back. He Waigu told his daughter that he knows that she does not want to marry Jin Tianlin, and he does not want to force her, because she is his beloved daughter. He also wants to see that she has her own happiness and the opportunity to be the person she likes. But the father, he is the head of the family, must think about everyone. He Qingmei wanted to say something else to his father, but she stopped in mid-sentence. He Waigu said that he did it for his family and for her. He has no other thoughts and desires, except that they should all be happy. She should wait for her father outside and not forget that she is also a martial artist, and everything will be fine. He Qingmei did not continue to lose hope and told her father that she just needed to wait for Xuan Yuanming, and they would go with him together. But her father said that it was not necessary, because in the end he was of a small level, so there was little he could do to help them. Also, his father invited a person of the Grand Master level here, and he is very strong. He went, and she should be waiting for him here. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuanmin arrived on a motorcycle. He looked around and thought that it looked like the ruins had completely stabilized. If he finds enough spiritual herbs, then this time he might be able to reach the 100,000 level of purification. Xuan Yuanming was about to enter the cave, but a man called out to him and told him to wait for him. Xuan Yuanming, a man named Chu Sheng, called out. Chu Sheng told Xuan Yuanming that he looks like a martial artist. He must be here to explore the ruins too, right? Xuan Yuanming said yes. Chu Sheng told him that this is the first case of this kind of relic appearing, and it is extremely dangerous. If he enters alone, then the man is afraid of this one will be even more dangerous. The 5 of them are going there, so he can take it with him. Zuyuan Yuanming told him no, because he was used to being alone. Then another man jumped in and said that stop. What's wrong with him? They kindly invited him to their place. The girl, whose name is Zai Sono, told Xuan Yuanming that it was better for him to go with them, because they could help each other, and besides, wasn't he afraid to stay there alone? A girl named Wu Meng said they were a professional expedition team, but she didn't expect that there would be people who didn't appreciate it. Then sounds were heard, and the earth hummed. Chu Sheng said that we need to hurry up and go inside faster because something has changed inside. And if it's too late, then Chu Sheng is afraid that they won't be able to get inside. Everyone ran inside faster. Shu and Yuan Ming followed them. The man said that it was an extremely high-class ancient tomb. He didn't expect that when he arrived in Qingzhou, he would get such a good opportunity. Then a girl called Shu and Yuan Ming. She said her name was Zai Sono, and let him not pay attention to what just happened, because they are all kind too, and in the end, it's dangerous to be alone. Shu and Yuan Ming listened to her in silence. Zai Sono said that they are all students of Donghai University, and they have a lot of experience in studying different parts of the world. And all of them are also masters of martial arts who are able to cope with danger. This time, they had originally passed through Qingzhou, but they did not expect to encounter such ruins. However, Zai Sono is naturally timid and is scared every time she explores something, so she followed Wu Mang and Chu Shen on their expeditions. That's how she shows strength. But then she fell silent and looked at her feet and saw a human skeleton there. Zai Sono was very scared and attacked Shu and Ban Ming. Shu and Yuan Ming thought how timid she was. Wu Meng told Zai Seung that her reaction was too great. It's just an old corpse. It looks like her son has never seen it before. Zai's son blushed and asked Yuan Ming for forgiveness. The man said that even if her son was so afraid, she could jump to him and let the little one do the business. Wu Meng told Shu and Yuan Ming to listen carefully and not attract Zai Sono's attention, because she wouldn't let him even touch her. Zai Sono started up and told Wu Meng what she was talking about. Wu Meng said that what she said was true. A mediocre martial artist like him is unworthy of her son. Then Chu Shi told everyone to stop. Didn't they notice that something was wrong here? Wu Meng asked if everyone who came had disappeared. Chu Shi said yes. There were many people in front of them, but they didn't see any right now. And moreover, there are no other turns. Wu Meng said they could have gone far ahead. Chu Sheng said no, because there are no traces of people here, and there is only one explanation. That is, when they entered, the passage to the tomb here was automatically changed to another, and they and the others did not go through the same passage to the tomb. The man said that they had already encountered a tomb that could change once. How exciting it is. After all, it's been a long time since he had such a fun adventure. Chu Sheng said that ever since their expedition team was formed, they have never failed. And this is no exception, no matter what the tomb is. Whatever it is, they'll take it. Wu Meng said they hadn't gotten to the danger yet. They haven't been to the most interesting places yet. Under the leadership of Chu Shen, their expedition team will be able to overcome all difficulties. They are the best. But Shu and Yuan Ming didn't want to listen to them and went on. He was stopped by Chu Shen, and I asked him what he was going to do. But Zhu and Yuan Ming ignored him and just walked on. The man asked that this person couldn't be deaf, couldn't he hear them? Wu Meng told them not to pay attention to him. It's his own business if he wants to die. After a while, Shu and Yuan Ming was studying some writing on the wall. He said that the last time he saw this inscription was 5,000 years ago, and I thought that at that time the master made several copies of this ancient letter and, according to the master, is this the text on this tomb? There is such an inscription. Is it a so-called immortal relic of a past civilization? Then Chu Sheng came up to him and said that he knew he was kidding. Well, why? Isn't he afraid of being left alone? He's waiting for them here on purpose, isn't he? But Shu and Yuan Ming still didn't answer him. Then the man told Chu Shen that let him not embarrass him, because it's awkward, let him be cool. Chu Shen laughed and walked past Zhu and Yuan Ming, saying that he had to go, let him hurry up and keep moving. They entered some new room. The man, looking around, said that this room is so huge. Chu Sheng noticed and said that to get there, they would have to go down first. And there were a lot of skeletons lying below. Chu Sheng added that, and then climbed to the other side. For them, it's not difficult at all. The man agreed and said that it was not difficult at all. It's just a little time consuming. Another man, looking at Zhu and Yuan Ming, said that what cannot be said about this kid. Wu Meng said she thinks he will be stuck here. But Zai and Yuan Ming continued to ignore them and thought it was interesting that these stones were arranged according to the 3 rules of Hetu Luoshu. A rather mysterious formation was formed. These ruins are truly extraordinary. Chu Sheng said that okay, we need to go. It's time to go down. The group began to descend. Zai Sono said she's a little scared downstairs and there are so many bones. To which Wu Meng did not reply that she could not be such a coward all the time, because their team did not need cowards. Zai Sono wanted to say something, but Wu Meng interrupted her and said that they would be waiting for them on the other side. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng and the other team members moved to the other side. He said they finally got here, and I'll shout to her son to hurry up, otherwise they've already lost so much time because of her. Zai Sono told herself that she needed to overcome herself, she could. She turned around and asked Shu and Yuanming that maybe they would go there together. She shouted at her to leave this child alone. He had already rejected them all from the very beginning. The man said that if she didn't go with them, she might be left alone with this stupid little guy who couldn't even protect her. She must act faster. Then Shu and Yuanming laughed and said that he had unblocked. He assembled some kind of mechanism on the wall, and the road through this abyss appeared. Chu Sheng said it was a bridge, and called Xu and Yuanming a lucky guy. The man shouted to Xu and Yuanming that he was very angry with him. They worked so hard to get here. They just walked across the bridge. When everyone moved to the other side, they moved on. On the way, Zai Sun thanked Zuyu and Yuanming. Xu and Yuanming told Zai Sun sternly that this was not the place where she should have come better at the first opportunity to leave here. Zai Sono said that she had already realized that such an expedition was different from all their previous ones. She directly feels an aura everywhere, very darkly. Then the man rudely asked Zuyu and Yuanming that did he look down on them all. Another man said that he was just lucky no more, because he doesn't even remember his name. After they get out of here, he will definitely beat him. Then Wu Meng grabbed Zai Sono's hand and told her to stay away from Xu and Yuanming. Otherwise, in the future she might have problems because of him. After all, guys like him usually don't represent anything. Then they came to some new place and Chu Shen asked everyone to wait a minute. Everyone started to inspect this new place. In this place it turned out to be something like an oasis, on which two old men were sitting. One man asked if there were really living people in this ancient tomb. Another man said that this big discovery will make big news when they come out. It seems that they will be able to become famous. Wu Meng told Zai Sono to hurry up, because she needed to write everything down. Zai Sun asked everyone else, does it really seem to me that all this looks somehow strange? How does anyone manage to live in a tomb and how did they even manage to survive here? To which Chu Sheng replied to her that the world is full of miracles, and besides, they are adventurers. They just always want to understand different strange things. This is called the spirit of adventure. Therefore, they need to move forward. Wu Meng told Zai Sun that she should learn something from Chu Shen. Chu Shen he approached these two old men and said that they were researchers who came from outside and asked that how two old men live here. But the old men did not answer him and continued to drink something in their glasses. The man told the old men that it was impolite not to answer. Chu Sheng told this man to forget about it, because these old people live in a tomb and most likely have already forgotten the human language. They probably don't even understand them. They'd better go and look around. Wu Meng took out her phone, started taking pictures of everything and said that it seemed they had found the legendary peach orchard. We need to film all this. Xu and Yuanming did not react to this in any way, and her son was standing far away from the others. Then a man opened a door and said that it was the same. He shouted to Chu Shen to come over because he had to see it. Chu Shen walked up to the man and asked what happened here. The man was shocked and told him to look for himself. There was a sea of gold in this room. Seeing this, Wu Meng said that my god, there is so much gold here. The other man was just happy and said that now they would become rich. The other man said he would take some for himself, but Chu Sheng stopped him. He turned to two old men and asked that they only have a lot of gold. Do they mind if they take some for themselves? But the old men did not answer him. Then Chu Sheng said they didn't say anything, so they would take this gold. The man grabbed the boxes of gold and began to drag them. One of the men said that this heavy box must have a lot of gold in it. Chu Sheng shouted to her son and told her to help them too, to which my son said that it didn't belong to them. After all, they just steal it. She thinks it won't end well. Chu Sheng told her that she was wrong, because they were exploring a new world. Thus, finding treasures was also part of their plans. According to the rules, all the treasures discovered by the researchers belong to the researcher, so they obviously do not steal anything. The man said it was true. In addition, they also asked the old people a question, and they obviously don't mind. Wu Meng also supported them and said that Chu Shen was right, and this son should go faster because there is a lot of gold here. The girl wanted to object something, but could not. Then Zuyu and Yuanming told her not to go with them. After all, these two old men are a real insidious evil. Their goal is to persuade others to commit a crime and then punish them. Chu Sheng heard all this and told Xu and Yuanming that it was very interesting. But it was already a joke, and he told his people not to listen to him, but to continue carrying gold. The man said that he had never seen such a coward as Zuyu and Yuanming. Wu Meng asked Xu and Yuanming if he could even hear himself. It's just two old men, so she decided to take them off for him so that he could get a better look at them, and keep him photographing these old people. But then she noticed something unusual and scary. In the camera, these old men were displayed as skeletons. Wu Meng got scared and threw his phone aside. Chu Sheng asked Wu Meng what had happened there. Wu Meng was shaking all over and told him that these two were not people. Chu Shen sprossel. What happened to her? Why does she think so? Wu Meng told him to take a look for himself. Chu Sheng picked up her phone and looked. What he saw also scared him a lot. Chu Sheng shouted to his men to stop and return the gold back. And we did it as quickly as possible. The man said that they, in the Kodo century, found something similar. It would be a shame to leave such an amount of gold here. Another man asked what to return. And these old men have already risen. Chu Sheng saw this and told them to hurry up and not talk nonsense, otherwise it would be too late. But the man didn't want to listen to him. One man said he would take some gold as a keepsake. They started stuffing the gold into their pockets, and these old men were already standing behind them. Wu Meng rushed to escape from there and said it was too late. Chu Sheng also ran and said that we need to get out as soon as possible. And the man was still sitting and shoving gold into his pockets. Wu Meng was already outside the gate. I shouted to them to run, because they are right behind them. And she asked, what are they doing at all? But the men didn't listen to them and kept shoving gold. The man said he needed to take some more. Another said they should give them another minute now. The old man whispered to them to take more, because all this gold is for them. At another table, he said that yes, more and more. The men thanked them and said they would fill all their pockets. But when it came to them, they turned around and saw old men there, in whom they asked what they could really say after all. The old man said that there was no need to be nervous, because there was so much gold here. Another old man, who was standing behind him, said that it was true, they did not regret anything for them. Then the man was already scared and asked what was going on with these two old men. But the old man told them not to stop and take even more. Then they turned into skeletons and told them that how could they leave without gold. The men were very scared and said it was dead meat. They ran away and shouted for help. But the old men were not so simple. They grabbed these two men and told them to come back. The old men threw these men back to the gold. The old man asked why they were running away. This gold was all theirs. The men began to ask them for forgiveness, saying that they did not need this gold. The old man, he told them to collect all this gold, and then he would let them go. Another old man said no, because they need it. The man said no, you're enough for your husband, they won't take any more. The old man then told him that if they had nowhere to put it, they could just eat it. Zai Sono told Chu Shen that something had to be done to save them. To which Chu Sheng replied that it was the first time he had seen something like this. They need to make more inquiries and monitor the behavior of these creatures. Then we can come up with something. The old men told these men that they really like this gold, so let them eat it all. The bald man asked what was going on. Why couldn't he control his body? Their bodies move by themselves towards gold, and they start choking on this gold, shoving it into my mouth more and more. These demons tell them that, yes, they should eat more because it's all for them. Zai Sun from fright clung to Zhu Yuan Ming and asked that it was so terrible, what should they do now? Wu Meng asked Chu Shen that did he really have a plan. Chu Sheng himself was very scared, said what he thought. He decided to enter the zone with these demons again. When he came in, he thought, no, he can't, he's shaking all over and can't go there. Meanwhile, those men kept choking on the gold. But the demons told them that it would not do, because they eat it too slowly. And so they decided to help them with this. With their power, they attracted all the remaining gold in their room. Then with gold in their mouths said no, don't. But it was too late, these demons covered them with gold. The demon told them that they loved gold so much, and now they would be glad to be buried under it. After seeing all this, Chu Sheng came out of there and told everyone to get out of here as soon as possible. Si Sun asked him, what about the guys? To which Chu Sheng replied to her that there was no way he could think of anything to save them, so they would have to leave them to die here. He needs to conserve his strength in order to take care of the two of them in case of something. Zai Sono wanted to say something to him, but Wu Meng grabbed her hand and told her to leave here. All three of them ran away. Only Xu and Yuan Min remained. The demons rushed to the exit. They seemed that they could not leave. They should not leave, because there is still so much gold, they should stop. But the barrier did not let them out of their homes. Seeing this, Xu and Yuan Ming thought that, apparently, these two demons cannot leave this courtyard, which means that their movement area is limited. The demon told him to come to them. Meanwhile, Xu and Yuan Ming was thinking that the owner of this tomb was clearly not a high-level immortal. The demons, all trying to get out of their yard, told Xu and Yuan Ming that they would not harm him, because they would give him all this gold. But Xu and Yuan Ming ignored them and passed on. But the demons also did not lose hope and told him not to leave. Let him say what he wants, and they will definitely do it. After all, they have equal pills. He has to come in, and they will give it to him. It's all just like that. This information made Xu and Yuan Ming think. Xu and Yuan Ming asked the demon what? Spiritual herbs and pills. A separate one from the demons took out pills and herbs from the house and told him to come in as soon as possible, and then he could pick up everything. Zion Yuanming came into their yard. He took one of the herbs and said it was a 5,000-year-old spiritually herb with very abundant power. He looked at the pills and said it was a pity that it wasn't the pill he needed to break through to the new realm level. But it's still a very valuable catch. The demon told him that he was so stupid, naive, because he really entered here. He won't be able to kill him. Zion Yuanming asked that are they serious? But what if he wants to kill him? The demon had told him to try. But it was unlikely that he would succeed. One of the demons attacked him, but he couldn't even move Zion Yuanming from his place. Therefore, two demons came to his aid. But together they didn't work out either. The demon said that Zion Yuanming's body is as heavy as a mountain. But how is this possible? The legend of the great cultivator says that there is a man who cultivates the body of a veggie, and therefore he is as heavy as a mountain, and asked Xuan Yuanming that he had studied something similar. What is his cultivation based on? But Xuan Yuanming did not answer them and only repelled them with his strength. The demons were very surprised by his strength and asked how he was able to injure them. What is he? To which Zion Yuanming replied to them that he was just that small stage of cleansing the body. The demon said that this guy's aura is indeed a body cleansing stage, but that's weird. We need to kill him first, and then dry it. The demons attacked Xuan Yuanming again, but even this time they failed to defeat him. He separated their heads from their bodies. The head of one of the demons said that it was simply impossible. They are millennial monsters, how did they not have enough strength? And asked Xuan Yuanming what is his real cultivation base. To which Xuan Yuanming said that he had already told them that. But he has one question for them, who imprisoned them here? The demon head said that they were immortals. They were very powerful and imprisoned them here for 1,000 years. Have they never left this courtyard? Zion Yuanming asked, what are the immortals? And can they tell about it more specifically? The demon head said that they don't know anything else, only that they have a power that they can't resist. Zion Yuanming listened to them and said that with that said, there was no more use from them. Hearing this, the demon's head told him that they were advised to let them go, because it was just hell to exist here. The other demon head said yes, because it is a great divine immortal. The demon head said that the master of Xuan Yuanming would punish him so that he would die. Xuan Yuanming said they were making too much noise. Then he took and trampled their heads with his feet. Xuan Yuanming said that there are many spiritual herbs and all sorts of other useful things in this tomb. He is looking forward to what other surprises this tomb will present to him. Meanwhile, that trio finally escaped from this place, and then Zion Yuanming came up to them. Zai Sono was the only one who was glad to see him. She said it was great. Finally he came. She already thought that something had happened to him. She came up to them and asked where he had been for so long. To which Xuan Yuanming said that he just walked up to the fence and took something from there, and also got rid of 2 skeletons. Wu Meng said he was a braggart, and her son asked, are those 2 monsters really dead? Xuan Yuanming nodded and said that yes, are dead. Wu Meng came up to the girl and grabbed her hand again. She told her not to talk to Xuan Yuanming, because he is an ordinary empty-mouthed person. And I turned to Xuan Yuanming. Wu Meng asked him that since he was so powerful, why didn't he save their comrades? But Xuan Yuanming ignored her. Then Wu Meng couldn't stand it and shouted at him to tell her already. Then Xuan Yuanming replied sternly that why did he have to save them if their greed had ruined them? Wu Meng was just furious and said that Xuan Yuanming is an ordinary coward who can only talk. Wu Meng was joined by Chushek, who told Xuan Yuanming that he was warning him. Now if something like this happens again, then he will score it. Wu Meng told him to take care of himself instead of following them. And finally she told her son that they had to go. Zai Sono asked what about Zion Yuanming, to which Wu Meng replied that if they took him with them, he would only get them into trouble, so they would go without him. Xuan Yuanming pondered and thought that there really are many different riddles here. Some time later, the 3 of them kept walking on, but then they saw that Zion Yuanming was walking in front of them. Chu Sheng called out to him. Zai Sono was very glad to see him and said that it was Xuan Yuanming. Wu Meng was furious and asked how such a thing was even possible. How did he overtake them? Zai Sono ran up to Xuan Yuanming and asked that how did he get ahead of them? To which Zion Yuanming turned around and told her that it was easy. They just ran into a fake wall. Chu Sheng said that it's not a real wall, which is quite interesting. He thinks that Xuan Yuanming just found a shorter way and bypassed them. And he told his comrades that they needed to move on. And Wu Meng reminded Zai Sono not to even think about following him. After some more time, Xuan Yuanming was in front of them again. Wu Meng asked that how did he overtake them again. Zai Sun anxiously asked him, what, are there really fake walls here? And he managed to overtake them again. Xuan Yuanming only briefly replied to her that yes, and he himself thought that the way to overcome these walls is quite simple, because you just need to follow a certain pace. Zai Sono told her 2 companions that they should just go after Xuan Yuanming. That's what they did. Now the 4 of them went. Zai and Yuanming thought that he needed to take 3 more steps and everything should work out. And he succeeded. Zai told her son that it really works. What a great Xu and Yuanming. Xu Sheng still did not want to admit the skill and strength of Xu and Yuanming and said that it seemed to him that he had nothing to do with it, because it was just luck. Wu Meng agreed with him and said that they themselves were just finally lucky, so they were able to get out. What should they thank him for? Then who did you tell them that you were welcome to his possession? Then the torches lit up. Xu Sheng, looking around, was very scared and asked, who is this? It was a skeleton that looked like those 2 demons. Wu Meng also saw him and was very scared. She said it was the same skull as those 2 monsters. The demon told them not to be afraid, because he is a great master, and as long as they follow his will, he will not touch them. Xu and Yuanming told those 3 to listen to him first. She asked her son, and what should they do? Shen said that they should first think through all the things they can do. After all, this monster is very strong and it will be very difficult to negotiate with him about anything. The demon told them that now only 3 of the 4 of them would be able to leave here, and 1 should stay and play with him. Zai's son asked this demon, what does he want? Is it really possible to kill only 1 of them? The demon just cleared his throat. Wu Meng, raising her voice to her son, told her that they could not just trust this demon, because such monsters had already killed their 2 comrades. Xu Sheng he joined Wu Meng's words and said that it was better for them not to fight him. Zai Sono was confused and asked, but there are 4 of them, how can they leave someone? To which Xu Sheng replied to her that who said there were 4 of them, because in fact there were 3 of them all the time. He pointed his finger at Xu and Yuanming and added that he had never been with them at all. Zai's son gathered her resolve and, approaching Xu and Yuanming, said that no, she would not allow it. Wu Meng told her not to be self-willed, because they would not stand against this skeleton. To which her son replied that she would rather worry about her conscience than for a skeleton. Then she'd rather die with Xu and Yuanming, and she doesn't care about the rest. But Xu and Yuanming put his hand on her shoulder and told her that it was just a little monster. She shouldn't worry, so. Wu Meng told Zhu and Yuanming that was he still bragging. Is it really so funny to him? He used to say that he destroyed those 2 skeletons, and now he says that this skeleton is just a pathetic monster. Isn't he tired of lying? Zuyu and Yuanming told her that it wasn't the same demon as those 2. Wu Meng turned to Zai Sono and asked her why she was hearing all this at all. After all, according to him, he will easily destroy this skeleton. She ran past Xu and Yuanming and grabbed Zai Sono's hand and said that's why they would go. They will give Xu and Yuanming a chance to prove himself. Then they all ran away. The demon laughed and asked Xu and Yuanming, did Na really stay to entertain him? To which Xu and Yuanming, climbing up the steps, said that he was wrong. He stayed here in order to kill him. The demon got angry and asked what he had just said. But Xu and Banming didn't react to him in any way and just walked by. And the demon got even angrier and told him that how dare he say that to a creature that decides to live or die for him. But Xu and Yuanming did not react to this either, and only thought that there was a spiritual herb growing here. And the demon told him to get out of here. After that, Yuanming dealt with this demon by tearing off his head. Xu and Yuanming was very pleased and said that he had finally found some more spiritual grass. The demon's head asked him who he was, but Zhu and Yuanming did not answer him and only trampled on his head. Meanwhile, those 3 rushed to the leak. They ran down the corridor. Chu Sisheng said that there is a light at the end. Wu Meng said it was just super. Finally they can get out of here. They reached this place and stopped. Chu Sheng said that as such. There were 2 more of the same demons in this place. These demons saw them and laughed. Wu Meng asked, what's going on here? How did there turn out to be 2 more of the same skeletons? The demon told them not to be afraid and only listen to him, and then he would be able to protect them. The other skeleton said that's right, there are 3 of them. They should leave that too, and they will let 1 go. Chu Sheng asked what they had just said. Wu Meng asked him, what should they do now? Chu Sheng told them not to worry, because he would protect them. The demon told them that it was enough to decide, otherwise all 3 of them would stay here. Chu Shek told the girls to leave, and he would detain them. Her son objected to him and said no, because they would all go together. Wu Meng said that okay, then they will fight. Then Chu Shek got angry at them and said that they were girls, and he was responsible for their lives. They shouldn't waste any time and hurry to get out of here. Wu Meng finally agreed with him and said that it was fine, then let him delay them as much as he could. She grabbed her son's hand and told him to run. But then Chu Shen hit them, and the girls fell to the ground. Chu Sheng told them not to blame him, because he just wants to get out of here alive. After that, he turned to the demons and told them that he would leave the 2 of them to them, and now they should let him leave here. After that, Chu Shen ran away, and Wu Meng called him names. The demon came down to the girls and said that 2 little ladies have such beautiful skin, they now want to take it off. Wu Meng was very scared and said that it was definitely the end now. Who will save them? Zai Sono told her not to worry. She got up and said she had to get up and they would fight them. Wu Meng was already crying and shaking all over. She told her that wasn't she scared. She's the most timid of the team. Zai Sono said she was very scared, but what's the use of them just sitting there? They're from the same team. Wu Meng also stood up and said that of course, how could she forget about such a simple statement that victory over herself is the greatest victory of all. Zai Sono supported her and said that yes, it's true she's still scared, but she thinks they can overcome everything together. This victory over yourself. And Chu Shen lost in it because of his own weakness. Wu Meng should get up. Wu Meng wiped her tears and said she was getting up. The two of them rushed at the demons. Zai Sono said that their team should not be afraid of such monsters. They have to fight them. Wu Meng said it's good to go ahead. But the demons were much stronger than they thought. One of the demons repelled all their attacks. The girls fell again. The demons told them that if they dared to resist them, then he would rip their skin alive. He laughed and said he allowed them to make frightened screams. Zai Xun told Wu Meng that they will be sisters in the next life. She really hopes so. Wu Meng said she would hope so too. The demon rushed at them with the words that they should die. But then someone threw a stone at him. The demon asked what it was. Are they really stones? Then another stone flew into him. The demon got angry and said, who is it? He must get out of here immediately. The girls turned around and saw Xu and Yuan Ming. Zai Sono was very glad to see him. And Wu Meng asked, is he really not dead yet? The demon asked Xu and Yuan Ming, what, did he really throw a stone at him? Zun and Yuan Ming threw another can at him without saying that. Well, yes, and what will he do next now? One of the demons got very angry and told him that he had to die. Another demon picked him up and said they would kill him. They rushed at him and told him to give them his life. Xu and Yuan Ming stopped him. The demon was surprised and said that his aura was so weak. But where did he get such strength from? The demon can't even move. But Xu and Yuan Ming silently broke his head. Another demon saw it and asked, what's what? Then this demon took two girls hostage and told Xu and Yuan Ming to stand still and not approach. Otherwise, he will kill them. To which Zhu and Yuan Ming replied that he didn't have a chance. Xu and Yuan Ming started advancing on the next demon. The demon said that how is this possible? But Zai and Yuan Ming didn't react in any way and crushed his skull. Zai Sono said she was saved, and thanked Xu and Yuan Ming for it. She turned to Wu Meng and said that she could no longer be afraid. Wu Meng said yes, and also apologized to Xu and Yuan Ming for not believing him before. She was blind, but Xu and Yuan Ming did not react to this in any way, and went on, saying that it was necessary to move forward. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng kept trying to get out of this tomb. He ran down the corridor and said that soon he would be able to get out and survive. But then again he ran into the place where that demon was. Chu Sheng completely lost hope. He fell to his knees and said that why again? The demon asked him if he was surprised. Now he will stay here with him. At that time, Si Sono came along with Wu Meng and Zhu and Yuan Ming. Zai Sono asked if it was really Chu Shen. Chu Shen he also saw them and asked, what is it really them? They're fine. He got up from the viburnum, began to apologize to them. He said he made a huge mistake when he left them from them. Let them tell him how they managed to survive there. Wu Meng didn't want to listen to him and even turned away. Then Chu Sheng turned to her son and said that she was the kindest, let her tell him honestly. Did she really want him to die here? Zai Sono said that they were saved by Zai and Yuan Min. Zhu and Yuan Ming only awkwardly turned away. Chu Shen went berserk, painted, what's what? Did he really save them? Was this kid able to defeat those two monsters? Then, apparently, he can too. Apparently, the skeletons are not so strong. He just scared himself. It's just nonsense. You shouldn't scare him, since Xu and Yuan Ming was able to kill them. Then Chu Shen should also succeed. Then he attacked the demon. The demon at him said that let him get ready to die. After that, the demon hit Chu Shen's stomach. Chu Sheng asked that why did it happen like this, and she asked Steel for help. The demon threw Chu Shen away and asked him that did he really think he could defeat him alone. Then the demon began to climb with Xu and Yuan Min. When the demon noticed him, he asked if he, too, wanted to take the initiative and go after him. But Xu and Yuan Ming ignored him. He only saw the spiritual grass. He thought, is there really still a spiritual herb here? The demon told him that he wanted to have fun with him. Well, since he wants to die so badly, then he will have to do it. But Xu and Yuan Ming one struck. The demon's head flew off to the side. He put his foot on the demon's head. The demon told him that no, let him not kill him, he could give him treasures. Zhu and Yuan Ming asked what is really in the treasure. Zai and Yuan Ming asked the demon, what, is it really worth his life? The demon told him that there was a stone on the platform over there. Xu and Yuan Ming went where the demon pointed. There was indeed a stone next to the spiritual herb. Xu and Yuan Ming picked it up. The demon said that he has a great origin. He is known as the Stone of Truth. Xu and Yuanming said that the Stone of Truth. Xu and Yuanming decided to test the power of this true stone. When he did, he said that this aura is exactly the same as the one inside himself. He turned to the demon and told him if he knew that the reason he was stuck at the body improvement stage for 5,000 years, improving almost 100,000 layers, was because his aura was different. But what the hell is this? He asked the demon where did he get this Stone of Truth? The demon told him that there was a war here, and immortals fought for this stone. He remembers that it was very chaotic and dynamic. Someone was dying, and someone was running away. The demon found it by accident, when he suddenly heard that he had immortally named it the Stone of Truth. Xu and Yuanming asked him, what is a battle involving immortals? Since in the end it was the demon who owned this Stone of Truth, then there are no immortals in the tombs. The demon wanted to say something to him, but hesitated. Then Zion Yuanming ordered him to speak now. The demon said he didn't know if there were immortals here who had survived this great battle, but he also knows that there is a lot of unexplored things here. Even if Zion Yuanming finds the immortals, they are most likely already dead. But there was no way he would have gone into such a deep tomb, so he advises everyone to get out of here as soon as possible. Xu and Yuanming asked the demon and now they can leave. To which the demon replied that before there was no, and now yes, there is a way out ahead. But once you go out, you can't go back. Zhu and Yuanming told the girls that they needed to leave. They needed to get out of here. Some time later, the three of them were walking down the corridor. The exit was already visible in the distance. Zai Sono said that it was wonderful, because there was already a way out ahead. Zai and Yuanming told them to leave. Zai Sono stopped and asked him what about him, to which Xu and Yuanming replied that he still had business here. Zai Sono told him to be careful, and she really hopes that they will meet again. After some time, Xu and Yuanming returned to that demon again. The demon told him to get out of here, to which Zion Yuanming told him that he was different from the rest of the demons, because he knows a lot of things that are unknown to others. Zhu and Yuanming tossed the demon's head and grabbed it in his hand and asked him who is he? The demon told him not to joke like that, because he is an ordinary demon who was imprisoned here by the immortals. Then Xu and Yuanming squeezed his head a little, and I told him that usually a demon, but how else did he accidentally pick up the Stone of Truth? Did he really think he would believe that? The demon began to tell him that he was telling him that he didn't really know who he was. After waking up, most of his memories were gone. He swears by God, he really lost his memory. If this is a lie, then let 5 lightning strike. Zhu and Yuanming asked, what about this stone? The demon told him that when he woke up, he was already there he doesn't remember anything. But it really holds the Stone of Truth in its memories. Xu and Yuanming threw the demon's head skyward and began to do something with it with the help of the Truth Stone. Then I caught him. The demon told him that he had scared him very much. Xu and Yuanming showed that it's easier to keep something so scared. The demon noticed and told Xu and Yuanming that he must be mistaken, of course, but he does not look like a cultivator at the stage of cleansing the body. What is his level then? To which Xu and Yuanming replied that he was at the stage of cleansing the body, and then he asked that there was a shortcut to the heart of the tomb. To which the demon replied that no, because there are a lot of traps around. The way to the center will take some time. Xu and Yuanming told him to tell him where to go then. The demon said south if you move straight. It will be faster, but also much more difficult. Zion Yuanming said that's fine. Zion Yuanming walked up to the wall. The demon asked him what he was doing. Xu and Yuanming didn't say anything to him, only walked through the wall, destroying it. Meanwhile, the other teams came to the green door, where there were 2 monsters and Zhu Lion along with Brother Bao. Master Chen told Ding Tianlin that this path was too dangerous. The monster will kill and take 2 every time. If this continues, sooner or later they will kill them all. To which Jin Tianlin replied that there was a chest there, and inside it, like the treasures of the immortals, he was not going to leave just like that. Besides, these red-haired creatures won't let them escape, so they'll fight to the death. One of these monsters said that his master would let them all into mincemeat. Brother Bao said that at least let them behave decently, because they would die anyway. Jin Tianlin asked Brother Bao if he could talk to his masters and ask them to spare them all. After all, he is a member of the Jin family. After he gets out for sure, he will thank them. Brother Bao asked him if the Jin family was really that famous. Jin Tianling was so majestic and mighty that he had to go through many difficulties to make friends with him. And now he's asking for it. He should pray on his knees. If Brother Bao is satisfied, then he will put in a good word for him before the masters. Then a man came up and said that his boss was right. After all, even without a master, they are still very strong. Jin Tianlin asked her Uncle Yang what are his chances of winning. Uncle Yang told young Master Jin Tianlin that these monsters are very strange. He is afraid that he will never win over them. He also advises against rushing into battle thoughtlessly. He can help Mr. Jin Tianlin escape when the opportunity presents itself. Jin Tianlin clicked his tongue and said that he was very sorry for the treasure. But then the monsters went berserk. The men were very scared, and this red monster jumped right at them. He grabbed one of the men and mercilessly tore him apart, and he took 2 more and took them with him, saying that the meat was fresh meat. Hai Weigu told Ding Tianlin that these 2 were most likely protecting the chest. Why wouldn't they take advantage of the others' escape then? They can just pick up this chest under the guise. Jin Tianlin told him that if he wanted the treasure so much, then why wouldn't he go first? If he dies there, then he promises that he will take good care of He King Mei when he gets out of here. To which He Weigu replied that he had too few people and the chances of winning were very low. Jin Tianlin, he was told that his family needed it more than his. There's no need for him to hurry. Meanwhile, Xu and Yuanming was still hacking his way forward. When they entered the new room, the demon said that he was leaving because he was scared to death. How can he? Such a strong body, how can it be at the stage of purification? They went further into the room and saw a lot of corpses of people there. The demon, seeing the corpses of people, said that, given the number of corpses, he could say that he was very dangerous. There are many terrible creatures here that are 100 times more evil than they are kind passers-by. Xu and Yuanming, after thinking about it, said that the bodies were lying too neatly. It didn't look like there was a battle here. The demon was very scared and said that he was scared to even think about it, needed to get out of here faster. Although Mr. Xu and Yuanming is strong, there is still a strong evil here. Why did that red-haired monster come into this room and brought 2 new bodies? He noticed Xu and Yuanming and the flying naked demon and asked if they were really alive. The demon said it was a red monster, and he turned to Xu and Yuanming, who was told to run because he is one of the most powerful creatures of evil here. This monster is very strong and blind, and many companions were eaten by him. The red monster said that the food that lies here. Xian Yuanming thought about it and said that there seems to be an alarming aura around this creature. And the demon was just horrified and said that really God's food is a monster's warehouse. Corpses are food. It's definitely over now. Xu and Yuanming should listen to him, because he is too scary. His flesh has been tempered by immortals. This creature is stronger than them. The ginger monster got angry too and said they were naughty food. The demon hid behind Xu and Yuanming told him to break through the wall faster and escape. Meanwhile, the monster mode has already pounced on them. The demon said they were finished, but Xu and Yuanming stopped this ginger monster. The red monster asked him why the food was so strong. Xu and Yuanming asked him why he called him that, to which the red-haired monster replied that because he was food. And the monster tried to attack him again. Xu and Yuanxing said that because he has the power, it's fine. And he hit that red-haired monster very hard. The red monster stood up and said that food had never dared to resist him. Now he will definitely eat it for dinner.